first place and possibly winning via that match point finals. But in case you missed out anything that has happened in the previous days, don't worry, we got you covered. This is the STC Rewind.
That had to go. We're good now. We're good now.
This first game and really make themselves known.
Yuma takes out another. Can they do it? Back to back.
It's all coming down to the wire here.
Have a safe flight home.
No.
Safe flight home.
What's going on, guys? This is the Esports World Cup 2026. This is the match point finals, and we're here for the STC Rewind to catch you guys up on all the action you guys have missed so far.
And it might be fresh on your minds, obviously, but the survival stage yesterday was certainly able to deliver with plenty of jam-packed action. Most importantly still, though, 6 teams were able to secure the final slots on that battle bus for today's competition. But obviously, Jacob, they weren't the only 6 involved. While we did see crazy clutches, you still have to factor in everything that took place even earlier on in this tournament series.
Yeah, this one was absolutely crazy. We had Izzy and Nosif throughout the survival stage, had one of the best clutches we've seen in the history of Fortnite, and we even had Darm and Demas. These guys had failed to qualify out of their group stage, but EWC were the life of second chances, and they made sure to make that second chance count.
But that's what makes it so much more interesting for today's competition, though, because those teams that were coming in from Group A, it's been a couple of days since they actually got to partake in this series, so maybe getting a little bit of that less practice time could start to play a part here. But I'm also thinking about the fact that they've had the opportunity to kind of watch what the rest of the competition is doing. So where they might have a disadvantage in one way, they have the other pros in a different kind of playing style. But I also want to think about the fact that even though the teams from Group A, we saw our top 7 lock in, go through, but then those teams that didn't from both of the Groups A and Group B stages, they might have had a chance to play against each other. So that extra bit of insight towards what some of those teams are doing from the opposing sides of things, hey, it always makes things fun.
No, it definitely does, and it's really going to be interesting to see a lot of those teams clash. We got Shark Teeny, we got Vico Malabuka, Peter Bot and Poyo all coming out of Group A. And the interesting thing, out of all of our group stages, survival stages as well, when we come into the match point format, it is 350 points. And then you have to get a victory royale after that. There was only one team throughout the entirety of these stages to do that, and that was Shark and Teeny. Coincidentally enough, they won 4 out of their 10 games as well. So we'll be looking at them as one of the teams in the match point finals to take it all.
But I just can't forget about the type of aggression that we saw from Colt and Rapid. The way that they were able to deliver with such high caliber elimination gameplay is going to make things very difficult, because we are looking at the most challenging set lobby yet. We have gone through every single step of the way to gauge which of these teams who are going to be the best of the best from their respective regions, and knowing that we've got that regional representation from every single side of the world here, playing it out to figure out who's actually going to be #1 at EWC. It's honestly awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely anybody's game, and they're playing for more than just themselves. The club championship is so close. Team Falcons, represented by Peter Bot and Poyo, qualifying in Group 1 and going against Sky and Scroll for AGAL. They survived the survival stages narrowly in that last game just to make it to this match point finals. So there's not only the first place for the competition, first place for the club championship. So we're all here to see who's going to take everything home.
And it's not going to be easy, but I'm definitely excited to get right into the action. So we'll have to stay tuned to see what happens next with all of our teams here at EWC.
Jacob and Taco, thank you very much for that recap, wrapping everything up as we head into the final day of competition, but the final day of almost the entire event, which is kind of insane to me. Glitter Explosion, Kelly and Levin here to talk to you guys about how all of this ties into the club championship, because after last night with Vitality going out of Counter-Strike 2, somehow it's all going to come down to us and Trackmania. That will be the deciding factor in who goes home the winner at the end of all of this. So let's start talking about these squads. We heard them mention them already in that rewind. Let's break it down just a little bit more.
We're already restricted on TikTok for visibility.
And of course we have to start with Falcons. I mean, if you think of the EWC, Falcons is almost synonymous with it. So to see Peter and Poyo get the representation for Falcons was not too much of a surprise. They're regarded as the best duo, or one of the best duos, I should say, in the world. However, I think what was a little bit of a surprise was the start of their performance in Group A. Not necessarily having the pop-off games that we know they can have, but of course that was not going to be too long until we did see those insane pop-off games, 2 victory royales, and then a ton of eliminations is all that they need, because even at the end of the day 11, they had a few rough games as well, but Peterbot and Poyo can have these insane high point games, which will allow them to kind of have some stinker games, as you like to call it.
Of course, yeah, the quality is there. The quality is never in doubt with Peterbot and Poyo. It's always just a matter of when, not if, with these two. I'm looking at Peterbot.
There's one thing.
Obviously, the last time we saw Peterbot and Poyo play together at LAN, it was at Summit, and I think a lot of people would agree. Poyo played out of his mind, really put the team on his back in a lot of moments. I want to see Peterbot return to his best here on this stage. He talks a big game, and rightfully so, he's the greatest to ever do it. But when your club's relying on you, when the fans are relying on you to deliver the club championship today, can he step up to that challenge?
To me, though, the best thing that I have seen through the progression of Peterbot and Poyo is the humility that we've seen through Peterbot. It's kind of a common knowledge that Peterbot would take always the best weapons, take the best loot away from Poyo. But after Poyo has proven himself time and time again this year, it kind of seems like they're on equal footing now. The respect is there between both of them, and I love to see that.
And I don't know if you saw the clip going around on social media, but as soon as Peterbot heard that Falcons were out of CS2, he was up, practicing, grinding, ready to try to bring this home for Falcons and get that win on the board, get those points on the board for the club championship. We'll see if they are able to do it, because they're going to be facing off against some more squads. One of them is Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vitality, I was expecting their CS team to put in all the work. Right?
You and me both.
Deliver, right? They're like one of the greatest teams of all time.
Have an idea.
Of course, Pablo and Chino repping them here in Fortnite. Pablo and Chino, two of the most talented players you will get the chance to watch in this lobby. The big question with Pablo and Chino is, you know, they're sort of, you know, steady eddies, right? They sort of just get along in the competition. They'll be somewhat consistent. They have the ability to get really high elimination games, right? If you're talking just the pure talent, the raw fighting capability, we saw that in trios in 2025. They don't really play like that though, right? In Reload or in duos this year. A lot of the times you see them sort of just patrolling the mid ground, patrolling the low ground, and every once in a while, they give us a glimpse of that magic, Kelly.
We've seen a lot of these teams kind of take the early aggression to their advantage, getting these early elims, which kind of pads their points as well. But unfortunately for Pablo and Chino, they're both uncontested in Elite Stronghold and also in Slurp Rush, so they don't really get the opportunity for those early eliminations. And honestly, Levin, you said it best, that they're playing boring Fortnite, and sometimes the best way to play is boring Fortnite. You don't need these pop-off games, because also when you have those pop-off games, it can kind of be a double-edged sword. You can definitely take some suffering from that, but obviously they're going to play passive, and it ends up working out for them.
Absolutely. And then, of course, the final team that we need to talk about here, Kelly, is the one that survived the survival stage. Sky and Scroll, AGAL. Talk to me about this duo.
I mean, what a journey these guys have gone on. They were on cloud 9, I mean AJAL, but they were feeling really good going out of Major 2, getting that win, and obviously they're the back-to-back winners, Major 1, Major 2. They've had pretty decent performances in the Reload Elite Series, although when they have Shark and Teeny to contest with, getting that first place spot was just harder said than done. But Sky and Scroll came into Group 1 a little bit rough. Group B, they were able to grab a victory royale. We saw that they did have that potential there, but they just weren't able to have enough consistency, enough eliminations to really put themselves into that top 7 placement.
Was it all a ruse?
It's kind of crazy. Am I coaching?
The competition, did they have a slow groups and a slow survival just to lull everybody to sleep as they come through and do what we've seen them do best this year? I don't know. At the start of the show, right, or before the story even started, actually, they played a video piece where Peterbot and Poyo are talking about who is your toughest competition this year. Poyo answered differently to Peterbot. Poyo said Shark and Teeny. Pete said Sky and Scroll. The reason Pete said that is because when you look at teams who just have unbelievable levels of consistency this year, it's Sky and Scroll, and I think it says a lot that even Peterbot knows they're probably my biggest competition, because I don't know how I can compete with them as far as consistency goes. They haven't showed that though so far, and so if that's not going to be their edge today in this competition, they're going to have to find something else if they really want to beat the Falcons.
Yeah, you know, just one final shout out as well. You mentioned Aurora Gaming. They aren't going to be at the top of our CC leaderboard at the end of this, but somehow if they do take home the win here in Fortnite, they're in 10th currently. That would jump them up into tied at 4th, which, just for reference, 10th is a $650,000 prize pool. 4th is a $3 million prize pool.
No pressure, by the way. Shark and Teeny for Aurora Gaming. Honestly, they should just change that name to Aura Gaming because they had so much aura in group number 1, starting things off with a victory royale, but they weren't done with that. No, they wanted another and another and another. 3 victory royales back to back to back, and that is why the dialogue no longer became, oh, the top 3 teams coming in. No, it's just the Shark and Teeny show now. Everyone wants to see if they can beat them.
I hope Shark and Teeny have some sort of championship club bonus in their contract because they are about to move that team up by millions right now.
And if they do, it denies points from the rest of our club championship squad. So there's a lot of storylines we're going to be paying attention to all day. We'll keep you updated on how everything looks, not only here, but of course in Trackmania as well. So 7, let's get into the action.
Thank you so much, Levin Kelly, in the amazing glitter explosion for that breakdown of everything that's going on with the club championship, and something that they actually brought up that I'm really intrigued and I really want to talk about, because we've been talking about this for the past 3 days. If the players were being affected at all by the club championship, looks like Peter Bot and Pollo are.
Yeah, and what kind of 7 is alluding to, what Glitter kind of talked about, again, as a little reminder, Peterbot himself being very, very well of the fact that this means a lot for Falcons as a club in this race for first place. So he's got to go ahead and get locked in, and apparently he is locked in. He got up yesterday, he wanted to make sure that he went ahead and practiced. Let's go ahead and talk about the performance from Group A. They're right, Levin and Kelly were kind of talking about it a little bit mini-minor. Everybody might look at that leader and be like, wow, Shark and Teeny kind of blew them out of water. And yeah, they did on the leaderboard. But if you actually take a look at the match history from Peterbot and Pollo, they effectively only played 5 games. So if those guys can play all of the games out, it's going to be a little bit closer than I feel like people think.
It's going to be scary. It's going to be really scary because when you see both of those duos going head to head, it is absolutely electric. These are the sort of teams that you want to see fighting on this stage. And we talk about whether they care.
Why do you guys want to watch
Shark
this?
And Teeny, yeah, they give that aura about them. They don't care. They don't want to. They don't want to talk. They don't want to celebrate. But they
gotta do it differently, or else I'm just going to keep getting restricted.
He wants to perform on land. A little bit of a disappointing performance when you look at the summit.
This is what we're doing until game
expectations were coming on their shoulders when it came into that event. Now they want to rectify that. They want to ensure that they can perform and show that they can perform on LAN as well, because they're a scary team to watch, and crucially, they can win. Even when the sort of game isn't going their way, they can find the limbs. They've got 4 wins in their group. They're looking unstoppable. For me, they're the team over Peterbot and Pollo. They're going to take it today.
Ooh, okay, all right. And for Shark and Teeny, the thing with them is, you guys just mentioned it, right? They really don't show that emotion. It is a $1 million prize pool on the line. I think at some point we might end up seeing some kind of emotion from them. But another duo that I want to just briefly touch on is T1, the best team on survival, right? We had Dimes and Dawn being able to perform, and I mean, the Polish crowd went absolutely crazy. I was able to see Jakob celebrating, Patty as well, and I'm hoping that today we get a chance to see the performance of the likes of what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that worries me about Dharma Damish, and they were even self-aware of this, when coming into the survival stage, they mentioned that they knew the lobby was going to be easier, and they kind of played into that. But quite frankly, in the group stage, we did not see the Dharma Damish that we thought we were going to see. So if the lobby's a little bit easier, yeah, they're going to play good, but today the lobby's going to be the hardest it ever has been.
They got an 18-limb winning group. You know, remember that. I want to see that today. I want to see that version of them.
I want to see all of that. And I want to see even more out of all these duos, because today we will be crowning a champion for Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC. Ladies and gentlemen, Mini, Vivid, the 7WG here from amazing Paris with the Eiffel Tower. But it's time we get started with match point finals.
4th Swizzy Pixie, 5th Papochino.
We're going to start walking. Let's see who we can go ahead and catch. Let's start here. Cold, Rapid, guys. What's up? Ooh! Listen, these are big hitters, okay?
This end?
Rapid we're talking about. We're excited to see them compete today.
Fantastic question. It could end.
Obviously, we know you guys. We've seen you guys all the
11
time.
a.m.
You guys are super
it
high
could
on
end
vibes.
at 2 p.m.
Does today
we don't
feel
know yet.
any different?
Nah, like I said, we're just here to have fun, you know, just play and yeah.
Rapid, does this feel any different for you?
Grandpa.
Nah, this feels like a regular Grands.
Bro, I'm like
same like the
5 years
EWC
old
quals,
today.
the finals feels the same way to me.
If that.
I love that. Obviously, this being finals day, it's a big moment, man. We're taking it back to match point. I think the question on everybody's mind for you guys specifically is like, we know you guys are going to go crazy. You're going to hit. Well, we all believe you're going to hit match point first in terms of the 350 points. But you then have to win a game.
Chat to the screen.
So what are you guys going to do to hit 350 and then make sure you go ahead and win?
I think if we really wanted to win a game, we can. I think that our just consistent play style is easiest for points. So once we reach the match point threshold, then we will play it for the win.
Rapid, what do you think?
exactly the same thing he said. We're just gonna play consistent. Then when it comes down to the match point, we're gonna play full for the win and go for 0 elimination points. Just wait fully for the win.
You guys have to go for height, right? That's the only option. That would be the only option, right?
Because I'm live already.
I guess we're gonna see.
Whatever.
You think so?
Whatever. I'm literally talking about that.
I love it. Well, guys, best of luck to you. We'll see you later on in the competition.
All right, this game is just doing too much. Bye bye. Appreciate that show. So, I don't know. Take that with me. I'll rock with me, you know. Caleb Big Football. It starts in what, like 10 minutes. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see. You'll see. Alright, Sleeps, you might need you on TikTok right now, I'm not gonna lie. We have to pull some strats and not get restricted for the final day. And you know, when it comes to looks, when it comes to looks, let's just say, I'm not the craziest looking guy. Not ugly though. Caleb, how have you not slept yet, bro? Appreciate it, Rich. I'm not like a, let's say some crazy shit. You see a cut?
It's been...
If I got a haircut, I'd look fine. Probably, but that's not happening until like next weekend now. Cause I get my cousin to cut my hair.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous y voici, le dernier jour de compétition ici, à l'EWC sur cette stage. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est les finales du Fortnite Reload Championship!
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the
so
City Grid in
my
the
hair was
heart of
shorter,
Paris.
bro. You guys
We've got
understand.
$1 million on the line and a legacy to forge into the Esports World Cup history books.
Évidemment, tout le monde dans cette salle veut voir les équipes européennes, les structures françaises, les joueurs français réussir à performer aujourd'hui. Mais le niveau sur Fortnite n'a jamais été aussi relevé.
20 teams have been shown the door, and the remaining 20 will go toe-to-toe until just one is left standing. And so, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your teams as they enter the stage one final time, starting with Skyjump and Momsy!
Oh, you feel better, Foxy, but nice you can watch. Alright, Joe, we have the walkouts right now. What's that do with your hair? It's looking weird, bro. I don't know.
Cherry and Cammy, they are Rock Esports.
It start right now. Actually, this
Vico and Malibuka,
I can't see this again.
Sky and Scroll, they are AG.
I think it's 70 roses. Oh my god, I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I also haven't shaved. I have not shaved this week, so you're actually a hater, Sleeps.
Victor V and Canada, they are Dignitas.
Yo, Caleb, with the game controllers. Holy, how many is that?
Dom and Dimash,
4 pods to GG's. Oh my god, he's going crazy. Show with the roses. What the hell?
Chino and
Chess Live is 6 a.m. yet.
They are Team Vitality.
Chess Live is 6 a.m. Maybe Caleb, bro. Yeah, VZQ. Let's see him qualify.
SAUL Esports.
Try increasing your bike volume for optimal audio. Yeah, I think we're good, bro. I think we're good, TikTok. I know.
Sea-Dog and Goofy.
Sea-Dog, Goofy, let's go. It's 11 a.m. I wish it was 11 a.m.
And TD. They are Aurora Gaming.
Oh my God, Rich, thank you for the boxing gloves. Oh, how many roses is that? 71 roses from Caleb, 22 from Show. 3 game controllers, 4 pauses, 6 GGs. The Love X cheer, press starts, bang.
Swizzy and Pixie. They are
Check out where he's launching. He's here to play Fortnite.
Josh Yamzo.
I'm trying to get them. Shit, I'm not gonna complain. Oh my God, the Galaxy. Is early?
Peterbot and Poyo.
Yo, Caleb's pockets are empty. Shout out Caleb.
Team Falcons.
I gotta wait for that big man. Yo, shout out Caleb, bro. What the hell? Hey, with the Galaxy, good morning, another rose. Holy shit.
Acorn
Yo,
and Bolts.
sleeps with that. Wait, Foxy, why don't we like Pete?
And finally, Gold and Rapid, the Twisted Vibes!
Because me. I actually learned yesterday that this is against TikTok's TOS, so I just get restricted every time, so I'm trying to like not, you know. Plus, it's low-key better for you guys anyways. I talk too much. Is that rich? Yeah, you're like, what, 13 rich?
Nous sommes plus de 100 millions de
He's too
joueurs
good.
à jouer à Fortnite.
Fair enough, Fox.
Aujourd'hui, les
He's too good.
40 meilleurs joueurs du monde s'affrontent sur cette scène à l'EWC Paris.
It all comes down
Show
to
the
this. The
Rose.
trophy is on
6
the horizon.
Dolphins.
$1 million on
Yeah,
the
we're
line.
22.
It is time to make history. It is time for the Fortnite
Okay,
Reload
myself together.
Championship
I'm
Grand
trying to-
Final.
Faites du bruit!
Controls you don't do what? Are they though? I swear it's not that bad. Actually, we're gonna turn up a little bit. Are you kind of scariest off spawn easy? I don't know. I don't know Nism.
The only team I'm looking forward to playing against is Kanata and Victor V. You guys can't hang with me.
Sphinx, he's
I
just
think
a troll,
Rich, thank
you
you for
know?
the
I'm the best side
3
dealer in
TikTok
this lobby.
lives.
I'm not gonna lie. No one does it like me in Reload.
Got it,
But I
bro.
don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're definitely gonna outplay Sphinx in the finals.
Trying to displace Edson, it doesn't work, but the shot still lands. Vico.
Yeah, if you're on TikTok, we're on Purple App too.
Biggest threat
Same
to
username.
us and to our analysis, Shark and TD. We knew it was gonna be easy. They don't stand any chance.
It's good frag. NEP EWC win.
Yeah, we have this momentum where
So I'll
the
do
other
this
teams
montage.
have
I can
had
show
like
you
a
guys
couple of
the-
days off and not played. Peter Bataille, we're coming after you. There's a bunch of good teams,
I can show you guys the
but
friends
I don't
are-
think they'll be able to stop us.
Hello.
I'm here to win.
Best of luck to everyone.
I don't care about the other team. If I can grieve someone to finish first, I'm gonna do it.
Trophy is mine.
Yo, I can't move it. I freak out. I actually can't move it across my screen. What's going on?
Welcome everybody to the Esports World Cup 2026, where we
These are the
have the
Preds.
Fortnite Reload
These are the Preds.
Championship, where $1 million are up for grabs. Taco,
Nah, Rich,
these
all
20
we need
teams
to
have
hear
been battling almost all year long for an opportunity to grace this stage.
Yeah, $1 million on the line for the direct Fortnite
Yeah, Shell, I always
competition,
want,
and
purple.
even more
Let's go,
up for
Vortex.
grabs when you factor in the club championship too. So a lot at stake here, and every single one of these players is trying to get the lion's share of it.
Yeah, you got Shark, you got Teeny, Peterbot, Poyo, Sky Scroll,
I'm not gonna lie, TikTok chat. We get restricted today. Visibility. I'm just gonna end that thing.
To take it
I like the vibes up, but I'll still know that you guys, most of you guys aren't gonna come over to.
And then you have to win a game afterwards, so it's not going to be easy, no matter who is looking hot.
We had a small chance to kind of touch on what's been taking place leading up to this moment. We've got our 7 teams that locked in from Group A, and then of course the 7
I'm live right now if you guys want to come over.
B. But for everybody else, they had to slug it out in yesterday's survival stage, and only 6 were able to factor in for those final battle bus slots. But it's going to be a very different world now inside this set lobby.
Yeah, throughout the groups and the survival stages, it was essentially just try to get as many points as you can. Get within that threshold of top 6 or top 7 just to make it here.
I think it's about the same.
It's a little bit of a different ball game
between the 2 platforms, Caleb, but it's like
points. But if you don't get that victory royale, it's
more consistent on TikTok.
Nothing. So I'm
just because they pay out a little bit.
Shark and Teeny to get the job done. You guys heard that noise? The battle bus is ready. So let's just get right into the action.
Oh my God, we're hopping into game number 1.
Game number 1. Not knowing how many might actually play a part here. A 15-match cap, though, Jacob. While I don't think it's highly likely that we're going to make it through.
See, that's a hard question, because if they allowed what I'm doing right now on TikTok, this is literally my best stream every time. I get like 500 plus viewers doing this.
It is going to be absolute madness in this arena. And for right now, though, we are just going to lock in on the immediate action, because for Shark and Teeny, they are just fully honing in on where Josh might be trying to scoop up a little bit of loot that they feel like should belong to them instead.
Yeah, this could be a great 1v1. Shark, who's honestly looking like
jumping
the
on the
next
Josh
best thing
this
in
early.
Fortnite. Josh was coined the future for a while, and
oh my
already
God.
Shark is going to take a bite out of the North American competition by taking down Josh first.
And there's something about the mental games that are already starting to unfold. It might seem like a minute fail at the beginning, but you keep building that up. You keep factoring it in, and it's very easy for things to quickly run away with themselves. Elsewhere, though, Malabuka, Vico also trying to focus on isolating any kind of engagements they can pick up early on. Malabuka looking for another.
I don't even run ads, Caleb. I don't even like
just yet.
My viewership's not that crazy.
Down, but
I'm purple. It's just like
Vico, you know they're never going to be content
I just
with
don't get
somebody
nearly
else
as much, you know,
outshining them.
hot water stuff.
Malabuka had just a little bit of a better loadout. He might have tried to push in and try to get that elimination. Now might be the case. They might not have enough information. Is he a solo?
Victor B cannot out.
Lurking around here somewhere. We know that to be true on the mini-map, but may not have that information. As we continue to look around, a lot of the teams that have shined here this weekend, Sky and Scroll, AGAL, they're one of 2 teams playing for more than just themselves this weekend. They're playing for that club championship.
But the question that still remains, after everything that Sky and Scroll had to go through in order to even represent AGAL in these finals, it was just the beginning of the real uphill battle here, because they still have to try and confirm a top 8 position if they want to factor in with those club championship
breaking
points.
news, we're watching ZDog and Goofy.
Continue to see Swizzy and Pixie in another exchange,
They took
but
down
Swizzy
Swizzy.
by himself.
Oh my God.
He gets kind of 2v1 by Goofy and ZDog, and that's what I love about today's competition. Every single region that we have in Fortnite is represented by at least one team, and Goofy and ZDog's journey here, it definitely wasn't easy, but they made sure to let the world know that we deserve to be here.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit unfortunate even from ZDog and Goofy's perspective, because the game
yeah,
that they did
100%
win in yesterday's competition slightly overshadowed by that crazy clutch performance.
Everything I do is to try to get everybody over to
the message has been sent. Goofy and
it just
ZDog
doesn't
are
work.
clearly capable of winning
People
a
like-
match. And
people like
that
their
is going to be
platforms, you know,
one of the
so.
most important metrics for today's competition. Lewa and Romero, though, starting to apply a little bit of pressure. They saw some of the action that was starting to brew and decided they wanted to maybe play a
EWC.
little bit of third-party interception here. So Swizzy, Pixie might have
For
a little
globals,
bit
I mean,
more
that's still
space.
these was banned
Doesn't
to me,
look
so.
like Goofy and ZDog are all that insistent now on trying to
fair.
re-aggress when there's other bodies bodies in the area.
But fights are just taken around all across the
Clips,
map.
you have to get 350 points, and then you have to win the next game after
There
that.
is some good damage on Acorn. Luckily for him, Bolts is
Shark and
going ahead and
Teeny were
alleviating some of that
apparently the
pressure.
only team to do that,
Both of them
so.
getting full HP and shield, relatively so, and now trying to angle out Darm is by himself with a 360. He turns and burns to take down Bolts.
Darm and Teamish clearly never stopped after yesterday's competition. What a way to make a debut on the final stage. And Darm definitely feeling very confident after that pickup play, because Bolts, he looked like he was certain that was going to go entirely in his favor. So for it to 180 just like that in a flash, and now putting them on the back foot, putting them in a position to where Bolts and Acorn are going to have to reconsider where they actually want to try and stack up
There's
a fight.
15 games chat total today that could be played.
Yeah, he's just kind of
Doesn't
stuck
mean all
underneath
15
by
will
himself.
be played.
They may not know necessarily
We
the
could go to
exact
game
location
15.
of Acorn, but with Bolts respawning back in, they know he's floating around somewhere. Sky's gonna go down. Muzz and Sphinx kind of sticking to their strategy that got them this far.
Yes,
they go
Key's
ahead and
on God.
hold the backside of the armory for
I mean, it's
that
a reload,
launch
so,
pad.
like,
Now
it
we
can
jump
change
in.
anytime.
Peterbot is down. A situation that we saw to start the group stages. A lackluster performance out of Team Falcons, but luckily for them, they were able to pick it up as the day went on.
Poyo
And
right
that
now.
walkout
Wait,
might have
where's
said
Pete at?
everything there for Momsy. He's clearly cooking something, and it looks like chicken might be on the menu tonight. Poyo, never one though to give any breaks or leniency, so still a bit complicated
Dude, you
here
got
for
out
Momsy.
way too
That's
early,
trying to
bro.
break into the
Come on,
box, but
man.
French is making their best effort to
Shit's
go
sick.
for the full collapse, but Poyo still somehow just managing to scramble on out of here.
Yeah, even though Peterbot did spawn once, you see in the feed he was taken down right away by Jaw. So another 12-second clock has been reset for Poyo. Luckily for him, he
Kinda
did
get away,
hit
it
a
seems
launch
like.
pad. He is starting to create distance, but Momsy and
Maybe not.
Skyjump, they don't want to let him out of their sight. They're just quickly on the chase. And again, you see Peterbot back in the game, but he's having some struggles
Oh,
of
they
his
know where
own.
he's
So
at.
Poyo, again, just needs to continue to buy as much time as possible.
Skyjump and Momsy know their dirty work can be left to the rest of the lobby as far as Pete goes, but they can
Sandwich.
take out Poyo and continue to lead this duo just incredibly weak throughout the early game, and just like that, Momsy's finally going to be able to close things out. Skyjump on the opposing end of things, no real escape path for Poyo, and why
Rises
not
shine, bro. It's
pursue
6 a.m.
one of the top-tier opponents from everyone's point of view, and
I was almost thinking about
greatest
not getting
time
up for
to
this.
shut them down.
Yeah, and
It's not going live because I didn't know how
you
it would feel,
don't
but I was just like,
see
screw it, bro. I watched
very
everything else.
often. Forced to
What is
hide,
Pete's loot?
forced to wait for Poyo to respawn, and he doesn't have to just wait for Poyo to respawn. He has to make sure he's able to land
Yeah,
in
Fox,
the
15
zone and
games.
start to
Online's
loot up
crazy.
before he even feels safe to rotate on out. So we know they're going to have some struggles here early on in this game. Can they come back is going to be the big question. But
Yeah, they're
that's what
gonna freak out,
happens when you have
100%.
so
They're gonna,
many
like,
juggernauts all stacked in the same lobby, just like Vico
Yeah,
and
it's 11
Malabuka.
a.m.
They
I wish it
haven't
was
really
11
done
a.m., bro.
much
I
after
wish it
that
was
first
11
elimination from Malabuka, but they're making sure to stay intact with all of their loot and on.
But hey, Vico Malabuka representing big in this weekend's competition series, the club championship, going to
What about
be
5 a.m.?
a
Trying not to
big
wake my
focal
parents up right
point in
now.
today's competition. As you can see just how tight it is, 300 points is all that
probably
separates
did anyways.
Team Falcons from AGAL. And we're talking about
I
a
really
$7
haven't been able to
million
set.
prize pool if you are in that first place position by the end of the weekend, Jacob. And with
Maybe should I
how
have
these club
Skyjump
results have
and Mumsy,
actually
bro? I don't know.
come into play from other titles, this is one of the
They're
most
fragging right now.
crucial finals imaginable currently.
Yeah, and there's even so many spots on that club championship leaderboard to where even Shark and Teeny for Aurora Gaming have a good tournament here. Even if they win it all, they're going to move up that club championship leaderboard. So there's so much pressure
It's a
on
great show.
every
Thank you for the
single
heart me, by the
duo
way.
here today.
My
And
gosh.
Peterbot just doing a good
They
job
actually
here
crushed it
staying
all today
alive
already.
deep
Holy.
into the zone though. So it's
you,
not
Chad.
only a
Appreciate
matter
you
of
guys.
how they're going to loot up, how Poyo and him are going to reunite.
You guys can't
It's
even see
how
the
they're going to
leaderboard.
make their way there when they finally are set up.
But where are you going to find the opportunity for a bailout? They're going to
Guess
have
they'll
to
do it for Twitch
potentially
chat
try
values.
and get
Oh,
involved
there you
with
go.
some kind of third-party factor.
Dude, I'm a
Poyo
goofy. Who do
even
they take
possibly
down?
lurking in the box fight that's starting to break out.
Khan.
And Faded in a bit of a pickle here now. They're fully aware of the fact that the rest of the lobby kind of
Yeah, Fade's gotta stay
fixating
up
on
here.
where they're at. Faded's going to try and use this opportunity while Goofy and Z-Dog are distracted, just trying to keep their walls closed off, don't want to overexpose themselves. They've already got 3 eliminations, so it's a nice little rack up of early points, but we are quickly approaching that 7th zone, and when the reboot shut off, you want to make sure that you are as stacked as you can possibly be, because
I mean,
if you get yourself eliminated at this stage, the recovery point is only going to be that much more difficult.
Yeah, in the 5th zone, you kind of get a pseudo loadout, minis, an AR, an SMG, and in the next zone, you kind of get a little bit more, but no materials and no resources to kind of go along with it, so it's not the spot you want to fall, and that's why you see more and more teams start to box up here, start to play a little bit more of a passive game, because they realize if you make a mistake here, it can cost you the rest of this game. Shark 2 eliminations along with Teeny, a little bit of a slow start here, but that's kind of what we saw in the group stages as well. It wasn't until games 3, games 4, even game 5, where they felt comfortable with the rest of the lobby, we saw them start to frag out.
And that's the thing, though, is that there are some elements that we haven't seen since those group stages earlier on. In Group A, it was Shark and Teeny kind of leading the charge in terms of controlling the high ground advantage. And then in Group B, we saw a lot of what was going down.
But for how long is the question? Look at Poyo's loot. He had nothing. He's been tied up with Mumsy.
Show up, but it's just not going to be a chance. Mumsy and Skyjump have had his number since the start, and they just refuse to stop following this man around the map. It's a great mentality, though, out of Mumsy and Skyjump, because, again, we know just how potent Pete and Poyo can be when left to their own devices.
Yeah, and this is honestly something we saw exactly out of Cold and Rapid as well. They had some of the most eliminations in the entire set field of everybody playing. Cold was above and beyond everyone else, but they were just unable to really cap it off with a victory royale. So it doesn't matter how aggressive, how many elims you can actually pick up if you can't stamp that victory at the end of it all. Cammy, Hari position underneath. Unlike some of the other teams that we've seen so far, you see 0 points, 0 eliminations, playing more of a passive gameplay. And they know if they have to start getting eliminations to try to close the gap, get closer to match point, they will, but that's when they have to.
Hey, Hari definitely knows how to frag out when necessary. Same could be said, though, for Cold. We already witnessed it in 4K during their group stage, just how proactive they really were. But even with that walkout that they had with Zeke, they both kind of highlighted the fact that, hey, we're just going to do what's necessary at the time. If it means playing for big points so we can meet that match point threshold, then that's what we're going to do. But when we need to play for the placement to secure the win and win the tournament, that's also going to be the focus. So it's just not about losing sight of what they know is going to be success.
So here in the 6th zone, slowly but surely, looking to close. 30 seconds left. That's when reboots will turn off. So you got to make sure you play this one as close to perfect as possible. You see the whole western edge of the map stacked as can be, and even more teams starting to rotate in as Izzy and Nosif grace us for the first time today, and immediately the crowd goes wild.
Also already had relative success, 3 eliminations in total, but they're going to need to hope. I'm assuming that it might be Nosif holding on to Whites for utility here, maybe medkits, but they're going to have to find a refresh eventually, Jacob, otherwise, because
it's on the leaderboard right now.
A little bit late compared to where the rest of the lobby is stacking up. Some teams, though, immediately making the next push forward. Not really trying to delay if they don't have to. They don't want to get stuck in any of the congestion. Elite Armory, what makes this map so complicated in terms of rotations is everyone has all these shifting points of elevation to cross over, and we've already just seen Sky getting dropped the moment he tried to make a move. So now ball's fully in Scroll's court, but how far can he actually take it as a solo?
Yeah, 4 players already out of the game. Demus, Sky, we heard Chocolate talk about that, and then Kanata and Victor V, the first team eliminated out of this game. But it just goes to show, 19 teams still up. Top 15 is when you start to get those placement points, and then 3 per elimination here. And I think it's very important, and that's why you see Vico and Malabuka doing what I'm about to say, is just dodging the entire amount of chaos that is down below. Those launch pads, a huge tool in everyone's arsenal.
Definitely going to be a big point of contention here, and C-Dog, everyone's looking directly at him, and there won't be any opportunity to escape. Shark picks up a nice elimination onto Rapid, so Cold and Rapid also no longer going to be a participant towards this first lobby. Sayonara, but Peterbot and Poyo, not exactly off to the start that you would have wanted this Team Falcons roster to actually build up because of those early woes from Mumsy and Skyjump. Still, it's Pete and Pollo, Jacob. We've seen these guys get the elims when it matters most.
Yeah, they're stuck in a position where they might need those eliminations that you're talking about just to keep themselves going in the game, let alone continue to perform as we know they can. But on the high ground right now, it might not be high up in the clouds just yet, but they're starting to elevate their position. It's Shark and Teeny. This is how they got not one, but both of those eliminations on the Twisted Minds of Cold and Rapid, sending them right back to the lobby here in game number 1.
Yeah, we're trying a different format.
Put
We're
their
trying not to
position
get
to use. Looking down, everybody flying
visibility
by.
restrictions,
Shots
but if
are
it happens,
landing,
then
damage is connecting, just making it harder
Chat
for anybody to feel
overlap.
comfortable.
Like the discipline too
No
from
problem
Shark,
there.
making sure
Better
not to
quality.
lose sight of where Acorn and Bolts were actually boxed up, feeling like they
stuff.
were in the most
Vico
threatening
Mali's
position
low.
to potentially challenge on height
That's Vico
before
just
that
low,
last
actually.
rotation. So now Vico, Malabuka, they're gonna have to take a moment to pause, heal up. But those couple of seconds that you miss out
They're
just
getting
allows the rest
sprayed.
of the lobby to continue looking back at where you're currently situated. But
have
Vico,
splashes.
Malabuka, they might have
Malabuka has
separate
splashes.
strategy entirely. The way that they're delaying for so long tells me they might
Sharky
be looking
team
for
in the
another
high
lost
ground.
cat
Am I gonna regret
opportunity.
not
Yeah, but I had
playing
that
them in the
feeling of
first place?
deja vu watching Shark and Teeny on high ground. 4 victory royales. Peterbot tries to go ahead and get an
Team Pollo
opportunity
trying to
on
get
the
something
elimination.
going.
He gets cut short. In fact, they
can't
both
find anything, and they go
will
down.
fall. Faded and Sphinx, 2 different teams inadvertently
A
working
terrible
together to
first
take
game.
down Team Falcons here. They're our 3rd team eliminated out of this game, making it a little bit easier
Oh
for Shark and
my
Teeny to
God.
find another one as Acorn goes down.
Shark and Teeny are just
That's some juice for
refusing
you,
to
chat.
budge from the high ground hold, and it's forcing everyone to expend so many builds directly underneath them. The congestion continuing to build so heavily in these middle layers. Shark
Getting
will
chopped,
finally get
okay,
shot,
wait.
but they've already got the Blueberry Fizz active. They're not really pressed over losing a little bit of that high hold because they'll
Now
send
they're
it
in the high
right back
patch strats.
upwards,
It's a
no
smart
problem
save max.
whatsoever, and continue to preserve all of their material.
Yeah, they know other teams are going to try to dodge this portion of the game, maybe land on top.
Pablo
So they
Chino
want to be
still
one of the last teams
These
up there.
Williams.
Pablo Wingu and Chino, though, they're stuck in the meat in
Times
the
it for
middle.
you.
High ground, low ground, teams all
6-18.
around. As Justine actually takes down Scroll. So we got Falcons and AGAL out of game
Yeah, I know,
1
Chad, that's
early.
part of
Top
it.
15 Taco, which
Well,
means
he's
the
gotta be a
placement
little
points
lower.
are starting to set in.
Minipio and Fukun, these guys are
I think you guys
definitely
went up there a little
trying to
bit.
see
Fukun
where
and
they
me.
measure up.
Minipio, I
But
guess?
Pixie and
Still in the
Swizzy
show.
running it back one more time. Very familiar territory.
Because
Seeing
taking
them
out
two on
Chino.
height, but Malabuka able, with the assistance
Chino
of Vico, to
bobbled
take
out.
out Spinks. Muzz left to
Picks are
try
looking
and see
terrible right
whether
now.
or not he can actually pick up the pieces after all. Sure, we know placement points are a factor, but you're still competing with so many healthy duos.
Yeah, I know it's just group stages. Vico, Malabuka, they were one of the teams to actually reach that 350-point mark. Can they do it here again? And immediately planning to get the front side of zone, sacrificing a little bit of HP, but pressure coming in from all directions. Vico scrambling around, but he's able to hold his ground. Up above, a whole new team on high ground. Those Swizzy and Pixie have turned the tables on Shark and Teeny.
It's never safe though, the way
Put some
that
pressure
Shark
down.
and Teeny are really just biding their time, but
Maybe
they are
out.
going to start to send it. They're already looking to challenge on the high ground. Momsy has a solo, but Shark waiting to come crashing down. Swizzy going to be able to block him off temporarily, and Shark
Something like
not
Shark
to be
and Teeny are gonna
distracted in the
retake the high ground from
slightest.
Swizzy
They'll go
Pixie,
straight
but they're
towards
going
height.
back up.
But no, just that moment's notice, that lapse in time. Pixie will be able to
Oh my God.
overthrow, chasing down Teeny. Just needs
Some
the shot
terrible
to
shots from
connect.
both of them.
These two are all falling side by side, but Shark and Teeny managed to hold on for just a moment longer.
The second chop comes in. The Bowberry
Double
Fizz
Data Starmer
just in the nick of
faded.
time to keep
Let's get
themselves
Mumsy.
elevated up above most. Top 8
Wait, Gex be
situation.
happy with
At least
Pixie right now.
3 players
Wait,
down below are
Pixie's
feeling the
peeking.
pressure as a solo. So for Swizzy and Pixie,
So
they
wake
got to
him
make
up.
that crucial decision. Is high ground worth contesting again, or do you have to look down below? Vico and Malabuka are down
Malibu
there.
going
They're
down.
trying to
Vico
run
solo
wild,
can't get
but they
us.
get cut short. 0 build, 0 chance.
Shark now, the ultimate agent of chaos. He's gonna go ahead, pick up the body loot of Romero, but it's his
Gonna get the
last
finish on
steps
Romero, but they're gonna go
forward.
down.
Pixie and Swizzy hidden underneath everything. They
This game
managed
wasn't
to
epic.
overtake
Goofy's
the
still
front
up.
side of this ultimate low ground. Looking back, Goofy's
Oh my God,
eventually gonna
Goofy's
have to
still
get
up.
one step closer to where these two are at, and Pixie just lying in the wait.
They are the only duo left in this game. Claywa, we saw
with the
what
fourth
he's
place.
made of
Oh
throughout
my
the group
God.
stages. Can he do it again? Yes, he can. Down goes Muzz, but he's in a hard position here. 1v2, Swizzy, Pixie. They're now just putting full
Swizzy,
pressure
Pixie.
down on
Game
him
one
to get
win.
the elimination and get the
They don't even
game
care.
1 win.
What an opening statement out of Pixie and Swizzy. That battle
is finals,
for the
chat.
high ground ultimately
No
ended
excitement.
up determining who was going to fare and be the healthiest by the time they both needed to
What do you
drop.
mean?
Shark and Teeny gave it their best effort, but it's good to see that Swizzy and Pixie clearly have the
Holy
same
shit.
intentions.
I mean,
Wait,
when it
Goofy and
comes
T-Dog are
to
gonna be top
battling out
5.
against the best in the world in person at these type
Wait, chat,
of
let's
events,
do a Dex
Swizzy
reaction.
knows
Hold on.
how to get the job done.
What's the Dex reaction from that?
Put down Dom, Ari.
Never mind, it's not crazy.
Great.
We're
They
back.
have a good point cushion. You got to imagine over the rest of the lobby, and they already have the blueprint of how to secure a win.
And solid elimination points too
really
coming out of the
changing it right
pair,
now.
but was also very impressed by what Lewa was able to accomplish, even as a solo. Romero going down a bit sooner, but Lewa did not let it
when I have
deter
this
him
open?
in the least amount because
Rather the
Lewa
public, whatever.
and Romero, you have to remember, these two are
Close that
coming in fresh from their qualifier regions, back-to-back wins, so
Chat, we have first place, Swizzy Pixie. Second place, Lou Romero. Third, Z-Dog Goofy. Z-Dog and Goofy in the third place. What the fuck? Oh my god. Fourth, Muzzfinks. Fifth, Sharktini. Harikami, Izzy Nosif, Biko Mally, Skyjump Mumsy, and 10th Con Faded. Yo.
It was almost impossible for Shark and Teeny to
shit.
get back up to the high ground, which made
That's
it easy
crazy.
for Swizzy and Pixie to kind of close out the game. And when they
C-Dog is
realized they
him,
were
Sam.
the only duo left, you kind of saw them drop to the low ground. They took the front
Or
side of the
Goofy
zone,
is him.
realizing,
My
hey, it's
bad.
all solos left. They can't hang with us.
And hey, if Pixie's gonna keep collecting eliminations the way that
It's a-
he just did, we might be looking
I think
at
the
a
pump that's
very
in
interesting
VR right
match
now
point threshold
is
soon.
buffed. It
And
does more
but
damage.
never expect that anything
Wait,
is
we have
going to
comms?
be given
Listen
for
in.
free. Love to see though a little bit of baseline opportunity.
Only solos. Okay, jump up. Yeah. Hello. He's at 30. Crack, he's cracked. Dead. Come on, bro.
Nice,
Not
Pixie.
too much of a
Nice,
celebration
Pixie
because they
played
know
good
the
that game.
job
Where's
is
Gex
not
at?
done
Where's Gex
yet,
at?
but they're making sure to kind of
He
leave
runs
a little
everything.
bit of hype left in there to make sure that they keep them spirits high. That was a good win, a good way to start off the day, but you kind
Goal
of
is
saw
116,
there.
but it does
Lewa
205
and
to the
Ramiro,
head.
even though he was by himself,
It's
they
like
had
the
similar
body shots are
eliminations, so I
maybe a
don't
little
think
bit
the
lower,
point
but the
is
headshot
that
is like
drastic.
Right, but
higher.
obviously we still got plenty more
it hurts
reload
everything.
action still to come. So
You guys are
guys,
having a
don't
mod
head
off
anywhere
TikTok,
because
yeah.
we'll be back very shortly.
Play is in our DNA.
Holy shit, chat.
Whenever we let it out.
Alright, chat. We have. I need to talk about the final drop map, really. So, I mean, the drop map doesn't even really matter. As we saw, where Sharkantini land here, and Shark will land up here on Josh Yamzo. Where do Kanata? Oh, okay. This split is kind of. This was kind of ass. This was kind of shit, but that makes sense. Yeah, wow. Wow. Yeah, but like, we can't say NA is better because he is better than everybody. Sleeps. It's just kind of like, oh no. I'm not rage baiting. He uses the better region.
Give me ammo. Yeah. Spray. Yeah. You go down? Yeah, come. Up on the side.
You have to be in max denial to think that NA's better than EU.
Spray. Es ist ein Duo, oder? Ja. Nein, Solo. Input. Du Spray. Come on! Let's go!
Dude, I love the passion from these guys. It's fantastic. Thanks for the fall, appreciate you.
待って今それ死ぬ俺
目の前
Let's go! Nice!
Nice!
Nice! ローグラッツ、ローグラッツ、ローグラッツ。それがその、ちょべつ、ちょべつ、なる。降りる、降りる。ショックしかせーの。パンチが止めるわ、それ。大丈夫、大丈夫。やったやった。
Wait, there's no way.
さあ、50? Nice! Let's go!
Wait, even the Japanese players speak like half
Elite
English in
Series
their comments.
Finals here at EWC. Joining me, we got Monster D-Face and Levin 2K, and we just wrapped up game number 1 of the finals. And what incredible stories we already got out of game number 1, Monster.
Can I just
Bro,
say,
Scurry just started sleep, so
a little bit of a letdown. I'm unfortunately sad to say watching our 4 what should be best teams getting dropped so early was definitely a letdown. But other than that, Levin, I'm sure you got a lot to say about EU.
Yeah, no, it was great. I mean, there was a lot of EU teams that did great there. We had a bunch of, we had obviously Lewa popping off towards the end there. We had Goofy popping off towards the end. We had a bunch of teams from different regions having a great time. And the NA players are still eating breakfast at the hotel. I mean, it's fine. It's a great start to the day. Honestly, what a first game that was. Yeah. I was so excited coming into this competition, knowing we were going to have this format where we would eliminate a bunch of the teams who maybe aren't quite up to the stuff, just because it would mean we'd have a 20-team lobby with just the best players in the world. And we truly saw that in this first game.
Swizzy and Pixie grabbing the first victory royale and a handful of eliminations, and they honestly had that in such a commanding lead, taking height around zone 10 and then being able to control it. But we have to talk about that height fight. Levin, Swizzy versus Shark, and that fight for height lasted so long.
I mean, yeah, guys, can you give it up, please?
First game of Riot.
Oh my goodness, Shark and Teeny must have been
Goofy
absolutely
oh my god, I didn't even realize he was a solo, bro.
Want to drop. He just kept going for it, and ultimately, I think that's going to be the 2 teams we see battling on height.
They better win everything on OC when they go back
see how
home.
we are playing this reload format, but again, that win condition taking its toll very early. The fact that a team like Pixie and Swizzy wanted to go ahead and establish themselves as a high ground team here for the evening, I think is a telling time for what's to come. But of course, it's the bigger picture. What's on the line here? AGAL coming up a little bit short, Sky and Scroll falling there. All of a sudden, the narrative for Falcons as well. The huge upset of Peter Boyo not going the distance, right? So things are interesting here, Kelly.
I love that you bring up Sky and Scroll, because we did see Scroll a solo, and that seems to be the story time and time again. We saw it during the group stages, we saw it during the survival stages, but frequently they make it into the end game as a solo player. And if they want to make these points, if they want to make it into the final places, then they're going to have to go into this end game as a whole team.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's funny looking at that leaderboard with Pixie and Swizzy in first place. Obviously,
is he even real or is he
they ended up dropping off, and it still worked out for them. I sort of made a joke in between that. If I'm Vitality, I'm probably thinking, I wish we would have picked those guys to represent us, right? Instead of letting them stick to the Havoc side of things. Either way, they have 2 great duos in there, but Swizzy and Pixie clearly gone under the radar a bit, right? As far as the teams we've been bigging up, hyping up so far today, showcasing why they're 2 of the best players in the world.
And then the audacity to continue to push it and fight it, regardless of what it's going to cost them there in the end. And then Muzz and Sphinx, though, do obviously come out, perform very well, and earning themselves a good amount of points. I think a little bit of a sleeper team. Muzz has been continuously winning, kind of establishing himself. I think the confidence is definitely
there. When are people going to wake up? Muzz and Sphinx has been doing this. Muzz was doing this in the Major 2 as well. He did it at the start of Group A. Muzz and Sphinx have not been laying down easily, man. They want to prove to everyone that they're here at the top, and Muzz as a solo player was absolutely dominating. So that is exactly what I love to see. So speaking of domination, we're talking about the end game, but I do want to talk about our 2 French teams dominating the start of the game. Obviously, Izzy and Nosef and Momsy and Skyjump just had so many good early eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, playing into the crowd, I think
he's unironically
a lot of the time, you don't really know when you're at these lands, like, who are the crowd cheering for? I've seen players that say, I've asked players that, like, when you hear the crowd, like, through your headset, do you ever know what's going on? A lot of times they're like, nah. These 2 French duos, no. When the crowd is loud, it's because of what we are doing in the game right now. And using that in your early aggression, early fights, pushing, not caring. I can't believe we saw Mumsy, Skyjump. They're farming Poyo. Poyo's been like the best player in the world this year. And they're just making him look like a chump.
I want to say one thing. I think they got the land buff going on here.
Like,
you know, it's coming up out of nowhere. I'm like, hey, wait a second. You got to be well-rested, feeling good. That little bit of boost and confidence, knowing that the crowd's got your back, I think is showing here.
And we mentioned them just a little bit earlier, but I do want to speak on again. Lua making it into to second place right there. Lua and Romero have had a great performance all weekend, but to get in game number 1, Monster, and to get second place against the likes of Swizzy and Pixie, that's a pretty big step.
The sleeper team, again, wasn't on my radar in particular, but the group stages, they showed that they could ball.
Lua and Romero are a perfect example of why I've been saying we got to stop calling Brazil a smaller region team. They're not smaller, they're just a region. You know, they're just there. You know what I mean? Like, we can't keep calling these up smaller region when, one, obviously, we know they have so much talent, but now their talent finally showing up on these stages. It's great to see.
Yeah.
All right, 1 game down, and I was going to say 9 more to go, but we actually don't know because this is match point, everyone. We've already seen some high elimination games, but obviously we still got so many more to go. So in these following games, while we're still playing in Elite Stronghold, what do you want to see out of these next few games?
I want to see more in the early game. We didn't see the hot drop, the fast starts that we expected. Remember, it's a race to 350 at the end of the day, so I want to see teams really fight and push to get there.
Yeah, no, honestly, I do want to see a bit of a redemption for some of the top NA teams, especially Rapid and Cold, right? They were a team that in their group absolutely blew the competition away. I want to see them find their footing in this competition and really start to push their way to the top.
Yeah, Cold and Rapid, definitely a high elimination team, having some of the best damage ratios in the world, and representing Twisted Minds. I definitely think we all expected a little bit more of them, but that was just game number 1. A lot of these teams haven't been able to compete against each other in a set lobby, so obviously there's definitely going to be some growing pains, some learning, and with it just being game 1, number 1, Monster, I think there's still so much more to go for NA teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're off to a slow start. The practice games are looking extremely promising, though. I even had, you know, to call go and give shouts to Peter Button Pollo stepping up there. You know, in the I believe the group stage we didn't get those exact warm-up rounds that the players might have been looking for, but I think they're coming in pretty hot. And at the end of the day, hey, it's game 1, water under the bridge, as they say, dirt under the rug. I'm gonna go and do that one. Just kind of toss it in there.
All right, everyone. That was just game number 1. Swizzy Pixie coming out on top. But of course, we still have so many more games to go. Who's going to come out on top? We're going to have to find out right after this.
He's had a really bad
Luty, we are 1 map in. What a start to the day. That was probably
he's always done bad at LAN, so it's kind of hard to like.
Yeah, indeed. For the finals, like for the grand finals, people were getting crazy for every team. I mean, the French audience, it is really something, you know?
Yeah, the French audience is incredible. You guys are amazing, but of course, we also have audience from all over the world. Audience from like Asia, South America. And speaking of South America, speaking of Latam, it is this incredible region. It's Leviathan. They're incredible dragon here. Lucas,
he sent 3 gifts. I didn't get any sound for that. Rich, thank you. Oh my god.
What's the experience been like so far at EWC for you guys for Leviathan?
It's been insane, to be honest. We came here with RQ fans, so overall this crowd is amazing. I love France, so insane.
We'll talk a bit more specifically about Fortnite as well. The boys are on stage. They came second in that last map. Now, how proud are you guys of seeing them perform this well in the final?
Nah, they are really young. I'm really proud. Obviously, it's really hard to play LAN event. So I hope
even before he took his break, like he won FMCS and just like.
If those of you at home have a keen eye as well, you might also remember this face because you actually competed in the Fortnite World Cup all those years ago. How was that experience?
It was really good. I got to coach my player, which was Prisionero back in the day. So hopefully he sees this and he remembers. And we also played against Buga, so hopefully he doesn't win this time.
Okay. If you just before I let you go, if you could say anything, words of encouragement for the boys competing for Lua and Romero right now, what would you say to them?
I think it's all about confidence. I think this crowd will support them, hopefully.
And then played until Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Season 8, that was the last season he played, I think.
On the main stage,
and he did so bad.
Has got so much more Fortnite action to come. So
he didn't make a single grand finals after that.
So much love all across the board. You absolutely love to see it, but one thing
Chapter 2 Season 7, it was like him, Vino,
for sure, Jacob,
and Joe.
is the amount of French love overall. It is just emitting every single time we see either of our French duos on the screen. So obviously, I also want to give a huge shout out to Leo because you know he's been going ballistic all weekend watching Izzy and Nelson, Skyjump and Mumsy, and it's got to be a fantastic sensation understanding being here on site, seeing everyone come together for these moments, and knowing that that was just the first game of many still to come.
Yeah, just kind of Watching him watch the Izzy clutch was absolutely insane. I felt like he felt very similar like I did, and that was just out of breath. Amazed as can be. Can they keep it up, though? That's going to be the biggest question here. Swizzy and Pixie come off a Game 1 victory royale. 78 points throughout the course of that game. Lewan Romero, they were actually tied point for point, and eventually they lost that game. 13 points for the win, 3 for the elimination, went on over the team from Havoc. So it still could be anyone's game. If you look at the leaderboard, it is close as can be as we drop straight in to game 2. Chino is going to be the first one going trap. Han is going to be the one getting the elimination here over towards Elite Armory.
Hey, Sky Scroll, they're not trying to have a similar fate. They want to ensure that they're able to actually duke things out and pull up with a little bit of success here.
We know there's 3 teams here, not really.
They'll definitely be taking their time,
Chino's the only
AGAL, Team Falcons, both just kind of onlookers towards that last lobby. But even if the first game doesn't shake out the way you would have wanted it to go, Sky and Scroll still have ample potential in turning things around at a heartbeat. So just have to wait and see how things continue to develop.
It's so rough every cup,
everywhere else on the map, NA maybe trying to get a little bit more presence in this
winning
early
Vico Mally.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be needed. We had 3 of the North American Central teams go down so early in that last game. But to start this one, I feel like maybe they've turned it around. Peterbot took down Teeny. He respawned. Rapid took down Teeny, kind of keeping him on a little bit of a cycle. But our Game 1 winners now find themselves over towards
so random. Screw it. I mean, Swizzy and Pixie are first right now, so
they have a good loadout to be able to fight back. It's just about if they want to this early.
Actually, no macro.
Hey, I respected those. Z-Dog and Goofy trying to strike while the iron's still hot. We're looking at 2 teams in the side of the top 3 trying to do exactly what Malabuka just accomplished, hoping to secure those eliminations early on. If they can claim all of Chiseled Cubes, it would just give them all the more time to keep looking for those reboot farm opportunities. But Swizzy Pixie, obviously, very similar mindset. They're going to continue to lurk about and not make things easy for Goofy. Spookoon could also potentially start to thwart the game plan. Building up here by Mini Pio.
Was he taking down Mini Pio? No.
Punished. He had no idea what he was walking into.
Yeah, literally dodged, flying out of the sky. Goofy, Z-Dog. He's like, let me go underneath. No, a whole nother team down there as well. As your Miro keeps the hot streak from that last game alive, taking down Malabuka, separated him from Vico. That's their 2nd elimination of this game. And you don't necessarily need to drop 10, 20 eliminations, but you need to keep yourself hyped up and ready to go.
For Lewan Romero, too, you have to remember, they were one of our first 7 teams to actually break through towards the final stage. They've had the past couple of days to just review, gauge what everyone else's success metric is actually looking like.
Goofy taking down Peter.
Still,
we're not watching.
They were
we get a replay.
We might be contesting.
We need a replay of that.
Time, especially after AGAL Sky and Scroll.
Oh my god.
But the Pixie Swizzy problems
like Goofy and Z-Dog are swinging,
stack up here at Chiseled Cubes. And
oh my god.
Taken out, so now Pixie, he's just got to hope that he doesn't meet fate in a similar fashion here. But Goofy, Z-Dog, they fully understand. And we can take out number 1 right now. That's going to cut the door wide open.
Goofy and Z-Dog take down Swizzy and Pixie.
They'll have to wait and see what
happens
next.
The nature of the beast. That
oh
is
my god,
the
they're throwing haymaker shit.
Reload Championship. Chisel Cube just getting more and more active here with Mini Pio and Fukun kind of taking the bottom part, forcing everybody down below. A little bit of distraction definitely helps the case. On the other side of the map, this is still Elite Armory. Sky and Scroll from AGAL trying to go up against Muzz and Sphinx. Again, Muzz and Sphinx, I think they got a top 3 in that last game. And with Muzz by himself, Sphinx has just got eliminated. He needs to buy at least 12 seconds of time.
Sky, popping up
do you realize they do have EWC as a TikTok account? It's like EWC underscore English underscore 2 or EWC underscore EN underscore 2.
Is it really a win?
Or you can watch it here. I am an official coach here,
just touched down, but they are just so far and away from being able to
bro, Z-Dog is crazy sleeves.
Clutches of the lobby essentially every time.
Oh my god, they're so good. Wait, are they gonna make top 5?
For everyone else
are Z-Dog and Goofy gonna
aiming their
top 5?
sights towards looking for those freebie eliminations against a weakened player.
Seeing how they kind of bounce back.
Yeah, they're live right now. I literally didn't even know they had it.
This
like
was what did it. And
oh my god!
Dropped up from above.
Oh my god!
Distracting Goofy for a moment, and they still ended up getting those elimination onto Swizzy and Pixie. Team from Leviathan just trying to base up, get the drop. Mudds is trying to get back in the game. Doesn't really have much for a loadout, especially when you're going up against Sky and Scroll, who pick up their third elimination of the game. And this is just one thing to note. Even though they failed to make it out of their group stage, and they kind of cut it close in their survival stage, this now, when it comes to this week of action, is one of the most practiced teams that we have in this lobby.
Oh my god.
It's just so difficult to actually find that consistency metric, and you wouldn't expect that from a team like Sky and Scroll, who
they have like 5 eels this game.
When it comes to the standard battle royale game mode, but here in Reload, because of how stacked a lot of these endgame lobbies tend to be, because of the fact that we're not seeing elimination or placement points actually factor in until right around that 10th, 11th zone time frame, it is so volatile trying to control that frontside low position that they are notorious for holding down, and it doesn't help when you've got teams like Shark and Teeny, Sky and Scroll also just constantly putting pressure from the high ground.
Yeah, and you can kind of see in the mini-map there, Elite Armory down low towards the bottom. That lone little gray arrow, well, that's Sphinx. You look a bit lower towards the northeast, right kind of next to that green arrow, that's Mud. They're just so far separated as of now. There's going to be almost no chance, or at least relatively soon, for them to get back together. But near them as well is Izzy and Nosif. You can kind of see their loadout right now, really leaning heavy into the Flowberry Fizz. They do have some launch pads towards the back, so they want to make sure they dodge one of the most chaotic portions of the game, so that when they finally make it in towards the zone, it's a little bit safer than what it is right now.
But when everyone's looking up, probably one of the only positives currently is knowing that Swizzy and Pixie are already fully eliminated. So in terms of high ground teams that are going to be prioritized in that position, you're largely just looking at Shark and Teeny and whoever else might decide to throw their names into the hat. Pete and Polio, though, definitely not off to the hot start that probably most would have expected them to have already come across. And even a little reminiscent of past tournament series, right? Where we see Pete going in all out aggression and then getting put down into the dirt. There's a big mental game behind that.
Yeah, especially when you kind of add in this weekend 2 games that they played to start off their group stages. I believe 19
I've only ever had Intel and NVIDIA, so I can't tell you about like
elimination. A very slow start
what's the other
before
thing?
they started
like
to look like
Ryzen
themselves.
and AMD.
Game 1,
CPU
very,
and
very
GPUs,
similar here. Game 2, hopefully they can come back for it. Acorn and Bolts as well. You would think they would have a lot more momentum.
Maybe like
during
in
their qualification process
I-12,
just to make
like
it
in
to
9th
the
gen,
group stages of EWC.
with a
They weren't the most
30-60 or something.
duo that we did have around. They played more towards consistency. They played more
and
towards
like
strategy.
32 gigabytes of RAM.
That they're going to pick that up here.
Would
Just after
probably be
everything
enough.
that we witnessed, Bolts especially getting up to inside of that Major 2 finals here in Reload, you have to imagine that all of that fragger potential, he really starts to come alive when it matters most. And anytime you have players that seemingly get more and more locked in as
the daily go on TikTok for today. I usually hate
even crazier. I just think that they're always going to be dangerous. It's always going to be problematic because you never know when they might just go absolutely crazy with it and just run away with a big placement, big elimination round.
You're kind of seeing more and more teams on the outskirts of the map, kind of holding down those launch pads with eliminations, without eliminations. See Pablo and Goo take that launch pad, just scouting, getting that eagle eye, seeing what teams are nearby, what players, what positions even that we might have to watch out for. Probably spotting out not too much. They're going to go ahead and reassess the situation. 5th zone as of now, and this is exactly why they're doing that. Reboots are going to turn off in that 7th zone, so they don't want to put themselves into too risky of a situation too early on.
And hey, even for Vitality's Pablo and Chino, just drawing things back towards those club championship points, Jacob. Vitality is currently sitting in 3rd place position overall. To ensure that they remain there, a big performance out of Pablo and Chino to really solidify their position and not lose a good chunk of the prize pool money that's at stake here this weekend. There's definitely tons of pressure on their shoulders, and it's a very similar fashion too for Cold and Rapid, because Twisted Minds, if they witness Cold and Rapid come up big time in this tournament series today, that could be a crazy jump up the leaderboard with EWC standings.
huge chance to give back just by winning a tournament. Everyone wins in that situation. Vico, Malabuka, we saw a couple struggles early on in this game going down.
I don't know you could get for
but they picked themselves up, dust themselves off, got right back into position. And that's the thing about the Elite Strongholds map in general, Tacos. There's so many different mountain ranges, so many different edges, so many different elevation changes that you have to be very, very cognizant of where the zone is pulling at any given time. Because if you're finding yourself without a build, getting caught off guard, the elevation changes, I kind of wish you good luck.
Vico and Malabuka, though, seemingly able to avoid a good chunk of those problems.
What's bro saying?
They are rather safe in their current position, but it's all about the next move. Everyone else kind of waiting to see who these last couple of straggler teams are going to be, but it is just never easy to actually cut across and find any kind of distance. Everyone just eventually going to have to get up close and personal, but we do just have the majority of the lobby still standing, even with that 7th zone approaching, and by that point, reboots will turn off, and we'll see whether or not Pete and Pollo are going to be able to start coming online.
Yeah, and I'm just crossing my fingers. I'm looking at that mini-map right now, and I'm crossing my fingers for the entirety of the lobby that we do not go west into typical cubes. That elevation change will be drastic, almost a roller coaster of emotions these teams will be going into. But less than 15 seconds, reboots will turn off, and any chance to respawn back into this game goes right out the window. Kind of seeing where teams are positioned. Decent amount of space between most of them, but where the zone actually is going to be telling all the way towards the north. So Taco, a good chunk of the team's getting a max pool.
Ukun and Minipio, though.
I mean, there's handicap here, so
more favorable spot.
FPS on PC so much better.
They're not going to waste any time, though. They're going to immediately start to make their move.
Like console and the delay.
And Scroll, 3 eliminations still on the board. So they managed to rack up just a little bit to work with here. In comparison to a duo like Lewa and Romero,
third.
Realistically got a very strong loadout for taking out teams that might cross their path. Pete Pollo, a little bit injured, getting very focused.
Yo, please stop looking for shots right now, bro. Your teammate's 1 HP.
Just narrowly escapes them, but then runs straight into where Mini Pia's focus lines are setting up, and just like that, Pete's all by himself.
Yeah, not sure how they got separated in the first place. We saw Pete trying to look over the top, cover fire, but there's just too many players in this lobby to watch them all.
Yes, Sigma.
You're seeing him trying to reconnect, make sure the shot doesn't come through. He's already inside the zone, so that's not necessarily one of his worries about picking up those eliminations, trying to catch up to the point total. Just like Sky and Scroll, 3 eliminations, 9 points up until this stage in the game so far. Definitely a good jump from what they needed. We're talking about Pete, Pollo, Cold, Rapid all going down early. They were another one of the teams that fell relatively early in that last game, and they got a huge points to make up.
But look at how isolated Shark and Teeny currently are from the rest of the lobby. They've managed to avoid practically all of the congestion. They haven't fully committed to all the way going up on elevation, but the way that they're just so tucked and hidden, Jacob, once they utilize this flow barriers and launch pad, they're going to continue to be able to preserve most of their material, but they do need to make sure that they don't get taken out before they actually make that move.
His max potential.
Position looking a little too good. Darm Demon said, hey, we'll take it. Josh Yamzo said, we'll take it as well. Zone is opening up. We got to be careful not to go too far down. It goes right back up the side of the mountain. So if you don't have builds, if you don't have mobility, you might want to second guess positioning yourself there. Sharktini looking out, Cold and Rapid as well. Just trying to get that bird's eye view, figuring out where teams are rotating to before they themselves are forced to shockwave out.
Nothing worse than seeing Muzz get flipped the moment that he tries to head towards that front side of zone. Cold and Rapid, though. Goofy, Z-Dog, other teams that are managing to continue
you might as well sell your PC if you're not going to use it, like, actually.
Even on this ultimate frontside position, Goofy and Z-Dog know that they're eventually going to have to tango with some other contenders here, but Fearbot might be their best opportunity for a little bit of a refresh. He just only has
6 kills
to work with, and poor Overdrive, Janae. That's just not going to be enough. You're going to run out of that so fast as a solo.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the lack of materials. Nice, 500 would might seem like a lot, but as a solo,
EWC.
in a reload, it definitely is not Kanata, Victor V, Shark, Teeny. So many players using their launch pads. As Peterbot actually does find a key elimination on the con. It's only going to be him by himself, so Faded still in this one, trying to keep themselves alive as he shockwaves out. Tries to reposition on the front side of the zone. Taco, 2 medkits, big pots. He has everything he needs to get up to fighting shape.
Hey, as long as he has a chance to actually utilize one of those medkits, we might be looking at a whole different ball game here. But for right now, Shark and Teeny, similar fashion to the last lobby, they're going to head straight towards the high ground.
You can actually find it on TikTok, EWC_EN_2.
Layer. Good connection here is going to help them hold strong, and the RPGs too. Teeny is just closing so many issues for everybody stuck underneath.
Making sure to reconnect, fortify their position up above. Zone is pulling far, so all it takes is one team to look up and start to create some havoc. But Vico, Malabuka have their hands full in that mid layer. Looking to the head side of zone. See Sky, see Scroll, you see so many teams, but they're just trying to formulate the strategy. How do we want to play this? Crash Pad or Shockwave? They choose the first of the two, make their way to the front and reposition themselves again. But look at the distance that Shark and Teeny have built so high in the sky.
And that's the problem for Vico and Malabuka. The moment that they try to navigate towards that front side, they're immediately getting pieced up by height. Teeny, though, losing a good chunk of his HP because Xenox decided he wants to try and take it for himself. The land down under no longer headed straight for the high ground. Yasin and Salvatore going to fall. Vico now left in dire straits here. Malabuka trying to see what he can collect, but Shark and Teeny have managed to push back against Oceana.
Everybody down below is being ripped apart from their duos. We're barely into the top 15. Make it 13 as they're dropping like flies as of now. 12 teams still in the game. Peterbot being one of them. We talked about yesterday the 2 group stages. A slow start to their race, but they are definitely picking up the pace as of now. But he is out of build, almost hoping for a miracle to keep himself alive, but it's not going to be granted.
Instead, all he's going to get is Shark delivering rocket after rocket from the high ground. Malabuka also trying to see if he could conceal his position just a couple seconds longer, but cold and rapid. 4 eliminations already. We know exactly what they're capable of. Now it's just time to deliver. Malabuka needs to connect the shot. Gets one onto Victor B, but it's not the knock. It's not the elimination he needs. Somebody else steals it away instead, and that's going to be AGAL, Sky, and Scroll.
Even Momsy getting an elimination here, but 6 here for Sky and Scroll. AGAL, a slow start to their day. 0 points in game number 1, and they are putting on a show here, just like Cold. 7 HP. We know what this man is capable of in some of the biggest moments in his career, but he's still going up against duo after duo. In fact, he's the only solo left alive.
I just had to mute
Sky and Scroll are not making it easy. They find Cold, and just like that, it'll be the end of the run here for Twisted Mind. But Sky, Scroll, they're not finished. They're continuing to clash. Cammy Hari might just be next, but it's the front side position. Shark and Teeny know it. That's going to be their next plan of attack. Shark's going to begin to descend. He's ready to drop down. Sky has no idea. And just like that, Shark
take down one of the
duos onto Sky. Scroll, what are you going to do?
Stay out of these waters. This is Shark's territory. Now it's a 2v1. Momsy goes down. The aura is real from
the most excitement we've seen all weekend.
And Teeny steal game 2.
Shark and Teeny just are so cool, calm, and collected every step of the way. For a moment, it looked like Zedok and Goofy were going to be able to strip away that high ground advantage, but then they just lose out on the battle entirely. And Shark and Teeny, they just fully understand Elite Stronghold, that we can maintain this elevated position while everyone else is forced to burn through all of their materials underneath us because of these elevation shifts. That just makes it all too easy.
They win, then they don't even care. Look at them.
Yep, 4 victory royales in the group stages for them. They took high ground more times than that. Game 1, they went for it. It didn't work out. Game 2, they go for it again, and they have secured the victory royale, taking out some tough competition all along the way, eventually getting that final elimination onto Momsy, shooting themselves up that leaderboard for sure.
I'm just thinking about those club championship points.
Yeah, no Queasy up on height. It's a little weird, huh?
I believe that they are right around in that side of the top 10. Actually might be even in that 10th place position. And if they were to secure...
That's all I could do. Too happy right now. All right, chat. Surely leaderboard's updated now, right? Let's get more refresh. I think this is correct. We have Sharktini first, Guide Up Mumsy second, Lil Romero third, Hari Kami fourth, Seadog Goopy fifth, Swizzy Pixie sixth, Vico Mally seventh, Skies for eighth, Izzy Nosif ninth, and Josh Yamzo 10th. And Acorn Bolts dead last right now. We dead serious? 3 Elam 9th for Vic and Kanata. It must have been 16th. What's that play from Z-Dog and Goofy, man? Oh, that one hurt. That hurt.
But we've got game 3 soon to come, so make sure that you guys don't go anywhere because we'll be
where's
right
Pete
back.
actually? Let me check for you guys. Pete is in 18th. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Pete is in 18th, chat, if you wanted to know. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. And we got the drop map. Let's bring this up since we're, getting more viewers in. You guys want to see where everybody's landing. Things are shaking up. Wow.
Track your score with live results tables. Predict the tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Well, it's not going to Slurp Rush yet, but this is the Slurp Rush map. But I was going to look at that in between the break.
Okay, it's the end of the game now. We're just gonna play it safe.
But wait, there's so much loot over there.
Do not go for it.
They probably rotated.
Watch this first win.
Player eliminated.
I think it's 130 each.
What was that?
Sorry, next time I'll be better.
That's okay.
Yes, 130 each.
Next time?
It's a lot of money.
Player eliminated.
It's quite a bit of money.
Okay, stop now. Which ones are...
Even if you get last, you walk away with 5K, so...
Oh.
Respawns no longer available.
Why?
Oh,
and
man,
no facts
we
crashing
are
right
back
now,
at
bro.
it
He's
again.
freaking out.
EWC, you guys got to make some noise for game number 2 out there. What a phenomenal start. But I think the biggest talking point out of that game was Swizzy Pixie, man. They had that early fall, which meant everyone else in the lobby could really start to catch up.
And you know what? They had a lot to live up for. Starting a game off with a win is the way you want to enter into your tournament. But the pressure begins when that leaderboard number starts to add up and you have to continue the momentum. A lot of teams actually stepped up comparatively to their game 1 performances. One that clearly took it a little bit further was Shark and Teeny.
Dude, Shark and Teeny, we saw it back in Group A right there, just right here. They had themselves so many victory royales on the day. What's crazy, remember, we're on match point. Yeah, a team just needs to hit 350 points and then get themselves a victory royale. We've seen them do that already too many times.
I mean, Zeke, are you keeping count? I think I'm at like 5 LAN wins for Shark and Teeny if you count his group stage performances. I mean, clearly they proved something that they're looking to continue that momentum into the finals lobby. I didn't expect it, given this set lobby is, a couple notches above the rest.
Okay, that's match ranking.
They are performing very well. It's looking very good. And then you even have, again, some of those other
teams
now starting to enter into the conversation. Sky and Scroll, a very slow start, if you will. But hey, that game 2 performance, huge end game, is going to be very nice for their overall standing.
Yeah, and remember, we're going to continue to play out the game's match point. It could end, or go as far as 15 games, could end sooner. And don't forget, we're also on Elite Stronghold, right? Eventually, we are going to look to shake up, go to Slurp Rush. There's so many factors at play here.
30 last night.
But guess what? We got to see what else is going around right now at EWC.
Wait, guys, we have sound now?
Well, this is it. Game number 3 coming up. Unfortunately for the moment, you just got me. As you just saw Monster on the screen, he's going to be coming up very shortly. But how incredible with those first 2 games. So many surprises here for the finals of the Esports World Cup Fortnite Reload Championship. Shark and Teeny leading the way currently with 117 total points. Not a great start for NA. I'll talk to Monster about that when he comes up.
Yeah, audio for it. Nice.
But my goodness. Shark and Teeny, what a performance in that last game. Picking up the victory royale. Sky and Scroll getting back in the mix as well. Skyjump and Momsy making it really far into that end game as well. And it all comes down to this. The final day.
They know when to take it. Yeah, they do.
When will it end?
Definitely
Who will take it?
Oh, I'm so hungry.
At the end of the day, Swizzy and Pixie, the guys just broke down. Already. Not the greatest start to that last match from those guys. Nice to see Cold and Rapid actually making it into that end game there as well.
Oh, also.
And they needed a little bit of a solo clutch from Peterbot to get some points on the board as well after a very slow start. Miniminer and now finally Monster D-Face here casting the next 2 games for you guys. I wanted to mention Monster with NA.
Always watch the VOD.
Not really looking too hot right now. I'm looking on down the leaderboard. Josh and Eoms, though, the highest place in NA team in 10th right now. What's going on?
Well, I appreciate you giving me a second to run up here. I'm slightly out of breath. I need you to give our NA teams a second as well, because they have been off to the slowest of starts. I mean, I was just on the stage with the interview. I was able to look over to my right and see Peterbot and Boyo, and they are looking pretty down and out. Not gonna lie.
Really? Sure.
Their energy right now, you can just tell they are frustrated with that game 1 performance. I think game 2 was a little bit better, but Peterbot had the solo clutch.
Boyo went down.
Is he going after Boyo?
We spoke about it at the beginning of the day, where it was like he wanted to see Peterbot actually stepping up to the plate. We saw at the summit Boyo getting so many of those solo clutches. Need to see more from that duo. A lot of people would have said that is the other team to beat. Of course, one of them, Sky and Shark and Teeny, fighting up against Rapid right now. It's a big battle up here.
No Shark in that.
Unfortunately here, Shark does go down for them. So Rapid and Cold win out this fight. Nicer game from them, that last one. They actually made it into that end game. Much more of a solid performance. And I think we expect big things based on their group's domination.
Yeah, that last game was a full circle moment as well, because in game 1, it was Muzz and Sphinx that took them down, but they repaid them back in that end game there. So back and forth action happening. Ultimately, though, you can see Teeny and Shark's gameplay continuing to just be a sound, almost foolproof strategy, even here. Not opting in to take a fight unnecessarily unless they have the advantage, that SMG not being the best to engage with at range. But it's just popping a few times, just let them know, hey, I'm here, you go that way, I got this.
Yeah, not a problem there. And the thing about Shark and Teeny is, even if one of them does go down early, they have that ability just to recover their game really effectively. Liwa Romero, what a start that these guys have, particularly in that very first game. Expecting big things from them. What a performance in groups. Unfortunately for them here, they are going to go down.
Not allowed,
that's
not
a team
yet.
that have shown they can win as well.
They're outside.
Again, match point format. If you don't know how it works,
rapid landing.
350 points you have to reach, and then the very next game you can win, or have to win, and then the tournament will end. So I think it almost makes it important for the teams that maybe you don't expect to win the whole thing to actually have a strong start as well. Because if you're one of the teams that maybe you be happy with the top 10.
Yeah.
You've got to have a good start because you don't know where the tournament's going to end. You can't grow into the tournament like we've seen some other teams doing. So getting a strong start is super important here.
Yeah, I think Cold and Rapid kind of labeled it best. We already knew that they were a team that can play very aggressively to earn their way to the 350-point range. However, playing for a win is not typical in their play style.
No, wow, so not dead yet.
But what they had mentioned was
they're
going to stick to their normal stuff, stay consistent, play well, then go all in for high ground. We're seeing a much different kind of approach here, though. For Shark and Team, it's almost like, hey, we want to win everything, which I think is really important, too, because it almost makes it feel demoralizing to the rest of the lobby. Because, as you know, clearly, win is going to give you the most points anyways, just in general, right? So there's no reason to kind of beat around the opportunity. You kind of just want to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, if I was one of the players in the lobby, I'd be sick and tired of seeing these guys' faces and the big screens at the back there. They keep winning games non-stop.
You guys want to watch full screen?
Look how close this was right here. So Kanata just rebooted in. Victor V was up top, but Shark comes, catches Kanata off the fresh reboot. That could have went absolutely south for Victor and Kanata, who earned 0 points game number 1, 30 in the last round. So sort of closing the gap, but nearly getting left behind.
Again, they need to wake up. They need to pick things up here. for the beginning, as you set to see the leaderboard on the right-hand side of the screen. Lots of
fighting
teams that still need to have a bit more of a comeback.
Everybody asking me
in
to see
this
him
game.
now.
Bolts and Acorn there, Pollo, Peterbot, Salvatore,
No, I
Yassin,
appreciate that,
Pablo
bro, for
Chino,
real.
Victor V, Canada, the bottom 5 currently.
I actually appreciate that.
Not down and out yet, of course, but you want to make the
This
most
stuff
of all
means
the
a lot
games
more
that
to
you
me,
can
you guys
here.
think.
Peterbot and Pollo. Want to see them in this end game. Want to see them as a
I just
duo
want to make
as
a
well.
place where we can all
They're a team that we know can win. We
just
saw
watch
it in the
some Fortnite.
groups. And the sort of team that
Good
can
time,
just
bro.
run away with it. But remember, even in the
Mythic
groups,
Drum
it
is
took them a little
crazy,
while
by
to
the
get
way.
going. They
Tyler,
won that
thank you
last
for the
game
follow,
of
bro.
Elite Stronghold. Then they went into Slurp Rush, won the first game of that. And then they finally
it's
got
like
into
back in
second and
peace.
third and fourth gear
Thank
as
you for
they
the follow.
got towards the
I'll leave that
midpoint of the
first
tournament.
part.
We might only have 7,
Yeah, with the
8
fall,
games
too, jeez.
today. So you
You
can't
got a
take
fall
that
train
long.
right now?
Yeah, it's a great observation. Peterbot and Pollo definitely
leaders with the
performed
fall.
much,
God
much better on the next map. They didn't actually start the tournament hot off either during their group stage. They had, in fact, a fairly bad performance for the first 2 or 3 games, sort of figuring it out towards the later half of the Elite Stronghold map, but it was the Slurp Rush that they really began
you're right,
to take
Z-Song.
off.
You're right.
Now, let's be honest though, so did
Probably,
Shark and
it's
Team.
probably a next
That
weekend
was
thing.
their back half of the tournament. In fact, they outpaced them by
Goofy
a
and
fair
Z-Dog
amount.
out.
Sky and Scroll have a lot to prove though.
Oh
They
my
were sent
God.
down to that survival stage, really just barely inching their way out. It was quite the nail biter at the end though. Sky
I
and Scroll
shaved too,
did
wouldn't be
in
that
fact
bad,
turn
but I
up
just
all the way. Look at this
have
though,
not had a lot
Shark
of time
versus
this
Kanata
week.
and Victor V. This is a big fight here. It's always a problem
It's
when
all
it's
good,
a
though.
2-on-2 because you can see yourself potentially sent back to the lobby permanently.
Okay, wait, Kanata fighting back.
A huge shot from
And
Kanata. Okay, both
he's stuck
sides
in the corner,
exchange here.
never mind.
It's Shark who gets the siphon though. That's going to be a changer for this entire engagement. Had it been the other way, this probably wouldn't have actually been a good thing for Teeny to push, but Teeny's feeling confident. He pushes out. Victor gets out of there. That could have gone
That's
south.
good, Nate.
Yeah, definitely could have.
That's
This
good,
is the last team you want to be fighting here early game, particularly when you're in the bottom half
I'm
of the
either
leaderboard
way.
like Victor
I literally
and
set an
Canada
alarm for
are.
5 a.m.
Important to
Sleep
see
at like 9:30
what
last
that
night.
team can do. We saw some really nice solo clutching from Victor V the other day, so I want to see that again. I want to see that reflected here in the
Come on,
finals
Jax,
because
go
it
ahead,
is just
bro.
that different level of pressure.
And I think it's a newfound confidence as well.
Yep.
You need to have those moments. Players like Victor V and Kanata need those clutch moments on LAN just to change their mentality, just to prove to themselves, hey, what we're doing
literally woke up
over
at
on
5, just
NA
rolled out of
online
bed,
in those types of lobbies
brushed my
is
teeth, fixed
working,
my hair,
but
and we're here
translating
now.
it into in-person is definitely a whole different skill set. We've seen a whole newfound confidence even from players like Faded and Khan.
Yep.
They have had a
Probably gonna
relatively
take a
great
nap later.
overall consistent week so far.
Maybe.
Here
And go
today,
work tonight,
already
and
at
back
0
tomorrow.
though, not
Playing
quite
chat.
having the fast start, and you know it is a little
So
bit of a
it's 1 p.m.
surprise to me.
for
I
wish it
thought
was-
we would see more teams doing that,
wish
kind
it's
of
later.
just drop immediately, take that initial whatever bus path it
Yeah,
is,
at least I'm not
fight.
facts.
But it's not exactly
You gotta
going
get
that
that.
way.
Well, that's
What?
the thing, it's finals, you know, and this is what I was saying at the beginning of the show when we were sort of
game started
outside.
at
that
3 a.m.
I feel like the pace of the lobby will play differently. We saw a lot of eliminations early game. We saw
Dedication
lots of
is
action.
dedication.
But this is a whole new level of risk, and like I mentioned earlier,
I mean, there's people on TikTok that
you
want
need
to
to have a
watch.
good start. And if you're taking
lot of
those
people
risks
watch
early
me.
on,
Screw
you're
it,
not
bro.
setting yourself up to even have a good performance, let alone actually win the whole thing. Because yeah,
Shark's
maybe
saying
Shark
way
and
too
Teeny
much.
run away with it now. They
If
win
he
in
knows
game
nothing
7.
about
If
Fortnite,
you had a
he
slow
might be right,
start,
though.
it's an absolute disaster.
Big full elimination for Goofy and Z-Dog.
Who is
OCE
winning
was
right
in
now?
5th place
Shark and
coming
Teeny.
into
Shark and
this
Teeny are
one.
first
They
right
were
now.
holding kind of strong and steady, but they are going to be the
Still covering
first
the leader.
team to get fully eliminated now. Goofy and Z-Dog, the singular representation here on the finals lobby. Almost had the Oakley Spooks arrival, survival, call it what you will. They played very well. They came so close, but
He's
now it's all
studying
up
in
to
his
Goofy and
PY
Z-Dog.
pulls
This is
on
the
chat. Isn't
best
that
we've ever
very-
seen, actually, OCE off as far as a start
that
to
very
a tournament.
fitting?
I don't think they've ever held 5th place this kind of early, so you really got to respect their ability to perform right now.
Unfortunately, they're out of this game, so everyone else is going to be catching up, overtaking.
take Shark, let's be
So
real.
that's really where they get to test their
Not a
mettle,
lot of
test the
people,
wits
guys.
about them,
Not a
see
lot
what
of
they've
people.
got. Whilst they're watching on from the sidelines. Peterbot
Let's say
Boyer, though,
Pete
second
Boyer,
nice
but they're
position
pissing
right
the bed
here.
right now,
Top tier
so.
trading towards the north side of the zone right here. The only POI, at least half of it, is going to be in this next zone.
Shark and Teeny really
So,
might.
they're
They're
just
probably
looking
just
to
gonna win, bro.
wreak havoc with that mammoth. We saw Peterbot doing it so much in the group
Many people taking out Salva.
that he was playing in, of course, group number number 1. And with that mythic shotgun as well, that is one of those shotguns that you can just get right in the face. And it's so good from close range. He's almost got the perfect loadout right there, especially for his playstyle. I mean, Romero and Liwa lots of expectations based on how well they did in the actual groups. But surely coming into the event, the pressure must have been off. So it's nice to see them stepping up to the plate here.
Yeah, I think if anything, they performed so well, they might have actually shook all the nerves off.
Yeah.
Because they have continued to remain consistent.
Storm here.
EDPO also, talk about pressure for all of these teams here. Salvatore Yasin has Middle Eastern obviously on their back. You have the Japan region on Mini Pollo's kind of side there. So really fun to see Fukun and Mini Pollo continue to kind of step up here.
They always say all the like.
So far, so good. The zone
new layout.
Now pulling far towards the east here.
I think if I just full screen it like how I do on Purple app, like they just think I'm.
See how things are looking.
Trying to like steal the content or whatever.
Playing Storm than we saw in that previous game.
I haven't gotten a restriction yet, so.
Seems like teams are wanting to have a solid start, stay inside of the zone, not take too many risks.
We're gonna try this.
But now we're sort of getting a bit more
risky.
Lovely from Romero and Liwa, showing that chemistry right there. They're closing in on Yasin. They're going to take this duo out if they can, as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Yasin is inside of the box. Salvatore and Yasin are out. That's Liwa and Romero that do it. And for a team that had such a good qualification into this final, unfortunately, it's not been the dream start to finals.
I was thinking 2 gigs, but then I saw like Derek Hahn, so I was like, oh no, it might be Raps, but
it's safe because normally you don't get into these types of all-in clashes like you just saw there. But when you get 3-2-1, and you're kind of greedy on the HP pool, right? You're running around all weekend like that.
Yeah,
that can be a big problem. As you can see right there, same thing. Lua might get a taste of his own medicine now. Chino and Pablo and Gu. Fortunately for Lua, didn't have Madness, but there's another team down there. It's Momsy and Skyjump. They have been playing so aggressively. It has been working out very well. Romero somehow manages to escape the grips of that duo there. So he'll be alive. His teammate will be able to get in here. Only 30 seconds remaining, but obviously
you're on the West Coast.
To get back in the game.
Yep. More than happy with that. For that team, Momsy Skyjump though,
yeah,
they're a team that have the French fans on their side. Really happy to see actually both of our French teams qualifying through into the finals. Lots of fans for both of these teams, and whenever they're on the screen, whenever they're picking up on a limb, there's always that hype, there's always that energy that you can feel in the crowd right here. There goes Dom though.
He's trying to get
down and out. Demus just have to solo clutch for now.
Came with the fall too.
His reboots are about to end. That's a horrible time for Dom to go down. Shark and Teeny are going to be licking their lips.
Look at the price right
all
now.
Of this loot. Unfortunately for them, the zone does pull quite far, so they're not able just to sit on that
nice
loot
chat.
and enjoy it and invest a lot of those materials that they could build up into a massive base. But again, I like this position from them. I like where they're at. They're not on the same side of zone as the majority of everyone else. Shows they have brains as well as skill.
Yeah, they have an incredible setup there. A huge metal ramp just to look over. Not even protecting their backside because the way the zone played out. And then they go into that fight and end up obviously being successful with it. That's a great way to kind of
play the reload cash up. Is that today?
Oh. Darm did get
is that the no-build one? If it's no-build,
game though there, so he's not completely out. I was curious to see if the timer was going to be enough, so he does manage to get back into the game, rebooted.
That's all sticking gags, but not kind of
use their extra shockwaves though to make it on over now, and they're already starting to position up for some eyes in the sky here. But first, they're going to have to get through Peterbot and Boya, who's holding the opposite side. Sky and Scroll on the other side. How are they faring here? Plenty of duels all around them, but it's looking pretty decent.
Let me hit track.
Sky and Scroll, we talked about it all week. AGAL watching on, the club championship at stake. Huge moments for them.
Your real victory cup is on Monday. We will be playing.
Be setting up for another victory royale right here. You cannot put it past them. They're the sort of team that can take this tournament. And
actually, Momsy has the exotic
just that
shockwave launcher.
But who's going to play spoiler?
This could cause some
be the team
crazy
that's
stuff
really going to take the whole event and really surprise us. There's always one. Swizzy and Pixie, great start to the day. Unfortunately, the second game was an absolute
disaster. I don't even know.
Nice to see them in this end game. There's still no placement points, only one elimination point for this team. As Khan looking to try and continue a lot of that momentum they got as well from yesterday. Taking down Eom's,
I want you to know,
as well, so that's that
Pixie has actually been like, has low-key been carrying so far, not kidding.
Eliminated just under Swizzy and Pixie's sights there. The pressure was too much to deal with. Shark and Teeny have effectively taken the high ground. Muzz is playing second height off to the side there.
In
Salvatore Yasin, Goofy Z-Dog, Josh Yamza,
I got top 300 in the Soul Victory Cup opens.
Out of the tournament here, placement points will start being rewarded here after the next team starts to fall. overall now. So this is the critical part of the end game. Mini PO
If I have to
RPG
stop
into a
playing
catch,
essentially for
almost
like
gets full
4
box
months,
there
I would just
by
play so
Vico.
much better.
Gotta love that play. Legendary RPG with 8 rockets is
He's a real
nothing to
person to
scoff
win
at.
these.
That is quite the loadout.
He's a real person.
Definitely, and it's a nice opportunity for them just to clear out a lot of those low ground layers. We've seen these guys playing in this sort of section of the lobby as well. They can play high. They
Vico
can
going
take
down
high.
to
Vico down though. There in the
pick
feet
is
to none of the
looking
Demons.
terrible.
And Malibuca's in trouble as well, trying to escape. Only 49 HP, having to invest a lot of those materials
barely
to try and
hanging
stay
on.
alive. Tries to find an opportunity to pop the big pop, but not going to get one for the time being. Now has the Storm to deal with as well. It's not just other players, it's the Storm, and now he's dwindling in terms of that white HP as well. Plenty
Such
of
an
builds
interesting way to
for
shot, right?
Malibuca to actually make his way into the zone, but he needs to try and find some of that Cypher. No white HP effectively on Malibuca. Just needs to try and find one big shot, one opportunity to stay in this game, because remember, no placement points, no points at all for that team yet.
Yeah, definitely. The Mets, though, on Malibuca to move right there. Definitely impressive to say the least. Meanwhile, Romero is trying to stay alive here and earn as much more that he can by himself. Izzy and Nosif, though. Francis on their back. A big pop from the crowd as they see their favorites going for height. The Izzy buff is real. Meanwhile, Sky and Scroll, AGAL, a lot riding on the line here. Millions of dollars separate them on the club championship leaderboard. This can go any way. Sky Scroll, though, still 0 elims. Nothing earned just yet. Finally, 16 positioning points starting to come in here. Peterbot Pollo, what's the loadout looking like? Still plenty to work with. Good amount of mats. They're at second layer as well. They're thinking about it.
And crucially here, they're together as a duo in the end game, hoping that they can keep that going throughout the rest of this game as well. Lots of chance for Izzy and Nosif in the crowd right here. Peterbot gets surprised, left his wall open for a little bit too long right there, as Malibuca is the one that goes down there in the feed as well. So Vico Malibuca, I don't think got any points out of that game. Shark and Tini, though, had to get relegated down towards that low ground. Izzy and Nosif took it off them, but these are the guys that can really make those high ground plays at the most efficient times. They're waiting in the wings. They're waiting for their opportunity to pounce. And for Shark and Tini, they know when to do it.
Yeah, definitely, but you can't make any mistakes now. You see, you're gonna get punished if you drop the ball here and now. Team still alive. Shark, Tini, Sky Jump, Mumsy, Izzy, and Nosif on high ground. Swizzy and Pixie are still in this game too, so the points are adding up here. Sky and Scroll working their way through the layers now. Bolts is gonna fall to Pablo Wingu there. Sky and Scroll,
takes down Pixie.
no eliminations here this late in the game. Pollo takes down Pixie. That's a big as well.
Skull getting dropped down.
Big scrappy fight though. Sky gets caught there by Acorn, caught in between the crossfire. Cold and Rapid 2 are at 4 eliminations now.
Cold and Rapid need a huge game. That's how it's done. Catching Sky off guard right there on the low ground. Cold and Rapid, they're looking to prove that they can win games, to silence the doubters. And to keep plowing through this lobby. Peterbot drops in the box as well, trying to find a shot. Doesn't quite get the elimination. Still full HP though, gets back towards Poya, who does actually pick up Fukun. And now these guys are keeping on going.
That's the biggest and most important elimination they could have gotten.
So
that's the refresh that Peterbot and Poyo needed to get back in the game. But now you have a problem. The problem is Shark and Tini are comfortable. Skyjump and Mumsy also have their refresher. And Peterbot and Poyo didn't get enough material from that. So they're going to be likely forced into the low ground. Pollo kind of leading the charge here. Peterbot playing Fragger right now. Izzy and Nosif playing the anti. You cannot take my high ground strategy. Victor V cannot in the low ground. Rapids down to a single shot. Victor goes in for it. A huge elimination now for Victor and Kanata. This is going to end up being a clash now for Momsy. Skyjump into Peterbot and Pollo.
It's Peterbot and Pollo trying to play those mid-ground layers as well, trying to get as many of those elims as possible, make the most of this game. Shark and Tini still in this lobby as well, a little bit timid compared to everyone else. And Peterbot takes down Peterbot. 2 Titans going head to head, and Shark comes out on top right there. They just can't get that refresh. Material starting to dwindle. Players coming on down. Momsy crashing into the top of the box of Tini and Shark, but look who's still up on high. It is Izzy, it is Nosif. They're miles above the rest of the lobby, not even giving Tini and Shark an opportunity to look up. But Shark and Tini, they're looking, they're assessing, they're looking to see what they can do next. They're dropping on down, tumbling on through. Huge shot right there. Nosif goes down though. Izzy has to stay alive.
No,
this is crazy. Shark is still in it though. He ends up falling. It's up to Tini. Tini's on the siphon, but it's not going to be enough.
Izzy
is even surprised himself. He couldn't believe he managed manages to stay alive there. In the end, what a fight.
What a fight, and what a well-played high play from these guys. They played it so much higher up in the rest of the lobby. Nobody else had launch pads at that stage of the game. Nobody else could have the time to actually overdrive grenade up with the fizz. And the crowd are incredibly happy about that one. We've seen them in these end games. We haven't seen them win yet today. We've seen that they can overall.
There's a lot of competition.
We've seen that Izzy has what it takes. He didn't have to do much in that end game.
Shark
He was just
having
off, which was a
good
nice
game.
strategy. Nosif went down.
His lead's getting extended quite a bit.
I gotta say, Shark and Teeny refused to go down. They were
GB, they can play 15 games max today, but you need to get 350 points, and then after you get 350 points, you need to win.
Down here, take this fight. And in the end, they actually win the clash, even with the high ground team starting to run out of material there. It could have really gone either way.
See what I'm doing? They had a good game there.
A little bit early, and
they shouldn't be bottom 10 anymore, maybe.
But either way,
it's not looking like Pete Boyle yet.
Jump up, even for Kanata and Victor V. They started that game with 30 points. You want these end games. If you're Peter Bot,
he still has a chance. Definitely not over. Not until it's not over until a team wins. JB,
the confidence, the momentum mentally as well. As we take a look at some of the highlights from that game, what I really liked and what I think is really impressive here from Teeny and Shark in particular is that they didn't necessarily force the height. You see Izzy actually shockwave or overdrive all the way over to that POI. No doubt he was looking for some white heels at some point there. But
wait, Izzy got
Teeny, they understand they don't need
Izzy
to win every single game. They don't need to risk playing high every single game. They saw that Izzy and Nosif playing it.
But that's the craziest exotic in the game.
And these guys just want to get to 350.
How does scoring work? I think it's a regular reload scoring format, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's the regular reload scoring format. And 3 points for Elon. Because you guys can't see that right now. But, chat, after game 3 at 7:20 in the morning. I'm going to refresh one more time, actually, just to make sure. Okay. Shark Teeny first, Guy to Bumsy. Izzy Nosif, Swizzy Pixie, Lou Romero, Hari Gami, Con Faded, Cold Rapid, Goofy Z-Dog, Sky, and Scroll. $7 a.m. 4 day, bro. I'm too addicted to this shit. Izzy Nosif's team, that's one. Okay, well, it's close right now.
Standing by with Zeke and Luton.
Guys, first off, EWC make some noise! Oh my
I mean, Puyo's trying to get kills. One of them's trying to get kills on spawn.
Show it's just like in this moment to get a victory royale.
It's just hard. This lobby's like the best lobby in the weekend.
Bah franchement, ça nous met bien dans le classement, plus que motivé et puis.
How many points does Peter have?
We just say focus, we are more than motivated, and of course, it put us so up on the ranking, so
54?
it just motivates us more and more.
54?
It's a good way to start.
How does it feel like in that moment when you get that win and you can just hear the crowd, all the French fans going crazy? Are you using that as fuel, as motivation?
Toujours un peu la même chose, c'est quoi le ressenti? Parce que quand tu gagnes une game d'habitude aussi importante, ça crée quelque chose, mais le fait d'entendre que l'intégralité du public est avec vous, c'est quoi comme... Comment tu le vis à ce moment-là?
Bah,
link in bio.
Plaisir, hein. Je suis content quoi.
On screen.
But, I mean, I'm really happy about it.
JustJxlian on all platforms.
It makes me feel really, really good, but still focus.
How do you stay focused in this? Because man, I can't
you can see if you have a free
the lights are bright,
Prime
the
sub
crowd
available
is
to use on a purple
loud.
app.
There's so many incredible other duos you're fighting against, but
Amazon
you guys
connected
seem
to your
so
purple
unaffected.
app
You're so
account.
locked in.
Comment est-ce que vous arrivez à rester aussi locked in, à rester aussi focus alors qu'il y a les lights, il y a la stage, il y a les gens, et puis surtout, il y a 19 duos contre vous, c'est pas n'importe qui.
Bah, on a un objectif et on garde la tête haute et puis on essaie de jouer le mieux possible comme on... Voilà.
Every game, we are like one objective is make the best game we can. We just keep it like, we keep our confidence for us. We stay straight. We don't care who is in front of us. We just try to play our best games each game.
Chill, Darb.
And now, finally, what would you both say to the fans? Because, I mean, you can see
They're
there's a group
kids.
literally
There's
just
kids.
right here that's going crazy for you. You've got all these fans out here that are going crazy for you. What would you each say to them?
Bah, merci d'être là et continuez à nous encourager. Hein.
He says thank you for being there and continue to cheer for us. Do you think, guys, you can do it? Vous pensez que vous pouvez y arriver?
Vous pensez que vous pouvez y arriver?
Tu penses que tu peux y arriver?
What's the gap? It's like 30 points gaps. It's not that big.
You think you can do it? He's like, yes, I think so.
I love
We're
that.
all
Well,
comedians
one
that
more
think like
time. EWC, make some noise for Izzy and Nelson!
Du bruit pour la team Arcade. Good luck, guys, on the next games.
Gosh, shout Izzy Nosif, bro. They really just came out of nowhere this year.
Hello,
We
everyone.
have
We've got
Frantic here.
a legend of the scene. Frantic, first and foremost, you've been to events before. You've been, obviously in the stands, a spectator. You've been on the stage yourself before, too. Give me a little read on, kind of how the vibes here are at EWC.
I mean, the atmosphere here is crazy. It's super fun to be here. I love seeing everyone compete and everyone cheer on their favorite teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to talk about favorite teams? Listen, we know that you've got a favorite.
I was waiting for the comments, bro.
Cold.
I was waiting for the
I need
comments.
Coach Fran here to help out Cold and Rapid. What have you been seeing so far that
Dar,
they need
what
to
we
improve
saying, bro?
on, or what do you think they need to keep doing?
I mean, we're having a little bit of a slow start right now, but I'm not worried at all. I think they have great chemistry, as we saw in Group B.
It's like, yeah, she's obviously
they play
here for Cold.
amazing, super consistent. Cold's the best fragger, so as soon as he gets warmed up, I have no worries about it.
You girlfriend Glaze.
And listen, Cold is always super stoic. We can never get a read on that guy. But surely you've got a read on him, right? You see him behind the scenes and everything like that. Leading up to an event like this, what's Cold kind of like? What's the preparation look
I mean,
like?
they're still kids, bro. I mean, like, most of them probably don't work out like that. I think Nosif looks fine.
Stoic, but a little bit more
Maybe,
energy
like,
than you guys maybe
they're all
see
kids,
on
bro.
stage.
I don't care that much. I'm 24.
He's passionate for sure. He's very
I'm not
competitive.
24. I'm 25.
Okay, good to hear. Well, friend, listen, I want to go ahead and give you the floor. Obviously, you
I
have
gotta
a
make
ton of supporters at home. You've got some
Filters
friends
looks.
watching as well, like Fax. Go ahead, give a shout out to anybody that you want.
Yeah, just want to say shout out Faxity. Maybe one day you'll make it on the broadcast. I did it before you, but other than that, yeah, Team Cold. He's the best to ever do it, and I'm super happy to be here and watch.
Frantic, rooting for Twisted Minds. I'm rooting for Twisted Minds. Good luck, guys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in
Maybe one day you'll make it on the broadcast.
12 hours a day. It's time your
That
chair
is
evolved.
disrespectful.
This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Go.
Workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah, we need a new gaming chair. I have a new gaming chair. We just need a new chair. Shit is in shambles.
Tyler 1, you're done.
Nope.
The French buff is definitely hitting here in match point finals as Izzy and Nosif come out with the victory royale. But I mean, Aurora has been so consistent now. I can't wait to see what they're going to be at when we look at the overall 11. Kelly, Vivid, the 7WG here back with you guys. For the longest time during that match, we were talking about how contested was that high ground, Vivid. At the end of the day, it ended up being Izzy and Nosif getting the high ground and getting that victory royale.
Yeah, it was super kind of hard, actually, that game. I feel like to keep track of everything that was kind of going on. Obviously, we were watching the battle for the high ground. We saw some fights going on in the low ground. And then amongst all of the chaos, we finally tune over to a POV. And I'm like, wait, Shark and TD are alive still in this game? I mean, oh my God.
That's cool.
Those guys just cannot be stopped right now. They're so consistent.
What can I say, man? Look, we're about 3 games in. They're almost
6
halfway
minutes?
the
Yeah,
way
6 minutes
to
is
match
kinda long.
point.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, look, we all want to see a fun contest, a fun competition with a bunch of people in it. But if they keep playing like this, they're going to have a couple games to try and, hit the match point win at this rate. So someone's got to start to pick up the pace and get to their level here.
You say fun game, fun contest. Well, the most fun for me that I had was seeing all
was
the
gonna try
NA
and
teams
wait till
make
the
it to
break,
the very
but
end
it's
right
way
there.
too
The first
late,
2
but
games
I'm not
had a
gonna do
little
it
bit of
now,
a
it's
rough
gonna take me
start
too
for
long.
them. But we have the likes of Cold, we have the likes of Peterbot and Pollo. But of course, it did come down to the 2 EU teams in the final moments there. But Pollo, even here as a solo clutch, we had Kanata and Victor V make it into the end. Finally, our NA team starting to stand up, but they're going to have to do a lot more if they're going to be competing against
I don't think it's going to go to. I
counterparts.
think it's going to go to
Especially when
game
we're looking at what
15.
Falcons has been able to do so far today. We
Also
finally
getting
got a bit of a
Max
bounce
gonna
back
go to,
from
like,
their
game 10.
11 from Falcons with everything going on with the club championship. And actually
actually
going back
cooking.
to what you were
Izzy
saying
just
in
shocked me
regards
off.
to
Everybody else
them
died.
being able to just pass the halfway mark of that match point threshold for Shark and Tini. I did get a chance to talk to them earlier in the day. They said 9 games. So if they continue to perform like this, I think they're going to just blow that out of the water.
I believe them. I mean, it's funny because, you see the conversation around them not being too reactive.
I mean, Darby's different. If he just like streams and plays Fortnite, and he's like decent at the game. That's one thing, right?
It's just easy. You know,
these kids play competitive. They play for like hours and hours.
Because they're just doing what they have done all year long in Reload.
All right, so Shark and Teeny currently have 188 points, which, if I'm not mistaken, is halfway to 350. And with a victory royale right there, are we about to get a 6-game match point? That can't be right. That's not going to happen. Obviously, people are going to be standing up to Shark and Teeny,
but a team needs to get 350 points, and then win the next game after that.
Absolutely insane.
So this might not. I think it's going to go to like game 10 again.
Story for the Paris crowd. Skyjump, Mumsy, Izzy, Nosif. Both those French duos just putting on a show for us here, Viv. It's look, guys. After that Izzy and Nosif win, I looked straight at Vivid. I was like, "Are we gonna get some, more reactions from you here in the crowd soon?"
Another jersey coming?
Yeah.
Listen, I would love to kind of do some more antics, but Izzy and Nosif, they got to work their way up to first place, and then maybe we'll get me a little bit excited. To get me even more excited would be NA showing up in this top 10. I mean, Cold and Rappin are sneaking up there, but outside of them, man, look at all these NA teams on the second page. Acorn and Bolt all the way at the bottom. I don't know if we've ever seen that before. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo expected to be going head-to-head with Shark and Teeny. Nowhere to be seen. I mean, Muzz and Sphinx, they started the first game a little bit well, but they're still doing bad. And then JustJxlian also on the second page.
I think that goes to speak on just how maybe underprepared teams were going from the Major 2 finals into the Reload Elite Series. What a switch up to go from Battle Royale to the Reload. And I think that a lot of our top teams like Acorn and Bolts, Peterbot and Pollo, and even some EU teams in other regions as well, just haven't been able to transition into that, not Battle Royale, but Reload mode. And I think having these non-set or these set lobbies that they're not used to is also throwing people for a loop.
Like Pete and Pollo have millions.
The reality is, especially in the case of Peterbot and Pollo, we talked about a lot at the start of the day. The club championship is on the line.
Tommy does.
Right? If these guys don't start to pick up the pace, the Falcons manager might just come.
These kids are making a lot of money.
The backside, just really.
Like they should care about their health.
But brothers, we gotta speed it up a bit because even though Sky and Scroll games haven't been phenomenal today, they're ahead. They're in a better position to sort of catch up and get involved in that race for match points. So
whatever.
Yeah, Pete and Poyo.
So who cares, bro? There's literally
another
the
team
kids,
that's trying to catch up, especially with what Falcons has been doing, is Vitality with Gino and Pablo Wingu. Right now, they're actually below what Falcons has been able to do. They need to find a way. I'm with you. The coach needs to come over and just be like, wake up, please.
Yeah, we were really excited to watch them today. We actually talked about at the start of the show that they're not really necessarily these W key heavy elimination teams. They're more about going for the passivity, but it seems like you can't really make that decision right now. All the teams that we see at the top are making sure that they grab a handful of eliminations every single time. Whether that's early, mid, or later, that depends on how the player is able to play the meta. But for these teams that are kind of just foregoing the eliminations and just going for placement, they can't do that. They have to make a change.
Well, we've obviously been on a little bit of a judgmental arc here. If we're missing some of the NA teams in the top half, that means some other teams are kind of taking their place, or at least we would expect where they would be. And it's actually some of those smaller region teams. I know I'm kind of breaking your heart right now by calling them a smaller region still. The Brazilian duo, Lua and Romero,
they're literal children. And know some of the people that make fun of these other, like these players are also like
9th place through 3 games. I feel like those performances already, if they can continue on and finish in those places, they would be incredibly happy with that.
Yeah, look, Leo and Romero, I've given them a bunch of love, right? So I'm not going to keep piling on our Brazilian, Argentinian, Brazilian, whatever, we'll figure it out. But in the case of Z-Dog and Goofy, I mean, props to OCE. I think if there's one region that probably gets dunked on the most as far as let's delete a region, just get rid of it. It's probably OCE, right? But these guys are showing, actually, let's hold on a minute. I think people were worried with some of the unfortunate performances from Alex, who's always been the staple. But these guys have stepped into that slot, stepped into that role, and they're looking really good.
And it's not like they're just playing under the
After that, it has been a bit of a slow turn. We've been talking about consistency, and I think today is going to be especially that day that we want to see that consistency.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, when we did see Swizzy and Pixie get that first win of the day, I was like, listen, if Swizzy and Pixie actually go on to win this tournament, I don't really think anybody would be disappointed. Swizzy and Pixie are so good, they can have a very, very good run.
But unfortunately, with a good run, that means that there's the possibility of bad runs as well. Even if you get a win, you could easily get 20th place the next game. But the biggest thing that you cannot do is to let those mentalities get down. You have to stay up. You have to be positive. You have to make sure that you are in this for the win. So to all the teams that might not be at the top of our leaderboard right now, I do not think that they're going to be giving up love. And I think that this is just the start.
A lot of this duo is just wanting to they can get to that match point threshold. 350 points, Shark and Teeny, the consistency is there. Let's see if this is going to continue on to match 4.
It's a great tournament so far.
I think that halfway into the first map, basically, Shark and Teeny have broken closer to 350 points than it would otherwise have taken. They might just crack it before we even leave the Elite Stronghold, which is going to be a big problem.
Defense.
Given that the map after this is usually a little bit more dominant, less RNG favor towards the end game because all that verticality goes out the window.
We played 3 games. We played 3 games and they've already got over halfway. This is really a spectacle so far. Can they keep it up? That's the big storyline. Who's going to play spoiler, if anyone, at this point? Skyjump, Momsy, Nosif, Izzy. Nice to see the French representation up there in the top 3 as well. And who's going to actually have a bit of a comeback? You know, we've seen Bolts and Acorn all the way down at the bottom of the leaderboard. They need to have something happening right now. And I do expect to see a little bit more of this early game of Spawn contention as teams lead to get those eliminations on the board. Peterbot.
He can kill the Momsy too. We're trying to claw back, chat.
That he takes out early game here. Looking to try and take down another one. Salvatore.
Oh my
there we go. That's 3. Keep
That's
it
actually super
going.
Super important for Peterbot. We need these fast elims. He recognizes he's got to turn online. And you know what? More teams should have been doing this. More teams should have been taking those hot drops. We mentioned that in game 1 and 2 that everyone was kind of playing it like a regular BR. Like, oh, this is our drop. We're going to land here together. And it actually caused some players to get eliminated a little bit early. Pablo Wengu gets Iapso there. Nice little kind of turn and burn, but he's got Chino to back him up.
Also, chat, we have you unrestricted, so. Oh my god! We peaked flying. Live on Purple app.
Peterbot's making his way
in case you leave and you can't find it.
Is he going to take him out? There goes Chino. Can he take him down? So weak. Peterbot looking for an angle. 4 eliminations. We're looking at Peterbot on form right now. Trying to find angles confidently.
Trying to show he doesn't need mythics.
Inside the box, gets his way out as well, but it looks as though Pablo is going to have his way back in right there. They nearly got 1v2'd by Peterbot.
That's the thing. Peterbot is so dangerous right now. He's going to finish this elimination here because he has to earn these points. That's a really cheeky spot, though. He's thinking to himself, hey, where'd you go? I know you're here. You can't really be that far. He's thinking you're under the ramp or something there. Meanwhile, Malabuka just listening to the action happen here. He sees the build. He's curious as to what's going on. Peterbot might be walking into a trap. Still not trusting it. I mean, you're right to believe someone's here. He just doesn't exactly know where.
Another team coming on in. Is this the UFNCS plus Peterbot right now? Demush and Dom making their presence known. Malabuka inside the box. No Vico anywhere nearby. Dom looking for an angle on the other side. Gets Malabuka inside of the box. Hits the shots as well. Down to 18 HP, but that's not going to matter. Siphon comes in.
This could be a big problem. Peterbot probably thinking to himself, oh, hey, that's the guy I was looking for. Let me go out there. No. It's a whole different duo in Alert player. So he's going to have to really make a move at this point and be fast about it. The more time he takes away, there it is, finally gets Chino. I'm going to say the less time he gets to reunite with Pollo. Where is Pollo? Has he started making his way in? I think I see a matching arrow there, kind of on the hill. So maybe Pollo's now gotten a little bit close, kind of curious, right, as to what's going on in this area.
I'm loving this right now, though. This is like Chapter 5 Peterbot, just running at teams, even as a solo. Was not afraid of Chino. You can't. I mean, it's, you know, he's still got it in him. He's still got that fire within. I think maybe it's a bit of a wake-up call, these first 3 games not going their way. You know, maybe they thought they would have had a little bit of an easier time than they actually have. Of course, they did well in the first group. Not amazingly when you compare it to Shark and TV. I mean, that's almost unattainable standards. But I think Peterbot just needs to lock in a little bit here, which is what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he started off in 16th in this game. Now he's knocking on the door of 12. What a huge mammoth shot right there. And then the hunt, he's going after Demis. Here it is, misses that one, but the crash pads are coming through. He is just going all in right now. I love how he wears his competitive spirit on his sleeves just like that. 6 eliminations, all by himself, taking on duos.
He is going
This is the Peterbot that Faxity loves to root for. This is the we in Peterbot right here. I love this.
Come on, let's see if he can continue it.
I'm pretty sure it's like
eliminations so
Deluge.
far. No idea where Poyo even is. Is he just the one outside?
I just default to
Difficulty right now.
so
Peterbot's in a bit of a sandwich. Couple of teams, couple of players in the surrounding area. Dom and Deemish back to a duo there as well. Pablo and Chino in the area as well. Peterbot needs to hit that shot because now he's getting keyed by Deemish. Gets him inside the box, and yeah, it's the third party. It's Pablo and Chino. Big cheer here from the crowd. The Vitality fans, you have to imagine, as Dom and Deemish now have to deal with Pablo and Chino as well. Two very good fighting duos here from the European region going head-to-head.
18 extra points.
Giving each other a little bit of respect as well.
All the elims.
That was
not too bad
electric there from Peterbot at the beginning. That's what you want to see from the team chasing.
I wouldn't be surprised he comes back. He's like, yo, I got free elims over here, bro. We need to play the north side.
Yep.
This is the strat. You know, it's little things like that that give you information on, you know, where teams are landing, which teams you're clearly better than in certain scenarios. Take advantage of it. Peterbot deserves all the praise here. That's the highlight reel that we have been expecting. Took a couple of games to get there, but again, we're just starting this tournament, right?
Were they fighting down there? Who's that?
This was it right here. It was actually a moment where Pablo actually went down to another team. So Peterbot took down Pablo, went for Chino. Chino managed to hide away, but then Pablo went down to someone else. And I don't think Peterbot would have known that. So if he'd have gone for Chino right there, he would have actually been able to take him out. Swizzy and Pixie, though, getting off to a hot start in this game. First elimination for them.
Come on, Goofy.
Yeah, that's a big one for them because Goofy are slipping down that leaderboard after a solid start. Teeny and Shark also a little bit more calm at the beginning of the game, and Sky and Scroll far from it. That's their second of the game so far.
Yeah, getting Sphinx right there. Sphinx kind of falling down behind with Muzz. You know, game one was pretty well, going in 5th place. Now jumping kind of forward here to match number 4. They found themselves more closer to 15th instead. So still much more to be desired. Sky and Scroll have seen
Sphinx just lands back. If he runs
this
to
is a tough
tunnels,
spot to be in. Like, you want to get to your duo to have that backup, but you don't want to expose yourself to a well-positioned fighting European team like Sky and Scroll.
Yeah, the last team you want to fight.
I can imagine exactly he said that.
9th place right now for Sky and Scroll. They've been lackluster, really, throughout the entire of this competition. They've had their moments, they've had their glimpses of brilliance, but I think we expect more consistency from them. It's hard in Reload because, you know, it's such a smaller map, there's less teams. It is harder to be consistent, especially when the loot pool is so different as well. But,
you know, I think, though, for Sky and Scroll, they got their 2 bad days out the way, which is uncharacteristic of them anyways.
Yeah.
So, you know, realistically, that was probably the best case scenario. It's like, you know what? We had our tough days.
Oh
now,
my God.
they can just kind of get to grooving here. They kind of clawed their way out of that slum that they were in. Because they're not doing too bad right now. They're at 90 points here.
Yeah,
they're very much in the competition.
What I will say is they're one of the greatest teams at adapting to the lobby as well. They're one of the really good at sort of looking back at some of those VODs, looking back at what they did wrong.
Yeah, we're really all
and they're very
addicted to
humble.
this
They're one of
shit.
those teams that works with a coach, of course.
Like Sleeves.
They have
Can we talk about how you
support
dead Volk like
behind them. And you can
Well, you
honestly
woke up
see
like
it every single time
4:30,
they go into a season, every
start
single time they
watching
have a
this.
strategy. It's so well thought out that it was almost quite surprising we didn't see something similar in Reload for the first 2 days for their performances. But they're here, and that's all that matters. Shark and Teeny as well playing the Storm. 0 eliminations for them right now. Interesting to see how they play out the rest of today.
Yeah, definitely a different pacing here. I was under the assumption maybe they would have been trying to position themselves to actually full kind of crash on another duo, but nothing just yet. Swizzy Pixie seem to continue to kind of pick on Goofy here. Goofy hasn't caught a break at all in the back half of this early game. He just keeps getting farmed over and over. If it's not this duo, it's another.
Yeah.
Saw Cammy kind of getting their wax in on this. It's pretty tough for OC right now.
Cammy and Hari as well, 6th place right now. We haven't seen a major amount of those
No
guys,
team completely out yet.
That is exactly what they're like, right? You know, they're kind of flying under the radar. Consistency is the name of their
Shark
game.
and Teeny
Leon
are kind of
Romero
flying
as
ahead
well.
right now.
Currently sat in 5th place at the moment. I think they're a team that have surprised so many people with the ability that's on display. The team from Argentina have really put on a show for us.
Yeah, most definitely. Got to clear the air too. Argentina, huh? 'Cause, you know, 11 over here trying to create
Yo, show. Thank you for that 8
regional
rating,
battle
man.
over there.
You don't want to do that. Not with those two.
Okay, Momsy sky jump though, jumping in, looking pretty solid. Sharkantini setting up here. Got a couple tags in on Demis, but not enough to want to stay around. They're still in the storm, mind you. So they have been kind of lurking,
It's only
hunting for
5
action.
games before the break.
Now they're gonna go for a quick heal, hit the super jump.
Nice,
And they'll be off to positioning for the end game.
Also,
This
Tyler,
is the
thank you for the
same
heart
exact strategy they employed
I don't
last
even know
round,
what
by the
happened.
way. It was an eastern zone. They went far south all the way around and then wrapped their way into a strong southern position. But look at that. The zone's going to start pulling towards the top tier training. So it's not going to be exactly favorable for the way that they're entering in this time.
Yeah, I think knowing the map is really important. Knowing where those static launch pads are, it's going to be crucial. Has been crucial as part of their strategy. Izzy and Nosif as well made that rotation look really simple. We've spoken about it. Landing in the right spot is really important. Shark and Teeny looking like they're trying to get towards that dead side of zone. They're flying way above everyone else. That white HP is my only concern. Interested to see how they actually approach that. You see Shark with 2 of those fizz. I wonder if Teeny has any med kits. I think we did see them buy some on the vending machine earlier. Shark, no, down to 1 HP, completely down as well.
Shark
the storm.
down.
Are any teams going to see that? You see Teeny right next to him.
So late in the game.
Disastrous there for Shark, who has now gone down. Was it Storm? Was it fall damage? I'm not too sure. But Teeny's now
It has to be fall
having
damage.
to expand out on his own.
Why did Shark just die? Can we get a
And what was
replay?
looking like a really smart play from those guys
He rolled off.
turned out to not be the case whatsoever. It looked as though they might have just got looked at by one of the teams that they were trying to glide over. Maybe took it a little bit too risky towards the end of that rotation.
He rolled off.
Good news for Shark, though, is he will be able to get back into it. Reboots are not ending for another 40 seconds.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, though. Bad news for Teeny, getting looked at from so many different angles. Could this be the end for Teeny? Well, Shark is back in the game right now, but the first time we've seen them wobble.
Might not be the end, but it's definitely going to be much harder now.
First place going to go
Given that
down,
they've
maybe.
expended so much resources here. So, yes, Shark is back in, but
Wait,
look,
Bracken
40 mats
respawn.
here. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Split that with your teammate?
And they still
so
might
they're
go
gonna
down
really
early.
have to put it all on the line and crash into another duo. You know, I don't know whether or not to, like,
Oh, wow.
celebrate the downfall here because it means that we have a longer tournament life or what, but, yeah, we'll just have to see.
Yo.
I think that's the thing, though. Shark and Teeny are that sort of team that can and will get a refresh earlier on. They're the team that can just roll through anybody. So even though they
I
find
love
themselves in
Ice
this
Force,
position,
man.
you cannot count themselves.
You gotta love
You
it.
cannot count them out. All of our duos still alive at this point. Lots more passive. RPG from Peterbot into the Mammoth Pistol. Nice connection there onto the team down below. Peterbot with 6 elims. Didn't really get too much more active after that
What a
first
play from Peter.
bout of eliminations that he was managing to get. It's a difficult rotation for so many of our teams right now, rotating right the way through top tier training, all the way down towards that southeast.
Sky Scroll are going to get the first jump here on the zone as it kind of pulls relatively favorable for them. Havoc, Swizzy, and Pixie are already there as well. Cold and Rapid, some of the earlier teams to start positioning in the new storm.
Sky
Scroll
Scroll trying to look
thinking
for an
about whether or
Elam
not
here, maybe.
it's time to go ahead and make their rotate. Meanwhile, Shark and Teeny are off here. We knew that they were going to have to crash in.
Teeny getting in the box.
Or Nizzy. Here
What's
it
it?
is.
Izzy Nosif.
They end up
Wow.
getting Nosif there. And that's going to be an unfortunate turn of events.
No better team to do that to.
Shark
Oh my god,
and
he's Shark
Teeny,
stack. And
Aura
they're back.
versus Orchid already starting to go down.
And they're back already.
Let's take a look at the club championship on the right side of the screen. 300 points separates Team Falcons from AGAL. Reminder, our
Just hope they win this
AGL
game, yeah.
team is Sky and Scroll. Our Team Falcons team
Very
is
good chance
Peterbot
they do.
and Moya, who have had a very slow start by their standards. Peterbot
Or
turning
maybe-
up to 11 though this game, getting so many of those eliminations. Those guys want to hold on to that first place, but for Sky and
Never
Scroll,
mind.
they need to chase.
Peterbot and Boyo, had they
Save
not
out
just got
plot
a
armor.
third party right there, would have taken out Shark and Teeny. Rocket launcher in hand,
Yeah.
Mammoth Pistol when Shark was flying by, Peterbot connected with them, and they were about to push for the elims there.
Ooh, they know Sky
It
Scroll
just shows you
had
how
them.
one small situation can change the entire
realize now
story.
they
And just like
get
that,
out.
Shark and Teeny gets a push on. Izzy has to play this out solo, though. One of the only players as a solo right now. Acorn has also been found himself as a solo. He is in dead last as Bolt has fallen. This
Teeny
is
down.
so
Dang.
tough. Mini P,
He's in
find
dead
another
last.
one.
Wait,
Peterbot
Teeny
with
went
the
down.
flyby
Takami.
shot. What is going on?
Teeny down though, as Peterbot goes to the flyby onto high. Huge moments here in this lobby. Shark now has to do it all as a solo, just like Izzy, who we saw have that incredible solo clutch just yesterday. Shark lower on the white HP, looking for some angles. If there's anyone that can do it, it's Shark. Hits the first shot there onto Goofy. Z-Dog in the front side. Shark only 13 bills. Needs to try and find something and quick. Still no placement points for Shark and Teeny. Every single team is still in this game.
Oh no.
At least as a solo, that's the first team to go down. It's Izzy and Nosif. Disastrous return to the lobby for these guys after such a good finish for the last game. Shark knows he's all to do and unfortunately cannot do it. They are the third team to fall in this game, so that is our first place team out.
Not before landing the shot, though, so the damage has been done there. Peterbot Pollo have a chance now to start closing this gap here on the rest of the lobby. Into the box, though. Peterbot scrambling here, almost loses track of the enemy. The enemy loses track of him. It is just a messy and scrappy fight, but looks like Peterbot gets it all back under control. Switches to the hard mats now. He got the layer. Pollo's here to back him up. There's a team there. Pollo makes the call for Peterbot to come. It's Khan. It's faded. The shots land through. Peter's got the RPG. It's left or right, which way they're going to go. We're just going to have to see.
We're going to see a new first place team. Might be Sky
back to high ground here, trying to go for a win. They just can't get enough.
Paris gets excited about that. Mumsy gets beamed by Pollo. That's got to be the green light for Peterbot Pollo to go up high. As our French team are whittled down to just a solo. Scroll now also a solo on these mid-ground layers, looking for an opportunity to find a refresh. Peterbot causing absolute havoc with that RPG, looking for the shot as well. Not going to be able to be found, but Pollo is all the way up top. Finally, could this be the game? From the very offset of this game, we saw a different side of Peterbot that we haven't seen in a while. Prime Peterbot could be back. Could they be setting themselves up for the ultimate comeback after such a shaky start? To do it for them, to do it for Falcons, and to do it for their legacy.
I like that too. He just drops the RPG.
That is an excellent first for me. Like, I'm not going to do that.
We've already seen two small misplays earlier in the day, so Peter's looking fully locked in. We have not seen him better here on the evening. Jump into the low ground though. Look at Scroll still clutching as a solo right now, really pushing his way through this lobby. Cold is also solo clutching here as well.
Kanata still in this game. Let me see it.
Kanata's gonna be the first to fall.
You got shot in the back.
Open though. And Scroll finds another elimination there.
Doesn't even matter.
It's Muzz who takes down Kanata. It's Cold who exchanges onto Darm. It is still firing off here on the low ground.
Only sides and bills though for Scroll. He's gonna have to pop that med kit as Sky Jump. Of course, down to a solo right here. Dimash and Dharma completely out. Peterbot gets into the box of Josh and finds the elimination as well. That's a huge refresh for him. 0 bills going into that. Now they can reclaim that high ground positioning and wreak havoc onto the rest of the lobby downstairs. Peterbot and Pollo ensuring that they're not going to take full damage, using that fizz, looking on down at everyone else. And they're looking to climb that leaderboard right now. Skyjump still alive as a solo. Remember, they were looking really good up on height until Pollo had something to say about it.
This is the wildest part. All that work, and they're still not in top 10, by the way. They are just beginning to get to that positioning area. Meanwhile, Skyjump gets another elimination onto Iamzo down low.
Skyjump's hitting the clutch with Sentry Burst.
We are going to see Peterbot have to go down and take the fight.
They still might be first after this.
Match is starting to run out. There's the Flowberry Fizz.
Malabuka Vico having a good game.
This can go either way.
Malabuka going down the Salvatore.
Fight down low. Everyone's going to have to get their hands dirty.
Skyjump's in fourth. Oh my god, they're going to be first.
Loses Yasin. It's a 2v1v1. Peterbot Pollo have to make a move.
Some 1v1v2v2.
When is it going to be?
Low on builds though.
Tommy goes down. Skyjump just got third.
Through Salvatore all the way back in the storm, manages to make his way back in. It's a 2v1.
Pete and Pollo win the game, of course.
Announce themselves at last in the finals. This is what this duo are about.
This is it. Look at Peterbot really trying to live in the moment. Gets up from his seat, looks around.
This is big for Falcons too, by the way, Chad. Falcons needs to outplace AG on Fortnite.
He lives and thrives off the energy. I know for certain the fans
he's not having
feeling good about this one. We are Peterbot and Pollo. Look at the fan right there, holding this sign up.
Put the camera in their face like that. I'd be so pissed.
That was a good game. That's what they needed. And again, I said it. They were so far down though. That's, I think, barely going to nudge them into like top 10, maybe a little further now though. Win does
Team Pollo not exactly having home field advantage.
You know what the great news for them was as well is that
the Falcons crowd did by as well.
Early. They didn't get any placement points in that game. I think they only got 1 elim, Shark and Teeny. So if there's any sort of game to really have that big comeback and that big win for Peterbot and Pollo,
no, there's one more game before the 30-minute break.
Wait, now that I think about it though, you got to think about it. they're representing Team Falcon. Don't forget, Sky and Skrull are their other, arguably even bigger,
we got one more game.
team to deal with. They have to outperform them for the club championship points. So this is a really good showing right now.
I'm just gonna wait till after. I'm just gonna wait for the break seat.
I don't think Peter can actually see them from where he's seated, but it's definitely cool.
Yeah, it definitely feels the love.
If it was 6, I was gonna eat that.
See the leaderboard. So when you do see the leaderboard, have a look out for where AJ and Sky and Skrull are. Luckily for them, they did have a nice solo clutch with Skrull. Managed to pick up a few eliminations.
I was trying to argue.
And managed to carry the team forward in that end game. And of course, for Falcons, they just got to outperform them. So keep an eye out on that stage of the leaderboard because you never know when this is going to actually end. Plenty more action to come as well, and the first 4 games have been fantastic.
Just looking at the reactions here, Peterbot trying not to get too worked up right now, but definitely looking better than from comparatively when I was down there doing that interview with Zeke. We're catching up on the tournament standings. Boyo was looking sick.
We're gonna check the leaderboard out. We have Skyjump and Momsy in first, Sharktini second, Harikami third, Pirapoyo fourth. Worse. Lurmero fifth, Swizzy Pixie sixth, Izzy Nosif seventh, Biko Mally eighth, Convey ninth, Cold Rapid 10th. I mean, that clutch from Skyjump was crazy. Ninth, second, fourth, third. Disgusting match history. Pete Boy with a 10 Elam win to bring it back. Maybe this helps them keep the momentum up. Who knows?
Okay, up, left, down, down. Oh, nice.
After this game, Sleeps. This is the last.
Whoa.
This is the last Leech Stronghold map.
Take us to the extraction point, and then I can continue with my game.
Of the day, actually. Even if it goes to game 15, apparently it's all Slurp Rush after this.
All this running is making me thirsty.
Hey, stop right there.
Wait, don't eliminate me. I'm just trying to extract my Sprite.
Oh, you have a Sprite? Me too, actually. I've got the Jonesy Sprite, mate.
Oh, nice. I got the 8-bit one.
Oh, that one goes hard. Looks so surprised.
That's so weird. I literally said that earlier. Do you want to maybe form a truce?
Dude,
truce?
The amount of content they've made,
I won't eliminate you.
This EWC is actually insane.
Until we both extract our sprites.
This is the highest production quality
Okay,
I think we've ever had for a Fortnite tournament. That's good, Cisco.
This was nice.
Yeah, it was actually.
What? We had a truce. What are you doing?
Don't
Alright,
move.
PRV.
You betrayed me. You saved my life. You aren't trying to...
My brother.
Promoting team and GG's. I have a duo with Cisco. I do have a duo already.
And there you go. Extract.
They are promoting Team Huck Foxy. What is this? What is this, a PS Cup?
Well,
is he on Goofy right now?
See ya.
14th. They've dropped down after their 4th place. First game.
Oh my goodness. I mean, after that game, Vivid, that's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. We're talking about Peterbot. We got the hype. The Falcons fans are here.
So even Levin's blazing, bro. What is this?
Boyo's on fire.
He was so good, yeah. Has it got time to bring it back? What has... Yeah. What is Levin doing? I have no clue, Gex. When has Levin ever glazed NA? And they're so focused on staying warm and not even like gassing up, bro.
We've said enough up here. It's all about Team Falcons. We got to keep the show on the road. Thank you, and shout out to the Falcons!
Try to ignore
This is it, our
They got their
last
headsets off, too,
time
so they can hear
around
'em.
the map. Stronghold, and so far it's been the show we have all been expecting. Shark and Teeny at top of the leaderboard at one point. Peter
Chat, what are we thinking? Has this actually been the best Fortnite
their
land
victory royale, and even
so
Izzy
far?
and Nosif continuing the run from the survival stage to get a victory royale
I think this has
as
been, like,
well.
I actually
This is
think this is the best
match
Fortnite land
point
they've ran.
finals, Taco. 350
would've
points.
thought
That
Epic's
is
not
step
involved.
one, where teams are looking to get on that
But
match
Epic's not
point and then
involved. It's,
eventually get a victory
it's the
royale.
best one.
But it's
Well,
just
not like the main
going
people
to
running it, at
come
least.
easy, because right now everyone is just managing to break out and keep the leaderboard close. You never really get to see too clear
Yes,
of a breakaway
100%.
just
It's
yet,
been
but it might be
crazy, bro.
cooking. Shark and Teeny obviously
Maybe
on
Epic
the
and Blast
hunt
to take
for
some
it.
notes
And
here.
after that impressive performance out of Peterbot and Pollo, I
we're
think we
getting
might
into
just be starting to see
game
the
5.
rivalry really heat things up here, but you can't count anybody out.
No, you definitely
Last
can.
Elite
because
Stronghold game
honestly,
of the
if you were
day.
watching the first two games, you might have counted out Peterbot and Pollo, and you would have been wrong. And if you kind of looked at that leaderboard, though, Peterbot and Pollo
Alright, guys.
kind of high up, a relatively good position, but it's AGAL Sky
It's a
and
rough day.
Scroll in terms of the club championship that needs to start to pick up the pace. Only 108 points so far, sitting in 11th place.
Right, Corey didn't even have his headset on. They're dropping already.
Really just waiting to see who touches down first in some of these teams. Peterbot, Pollo, Momsy in their sights. Meanwhile, other players continuing to drop across the map. But Momsy, he might get the opening shot. Peterbot is just
not
overlooked.
instant the
Peterbot
search
is out of here. Momsy's gonna send him packing. Fearless Fear will not be infiltrated by NAC that easily.
Already that hot run coming to a slow start here, but Incognito, Pablo, they hear the noise and they want to take part in it. Rocket launcher in hand, that's going to drop him down to relatively low ground, burning through his materials as well. Momsy needs a miracle to stay alive, and he's not going to get it here. That knock's going to come in, and Chino and Pablo are going to get that first elimination for themselves.
Momsy just wasn't even sure which direction to check, and I can't blame him with the way that Chino and Pablo
I don't know
just
what Khan's gonna do
collapsed. But
here.
Khan, now waiting, strike back, gets the opening shot, but it doesn't even matter. Chino and Pablo clearly ready to finish whatever they've started off here in Game 5, because just like that, Khan also sent to detour elsewhere.
Yeah, but it's not over just yet. The lurks keep on coming, but
Good trying to lurk
Malfuka
in.
gets found out at the last second. Chino Pablo immediately turn around and take him down as well. The late entry over toward Fearless Fear has been working out, netting them 4 eliminations right out of the gates.
Might have to come to a little bit of a pause, though. Just drifting elsewhere on the map. Shark, Teeny. Might have to clash soon enough here at Elite Experiments, but as of right now, a little bit more fixated on just establishing themselves
Is Shark
in the
landing on anybody
lobby
this game?
overall. They're going to
I would
take
assume
some
he did.
time to properly loot things up, make sure they get
Guess he didn't go too
decent
well.
material
Williams
count
on,
online before they really start to get
the fan
involved
favorite
with
duo.
these fights. And
Not
Shark,
fan favorite, but the favorites
Teeny, their presence
to win today.
is just going to constantly keep Mumsy and Skyjump really on. I think it's just a little bit on edge if you're Mumsy and Skyjump, because you've got a slight lead, but how do you hold on to that?
Especially against
Sea
Shark
Dog
and
Goofy
Teeny.
versus Swizzy Pixie.
It's going to be something that's very, very hard to plan for. Especially this team here, Goofy, Z-Dog from OCE. If you don't pay attention to the region, you might not necessarily know what type of skill they're capable of. And so far this weekend, they are surprising almost everybody. But now they're on the back foot, forced to run away from Swizzy and Pixie, who at one point were the first place team as well. This is over towards Chisel Cubes. They don't want to fall too deep into that crater. There's so many nooks and crannies, places to hide, and they want to be the team that gets caught off guard because of it.
That's the problem for Swizzy and Pixie. You miss one lobby with an early elimination exit, and suddenly the rest of the leaderboard is already on your throat. And ZDog, Goofy, they have not made things easy. Every single time, these guys have been looking for a lot of early game brawling, and most of the time, it's been going pretty heavily in their favor. So, yeah, Oceania can definitely get
used to be just blabbering on, but there's just nothing happening.
Try to carry a big message to the rest of the
Never mind,
world
there's something happening now.
what they're capable of, but for Cold and Rapid,
Oh, Chino getting a
don't have any
rocket
time to
launcher.
think. Pablo and Chino are
Taking the
just
fight to Cold and
immediately
Rapid.
looking to pounce.
Yeah, and it's a scary situation because both of them are lacking some shields. That rocket launch with pre-fire came in perfectly. Rapid gets boxed up. He gets knocked down. 12-second timer for Cold has officially been started here. But I do believe Cold was able to kind of make his distance, but he's getting chased
Shark
off.
found Cold.
Is
Oh,
now
no.
under the hunt of Shark and Teeny. Remember that 12-second timer, I do think he bought more than enough time to get Rapid
Yeah,
back,
Jakey,
but
it's
Rapid
been
still has
early
to figure
morning,
out
bro.
a strategy of his own of how
5
he's going
a.m.
to be able to
wake-up,
get
so
back
it's late.
down. Cole doing a good job of buying him more
Not new for
than
me.
enough time, but he himself
Sadly.
realizes there's two players. It's Shark, it's Teeny. This might be too hot to handle.
And Cold, even he might be
Cold's
looking to
punching
take
here.
Shark down with him, but it's just not enough. Bolts instead, from a separate angle
Where did Bolts come
entirely,
from?
is going to deal the dirty work for Shark and Teeny here. Now Acorn and Bolts, though, recognizing the fact Teeny, Shark, maybe a little bit too much time expended on the hunt there for Cold. Shark Teeny, they're not ones to stray from a fight. Acorn
those
and
crazy
Bolts
chats
maybe
every other day.
reconsidering at the same time, though,
Would've
Jacob.
gone live
Acorn
in, like,
Bolts, they
would've
gotta
gone
need
live
this
in,
one.
like,
Yeah,
25 minutes.
and because of that, getting sandwiched between Acorn Bolts, Shark and Teeny, Cold and
first, he had
Rapid
a
would be our
crazy soul
first
flip
team
last game.
eliminated
Jakey.
out of this match.
He had a punch from
They
like
hold that 10th
zone
place spot
8 as a
for
solo. And he
now,
got third.
but obviously, as the game continues, everybody will have a chance to overtake him. And I do like this decision. Shark and Teeny disengaging one way, Acorn Bolts going the other. They just finished a fight. They just cleaned up a whole nother team, so they don't want to take too many big risks too early.
Con and Faded, they were already starting
wait,
to make
Con and
their
Faded
move. It's because of what they were able to
wrapping
clear
Cold
up just
completely out.
before,
Oh
finding
my god, 10th place.
that elimination onto Rapid. Definitely giving them some pretty big motivation. Anytime
Where's the
these
land
players
there? He
sense
got
even the
fifth.
slightest
He got
bit
fifth
of
at
weakness
globals.
from a duo, from a player, where they
Acorn
see
and
their
Bolts are
reboot
like the best
popping off
reload
after
team.
the
You know what I
elimination
mean?
feed
Like,
lights up. They're
maybe really
all
expect them to do
ready
well in
and just too eager to try and wipe
Come on.
each other out. Shark and Teeny, from having once been on the prowl,
Good
they're
land,
going to
Doug.
find themselves just forfeiting that aggressive front. Shark knows he's got to wait. Teeny will manage to make it back into this lobby, but now he's at the mercy of what everyone else decides
least
to
made the
do. And
finals.
Sky, Scroll, they don't seem like they're done with him just yet.
Yeah, they heard the noise. It's about, are you going to go ahead and make the trip on over? And that one's answered instantly, but it's not just
He gets
them.
found
It's Chino
by
and
Sky and
Pablo
Scroll.
also rotating on over. Sky gets dropped down to just a sliver of HP.
And take
They
down
do
Teeny.
clean up the elimination onto Teeny just in
Scroll
time,
and take down
because it's
Teeny.
Sky who gets the siphon. Thanks to Scroll, he's staying alive that much longer here, and much needed because of Pablo and Chino were looking to take the fight, but as the dust settles, both teams looking to go their separate
Crazy
ways.
idea when
The
he
way
started.
that Pablo and Chino are just going
Yeah, I don't know what
all out
happens to
aggressive
Acorn
right
playing,
now,
bro.
Jacob. Obviously, they're sorely missing out on playing catch-up time after these
Obviously,
first
he has
few
the
lobbies
skills.
just did not go in more favorable direction for them. But
I don't know.
you're looking at them going so crazy as if they're on the line of getting
really tell you what goes
eliminated
wrong.
from the entire finals. If this game isn't a win for them, love to see them start
I
to
guess
be
Poyo was
much more
able to just
proactive.
farm in the open right next to team and
Seeing everybody
just
else
don't
rotating
shoot
in
him.
from the
What?
northeastern side of the map, trying to hold on to a little bit of elevation.
Yeah, I can tell you
Most
sleep.
of the zone is
I could
over
not tell
open
you.
water, so we know we might have a cutback in our future. But Sky and Scroll still willing to get their hands dirty. Teeny respawning back in, and this is where the farm is looking to begin. But Teeny doing a good job. Great damage on the Sky. Literally fighting for his life. Chance to stay alive, but Scroll reunites. They're both positioned well together against Teeny here. I don't see Shark anywhere in sight, so I'm not sure how much Teeny help he's going to get.
Hey, but if you're gonna try and match up with Teeny, you best step correctly. Teeny, though, realizing might have taken a
Wait, Shark
little
and Teeny
bit
might
too
be
much
tossing
time
a
there
little bit.
trying to bail out. He'll be eliminated. Shark still lurking overhead, though he has managed to close some space, at least away from where that action was
Jordan, this
taking
is
place.
game
But the
5.
problem is,
And
out
then
of the
we're going
frying
on a
pan
break.
straight into the fire, potentially dealing with
And
the
this
likes
Slurp
of
Rush rest of the
Nada and
day.
Victor V now, who seemingly might have a little bit of an inkling that there is a player nearby, but don't know just
Yo,
how
Vic is nervous, bro.
direct that
I think he
notion
messed
is.
that
And
one
in
edit.
fact, Victor V still watching his back, but they're not going to pursue it right now.
Yeah, at least not onto Shark, but right in front of them is Teeny as well, trying to hold down that launch pad. Hopefully the communication comes through, and you see in the minimap right there, above them is Chino and Pablo as well. The zone does cut back from Peerless Pier. Remember I mentioned most of the zone over open water, but I don't think it gets that much easier. You see on the north side of that zone, relatively even, flat land, but on the south side, that's when we got those mountain ranges coming into play.
Look, most players, when they get eliminated back-to-back sequences, you think that they'd want to just sit and set the storm and take it easy, find those opportunities to loop back up and recover. But for Shark and Teeny, there's a method to the madness. They're still willing to go as aggressively as they can. And it's actually going to push Victor B and Kanata further away from them. Whether this is an intended outcome by Shark and Teeny, we'll have to wait and see. I really do think that they were hustling to get some eliminations for a refresh there, but the opportunity might have slipped them by.
Yeah, needed the resources, the materials, everything there, not just the points itself. Izzy and Nosif, on the other hand, looking much better
really have the best
off. You see them find a med kit. They're stalling for time. They know the zone is opening up, and that's going to be a blessing in disguise.
At least for
on the other
players,
side, Sky
he's
Jump,
not really
Momsy, our
like
first plays team so far in this competition. They're just going ahead and staggering back. They're buying all the time in the world, especially with the zone continuing to pull in their favor. Another north side zone.
Momsy and Skyjump might even be smiling every time they look at that elimination feed early on, but you can't get too excited just yet. Even if a team is having these early game woes, that doesn't mean that they won't be able to turn things around, because how many times, Jacob, have we seen a team go through it, everything working against them in the early phases, and then one good refresh in that mid to end game, and all of a sudden they're right back in the action and potentially even able to take the victory royale.
I feel like this game right now is kind of slowing down. I think they realize reboots are about to turn off in about 1 minute and 10 seconds. We're already in the 6th zone. Even the ones that are outside trying to go ahead and out heal it. It is 2 tick of damage per second that you spend out there. So timing is definitely of the essence. But a north side zone pull. Relatively flat ground outside of the hostile hold, of course. So if we continue kind of moving towards the west, this would be a good game, or at least a good chance for everybody here, really no matter what they have in their inventory.
It makes sense there for these teams to want to play a bit more reserved. No one's really trying to be the first one out in the open, because nobody wants to be at the mercy of the lobby focus, and they can just position on these little elevation shifts, the halfway points of the cliff faces, using some of that natural coverage to instead preserve a lot of their build material. But Scroll won't be able to get out of the line of sight. Cammy's going to get the credit for it, but Peterbot and Poyo were definitely looking his way. It's a pretty tough blow.
Jakey, it's first 5 games we struggled, and then apparently since it's going to game 15, the rest of the day is going to be on Slurp Rush.
Might be back in the action, but that doesn't mean that he's out of the clear.
I've seen the tweets.
Yeah,
wait, who just died?
Teeny just died. From above. Teeny is down as well. No chance for him to reboot back into this game. They have officially turned off. So now all the pressure is going to be on to Shark. He only has 26 builds, 1 med kit, no extra shields, and then 1 shockwave on top of that.
He didn't respawn in time.
Just thinking back to that one opportunity that they had briefly against Kanata and Victor B that they weren't able to truly capitalize on, but faded. Yoinkin bolts his elimination credit. Shark now realizing that lobby is headed straight for him, but fortunately he'll still be able to put up the facade that he's strong enough to push back against this lobby pressure. Ari and Cammy, though, actually are standing tall as a duo currently. I'm just waiting to see where their next play is going to be at. Shark managing to pick up a little loot pile along the way. That is a huge saving grace.
Yep, keeping him alive. The shields, extra med kits just in case. The build still lacking. It's all about trying to get some points for your efforts. 0 elimination so far. Uncharacteristic like from a team just like that. Very, very similar here. Poyo with that 1 elimination. Gotta imagine it was on Scroll or Sky before the reboots even turned off. So they're back into the game. No worries there. But they're head hunting. They're looking for any player on these rotations that are making mistakes that they can capitalize on.
All I know is that anytime you see Peterbot and Pollo light up with even one victory royale, that seems to be the catalyst every single time for that duo. And a lot of this too, when it comes down to a LAN finals, Jacob, you're really just trying to simulate that home environment. How many times have we seen Peterbot's friends and family encouraging him, and Faxity himself even constantly wanting to remind Pete, you just need to play like you're at home. You don't have anything to prove. You're already the greatest Fortnite player of all time, so you just need to fly out there. And it's those kinds of encouraging moments that I think can really make a difference for these teams.
For 2 minis?
2 solos running around this lobby inside of the top 18. This is one of them. And you can see so many players cutting off the path. Peterbot and Pollo get ready for their next rotation. They don't want to be too quick to the punch. Make a mistake that they'll regret throughout the course of this game. A Shark looks towards his left. Weak ball. Vico Malabuka not really ready to take that action just yet. Sky and Scroll as well. Looking for any opportunity zone. Pushing players further towards the north, but it's not up the mountain just yet.
The mini-game battle for high is about to kick off here, though, knowing that Shark and
local
Teeny
access network or whatever.
Not going to really be too big of a participant, because Shark by his lonesome challenging Slizzy and Pixie is going to be a problem here, but Momsy and Sky an issue entirely of themselves in the low ground. Pete and Pollo, all these differing layers, Jacob, just starting to get very messy.
Yeah, especially if you don't really have a sense of what's going down on each one of those layers. The Shark finally runs out of his material. Zone actually opens up in his favor, blessing in skies for Shark as he goes right back to the cone. It is going to be wood. Relatively easy to see through, but let's see what tricks Shark has up his sleeve.
When everybody is just scrambling over each other, though, that's where the opportunity to strike could really present itself here. Shark even feeling like he might be able to play through a little bit of healing methods here, but Pete, Pollo, they've decided to make their way up. It's all about whether or not Peterbot can actually take down Pixie. Instead, he'll opt to just prioritize high ground control, but they know it's only a matter of seconds before Swizzy and Pixie potentially look to chop him out and re-challenge, but Pixie paying the ultimate price on his way down.
Shots from above. They made sure to hit every single point of damage, even without the actual knock, to make sure they see some sort of success. Hari and Cammy underneath, but they're on a mid layer, trying to make sure to clear it out. Peterbot and Pollo finally get their high ground overtaken. They are burning through material. They're burning through their resources as well. Sky and Scroll have officially been eliminated out of this game. 16th place taco, no placement for them.
But how far can Falcons, Peterbot and Pollo truly fly? Aurora Shark also trying to make sure that he can build as many placement points. Is he nearly falling? But Shark won't be able to finish it off. He's still got to keep trying to find different opportunities, and they are just running ever so thin here because Pete and Pollo are just forcing everybody to hide.
I'm not saying anything.
I'm not saying anything. Them off the list. Izzy and NoSip are going to get that elimination onto Shark, but it's not without sacrifice. Izzy has gone down. A few solos left in this game, and NoSip is feeling the pressure of being one of those few. But luckily for him, he spots a bit of loot outside of the zone, sacrificing a little bit more HP to make sure he grabs it for himself. But Peterbot and Pollo, or I say just Peterbot now, still battling out for the high ground, but he doesn't have material. He has to concede.
They're not going back to back.
And the drop down. He might be able to snag an elimination on his exit, but Vico Malabuka, that's exactly who he might have to fare with next. They've actually done a great job at holding on to that low side control. Granted, they fully understand they're going to need to start making their way up. They're going to need to start finding more eliminations, but Faded and Khan cutting Pete short in stretch.
Oh my, Momsy! 4th elimination, and when he needs it most, getting the siphon, getting the shield, able to use the medkit to buy him that much more time, but he's seen is up above. Malabuka, Vico, they did not get the memo, and they send them right back to where they came.
And Vico's trying to take out Pixie all the while. Yes, and just taking out chunks of Vico's HP. He will be able to play the medkit temporarily. Mini Pia also still kicking, but look at what Momsy's been able to accomplish. 4 eliminations, Cammy and Hari sitting on 5, but they're still not done. They're hunting down these last couple of opponents here in this ultimate low ground, looking back, just waiting for the moment to strike.
And this is that moment. They're the only duo left in this game, but one of the solos is Momsy. We know what type of run he's been on so far, and he's bobbing and weaving, dodging all he can until eventually Hari takes him out. But now it's all solos. Cammy has fallen, so it's anybody's opportunity.
And Vico hoping that nobody realizes where he's at, but how much HP does he really have to work with? He doesn't have any build, so that'll be the end of it for Hari. The siphon materials first one out.
Salvatore
now
gonna win for Middle East.
Vico hoping, but it's a dodge every which way
Middle East
angle,
win.
and Salva winning
In
it outright
finals.
for the Middle East.
They finally pick it back up. They qualified through the survival stage. They made their mark here at the match point finals by picking up that victory royale and starting to boost this confidence. Because if anybody thought this was going to be a quick few games, we crown a champion, we move on, you were wrong. This is a marathon of Fortnite.
Vico definitely seeming very pleased with himself, though, for at least securing that second place position. But I am just in disbelief. Yacid and Salva, for what it's worth, Jacob, they just psychoed height, and it worked out. They did not have healthy HP. I believe Yacid only had like maybe 5 to work with. Salva also no shield whatsoever, down to about
You would not think he just got second place. You would think he won the game.
They just took it by force.
They really did, man. And honestly, look at their faces. They're not celebrating as much as Vico.
He got second place.
I might have to challenge Vico to a dance-off, but this is the moment right here. Vico literally falling under the radar. He had 5 eliminations. Mini Pio there went down. That stopped him from eventually picking up the material in time. But as you see, Salvatore dropped down, got a little bit of an advantage because Vico didn't know where he was coming from. And since then, he already had the pressure and made that finish off strong. Yassine and Salvatore putting their region on the map here in finals.
Right?
And I love the vibe. It's just like,
back against the wall, just impressive stuff to really hold his own in those last couple of moments.
But
what I'm really starting to notice is how aggressive so many of our teams are starting to get in this early game action. While we're not witnessing necessarily the full elimination removals of a duo, it's just that.
Let's get a leaderboard check. Skyjump Mumsy in first by a decent bit. Arikami second, Vico Mally third, Shark Teeny fourth, Confided fifth, Pete Boyle sixth. Wait. Yeah, well, there's sixth place. Swizzy Pixie seventh, Izzy Nosov eighth, Yas Silva ninth, and Lou Romero 10th. Wow, that's. I guess some small region representation. And then other than P and Poyo, it's all EU. NA is full frauds. We are frauds.
Skyjump and Momsy currently sitting atop of the leaderboard. A really impressive day so far, but obviously still plenty of action to come. Momsy, let's start things with you. How does this lobby feel in comparison to the group stage?
Tu compares un petit peu au group stage, comment est-ce que c'est le niveau de ce lobby là actuellement?
Je m'attendais à un niveau quand même un petit peu plus élevé.
I was waiting for a little bit better than this.
Finalement, pour le moment, ça se passe bien. On espère continuer sur ce lancer et au final soulever le trophée. Hein.
Yeah, so for now, we are doing good, and it's kind of more easy than what we thought. So we hope we're gonna do the same, and we got at the end just leave the trophy.
It's been a really impressive performance so far. Has there been any strategy changes for you guys coming into today, or are you guys just feeling yourselves at this point?
Est-ce que vous avez changé un peu les strats par rapport au jour d'avant, ou est-ce que vous êtes resté sur le même style de jeu que vous avez proposé au group stage?
Game 8 could be the end of the tournament.
Rester sur le même. Après, voilà, c'est différentes games. Ouais, différentes games.
Are the FNCS champs on NA.
À un moment, tu peux pas savoir quand tu vas les prendre. Et de toute façon, là pour le moment, ça se passe bien. Et
Ults with 2 FNCS wins.
Acorn has like what, is kind of the same, but of course every game is different, so we never know where we're gonna get kills or what will be the rotation, of course. So we just adapt each game, but the game plan is still the same. Like play the best as we can and follow what we used to do.
Well, let's talk about the format then a little bit coming into today, because in the next few games we're going to quickly be approaching match point format. Does that feel like today could bring it to be a little bit easier, or is it going to make things a little bit harder later in the day?
Alors là aujourd'hui on a je vais poser question à toi du coup, on a un espèce de format un peu particulier avec le match point, quand on atteint les 350 on peut avoir une victoire. Est-ce que pour toi du coup c'est plus facile de gagner par rapport au jour d'avant, ou au contraire ça peut être vraiment un format qui vous met à l'aise ou pas à l'aise? Comment tu le vis ce format?
Bah ouais, moi je trouve que le format il est excellent, jouer comme ça. Ça change rien au niveau des top 1, c'est toujours aussi difficile ou facile entre guillemets avant d'avoir le match point, mais une fois que ça arrivera vers game 7 et 8, ça sera beaucoup plus compliqué, je pense.
I really like this format, I think. For now, it's not changing a lot because no one is in match point, but of course, it's still really hard to have a victory royale, and maybe when someone will have match points, the game will change a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we're all thinking backstage. Well, with bated breath, but you know what? Finally, we've got the French fans here. They're having a great time. Is there anything that you would like to say to them? Because every time we say your guys' names, the crowd goes crazy.
À chaque fois qu'on dit vos noms, les gens ils deviennent complètement fous. Tu voulais leur dire un petit truc peut-être aux fans français qui vous écoutent?
Les gars, j'entends plus Falcon que nous. Je trouve que c'est pas normal. Donc va falloir faire un peu plus de bruit pour les prochaines games, s'il vous plaît.
Guys, I mean, I can hear the Falcons are too close to me, so I can hear more than Falcons fan than you. So you guys have to make some noise for us. So please, mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit pour votre duo français.
That's what we like to hear. Back to you guys.
What's going on, everybody? I have
Okay, chat.
Clicks
I'm gonna
and
take this time to
Savage
get food.
here. We are getting ready.
We will be
Guys,
back,
what an
but I'm
incredible
pretty sure
moment.
they're gonna be
It
on
is
and
so
just keep doing
hype. I
things for a
thought
while.
finals was going to be hype, but this is on another level.
This is not hype. I don't know what you're saying, but NA, it looks like an EU leaderboard. What am I looking at? And you want to know why? Guess who's not playing? Me. And there's a reason it's looking like this.
Sav, I can't lie, man. EU's looking real good. How are you feeling about that?
Well, I'm feeling great. You know, I think we would do even better if I'm playing, but you know, it's a pleasure to watch EU just absolutely crush NA. Like Click said, I mean, it looks like it's an EU FNCS, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, I think Brazil and OC also might be outplacing every NA team. So no, it's amazing to watch here in Paris. Yeah.
They got to give us time, right? NA's cooking. We're slow to start, but we'll be strong to finish. Obviously, you guys are doing a fun watch party, Clicks. You know, I think Faxity's out there as well. He's probably watching you, watch him, watch you. What would you say to Faxity?
Yeah, I know he's watching right now, but kind of what Frantic said, it's like he's never been on a broadcast, and the fact that Frantic's on a broadcast for Faxity, it's just like, what are you doing, dude? You know what I'm saying? It's just loser activities, man.
Harsh words, Fax. I still love you no matter what. Sav, how are you feeling, obviously, about all of the regions? You kind of touched on it a little bit. Is there any duos or anything that, like, any teams, players that are standing out to you?
Yeah, I mean, Shark and Teeny, they're just going crazy. And also, Izzy and Nosif and Skadjum and Mumsy, the only two French teams, they're actually going crazy. On EU FNCSs, I feel like they haven't been doing too good, but you know, they're on their home field, so I'm actually proud of them. You know, I'm proud of them.
It's got to be like the land buff and home turf buff, right? Like, it looks so good. Okay, so look, Clicks, NA, we need this. We need this bad. I can hear Levin in the back of my mind, just a devil on my shoulder. Just, he's waiting. He's like, nah, it's not gonna happen. Who do you think, if NA has to win, could win? Who do we? Is it Cold and Rapid? Is it Josh and Iamzo? Like, who could stand for us right now? If it's not you.
If it's not me, we're gonna need my duo and Cold and Rapid to bring it home. And I think they could. They're 8th. They're in a nice area. We're gonna need a couple more good games to get there, but I'll be happy if NA wins this land.
But the problem is, Cold and Rapid, they're gonna hit 350. But can they win a game though? You're gonna be biased. Sav, you think they can hit match point?
Yeah, I think they need to pray that the teams that hit it before them, because I think it's, you know, you see the leaderboard, it's most likely they're not gonna hit it first, you know. So I think they gotta pray Shark and Teeny don't put on a crazy show. What do you mean bias? I hear you, bro.
Oh my gosh. Okay, finally, obviously, you guys got chat going. You got fans here. You got fans back home. What would you say to them? You got to give them their moment.
Give the fans at home their moment. I mean, shout out to EWC for hosting this whole event and putting us all together to be able to just watch and celebrate. And either way, whoever, if NA wins, if French wins, or America, it's a good tournament, and we're here to have a good time.
Sav.
Exactly what he said. Thank you to EWC. You know, this is my first time having a booth, so you know, hopefully we'll be on the stage next time. But yeah, it's you know, it's second best option.
I love it, guys. Thank you so much. We'll toss it back to you guys for more EWC. Falcons, Peterbot, and Pollo join us here because you guys are, everyone's got eyes on you guys. First off, let's start real simple. How's the competition going for you?
It's going all right so far. Like, we've had our one win, but other than that, like, the game's been pretty mid.
Pete, what do you think?
Yeah, after game 3, I was super mad, and then I just had to take over. You know what I mean? I was so mad.
Well, listen, you guys obviously picked it up in the last 2 games. You guys are doing great. I did notice there was a certain moment in that last game. I think it was Pete and Pollo. You guys like teamed up together to shoot out. It was either Sky or Scroll out of the sky. And then I saw in the player reaction cam, I think it was Pete. He was like, "Yes." Is that like an AGAL incentivized elimination there, or was that kind of just thinking that you were happy to get the elim?
Any chance I get to eliminate them, I'm going to, and I'm going to try my best to make sure they're not in the game anymore.
Dang, that's crazy. So obviously we're about to swap over to Slurp Rush. How are you guys feeling about that? You know, is that when you guys start to come alive? Is there strats you guys have prepped? Because again, pressure's on, man. So what do you think?
In my opinion, Slurp Rush is a far better map for us and just in general, but I'm looking forward to it.
How about you, Pollo?
Yeah, I think Slurp Rush is our strongest map, so I think we'll do better on that map.
Now, Pollo, obviously, I think you probably saw it. We saw it. A lot of the community had noticed that Peterbot was investing a lot of time in the practicing because he was like, oh my gosh, like Falcons need to win this. But I don't think we've gotten your side of the story yet in terms of how important the club championship is. Like, is that something that you're kind of thinking about, or are you guys just kind of playing your game?
Yeah, I would think about it a little bit, but like, I feel like we're still just focused on winning because if we win this tournament, then Falcons wins as well. So it's like it's an incentive to win for us. Yeah.
Does that add any pressure to you guys in any way? Like, you guys have done this before. You've been on land, you've been under pressure, and I feel like that's where you guys thrive. So do you feel like there's any extra pressure there?
No, definitely not extra pressure. It just makes it more fun. Like, it makes the win mean more as well.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if you've heard this, Pollo, but someone backstage told me, I think it was Levin2K. He said we look alike because we both have similar hair. I could basically be your big brother. How do you feel about that statement that Levin2K made?
Yeah, I heard about that, but I mean, kind of look alike because of the hair.
All right, let's get serious, right? We're halfway through. All right, how are you guys feeling so far? Obviously, you guys won it. You guys are winners. How are you guys feeling so far about your chances to win the competition today?
Like, we're in a good spot right now, so with the Slurpee map, I think we can get like to match point pretty quick, and then it's also like the easiest map to win games on.
Okay, nice.
Okay. All right, finally, we have to ask, obviously, you guys have a ton of fans out there. Is there any special fan that you want to just give like a big shout out to?
Just anyone on Team Falcons, you know, supporting us. I mean, every single game, every single kill, I hear them after I get an elimination, so, you know.
Yeah, wait, sorry guys, I'm getting a call. What's that? Hello? Faxity? Hey, what's up? Sorry guys, Faxity says you guys need to do better. What's that? He says you guys look nice. Should I tell him anything or?
Nah, tell him nothing because I have nothing good to say about you, Faxity.
Oh, so sorry, Faxity. I guess I gotta go. Well, guys, thank you so much, and shout out to you guys. Best of luck in the rest of the competition. Let's kick it back over to the desk, see what's going on.
I am here to support Sky and Scroll.
We support Havoc.
I support Aurora.
I'm here to support Foot Sports.
I'm supporting Aurora Gaming. My favorite team is Team Havoc by Vitality.
We came all the way from Denmark.
I traveled from Brazil to see P8 Zin and Edson.
I came from Romania. I've been playing Fortnite since I was 6. I'm now 12, so basically 6 years.
Me, I play from the beginning.
Since 2018, I play every season. I try hard, really, really hard.
My favorite player is Shark.
Sky is my favorite.
J'aime vraiment bien Shark, c'est le meilleur joueur européen actuellement.
He's just very aggressive, and I really like that because there's a lot of action and there's a lot of fighting involved, and it's really exciting.
We Brazilians, we like to share a lot for our players. So that's why I came here and I go to every single global tournament to root for the Brazilian guys.
I'm gonna have to say Sky and Scroll win. I think they're very consistent team. They're like the best team in this lobby by far. And as long as they keep the confidence up, I think they can win easily. Pete top 2 and then Sharkantini top 3.
Premier, je dirais Sharktini. Et deuxième, je dirais Peterbot, Boyo. Troisième, Vico Malibuka.
Sharktini on the top. In second, I would put Vico Malabuka. And in third, Peterbot or Coles. Maybe they're just gonna put like a comeback.
For me, Call Rapid, Pixie Sweezy. Yeah, Mumsy Skyjump. Me also, Call Rapid are very, very good. Pixie Sweezy and Skyjump Mumsy there. Let's do a top 1.
For me, Sweezy Pixie top 1, Cold Rapid top 2, and Mumsy Skyjump top 3.
Probably first, Argentini, second, Peter Van Boyle, and third, Sky and Screw.
Sharks going to take over everyone.
Edson Malado, só tu dar um piece, maxinho e acabou, pai. Só fazer o que você sabe que você vai ganhar o camp. Tamo junto.
My favorite player is Sweezy, and I want to say him, good luck.
Shark, franchement, continue comme ça. T'es le meilleur joueur que j'ai jamais vu européen, aussi jeune. Franchement, que du mérite.
Let's go, Avok.
We believe in you. You're so good. Thank you for playing, and let's win.
How we say in French, HVK win.
But Shark, just don't be scared of any fights. You know you're better, and just go on, continue. You're just gonna probably be one of the best players of all time.
A lot of pressure that comes with that. I feel like they're feeling that right now, Minnie.
Yeah, I definitely think so. They're the sort of team, though, that can have that big pop-off game when required. Skyjump and Momsy, though, I want to give those guys their flowers because they have been excellent in all of their games so far. The one downside is that they haven't actually been able to pick up a victory royale so far. Yep. That's going to be obviously the deciding factor here to get this match point finished as soon as possible. And on the lower end of the leaderboard, not quite as good. Lots of NA on there, notice in 11 as well.
Yeah, that bottom 3 is not looking the best, unfortunately. Look, I don't want to dunk on anyone too hard, right? We're at the halfway point. There's still many games left. If Skyjump and Mumsy keep playing how they're playing, though, there might not be many more games to...
Jacob.
What's up?
I'm going to go ahead and take it from here, Levin. I'm going to go ahead and take it from here. Let's go ahead and scoot you off the couch one moment. You know, as a caster, everybody knows I just love to talk. And honestly, there's only room for one big man on this couch. I'm that big man. You know,
respect it.
And being able to cast these games, man, have been insane.
Did you say he's that
Shark
big,
and Teeny, honestly, after watching game 1, I was convinced these guys are going to take it, but then I forgot Peter Bot and Poyo existed.
I mean, the way that Peter Bot was able to bounce back, especially in that match number 4, right? What was it, 7 eliminations just by himself?
Yeah, and he got a lot of those earlier on as well. I think just starting the game off really strongly is going to be really important for these guys. I do feel like they're that sort of momentum team. It does seem like they have that sort of unbreakable, unshakable mindset, but it definitely affects them. I think they give off a lot of that sort of aura and try and be calm and cool, but they do rely on that momentum as well, and we saw that in that last game.
Winning though is also like even crazier.
Jacob, aren't you supposed to be casting, bro?
I mean, I was casting, but I initially came in because Vivid made a comment yesterday.
He just does it all,
and
bro.
he said, "Who's gonna scooch me over, right?" And then he
Caster,
looked to Levin,
analyst.
and they laughed what I felt like was in my face.
Most
and that's something I
passion.
remembered forever. All love to Levin, all love to Vivid, but I had to make sure to get my get back. Levin, I love you, brother. I gotta go ahead and give you your seat back, my man. I just had to do it one time.
The size difference. The size difference was insane on that shot, too. Well, thank you,
The
Jacob.
height
Hopefully you have
difference.
fun casting. Welcome back, Levin.
You know what, yesterday I was actually quite upset with Glitter when she like sort of pushed me to the side. But at least she like let me stay on the couch.
True.
You know, like Jacob's just like, yeah, man, just actually just get off the couch.
I said it a lot already. Shout out EWC.
It's intimidating, man. I mean, a man of his stature, I mean, you
been a
don't
very
want to
good
mess around
event.
with him.
I think we need
just
more
came and
reload
sat on him, he
events.
would have disappeared.
Not gonna lie.
It would have happened with me, too.
I didn't even see him come in.
But for
It's
some
been
of the
great to
other
watch.
for some of the other duos, right? We're talking about the club championship. We're talking about some of these other everything that's going on here at EWC. AGL. I feel like we're seeing the same AGL that we saw in Survival, which was a bit of a hit and miss.
Yeah, and it's really weird to see Sky and Scroll in this position. They're not the sort of team that you typically associate with a team that is hit and miss, particularly with how they play over on EU, the way they play that major so effectively. They're back-to-back major winners, remember, as well. So it's like, that's not the sort of performances that you need to win at FNCS Major. The way they're playing here is just so unorthodox, really, from what they're used to.
Yeah, I think the reality that we've had to come to accept as Sky and Scroll is when it comes to Battle Royale,
16 thirds,
they've got the
12th,
formula
16,
figured out,
wow.
right? Their intuition in that mode, everything
It's
from
kinda
just
surprising,
the way they
but not
pick
too
their
surprising
drop
since it's
spots
reload.
to the way they like to rotate to their timings,
Yeah,
everything is spot
you know.
on. They just haven't quite figured out the formula here in Reload, and so unfortunately, if the Falcons continue to rise this way, I know obviously Trackmania and that's going on, but it might not even have to come down to that. The way Peterborough and Poyo are starting to heat up.
And we're getting a chance to see that club championship ranking right now. Falcons right now with the healthy lead, and I say healthy when it's just only 300
we
points.
saw Pete, Poyo,
Considering
Swizzy,
that if
Pixie.
AJL does end up turning it around, they could end up
Skyjump,
catching up.
Mumsy,
But
Easy
right
Dub,
now,
so
it's
there's
just
still a
not
lot of teams that
looking
go for
like
high
it.
ground, not the
But we see
established
what's going
ones.
on so far today, right? What's one thing that has just stuck out with you? Obviously,
guess all
we've
those
seen
teams, like,
Peter Bot and Poyo
they
being
play
able
high
to
ground,
bounce
but
back. Whether it's good or bad, what's like that one thing?
Only
like,
when they can, you know?
Okay, I was not
Like
expecting
if it's
that.
easy enough for them to take it.
I think the amount of really solid NA fighters who just sort of been getting put down quite a bit. Look, one thing that I've always said, even with the whole regional bias gimmick that we all do, the best of the best NA players, the best of the best EU players have always been level peg, right? And especially in fighting situations, you'd expect a lot of these NA guys to be doing a lot better than you, but there's been a lot of mid-game fights where brothers are just getting put down that I'm not used to seeing get put down.
Yassine and Salvatore as well. I think that's a big surprise for me. We spoke about how these sort of small and region teams are really stepping up to the plate. Those guys
It's
managed
so
to
crazy,
win a
too,
game
'cause we
today.
don't
I think
actually
that's
qualified when we
probably
played
my
over
biggest surprise from today. It's like, what realistically would we expect
Actually, I
from
don't
those
think
guys?
we got seventh,
Because
but it's
I don't
too
know
bad,
what to
but-
expect from them, especially in the finals. We haven't seen them in this
Better than what you did with
Very
Clips.
true. Now, we've been talking about the game a lot. This is kind of the halftime, right? We're going to take a little bit away from the halftime. We're going to try to have some fun here. I can't have you guys looking that way at all because we...
Well, can we look that way?
Just close your eyes real quick. Just act... Levin, close your eyes. Act like you didn't see it.
We can't look that way. We can't look that way.
No. Just close them. Just close them. Here we go. I'm going to scramble them.
He's just had a rough year, though.
Ready?
I don't really know how
Good?
he's going to bounce
All right.
back.
You may... Oh, wait. You had your eyes open the whole time. You did too. Okay.
He said he's still been playing a lot, so.
Just whatever you do, don't look that way.
Whatever I do,
I don't know.
Do not look that way.
Screen that tells me the opposite.
Or you might have Jacob just
Might be
come
the
in
curve.
and end up...
I don't want to mess with that guy, so I'm a bit
Scary,
hazy.
Jacob.
I think Curve won to play
What do I
with
have to do?
pigs.
Hold it.
Hold this one.
Right.
We're going to be playing... Guess who I am.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So you guys have two cards.
I really just have
I
no
want
clue.
you
I don't
guys
know.
to
Put it on my
here.
forehead.
You know what? I'm actually gonna move over here.
Okay.
So I make
Block-
sure you guys
block the
actually
screen.
don't see the
Wow.
screen.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Face each other.
Okay. But they want to see it, so I need
No,
to...
I mean, they should be able to.
I'll
Here,
see
like,
yours as
we'll
well.
get a quick one. We'll get a quick one. There you go. This is the one that Levin's gonna be using.
Okay.
That's the one that you're gonna be using.
I think they need 3
All right,
games
now
for
face
How
each
many points
other.
they all? Oh, no, they only need 2.
Make sure
And
you
the
guys
card
see
as
each
well.
other. Yeah, and
No.
the card as well.
Can see my
Right.
card.
They need 3 games. They need to hit
I do know
350
my
points
person.
first, and then they need to win.
I recognize your person, yeah.
The
I
eight game.
recognize your
And give each
person.
other some clues, and you're gonna have
But
to
yeah, they
guess
could win,
who that
which would
person
be
in the
insane.
card is.
Okay, is my person a professional Fortnite player?
Yes, he is.
Wow.
How
okay.
did you know?
Okay.
Is... What, could I get a question?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
get
yeah,
this
yeah,
thing.
yeah. 1 and 1 and 1 and
All
1.
right. Is my player here today?
Yeah, they're here today. They're in the building.
They're in the building. Right,
They're in the
okay.
building. Is my player a European player?
Yes, he is.
It's 350 points for the win.
See it, just to verify.
Yeah,
All right,
Here,
just
wait.
making sure.
You need to get 350 points.
Is my player from one of the quote-unquote
And
smaller
then
regions? So I
after that, you need to win a game.
or NA Central.
That's how match point system works.
They are NA Central.
They are NA
Places win per game. It's like
Originally,
65, I think.
I
60.
didn't ask anything else.
Okay,
You get your own card if you want to play, man.
All right,
You want
all
to
right.
play? Go on the floor.
No, we good. Okay, all right. Go on.
Ridiculous.
Is my player playing on a club championship organization?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just like in Apex Legends.
All right.
Has my player
So it's going to be over very
an
soon.
FNCS?
Or this could go on until 2 p.m.
No, they're not an FNCS chomp.
Which should be
They might be a chomp.
quite the
but not
tourney,
a
I can't
champ.
lie.
Does my player look like Zekamus Prime?
Ooh.
No.
Okay.
All right, meaning?
Is my player the IGL in the duo?
Yeah, they're the leader.
They're the leader?
They're the leader,
Okay,
yeah. They're the
okay.
leader.
Good to know.
They're always IGL it.
Meaning I'm just never going to guess this player, bro.
Always IGL it.
hard.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's
is
not
my
even like the player
a
7, it's the
fragger?
caster 7. That's even worse.
No.
Or not a fragger.
Not a fragger.
Okay. All right.
You're narrowing it down. I'm gonna give you
Yeah,
guys.
One
Let's
more question
say
each, and then we start guessing, or we just got to
two
start guessing?
more. 2 more questions each, and then you have to guess.
Okay. What's your question?
I got a question.
Yeah, what's your question?
I'm still trying to block the screen. So don't be looking at this
I don't
one.
know if they
Is
have
my
targeted
player
Bradley. They just kind of
playing
like
with his
sold.
current
I can't
duo
lie.
in this event?
No. They're not playing with their usual.
And I don't think they
people.
can
They're not
do that
playing with the
ops for
people we're
grants
used to
because
seeing
grants are
them
going for
play
way
with.
too long.
Not whatsoever.
Like it's already 4 hours.
Has
All the breaks and stuff.
Did my duo win an
Imagine if you had
FNCS
match point.
this year?
Literally would never end.
Did my player win an FNCS this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait. You ready to lock in your answer? Not yet. You still have one more
So
question.
one more question? Okay.
So I have one more. I have one more, right?
But if you answer it before he does, then guess who wins.
Okay. No,
So you want to win?
I'm gonna use my extra
Okay,
question.
all right. You can use your lifeline too.
Okay. What's your question, man? Come on.
What is my question? My question is...
Now the Sky Scroll hate watch,
Is
huh?
this player... Does he have
Sky Scroll did a good game here.
No, I couldn't even imagine them with blonde hair. No, absolutely not.
Don't look that way.
Absolutely
Who wanted to take him
No
out?
cheating.
I'm not cheating, mate. I'm not
They
cheating.
kind of, yeah, I guess so. Actually, you're right. Maybe the people did start targeting them. Sleeps would be happy with you. Sleeps is on the max Sky Scroll hate watch for some reason.
This is the last one.
Okay. I know. Can I just guess my player actually?
Oh, he wants to go for the win. No, you can guess it. You can guess
Is
it.
my player Acorn?
No.
No. What?
I can answer that one.
Yeah.
You want to ask a question or you want to try to take a guess?
Oh. Not
Guess
an
if it's the same
FNCS
thing that happened
winner.
to Skyjump Monty, where they even
IGL in
landing
the
at?
duo. Not playing with his usual teammate. The blonde threw me off. I was
laying
going
in
to
the middle
say,
of nowhere.
I'm going to
Actually
guess
might help
Rapid,
him a
but
little
he's
bit.
blonde, isn't he?
No, definitely not blonde.
Rapid is wrong.
Trust
Rapid
me.
is wrong?
Rapid is your player is not rapid.
Yeah, your player is not blonde.
Not blonde.
Sharkatini could win with the loop, but I mean, now they have Izzy
Sometimes
Dirty Dog,
some people
so
would say he's not a player.
little sketch.
Not a player whatsoever. You just didn't ask, and I'm giving you a hint.
Yeah. Where's my hint? I don't get it.
Your hint,
What's my hint?
I'm gonna let you look that way really quick. All right, wait, hold on. Do this. I'm gonna let you face it to the camera.
Okay.
Face the card to the camera.
Yeah, face the
All
card
right.
to the camera.
You get less than a second to turn. That's the biggest hint. Yeah, look at the monitor and then come back to us.
I forgot about that. Thinking about Arconic Peter.
Or did he? Or did he? How good is his eyesight? That's the big question.
Well,
Didn't you say my player was an IGL?
Yeah.
They're taking the left side of Slurpee, but Pete and Boy are not gonna.
I didn't see
They're
that.
not gonna let that slide.
That's completely.
That's why I said 1 second, bro. That's why I said 1 second.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wait, do you have a guess? Because you haven't guessed yet.
I haven't.
We gave you a
guess
hint
right.
too.
Yeah, you gave me a hint.
Give you a big hint.
Well, not a player. That's
Not a player.
The one.
Wait, let's go down from it, right?
Yeah,
Not a player.
Not a player. Would
Not
IGL his
definitely
team,
not blonde.
Would lead his team. But
Great
not
question,
only
Hazard. We're
IGL,
just
in
waiting
the
now for
building.
Game 6 to
Yes.
start.
Oh my goodness.
This is
Everyone at home
perfect
is
because it's
probably
gonna be
laughing
time to
at
eat
me right
breakfast finally.
Definitely an IGL.
Trigger's like, P if they need kills. There's
now. I
something
don't
better.
know.
You're right, Bradley.
Clicks?
It's looking better than Pete the first couple games.
Last one.
In game 4, Pete just went crazy off spawn, and then they won the game.
Is my player lower?
Should be soon though,
Or
Hazard.
lower,
Should be soon for game 6.
Boys, we tried. We tried.
Man,
But sometimes
we see.
Can I look at my answer now?
Y'all can see.
Oh, bugger off.
What?
Oh.
You're not an IGL, brother. I was trying to help you.
That was bad by me. That was bad by me. I'm actually really disappointed. I thought I should have won that.
I thought you would have.
I've been trying to give you more hints. Levin, you know what? I did only. I think the hint I gave you, I should have gave you at least 2 seconds because that was a quick turn. That was a quick turn.
It's a small screen.
You can keep that one if you want me to give you a signature for it. I got you too.
You never asked if it was a player. You just assumed it was a player.
Yeah, true. That's
you never
so true.
asked.
Did I say is he playing or did I say is he in the building?
You said, are they in the building today?
Oh my goodness.
Are they here today? Like, yeah, they're in our presence, but
well, boys, it's time. It's time for us to stop guessing, and it's time for this teams to start clutching up because we're about to go to the stage.
Taco, I think Mini was set up there just a little bit.
Going to game 6.
I have to give that one to Mini, but he was asking all the wrong questions.
Is he an IGL?
I think it ends early, Bradley. I don't think we're going to game 15.
You know what, though?
I feel like
Seven has
game 15 that would actually be insane.
For all of us at some point throughout this weekend, but we'll have to wait and see what kind of Fortnite abilities he'll be able to sort of lead the charge with. But we're back, Jacob. Game number 6, and every single one of these players had a chance to review, calm the nerves, whatever there might have been left over from the starting point, and just get everything going if they haven't already. And Malabuka
versus Chino Pablo right here. Oh my god.
One piece out of Khan. Not healthy enough to try and deal with Chino, though. Chino might have to go for the reload, but Malabuka's gonna side leap too far. Chino able to get away with that one.
Just dies with fall damage, bro. Are we dead serious?
Not what you would expect to see.
I mean, sleep's almost
Not
done now.
Something you see every day either.
Yeah, that was not
getting right, trying to make something happen, but splat straight down and right back to the reboot. As Z-Dog steals away Chino's elimination, he tries to push on over to Josh, lands the shot, but Iamzo's there to back him up. This is their actual drop spot. They're not doing any sort of antics here to try to get early game eliminations. They're just trying to defend what
Johnny with the rose. Appreciate you guys.
So not only one team, but a few players towards the outskirts that they have to watch out for.
The first 5 games,
That's going to be the other one. Faded going ahead and landing some shots onto Goofy, making sure that Josh and Iamzo might have a little bit of an easier shot. On the other side of the map, though, Shark and Teeny continuing the ball rolling, getting a nice knock onto Sphinx, and already having their line of sight onto Muzz.
Poor Muzz, he'll be forced to sit and wait. He knows the most important part right now is just ensuring that Sphinx can at least become a participant to this lobby again. Still, it's not like he really has much of a choice. Shark and Teeny, they timed it perfectly. They know that Muzz is just going to be a sitting duck here. Shark already going to get a decent exchange, and Teeny just to close the gap even further. Nosif and Izzy nearly caught Shocker off guard there, but good response and fire, head on a swivel type beat, and well, Shark's not going to be one that Nosif and Izzy want to try and contend with just yet.
Even if they have no intention on moving on over towards Shark and Teeny anymore, you have to be very, very careful that Shark and Teeny don't take the fight to them. With Muzz rebooting back in, that gives him at least one target to go after, but Izzy, the audio visuals, reveals himself, so he's immediately becoming the focus, but he trades that first shot onto Teeny, forcing him to back down, but Shark is there as well, trying to make sure they have a good 1-2 punch combo in this fight, and there goes the persistence coming out of Nosif, seeing that his teammate did take a bit of damage. He's just continuously trying to close the gap, but it's Izzy who actually continues to take the fight to Teeny. They get the elimination and force Shark to run away.
Shark and Teeny ran into that building like they meant business, but it was Izzy and Nosif who immediately said, I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. Problems already starting to compile though, because Momsy and Skyjump, they're only about 100 points off, 99 to be exact, at the starting stage here before they hit that match point. All they would need after that is a victory royale, Jacob, but we've yet to see them even get one on the day, and so it's going to be very problematic because it is just not easy to deal with everyone who's had these opportunities to come up with a new strategy.
Yeah, I'm just hoping in their case they're not showing their hand too early. But in this early game, going against Muzz and Sphinx, Sphinx especially fresh off the reboot, and he's not able to stay alive long enough to reunite with Muzz, so he's going to go down and kind of be stuck by himself as a solo. And he has to be careful. Full team on the outskirts still nearby, but again, constant action all around the map here. And reload is faded, gets that elimination onto Goofy. And you can see SkyJump making sure to attack the freshly respawned players. Even with Muzz getting control of that slurp truck, he's still going to go down. So SkyJump, Momsy get their first elimination of this game.
Shark and Teeny, they'll continue to just shut Muzz down. Every single attempt from Muzz and Sphinx just to try and stabilize for even a couple of moments. Just not even being the slightest bit factored in here. Everyone around the area just chasing them. And Pete Pollo right now, our analyst did a great job of breaking it down. That top 10.
It is actually just straight
Jacob, this is a tough one for you. I mean, I feel pretty good from what I've been seeing here today, but Pete Pollo, looking like NA's last hope right now.
Yeah, for all of the region, really relying on them to perform. And honestly, so is the entire Falcons organization for that club championship, putting a lot of pressure on them to perform for a multitude of reasons. SkyJump Momsy closing the gap. Less than 100 points to go before they're officially on that match point. And then all they would need to do is get that victory royale. And they're staying around this spot. This is where they got that elimination onto Muzz, forced him out, and kind of left Sphinx here. And because Sphinx has been stuck here for so long, he only has 4
Muzz
kills.
also stuck
Look at
wherever
Muzz,
he's
he's been
at.
hunted
They
around,
got him.
only 11. These guys are going through it this game.
And the even bigger issue still is knowing that they're not even that close to each other. It's going to take them so much time before they're even going to have a real opportunity to try and reunite. They're both stuck, huddled away in corners. Shark, one more time, to get another review of just how he's able to chase Muzz out for yet another elimination. And it feels like if it's not Shark and Teeny, if it's not Izzy and Nosif, it's going to be just another team entirely. Minifio, though, also getting active across the map. The Mammoth Pistol still proving to be very problematic.
Actually a straight farm in this game,
You
bro.
can get that first shot accuracy in, but for Sky and Scroll, you're talking
Absolutely
about
insane.
the club championship points. And AGAL definitely going to be rooting these guys on in the secondary half here because they've got a long ways to go before they hit that match point threshold.
Yep, and so far another team has fallen. Goofy and Z-Dog out, Yassine and Salvatore out. Sphinx just gets dropped yet again. You can kind of see in the mini-map, right? Shark and Teeny are one of the only teams over here other than Muzz and Sphinx. And because they're still in the zone, Muzz is going to continuously respawn right above Sphinx, or I should say Sphinx is going to respawn above Muzz over and over and over. And because they're inside of the zone, there's almost nowhere for Sphinx to land. So he's definitely going to have a tough one this game. Going to need to really figure out how they're going to get back. Muzz might have to start thinking about how he's going to play the rest of this one as a solo.
That last glide over shot, though, Teeny and Shark, they've diverted their attention towards Cammy and Hari, who are actually a leaderboard threat currently. Shark, Teeny, they'll have none of it. At least getting one half of the duo. Hari going to be forced to retreat, but it's not going to be easy.
They know now, too. They're targeting Hari.
Knows that he's got Hari a bit locked down here. Because even if Ari manages to scramble out of this one, he still has to remember there are so many other teams close by that could potentially look to pick him off on the escape route. So Shark and Teeny watching their angles also, not trying to get caught off guard. Teeny will take over that front while Shark contends with Ari, and that's just going to be 4 eliminations already.
I really don't even know how Shark and Teeny have 2 teams trapped in this position, but it comes a third. SkyJump and Momsy probably hearing all the noise. They want to have a little bit of fun. Big shot onto Shark. Unfortunately enough, teammates aren't there to finish it up, but they switch their focus on over to Teeny, dropping him down to 50 HP or less, and they're looking to continue that chase. And it looks like almost for a second, Teeny might have created enough distance, but Momsy just keeping that bird's eye view over above. Muzz is there as well, so it could be a chance for him to get that elim and get back in the game.
The crowd buff is so real, though. Momsy and SkyJump are just playing with a whole different sort of confidence here today. And the fact that they were able to send Teeny
Dude,
packing,
these EU
that might
teams
be
do not have
one
fear.
benefit that Muzz might manage to
They just don't
actually
falter.
survive. Shark is going to be
They don't crumble under pressure like
sit
NA.
tight with this duo, doesn't want to allow for any kind of hiccups. They know that they've got a decent amount of elimination points already. They need to start prioritizing, making sure they have enough materials and have enough builds and loadout to actually play the rest of the game with.
Yeah, especially since now the zone is forcing them away from Dirty Docks. All these eliminations they got early on, finally they're able to reap the reward, kind of maxing out their materials, gaining some extra resources. Skyjump Momsy, I'm not sure if they know Sky and Scroll has lurked their way all over here, and not even just over in this direction, but with a little bit of elevation. But the fight continues. Shark, Teeny, Muzz, and Sphinx, and it was looking good for Muzz for a moment. Full shield, full HP, a chance at a loadout, but Shark and Teeny turned that
They
one
really
right
can't get
back
anything
around.
started right now. This is sad.
Poor Sphinx, man. Just, what do you even do? You've got to spend so much time just delayed from any semblance of your original game plan strategy to open things up in Game 6. And also a friendly reminder, Jacob, we are switching things over. No more Elite Stronghold. We are on Slurp Rush. And that is clearly shifting a lot of these aggressive patterns. We know that once we cross that halfway point, teams are going to start trying to whip out all the stops to make sure that they can match up with that match point threshold, because there's just too many teams within that top 5 entirely that have a clear shot path right now. And if they're the first ones to the punch, what happens to the rest of the lobby? You're just sitting and watching and waiting and hoping that they don't actually hit that victory royale after the fact.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. It's going to be daunting. We always
That
talk
would have
about
been
the
the
physical.
craziest trio
The
on that.
mental is just as important. 6 zone. So that's why you see not pressed for time. Sky jump moms, even Sky and Scroll, slow to rotate on over. They know they have the extra
Before Evan was like, actually, you guys can't do that.
Is for the most part on their side. They just got to figure out
which makes sense,
to
but
kind of position themselves inside of the zone so that when it opens up, they're definitely a-okay, but they don't want to make too much noise. They want to go ahead and
Ritual's
see
a good
if
idea.
anybody else around and makes a mistake on
I
their
actually
rotation.
think they would have won every event.
Between Pete, Poyo, Darm,
Like,
Demish,
if Ritual was still leading to the Pete after the first FPCS,
not really all too interested in a full commit here just yet.
I don't know, Pete just went with the narrative that Ritual's trash.
This is definitely
even though
their
Gold played so bad that
over
Graves.
at Slurpee Swamp.
They got second
Hari
in.
and Cammy kind of lingering the outskirts of it. Shark Teeny also going to start making their way towards that more central position. There are just so many slurp barrels, so many different ways though for teams to essentially heal up as they cross over. But Shark Teeny, gotta watch your back.
Bro, Sleeps, what are you talking about? Ritual is literally known as the best fighting IGL in the region.
The question I want to pose to you is,
It's part of the reason they played with him.
the biggest problem for so many of NA's heavy hitters here today?
I just think it's just so much chaos.
He's still with Pete and Gold,
it's
so
not
he looked the worst in
necessarily
comparison.
what they would used to in an NA lobby, and then obviously EU, the players on average
Yeah, no, he literally
are
was
just
though,
much
what?
better at fighting and being able to hold their own other than the competition. But you see the club championship leaderboard. Team Falcons on top, 4,600 points. AGAL in second, 4,300 points. It's only a 300-point difference, Taco, and that puts the importance on the performance of Peter Button, Poyo, and Sky and Scroll in this competition.
And we know that there is millions of dollars on the line between that club championship series. We know that there's $1 million on the
Seems
line.
I can tell you take a
just
lot
for
of
this
the things these
finals
pros say
performance, but
as,
also
like,
have to
that.
remember there are other orgs participating in
Pete
this club
scapegoated
championship too at EWC
extremely
weekend.
hard
Being down to the wire
onto
here, week
Ritual,
number
because I guess he knew he could
7.
take
There is
it.
Opportunity for teams inside of that
Honestly,
top
the
10
only reason why they
to
didn't win
overtake
that
each
grand is because
other,
Cold
depending
played
on
so
how everything
bad.
actually shakes up here. Rocky Sports even looking at Cammy and
But like what
Ari
he
and how
usually
they've
would.
actually been able
I
to
remember
perform on the day,
watching
and these guys are sneaky.
one of the
They're
games and
sly
Ritual
about it
literally
because
died trying to
they're
save
not
Cold, and
necessarily
then it
gonna
didn't even
hog the
matter because he just
spotlight by any
like he
means
just
with
died
their
again
gameplay,
anyways.
but
You know what I
they are
mean?
consistent, if anything.
Yeah, they're a team that you don't necessarily
Like Ritual
expect to
sacrificed
see at the
himself
top
to
of the
save Cold. He's like,
leaderboard,
all right,
but
he's a better
come
player
game
than the team. I
time,
need to keep him up.
They usually always are. Sharkatini,
Yeah,
though,
he just
using the
fucking
water to
nutted,
try
bro.
to gain as many shields as possible. They just got to make sure to stick deep in those waters. Teeny already full health, so it's really going to be up to Shark. The audio visuals is definitely going to let them
I guess
know what
Yamza
the
was,
seeds
like,
are trying
what?
to spread out the loot, making sure Teeny has enough. He is going to be the guy leading the charge.
I think it's just
carving
most
and
points,
building the path for them a
Jakey.
good portion of the time.
If he goes all 15.
Between each other and Sky, Scroll. They're going to need a refresh, and they're going to need it ASAP. They
Sky
do
and
not
Scroll are
have a
just-
whole lot left to work with,
just
and with
dead.
the whole lobby kind of looking their way, it's only a matter of time before they get fully pinpointed and collapsed on. And
Now
the entire lobby is looking at
okay,
you with these
Zum was crazy,
SMGs,
but like I don't think he was during the first FNCS.
To actually hold your walls, you just lose all of your material counts, especially the hard mags.
And sleeps like comparatively for how they should be playing.
Typically, you kind of seen Shark and Teeny play for the high ground, dodging this portion of the game.
In that first Grands, Ritual played at like a B,
that to be the
and
case.
Cold played at like C level, bro.
Mess up on their shockwave, but they go ahead and solo shockwave their way on out, and that's what's going to cost them. They separated for a second, and that mere second cost them everything. And they
like Cold should be damn near matching Peter Bot's stats, and he just played so mid.
Josh gets the other, and they end the run of AGAL in this game.
It's like vultures in this lobby.
At least he should have been.
The moment that you're just a little bit too late to the party, there's no such thing as fashionably late when it comes to these end game moments. Hari and Cammy, though, not really getting much.
But for some reason, Pete just like, I don't know, it's easier to make fun of Ritual and like, you know, scapegoat him.
I mean, Iamzo able to
second place down.
Cammy clean outright.
And we're at endgame.
Iamzo really sending it on this
Three
last
trios.
effort here in Game 6. They're really trying to make up for some lost time.
All right, we know they can frag out with the best of them. They can dominate the low ground. They just got to show it. As Peter Bot and Poyo are now starting to elevate themselves on the high ground. We have seen this song. We have danced
Poyo on the high ground. No he wins this game.
It's becoming the pure focus of Peter Bot and Poyo trying to take him down, and the knock is going to come through. The elimination is what they're looking for.
And Peter Bot knows now he's safe to actually take over that next front side. Romero and Label are going to get beast up the moment that they try to head forward, and just only moments left between Mumsy and Skyjump. Our leaderboard champions currently, and yet Mumsy praying that this make-it is going to buy him enough time. He has managed to just claw his way into the placement.
He's probably down after this.
But Jacob still, it's nowhere near enough. They're going to need so much more to keep
still
up the hold on this
he
lead.
baited in.
Yeah, the win definitely is not going to be enough. Especially for
oh my god, what a shot
you
faded.
got to get elims like that, and now they turn their attention. Teeny did get revived back on up. Well played by Shark to make sure his duo is by his side every step of the way. And even when they separated there again, he finds his way back, knowing that there's so much pressure. One person can't handle it alone, but Teeny's gonna fall. Shark's gonna be by himself, no materials, and a dream right now that he hopes to make become a reality. But Izzy and Nosif, they displace him, force him down low into the Lion's Den.
Shark took that opportunity.
Oh, these Skyjump go down, but they take down Swizzy in the process.
But everyone is just dropping. They can't afford to try and challenge Pete and Poyo on the high ground. Pete and Poyo are just causing so much pressure, so much suppressive fire. Shark and Teeny are going to be fully eliminated. It looks like Vico and Malabuka are now going to try to play catch up to where the zone is pulling. They are relatively healthy, but Vico is lost
Vico goes
in
down.
the mess of it all, and Malabuka be forced to try and look like a fragger.
And they're just way too high up in the name of Peter Bot and Poyo. I'm not sure too many teams could actually go up there and try to contest them for the high, and it's even that much harder as Izzy is just dominating the low ground yet again. Down goes Cold, down goes Rapid, making it that much easier for them to go into flow state down below. But Peter Bot and Poyo, they're dropping down. You see they don't have a lot of materials. They have to go ahead and reach some of this reward.
Izzy goes down. I mean, Pete and Poyo look like they might get enough to win, bro.
It's all up to Nosif.
That might be the best case scenario too for Peter Bot and Poyo, because Izzy and Nosif getting shut down this early.
Fighting Malabuka.
Cleaned up also. Peter Bot and Poyo find exactly what they were looking for. Demish and Darm now trying to stand tall.
We're on Surf Rush, the end is Soapy Swamp. I mean, like, come on, bro.
Victor V trying to see if they could be the cutoff point. Poyo even doing himself a favor here with that first knock off
has
the
the most
Demish.
right now.
Nosif
Okay,
still
Kanata.
a solo left kicking
this game.
underneath, but Kanata and Victor V, they've got the distraction factor right now for Pete and Poyo.
Yeah, persistence is key for Pete and Poyo, and they're unlocking opportunity after opportunity here, but Darm's by himself.
Twice.
He's the only solo left between two duos, and big shot from each of them gonna take him down. Peter Bot and Poyo get both of those eliminations, but find themselves in a 2v2 situation.
And Victor V got peeking right now.
North America
Victor V takes out Poyo.
And it's Victor V and Kanata that find that first elimination onto Poyo, bringing it down to a 2v1 situation.
Chill, Vic.
Victor V with his handful against Peter Bot.
Nice,
he
Vic.
finds the elimination, and he does it big for Dignitas.
Not the first time that we've seen Victor V is the counter for Peter Bot, but still
Bang.
a great effort out of Pete and Poyo. The $1 million
He's at every lane for a reason.
Game 6 even started off is, where's NA been so far today? And I think we just got our answer, Jacob. They have started to finally come online here in Game 6.
I like the way you said that. Major tournament after major tournament.
He's at every LAN for a reason.
Victor V that takes out some of the biggest stars of them all. And he's one of those players qualifying from the North American West region. He go ahead and teamed with Kanata coming from Central, and he took it upon himself to go ahead and switch regions. He said, hey, if I want to take myself to the next level, I have to play with and against some of the best players in the world.
God had 5 Eagles that game too.
Gotta be appreciative though of Victor V and Kanata just pulling themselves
That's what we want to see
one
from NA.
step
That's what
closer
we want
to
to see.
trying to stay in challenging range of that match point threshold with so many other duos.
I'll see if the leaderboards update, chat. This... Nah, that can't be right. Okay. I think this is right. Skyjump Mumsy, first place still. Biko Malibuka, second place. Pete Poyo, third. They're making their way up. Sharktini, fourth. Izzy Nosa, fifth. Con Faded, sixth. Harikami, seventh. Swizzy Pixie, eighth. Yaz and Salva, ninth. And Victor V and Kanata in 10th place.
To keep trying to siphon off as many refreshes as they could
These
string
guys will
together.
cook? Yeah,
because
probably.
You're not going to make your way back up top
Yes, sir,
anytime
NA
soon.
comeback.
Not with Pete and Boyo looking you down.
Yeah, just
We
kind of
like to
look at
see
their
Jakey.
faces. They win, they celebrate, and realize, hey, it's time to get right back to work. Job's not done just yet.
You need
And now kind of
350
look
points,
locked,
right?
loaded,
And
ready
then
to
you
go,
need to
almost
win
like
the
that
game
didn't happen,
after
but
you get
obviously
350
a huge
points.
confidence boost for them. Not only winning the
God,
game,
you
but like
hate
I said,
watching.
taking out the players that they did.
You're one of the
throughout
only
course
people
of
who
that
watch
one.
and sleeps.
Going ahead and
Respectfully.
turning that momentum around. We just got to see them continue it here. We're not going to be switching maps, so we will stay on the slurp rush, but I do think with players realizing they're running out of time, things might continue to switch up.
Just don't hold your breath. But Victor V, you gotta also love the fact he's probably given Pop so many heart attacks this weekend. But hey, that's part of the fun of Fortnite competitive after all. But listen, guys, Game 6
No,
just
Jakey,
concluded. We'll
no.
have
You have to win the
Game
next
6
game
coming up
after you get
shortly, but
350
right now,
points.
We'll be right back.
We got 80 points. Okay, his points aren't updated yet. Does he even have the 80? Wow. Maybe Ofugu and they have a 4th place and they're 19th. Plus Sphinx, they're in the spin cycle that game. Goofy Z Dog falling off quite a bit after the first game. But they bring it back. Sky Swirl, man. Match point will be very fun. I mean, realistically, anybody from like 8th upward could still win. Like 9th's really the drop off right now. Cold Rapid. Who did I have on my Preds? I didn't. How are my Preds looking right now? Vico Malley, okay, Pete Poyo, Sharktini. Where Publishino at? 15th. Ooh, that's not good. And then Swizzy Pixie. 8th. Okay, that's not horrid.
Halfway through the competition, who knows how many games we're going to play today. During that little bit of a break, I got the chance to talk to 2 teams. One of them was Peterbot and Poyo. The other one was Kanata and Victor V. Both of them shared the same exact sentiment, that they could not wait for Slurp Rush to come around, and immediately
It's not a lot, but
on
you
our
need, like,
first game
at
on
least
the Slurp
2,
Rush map, we can see them
which is
get
still hard.
first and second place there in 11. Look, take a look at this. The standings are showing it already.
You talked about who you spoke to during the break. During the break, I spoke to Pops.
Also, chat, I just realized.
I saw Pops. I said, yo, Pops,
It was
not
Pete
looking
Poyo,
good.
Kanata, Victor.
Levin, man, I
top
don't know,
2.
man. We might need some Levin hype for the next half of the competition.
Where are they landing?
Looks like they
Can you
didn't
get a
need
little
it. Slurp Rush was enough to get the job done for them. Clearly feeling much more comfortable. This is what we want to see from these two.
And as we're looking at the top of the leaderboard here, a bit of a switch up too, right? Peterbot and Pollo, they have been able to bounce back. Shark and Teeny is still a bit of a question mark, and something that we've been noticing more and more too is that Shark is the remaining player of that duo quite often, Levin. And when we look at the body language from Shark, especially once he ends up getting eliminated, he always looks towards Teeny, and I'm starting to see some certain body language.
Some subconscious team blaming going on here.
Oh.
Maybe that is, and honestly, when
Is
you're
there
in the
team blaming
position
going on?
these guys
Would be
have been in,
surprised.
At a certain point, yeah, you do start to look over across the stage and go, hey, brother, come on, I might need some help here, man. Like, help a brother out. So hopefully they can stay on the same page and don't rift too far apart. But it's not over. Like, they're still there. Like, they're still in touching distance.
Especially considering that that was probably one of the weaker performances we saw. They still ended off with a ton of eliminations. They had 7 eliminations by Zone 6. So even if they aren't able to place very well in the end game, the fact that they're able to garner 20 to 30 points just in the early game, it means so much more.
The thing, Vivid, sometimes when you have players like this, right, that are expecting to be at the top and they're not there, it might start getting to them. Even if they continue with those great performances, they want to be at the top.
But that's the weird thing, though, Seven, is that they were at the top over the course of the first 3 games. I mean, me and you had a conversation. It was like, dude, are they just going to, like, run away with it? It's going to be immediate for Shark and Teeny, but last 3 games have been a little bit rough for them. Hopefully, they can pick it back up.
I'm hoping that they'll be able to pick it back up. I mean, at one point, we did look at each other. We're like, you know what? I think it's time. Just give them the trophy, but it's not looking like that as other teams are bouncing back. But it's time we go into Game 7.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, what I'm seeing is a law of averages.
Donate.
You know, you can't continue to win it all and dominate.
That was at 350.
Sorry,
I did.
Peterbot and
Close my
Boyo,
door.
Victor V, Kanata, NA finally starting to show us a little life, and it's about time.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's nice to see. It's nice to see the competition going the distance here as well. A little bit longer than maybe some people were expecting. I think a lot of people were expecting a lot more dominance from Shark and Teeny. It's just not been the last few games that they would have liked to remember.
At least 2 wins. They need at least 2 wins to compete for top 3.
They can pull it back, and I think that's the thing about this
And
team.
then they just
Shark
need
and
good games
Teeny.
after
yes,
that.
the analysts broke down. They maybe a little bit of their chemistry is just shaken up a little bit, but
Mumsy is the
they're
closest
so
right now.
good individually and as a team. Remember, they won 3 of the qualifiers here to get to this event entirely. So they just need to reignite that, like what we've seen from Peterbot and Poyo.
I mean, I think
Well,
most
that
people have
Peterbot
more
and Boyo
viewers
do
than the
very
EWC
well right
account.
now. If you're AGAL
I mean, Aussie,
fan, and you're looking at those
Gorilla,
club
Vax,
championship points right now,
Mar.
Sky and Scroll have
This is part of this
slipped
list,
their way
chat.
down to 16th
Where am I
place,
at?
entering into
Dang.
match number 7. So
Sorry, I'm
we'll be
blocking
keeping
things.
close
Oh my God,
tabs
we
on
just
them.
died.
Bolts is going to be the
Bolts doesn't
first to get eliminated here. Again, just a massive upsetting
Yeah, Mumsy's
performance
not
so
scared.
far from Acorn and Bolts, as they've been trying to find their bearings here in the tournament. Darm and Demis staying as consistent as ever. They're right in the middle of the tournament here.
I think it just sort of goes to show as well how little the actual Battle Royale experience actually plays a part in Reload. You know, we're looking at back-to-back major champions of Major 1 and
win
Major
that fight
2
against Khan.
in Sky and Scroll, down at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Right.
Bolts and Acorn down at the bottom of the leaderboard. It's like, it is a completely different game, and it's a completely
Yeah,
different way
who's
of playing.
match point.
And I think if you'd asked anyone at the beginning of the day, would you expect Skyjump and Momsy to make
That
a
would
big
be
splash today
so
and end
much
up in
AD.
first place after 6
Fox
games?
is right.
I think they would have just laughed in your face.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's
Like,
definitely a
what's up with
level
what's
of
up with
play
NA on NA
style that
violence?
seems to be rewarded pretty heavily.
Yeah.
Why do we hate each
Definitely
other?
here on the tournament. Well, so far so good. A couple elims going back and forth. Malibu is going to fall. No
It's
Sip
not
is
even
going
NA
to
versus
fall
EU
as
anymore.
well.
It's NA versus NA.
Firing up right now, earning points. Con and Faded have had their
Yeah, I don't know what
moments
Yamza
here
was
on the
doing.
evening where they've shined last game.
He's committed to popping that big.
Coming up now, off to another hot start.
I say
here.
that as
Quick
EU
elims here. These
has been
points
taking
rack
out
up.
each other the entire
We
tournament.
have seen it time and time again for Goofy. They were doing so good, and again, also just finding their moments where they've kind of slipped behind, so they need to find their bearings.
guy's
They're in
taking out Romero.
18th right now when they started in 5th
Is he
representing
taking down
Frozen.
Poyo?
This is not great. It's not great for them. And it's really tough because, like
Is
I
he
mentioned earlier,
at
you don't know
Slurpee,
when the
maybe?
tournament's going to end. So you can't think,
Can we
oh,
stop
maybe we have
watching
another 8
faded
games.
arm
You know,
things?
maybe we can go the distance. Because you never know. With Skyjump, Momsy get a big game here, push them over that threshold, 350 points. Then get the win in the next game after that. It's like everything's over, and where you're at on the leaderboard gets frozen.
Yeah, it definitely starts to put things into
bad.
perspective. Or in general,
wanna
once
see
they're
that.
350 plus, you know,
Bad,
their
bro.
entire strategy can just shift. They can go straight to playing high ground every game. That's going to be a disruptor type duo in the lobby.
She was literally
Just
killing
never
gold
really
right
know.
now, bro. There's people.
Skies
Where we at?
getting active here. Slua Romero, shots from the third party though, but Sky's here to clean up the job.
I mean, at least there's something happening.
Easy done for him. That's going to secure 2. 6 points already earned here. Not bad to at least get their cars and wheels turning here. Let's see it.
Oh, Sky Jump. Let's hit the beams here. So let's see what the replay's about. Yeah,
Ooh.
look at that. It's really hard to hit
Like the
shots like that
shots
with the
from,
burst because it
Sky
doesn't follow
Jump
the
there.
recoil. And that scope is quite magnified as well, so quite difficult to actually hit those.
Vico has the mythic
with
goldfish.
the mythic
for
fish in
once.
loadout.
Hit him with it.
Please. Malapuka
Please.
as well.
Oh my god, it'd be so
Gonna try and
funny.
win this fight. Izzy and Nosif onto their neighbors in Sky Jump
But
and
the mythic
Monzy.
goldfish is
They're
actually
gonna
good, by
try
the way,
and close on
chat.
in here. They want to
If you use it for
Starts
taking walls and stuff.
continue to perform, as we saw them get that incredible win earlier on in the day from Hype.
It's a nice little shield crack right there from Izzy. Momsy Sky Jump kind of put in a bad situation here, forced to rotate out and try to put together their loadout.
Don't let Pete fight it. Yeah, don't
And
let
it's
Pete
always
get that.
really dangerous when you have your duo fighting side by side against another duo. Boyo's
they
gonna
not
find
Lua?
Lua, so Lua not catching a break at all now. We'll see who's gonna end up being the first team fully finished here. Goofy kind of sitting near death's door, gotta be careful. Spixie and Swizzy find a set of eliminations. Fukun, Z-Dog currently down.
Yeah, that's not ideal for Goofy right there. I thought that might have been the end of this game for them, but Goofy does manage to escape, and that's their Fukun rebooting,
there's-
respawning into
pushing.
the
Pixie's
game.
gonna
They
jump
are
on
pushing,
Fukun in
they want
zone.
more. Remember, Pixie and Swizzy had such an explosive start to the
Oh,
day.
they
They were
decided not
looking
to,
really
actually,
strong.
wow.
And it's quite similar to how they sort of played in those group stage as well. They can perform
Where's Pete?
incredibly well.
Hey,
but
you guys
how much
asked
time are they
him.
going to have? Peter
We are receiving now.
against Sky. In a bit of a battle right now. Nice angle there from Sky to
Fighting
chunk
Sky
a little
is
bit of
full.
Pingabot HP, forcing him to pop that big pot and take a moment to breathe. As you can see Peterbot all the way back in the storm right here. Poyo's white HP is not going down, so indicating that he's not nearby. Sky looking
Yo.
to try and piece him up. EU versus NA, no whites on Sky though, so he
Our
has
Sky's
to try
full
and make this
dunning.
fight quickly.
He's doing this to Pete?
Peterbot scurrying away for now, getting inside the box to Sky, not quite able to in the end. Peterbot looks for a shot, looks for a return, not going to get it. Sky
He's doing that to Pete in there.
going to take him down. And that's AGAL on Falcons. Drama right there. Lots of violence between these
That
two
is
right
big
now.
for their orbs, by the way,
Is that
chat.
going to play into the hands of Sky as well
AGAL
for the
and
rest of the game?
Falcons
Champion v
are
champion.
the only two teams in
Big
contention
fights
for
going
first
down right now. You saw
and
for a
second,
moment
and there's
there
a
on the
2-0 difference.
picture-in-picture, you had Peterbot
The club in
just
first place
baffled
is
as to
7
how
mil.
he missed that
The
shot.
club in
He
second
sticks
place
his hands
gets
in the air, takes him
5
off the
mil.
keyboard, like, come
So,
on.
very big. Very
Really
big swing.
feeling the effort there. Well, this is actually really bad. So Scroll, wherever he was hiding, he's found it out because he's down right now. So Sky is actually
I've been on the
crazy
right
that he
side the
won that
entire
fight, 'cause
time.
It could have gone
Purple
really
doesn't
bad for
even
him
matter.
at that point.
If Sky
Doesn't
lost
matter, it's
that
all
one, they
good.
could have been out of this game
Yeah.
already. So that was well played from Sky. Needed to as well, of course, lack of whites. But we get to see where the Storm
Keep Sky around. I
the
like
zone
him.
ends up closing in.
Who mobs?
Z-Dog and Goofy against VK right now. Getting in close by, but not
Nah, they probably won't
actually
get dropped.
getting too involved as Momsy and Sky
It's just
Jump are
like,
in the vicinity
if
as
Pete
well.
wins
to try and
Falcons like
take
$7 million,
control of the supply
like,
drop.
his contract
Give
increase is
that
going to
a
be
little bit of a boost as well.
disgusting.
And I've been really impressed with these guys
No,
so
I
far
mean-
today. Of course, they haven't actually managed to pick up a win, which
I
of course you
hide
need
chat.
to
Does
do
that even work on
to
TikTok?
end the competition. But yeah, I mean,
Wins
you're
don't
a
matter
believer?
yet.
Wins
Wins don't matter
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, not yet.
Get your points, play consistent, get us the win, and you'll send us all home very, very early. So hopefully it's not going to be too early. And hopefully they're not the only one in the race when that happens, because right now they have a significant lead. But Peterbot Boyo closing that gap. Vico Malabuka starting to close that gap.
I would complain that we're watching a
Vico
lot of people
Malabuka's
farm, but
probably,
there's actually just
probably
nothing
the team
going on.
we've shown maybe the least as far as their journey, right, as we've kind of focused in on these other teams, but they have been very much right
Where's
there.
our team? Good question, actually.
Yeah, they have. They're always in and around that sort of top spot. And I think when they won Summit, that was kind of... Ooh, hang on. Before I
Wait, this
mention
is
that,
targeted.
Peterbot
This
down
has to be
against the
targeted.
Sky and Scroll. Not ideal for him. Sky and Scroll recoup a lot of that loot that Scroll would have lost.
Wait, Sky and Scroll
from
are
that
definitely trying to
down.
take out Pete and Poyo for their
As I was saying,
AGAL.
Vico Malabuka, they're the sort of team that can go, not missing, but they can
That's
just go under
crazy.
the radar a little bit throughout the tournament. At the Summit, they weren't necessarily coined as the team to watch out for even throughout the event. They were just consistent. They were making those end games consistently. Not too flashy about it, and again, they haven't got a win either, but more than capable of doing so. Sky and Scroll looking to make this dead side rotate as well.
Yeah, nicely done for them right there. A little get back as well.
Group Sky.
You see Boyo's HP really
Yeah,
low
this would be a
right now.
valid
So
hate
he's
watch
been
from
kind
UC.
of hanging out here inside
This would be valid.
the zone for quite some time. A lot of duos still lingering about. This is a pretty dangerous spot to be in. But again, they're here just kind of gathering back. And this is the problem, right? You get this major setback when you get eliminated like this. Now he's got to take all this time to farm back up this loot. Sharkatini getting active here onto Khan and Faded, though. This is your 6th place team versus your 4th.
You know, Khan faded first.
Very interesting fight going down right now.
Game.
Big moments there as well for Khan and Faded. I feel like this is a team that performed incredibly well earlier on in the week and have high expectations of themselves, as we heard from them in the interview. They believe that they are the team to beat, and it's nice to see them doing that here on the finals as well. Haven't quite seen that level from them throughout the whole year so far. Khan, of course, playing with Reason, unable to qualify for the LAN in the main track, the main circuit. Later on this year,
was a crazy sight.
Izzy Nosif, another team that
the teams there right now are
clutch
it only being 20 teams.
right at the end, so
on the right, I understand now.
Channel all of that energy as they make their way through this game. Fans still on their side as well.
Also,
the ideal situation for the French
points.
fans. You got one of those teams leading the way, and another one chasing down as well.
Yeah, 5th place for Izzy and Nosif. The crowd loves to chant for them when they're up on screen. Falcons definitely go crazy for Peterbot and Poyo on that side of the arena here. 2 elims so far, still again just getting comfortable here as the zone is starting to develop. We're getting into the late portion of this round now. Zone's going to pull west. This is where the majority of the player base is. No one's actually inside of Dirty Dock, so it's going to be a good, favorable zone for the most part. But saw how many players were actually playing that Slurpy Swamp. Let's see who ends up making it in and getting settled in first. Ari Kami here. Kind of right in between Vico Malabuka, who is actively tanking Storm right now for key positioning. Faded Khan, fresh off those reboots from Sharkatini's fight. How did they fare? Not too good, actually. So that's what I'm talking about. Getting eliminated so late in the game, you can see
taking down Sky,
Khan
getting a little bit of
barely has any
revenge.
mats now.
Yeah, and the difficulty is, of course, the area in which you can operate in gets smaller and smaller as the storm closes. So if you go down earlier on, you can re-loot, come to the POI, scrap loot some of the other fights. But you can see right there, they just have to sit in their box, sit in that bush, and just
Pete's back. Wow.
enjoy the loot that they currently have, which is not particularly enjoyable, but if they can find an elim, if they can find a knock, that can reignite their game as well. Take a look at another highlight here from Peterbot. You know it's going to be an absolute banger.
Oh, gosh.
He whips out that
What a
melody,
bang.
you just know something crazy
What a
about that.
bang.
He's so good with it, so accurate.
Unbelievable.
Sky ends up falling right behind that, so now it's all up to Scroll. Reboots ending in 30 seconds here. Acorn and Bolts going for high ground, looking to kind of put up a flex of a position. This is just posturing at this point. It's too early to do anything big with it, but you got the extra mats, might as well put it to use. Sky's gonna go ahead and touch down there. You saw that in the distance. What's this little corner looking like? Darm, Demis, Lua Romero, Victor V, Kanata, or inside 10th now. Sky and Scroll in their back next to Peterbot and Poyo. So kind of meeting back up with their duos. All 20 alive now as we're entering into Storm Zone 7, and reboots are now closed.
Southwest zone, favorable for Darman Dimash, Liwa Romero. These guys in the driving seat right now. Lovely.
There's no way Pete just hit that.
Damage onto Sky right there. Peterbot and Poyo look to use that as an opportunity.
And they know
to
Sky
go in
and Scroll
actually
to
go
get
in for the fight. Peterbot and Poyo do
Why
not
would we
want
switch
to
off
let them
that?
go away. But look at that. Peterbot down in the feed. Poyo, and that's to Romero. This is a completely different team to the team they were originally pushing. Absolutely
And he
disastrous.
died for that. What was that push?
Moment for Peterbot and Poyo. They've been on a bit of a roll. Peterbot's still down though.
He rolled into the box.
He's actually rolled back inside. Is Peterbot now going to be able to get revived right now by Poyo? I think he is. But no.
Oh my God.
The
Poyo
pressure's coming in
was
from
in the
other
res.
areas. Poyo investing all of his metal. Trying to hold off all the builds. Yeah, there we go. The revive comes through. That could be huge in the overall standings here.
My God.
How does he get
what
that
a
res?
save from Boyo right there to pick up Peterbot, and what a play by Peterbot to roll out of the box and not get pieced up. Boyo's so smart. Elevation change right there. Just clever usage to get the pickup. Surely that's the reason
Boyo's just
they
like that
are going to be in match point contention when everyone else is, if not first.
I'd love to see it.
Second best NA for a reason.
I mean, that is a skill gap as well. Being able to actually not get too disappointed when you get knocked is still in the game. For Khan and Faded, they really need to try and find a refresh and fast. 12 builds you saw on Khan right there. This is getting almost desperate at this point for those guys. Just need to try and turn the game around, which we saw
Lil Romero third party
got shut down. So they do need to take some risks. Scroll there gets knocked as well by Dimash and fully eliminated there as well as Sky. Dimash and Dom. EU on EU. Violence, Sky and Scroll from AGAL are the first team to fall.
Moses Sphinx have high ground right now. Momsy Skyjump kind of eyeing things up. We keep talking about them not quite securing their victory.
Sky go down. Sorry, my
You see they're starting to change their focus. Like, hey, brother, I think it's time we start looking up. Let's start getting ready for what we're gonna have to be performing against later. Sharktini though staying slow and steady here, consistent. Just looking to make this end game.
Wow.
Never count them out. They're a team that will for sure go fight for hype.
Beating Boyo might be having the last lap here.
Tough rotate here as they lose one another. It's going to cost them extra mats for sure. Peterbot, Boyo.
Munson Sphinx on high ground? What?
Nice little fizz.
Oh my god, but for how long?
Once again, that was onto Sphinx on the front side of zone. Muzz there goes down as well. Malabuka picks up an Elim in the process. Momsy and Skyjump all the way down here as well. Still in this game. Remember, this is our first place team at the very moment. They are looking to cross that threshold. 350 points is the amount that you need in order to then go on and get a win to take this tournament all for yourself. Izzy and Nosip yet again find themselves on high. They're looking to replicate what we saw from them earlier on and getting a big victory royale. The French fans erupt here in Paris.
With those Elims right there,
Izzy Nosip on high ground.
Fall in 6 once again. Izzy though gets contested by Peterbot. I was thinking there's no way they're not going to fight for it after taking down Muzz and Sphinx from the high ground. It was their doing. So surely they want to go for the win now.
They've only got 6 builds right there. You saw it on Peterbot. Not ideal whatsoever.
Wait, not Invictor might get a little freaky here.
Right now, Peterbot decides to go on up, trying to look for an opportunity to
he's forced this 5 builds. What is he going to do with this?
He's looking for a refresh because he's only got 1 build now. As Poyo has to try and get nearby as well. And of course, he's right next to him. This is the danger though. Peterbot and Poyo. No! Peterbot, full damage. Disastrous.
Kind of sprints off the edge there and then bolts away. No time in taking him down. Boyo here down to just 4 materials now on the heels of too many players' ramps there. The storm's too close either. It's just an unfortunate turn of events right there. Not even he understands how that happened, but
wow, and Poyo's out too. Wow.
No one's perfect. Take a look here. Momsy, though, misses the shot here onto Malibu.
No, he didn't get it yet. He panicked and just ran off. And he slipped off the edge of the build that would have stopped him from dying. So he took the max fall damage when he should probably took like 30.
From a baby, it's theirs. They have high ground.
Yeah, no team are playing it this game. It was absolutely free for them. One of the easiest height takes they will ever have.
That is a sell.
And the favorites coming
and
into the day
up on the high
finally
ground.
turned up again after having a really nice start. They've fallen off slightly. They've had a little bit of a rough patch, but now they're looking to recover their form. Pixie Swizzy down there as well, entirely sharp, looking just to try and compress the rest of the lobby down as the zone goes all the way over towards a bridge. It's going to be very awkward for all of our teams down on the low ground. That's why Shari and Cammy are just playing a couple more higher layers, actually finding a Ilium in the process there onto Mini Poyo and Momsy.
Understands right now.
The situation, needs to try and rack up as many points, even as a solo finds another med kit here as well.
I've been live for 4 hours already.
Victor V and Kanata are turning up right now as well.
Victor V and Kanata are going crazy. Oh my god, we need this.
2 games now where they're doing it, but Momsy's got the solo clutch for
I
himself
need this.
to kind
This
of
means
remain
something
in
to
the
me,
lead
man.
here. 300 points. The first team now to go ahead and break that
Wait,
threshold.
Momsy's still up? I didn't realize that.
This is a big moment here in the tournament. The crowd is cheering for Momsy. What can he do with the crowd on his back? Pablo and Goo forced out of the layer here. Now, shots coming in from all angles. It's Kanata forced in a scramble. He's on the run. Vico finds Rapid down low. and
Mumsy just got
everything
7.
is coming to a close here.
Look who's on height still. It's Sharkantini. Can we look to
Sharkantini's still
heal
on
off
high
back
ground. Victor
inside
V
the
and Katana
storm?
are still
Zone
up
is actually
top
pulling
6.
back
Oh my
over
god.
all of these old builds as well. So Sharkantini,
Oh my god.
although they don't have builds, they won't need them. Look at that, 5 builds onto Teeny. They're just trying to apply a lot of that pressure now down below.
Probably no
What that
back-to-back,
also
but
means
we at least
all
get
these teams
second.
down below are going to be running into each other, into old builds, into other people's edits. That's why Pablo and Chino
when did you just get up?
and Sharkantini are looking to ride on out to a successful game right here and reignite their
Nah,
lead.
they sound salvo.
Look how many teams are down as well. This is going to close the leaderboards even more.
If he goes down,
Ari's
though.
still in the game. Malibuca Vico earning points now. The second team to break 300 points. That's going to be an Elam out to
Wait, there's so many
Victor V
teams.
there.
Oh my god.
Teeny completely out of material now here up top. Forced to go down. The flow
Kanata got
is
third.
in.
Bang.
Vico's trying to heal. Malibuca's there. It's a 2v2. Everyone's one shot here. It can go either way.
If Teeny and Shark win this game, they get the 300 points too.
Across the side. Vico's in a fight with Shark. Shark's very healthy. Teeny's hurt. He's hurt as well. Everyone's training.
Oh
but
my
Shark
god.
hits the shots.
Huge game
They
for
don't care.
Shark and Teeny.
They don't care.
They had a bit of
They
a
don't
wobble
care.
in the last few games. Maybe that confidence was getting knocked. But Shark, there is no reason to look at your teammate with disappointment right now because you've just managed to pick up a huge victory royale to put
Started watching
yourself
since last
back
game.
in
I bet.
contention for the lead.
Vico's just letting the energy flow to him at this point. I hope he's got music playing, because if not, it's, you know,
I think that's just what he does.
he could just dance and nothing.
I think he makes his own music.
He's making his own music.
He's coming up with it in his own
Vico's just
way.
good
He's drumming,
vibes,
he's doing
bro.
the violin.
Malibuca's trying to figure this out right now. He's like, dude,
Shark and Teeny.
join
Do
in.
they even care?
Is this real life right now? Jokes aside, though, love when Vico, of course, is having fun. Just really living in the moment right now. Complete opposite, very stoic from Shark and Teeny here. Take a look from their perspective. I mean, we're just going to have to hear it from their perspective after this, but what a win here. Vico, Malibuca.
Bro, are they gonna even have any emotion if they lift the trophy? Like, genuinely.
They're gonna choke up. I'm choking.
Like, let's listen to this.
I have one build. One is in storm. Under. Nice. I have height. 30 right. Dead. I'm on. Nice, I'm dead. Dead. Nice.
Okay.
Ooh, they're feeling it now. They're feeling it. This is
There's
good.
some motion.
This is
There's some
great.
emotion.
They're confident. They've got the belief back in them. They got smiles.
And the Vico and Shark
So, you know,
100%.
day
I
one-
mean, Skyjump Mumsy are up there too.
It didn't say a word, not a GG.
I surely
They
lead with the
had
update
a
now.
Good
Let's get a little check. Vico Mally on 320 in first place. Shark Teeny second. Skyjump Mumsy third. Shark and Teeny are on 305, by the way. Skyjump Mumsy 303. And Hari Kami, Pete Poyo, Izzy Nosif, Vic Kanata. Never mind, it's all good. Yasin Salva, Swizzy Pixie, Khan, Faded. Yeah, this is getting close. This is getting close. Acorn Bolts. I mean, low-key, Zito and Goofy aren't even doing that bad. Just like every team's alive in that game in reload, so like it just looks way worse than it actually is. And it's straight trash. And the crowd goes mild.
Just as Nolan intended.
count them out. They have to fight their way back for that high ground, and we might be seeing a Peterbot and Foyo win again here, and then they find Muzz with a nasty flick there. Well played. Sphinx is all that's left standing. There's not much you can do when you're going against Peterbot and Foyo. We love you, but it's not going to be enough. Peterbot, Foyo.
You clear? You's always been clear, bro.
Man! It feels good to be at EWC
looking
right
even clearer
now.
today.
What an incredible game. Shark and Teeny showing up. I thought Vico's gonna get there. Maybe it's gonna go
Acorn
away,
Bolts.
but it's time.
He
Shark
just
and
does
Teeny's
bad at
moment
land,
is
bro.
right now.
You have to expect as much. The fact that they were able
Shark
to secure
is-
that victory royale, it's as close
Shark is
as
the greatest
ever.
player on
But,
EU right now.
Zeke, if we're going to talk about Shark and Teeny, there's one person that we also had to make sure to get a little bit of insight from a true shark connoisseur, some would even say, and that is the one and only Boop. His only comments, the one words that he wanted to make sure Shark knew was after their conversation, after how Summit went, and Boop telling me about how
Boop shout out.
Shark felt something he never wanted to feel ever again. When Shark puts his mind to it, he is the best player in the world. Those are words of confidence out of Boop, and I think they're also words that the rest of the community would be very inclined to stand by, especially with the way that they're able to manifest these victory route performances when they are this close in contention for that match point format. So it's time to be great, because with the way that Vico and Malabuka are looking, they want that back-to-back.
I know, and that's the thing, right? In that situation,
You know what's
the pressure
crazy,
was
chat? All
already at a
three
certain
teams,
level. But now we're at
they
that
get
match point
100,
status,
they get
right?
350
So
points this game.
can Shark and Teeny be that team? Can they step up to the plate when the pressure is
Boop is real.
Like the stage of the competition
Boop is
is
real.
at its most difficult?
I think that's what makes it so complicated, though, because you see the likes of Vico off to the side
Watching streams with
constantly.
always been
Every
kinda
single
like-
match. It doesn't matter the
it's kinda
result,
weird for
doesn't
me,
matter if
'cause,
it's a
like,
win, as long as there's eliminations and a solid
He's like
placement.
the
we see
Aussie and the
good
Fax
vibe. We know that Vico
of
and
EU at the
Malabuka
same
are a
time.
duo renowned for
It's a weird
having
combo.
such strong vibes between each other, and that
If
chemistry
this he never runs
can
sub
do
Oli chat, his
dividends
chat
in
is
these types of
straight cancer. It
environments.
would be so real.
Absolutely, and I mean, obviously, if we're talking about Vico Malabuka, Vico, for a moment there,
He brings a lot of
he was at the very beginning of
eyes
the
to
day
Fortnite.
super stoic, kind of like the Vico I'm
love
not
that.
used to seeing. The locked-in Vico, quiet, focus. Now we've got super.
Isn't Shark
vibes
15
Vico.
now?
He's good. He's dancing. He got second place, and some might, be upset or be like, "Man, what a tough moment." I
Dude,
did
they're
get
actually
that
the
VR.
anime duo. They're like the
Vico's
power of
dancing,
friendship.
He's emoting. He's feeling good. I love that. I also love Boop, by the way. Shout out to you. Kiss, kiss, cha-cha. With that being said, though, it's time. More action here from EWC.
Exactly wins for Shark to flush this warning.
Here we go.
Maybe.
Wow.
Game 8 chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, strap in because we are about to witness one of the most exciting ends to a Fortnite tournament, because we have got three
Turns
potential
15
teams in contention
September.
to cross that 350-point threshold. We got Vico dancing in his booth. We've got Shark and Teeny dancing.
I'm very glad
to
I decided to
victory
wake up for this.
in the game. And then we got Skyjump and Momsy, who just unfortunately stumbled whilst trying to do their dance moves in that last game. Who's going to strut their stuff here in the 8th game of the day?
Okay, I said game 7 on top.
This is really where it starts to get
well,
real.
surely
We
this is game
really
8.
get to understand and decide which one of our teams, or which multiple of our teams, we're going to be taking a look at for
Yo, there's a million
this
teams here.
match point potential.
Well, I guess there's
off
already
to a
good
good
teams
start,
here.
though, is Teeny
Teeny
and
with the
Shark.
first goal on the
Teeny getting
Momsy.
one already. Huge shot again
What
there.
a bang on the balls.
Onto Bolts. RPG in hand. What's Bolts going to be able to do about it? Blocks it well. Teeny looking to hit another one and
And
does.
he hits the shot.
That's huge
Oh
right
my
there.
God.
Down goes Bolts. Teeny still in this game, still alive. And just hitting so many great shots right there with the Mammoth pistol. I mean, this is really where it starts to get real, MDF. We could have 3 teams making it over that 350-point threshold here in this game.
I'm just getting back. I'm sitting down. I'm seeing what's going on. They're off to a hot
Bolts
start.
and Acorn,
Already
they just
starting
can't hang, bro.
again, continue to march their way towards that threshold. Izzy
love
Nosip
Abdullah.
very much on that same tune as well. 247.
Rapid taking down balls too. More NA on NA violence.
Let's see, Sharkantini finds Izzy Nosif as we kind of tee it up here. He's got such a lead on him. Very nicely done. Good finish there. And back to the action here. Teeny's on his teammate, though. Nosif's got to be careful.
Especially very careful.
Nah,
This
he
is
panicked last game.
awkward for Izzy and
Yeah,
Nosif getting
he just
pushed
ran
from two
off before he
different
got the
angles
fizz.
From Shark and
I don't know
Teeny.
why the zone wasn't even on him. No one was
Goofy
coming
let
up.
down
Like he
the
just
feed as well. It's just been
he's
bad
full
to
panic.
worse
Don't know
for
why.
those guys. At the bottom end of the leaderboard, Mud's actually hitting a huge shot.
One
there
thing that
onto
actually was
Malabuka.
unlucky,
Looks
though,
as
is
though
the fact that,
Malabuka
like,
surely will end up going down in that
he
particular fight. That's
sprinted
disastrous, 'cause look, Vico's just
and
gone
like
down as well. Could this
slipped
be
off the
second
edge of the
place
cone.
team out? Oh
So his
my
momentum.
no.
Vico Malabuka
Oh my
out. Wait,
goodness, that's
what?
our first place team. I beg your pardon. Out now of the lobby. That is not good at all.
Wait, who
Both
just
of
took
them
them
went
out?
down individually. And Vico
How are we not watching
Malabuka,
that?
oh, Vico hasn't got much to dance about anymore.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Sea-Dog with the
now,
bang on the
hello,
feet.
Mammoth pistol from
Oh my
Sea-Dog.
God.
Downrange will be finishing off Peterbot there. That's how quickly your story can change, by the way.
Skyjump takes down Vico.
Skyjump takes down Vico simultaneously as Malibu gets hunted down at the Dirty Docks. I mean, you just can't make that up. That's so unfortunate. Muzz under some serious pressure right now. Sharks just seeming to be on a heater now.
Muzz Sphinx out completely
That's their
too.
5th elimination.
Fully down.
Now officially taking the lead here with Victor Royales and of course the point threshold. I mean, at this pace, they will be at 350
points this game. So Skyjump
exiting
Mumsy,
match 8, gearing up to close out the tournament for the evening.
Wow, what a start for Sharkantini. It'd be very easy just to start slowly in this game when you only need 30 points.
Just an endgame?
Yeah, and just play endgame, right? But yeah, they're already getting off to a hot start. Poyo, hot and cold really today. I feel like we've seen what's underneath.
The leaderboard's going to be very, very good after this.
Aura. We've seen them
takes down Scroll,
showing what they can do, what he can do individually as well. But then also we've seen some of the chinks in their armor, some of the weaknesses in their gameplay here on Reload as well.
Yeah, I mean, last game they were definitely going for another win. They went for high ground. They were really putting it all out there. Not sure how, again, Peterbot misjudged, kind of sliding off. That momentum seemed to have carried him straight into fall damage, unfortunately. Even he was obviously taken aback. That calculation
wow,
quite accurate. But with that, they lose, I don't know, a good amount of points. They could have otherwise been around the 380 range, right? A little closer.
Yeah.
But it sets them back nonetheless.
Parker, you gotta get 350 points, and then you need to win the next game after you get 350
playing
points.
it as a duo, not doing the safety strats that you see
farming
some of
Scroll
these other
right
teams
now.
opting to split, but more so saying, hey, let's just land here,
Getting
let's
some
push
revenge
together.
from last game.
They're taking fights very comfortably, very confidently, if you will, against
Acorn and
duos on the
Bolts are
map.
getting
Acorn's going to be spotted
tagged
out there, continuing to remain, unfortunately, in 20th place here. Peterbot's back in the game after that short stint to the side, finds Scroll there. There's a reason he runs Mammoth. There's a reason he's regarded as one of the most well-rounded players in the world.
Timmy taking down Nosif.
I'd love to know the stats on how many times Falcons have eliminated
Our boys get out like
they're head-to-head all day. It's like they know. It's like they know it's each other. Well, very similar to the club championship standings as well.
It's more about how far ahead you can come at the end of the day. So right now, Falcons is surely in the lead here. Sky and Scroll have a long way to go. They'll need to get at least 2 big end games to be in contention, but Peterbot back after Scroll here trying to finish the job. This is really bad. So Scroll's down. We already knew Sky was taken out, which means he's left even worse for Wares as well.
Another
team could potentially just look to hunt them at this point.
Yeah, it's been so strange from
Sharkantini are still
Scroll, but should we be surprised with how they've been playing?
Malibu and Vico are out though.
You know, it's sort of resting on our laurels of like, yeah, they'll get good, they'll come good. Unfortunately, not being the case. Peterbot and Poyo.
Hit it, please.
Just being able to dominate in a lot of these fights. As Scroll is just trying to escape. Peterbot investing a lot of
know where Scroll went though. He's
grenades to try and make his way over, trying to seek him out inside of that little hut. Not going to be found there though. That's where the game becomes a little bit of hide and seek. For Scroll, it's all about hiding. But unfortunately for him right now,
he's
all about taking a lot of damage as well. Deep inside of the storm. These guys are fighting it out. Peterbot still trying to hit shots. Hasn't got the means to get over there, so I think that's why he's just sort of turned around and decided against it. Teeny getting into Izzy's box. Nice shot there. Shark goes down in the process, though. That was
Sharkantini really going up on the leaderboard too right now.
To get the revive here, have to imagine nobody in the
7
vicinity.
humans.
That was important there from Teeny to put the team on his back slightly and clutch up in that fight.
Second time I've seen it today.
Taking the fight to Z-Dog and Goofy.
Goofy 115 here, 2 eliminations, so having a bit of a better game.
Still not really in a chance to heal.
Here. Still haven't earned any points right now. 222, the overall threshold kind of slipped down on the overall.
Swizzy and Pixie gonna disengage. Interesting.
Golden Rapids slowly starting to get back into things. 201 for them. Looking at the leaderboards, Victor V. Kanata with another back-to-back endgame there. Jumps them up to top 7. Swizzy and Pixie are close on their heels in 8.
They get double supply crates.
Just a couple elims and they'll jump right over that team.
Steamy Stacks. Looking like this is going to be where the zone's going to pull right here. Goofy and Z-Dog. It's just been, mentally it must be really difficult for them because they started strongly, as you mentioned, 5th place at the beginning of the day, and just have been slowly slipping away.
Oh, not be against his Goofy Z-Dog comeback either.
Good, just look at that zone. It's like 70% of it is in the water. It's absolutely ridiculous. So
I think the worst was our first day though. We had the first zone just off the map completely. Like, it was quite the zone. I felt like we were about due for some silos in game, so Steamy Stacks is gonna keep things interesting for us. It's kind of cool. Day 1, we did get that Steamy Stack zone, and a lot of like teams actually prefer not to go up for the stacks.
Yeah,
they were top 10 earlier.
It was only towards the end when folks tried to play for retakes. We'll see if that's going to be different here today.
My bad, bro.
Good amount of
Keen right now, actually.
Deep in the zone. Conan Faded, one of the first few to go ahead and get situated here. He's got roughly 4 other teams parked above him. Momsy and Skyjump, one of them. 306 for Skyjump and Momsy. Again, the roadway completely open, given that Vico and Malabuka, who started this game in first, fell very early to some unforeseen circumstances. Salvatore and Yasin, as a quick update, fall, and they are in 10th. So when another team falls, this is going to give Cold and Rapid a chance now to basically be in top 10 for the first time of the evening.
Yep, opportunity. I feel like this game is a little bit of a quicker pace than that last one. Remember in 7th zone last time we started with 20 of our duos and all 40 of our players, right? So lots more action early game here. Quite unfortunate for the likes of Vico and Malabuka as well. Difficult situation, same with Muzz and Sphinx. And Sharkantini, we've seen them in this position before, trying to launch pad in from deep. Poyo and Peterbot, they're direct rivals, you
right next to each other.
Right below them. Look up, look up. Just look up.
Use that
the guys pistol. You need to take out are right there. Momsy, though, and his duo seem to have been pressuring Peterbot and Boya on the outskirts. Look at that. They end up turning back. So they need to find a new angle.
Remember that earlier on. They went deep inside the storm sharp, went down and set their game off completely in the wrong direction. This time, they don't want to take that big risk. Big change in how they're approaching this in terms of mentally as well. This is the sort of team you think, yeah, they're just going to go for height. They're going to put themselves in the best position. They put themselves in the safest position right there. They understand and respect the rest of the lobby. They understand their position as well. What is that, 30, 24 points until that 350 mark. So, you know, it's not a huge amount for a team like Sharkantini. They can do that with eliminations on their own if they want to. What's that, 8 elims? So
beating Boyo down.
More than possible. Peterbot and Boyo.
What has happened?
Are out.
No.
Mixed reactions from the crowd. Falcons fans are disappointed. I hear some cheers from other areas as well. Peterbot and Poyo. What happened?
I mean, I'm looking at the overall map.
Skyjump just got hit with the outlaw, the exotic one. Who has it?
Those couple of shots that came in from pretty much Momsy sitting on the edge of Storm looking inwards.
Some key players with down the faded in con.
They kind of park down. They try to wait it out.
Yeah.
But I think the teams that were coming in late.
See Don Goofy up in the end game too. Love to see this.
That's a rough spot to be in. They had every opportunity just now to really get back in and keep that catalyst going, keep that momentum running. But now they're surely behind here. It's looking like a three-way, pretty much a three-way race between Shark, Tini, Vico, Malabuka, Skyjump, and Momsy now. Everyone else is going to need at least 2 games to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, very unorthodox way that Sharkantini maybe have done it today, but yeah, they look like the most likely team now to break into that 350
I guess we should be looking at them, but
and then potentially take it in the very next game.
All
depends on how well they play right there. We've seen the best of them, we've seen the worst of them as well. So, which are we going to get in this game? They got to get there first, and of course, the rest as well. As you hear that countdown ticking on down, is the noise that you don't want to hear if you're in a fight, because reboots have now been disabled.
Okay, hear me out though. Sharkantini don't make an endgame right now, right? If they fall short, fall shy, this is easily going towards a game 10.
In this game right now.
What will happen is anyone from that 5th through 9th place, 5th through 11th even, we go as far as Romero and Lua.
Sky goes down.
Can jump up and at least be in contention for closing out.
Hey, Sky's full. Not like they're in a much better game
in the same threshold range. So really just depends on how well they play during this game, if whether or not we'll see a breakaway on the standings. Nosif Izzy have a chance to do it, but
Nosif Izzy overheating just a tad bit.
Crashing and crumbling under the pressure of Darman Dennis. And now they're pushing in. Demas has already secured the loot from Nosif Izzy. Greedily goes in for the med kits.
We've seen you do it before, Izzy. We saw you do it yesterday.
He's done it too much.
Solo clutch, he's done it, but he's proved that he can do it. Albeit this is a lot earlier on. Let's see that magic. Oh.
Call it too soon.
And most of Izzy's are out.
Get caught out on the move there. I'm looking at Cold and Rapid, positioned by the silo. Sharkantini, not too far
Wait,
from
Kanata
them.
and Victor can jump
Acorn
into the
Bolt
top
trying to
5,
make their
bro.
desperate move inside. That's a good exchange of blows there. That
What
could
a
have
play
gone
from
either way
Acorn.
had the Mammoth shot landed, though. Coming to a halt here. Pixie, Swizzy, kind of eyeing up the surrounding areas. Again, this is all around the silo. Completely indestructible, mind you.
Yep.
Comes early shockwaves from Sharkantini.
I did say
They're really
I think
trying to
we're only going to
position
get 10 games
themselves
today.
as, again, leaders on the rotates, leaders on the high ground as well. Even if it's not committing to the ultimate height, they're still kind of up there.
Well, this is big.
See Skyjump still too.
Sharkantini now find themselves in those placement points. Skyjump, Momsey, the team that's
Okay,
just behind
that
them there in
seems-
third place. Remember, Vico Malabuka went down early on in this game. Bolts and Acorn, hello. They're in the lobbies. They
I thought
want
Acorn just died to fall.
show us that they're still here to play. Because remember, even if they're not in the position to win this whole thing, there's still lots of money, lots of prizing on the line for even breaking outside of that bottom of the leaderboard. So, big opportunity here for Bolts and Acorn to show us what they're really about. Momsey and Skyjump, completely different end of the leaderboard, completely different objective for them. That's just to get over that 350-point threshold. Same as Sharkantini, getting themselves to the front side of zone right now. 7 eliminations so far for them. They've been really active earlier on in this game, but also playing safe as it gets towards these later stages of competition.
actually like this.
And of course, this particular game.
Yeah, this game, they were playing so differently. Instead of going for high ground, where before they seem to have been in the race to try to earn as much as possible, they're playing it very, very safe right now, trying to secure placement points first. Saw a little glimpse of Kanata Victor V. Momsey,
everybody's
Skyjump,
playing
these
so
are
passive
strongly
right now.
positioned teams right now, kind of in this end game. New zone's going to reveal itself. It's already on the move here. Josh Nyamzo alive, still in the end game. Lua Romero, Goofy barely holding on here. Acorn and Bolts are going to go
taking
down.
out
Sky and
Scroll.
Scroll fall as well to Momsey and Skyjump. And they are just heating up. These are important points being earned right now.
Yikes, Momsey literally 2 HP.
Absolutely, beam right there in the process. Momsey does have med kits in his inventory, but look who's decided to try and take height as well. Hari and Cammy.
That's exactly
They're
how
up
it works.
on top right now. Goofy and Z-Dog down and out. They really do need it. They need to make up a lot of these points. Remember,
Z-Dog,
fourth place
Goofy
right
going
now,
down.
so huge opportunity for them to climb up the standings. If it's not going to be this game, maybe the next game they can break into that 350-point mark. Momsey, though, down. Oh, no.
Momsey rolling.
Disastrous here for the French guys. Skyjump needs to do it
Teeny
all
Bean
alone.
wants to
His
take him out.
objective right now, his main goal is to get into that 350-point plus mark. Teeny and Shark, 12 points behind. Need to get into it, need to try and take it for themselves. They'll be hoping that Skyjump Momsey go out this game soon.
Just 12 points. 12 points is what they need right now to get into 350 match point range. They are on their
Nice.
way at the moment.
Fantastic
Still
run through
12
from Teeny
duos
here.
remaining as well. All they need is a couple of elims and a few placement points. It'll just basically happen depending on the next engagement here. You gotta be careful though, these are their builds. Skyjump on the other side knows and recognizes that he needs placement point as well. I love this play to stay in the
They get match
storm a
point
little
first game
bit
too.
longer. Cammy and Hari
They
still
could.
have
I mean,
high ground. This is
Sharkantini
going
look like
back
they're going to be the
towards
first
silo
team to get
on the
match point this
outskirts here.
game.
Team's alive right now. Swizzy,
Shark
Pixie,
goes down,
Kanata,
though.
Victor V, Cold and Rapid still in this
Shark
game
down.
too. Shark has fallen. That's going to be because Yamzo was right above him. It's all up to Teeny.
Getting
Teeny gets
outfaded.
faded.
347.
7 mini.
3 more points for Teeny. And then a win in the next game. 3 more points is all you need, my friend.
Minimal.
Minimal. One
So
placement,
one more set of
really.
placement, and he's
An
at match
elimination.
point.
Can he find it? Or are we going to go to yet another game?
no.
Getting pressure, though, from Victor V and Kanata on the same box. 200 wood. Trying to play out as much as possible. He needs other teams to fall on through. Popping the big pot as well to try and make himself as healthy as possible. Cammy there goes down. Must have been the fall damage there, which is not
Swizzy
ideal
and
for
Pixie
them
go
all the way up
down.
on height.
They got it.
They got it.
A team falls.
Team's on
it's
enough
Cammy,
points.
It's Swizzy who's down.
He's on
Teeny
350.
has broken through the threshold, punched his fist through that ceiling.
This
and
doesn't win
now
next game, but
the rest will be history.
Oh my
we'll see
God.
how it goes. Skyjump hiding in the box. Skyjump
Teeny
still
goes down.
going for
First
it.
team on
He's
350.
At 336.
Skyjump
He
can do it this
needs
game too.
14 points to remain in this race as well, to stay in that point threshold range going into the final games. Kanata Victor V, very hurt but not out just yet. Pablo
goes
and
down.
Chino have high ground. They
Victory getting
blows, and down
get sky jump though.
goes Sky Jump there.
7th place for Kanata. Victor, not
On
horrible.
high ground, though, it's just Hari here. Demis is still in the game. Lua and Romero coming back into the fight. Chino hits Romero.
Oh my god, Romero barely gets in time.
Ari now needs a solo clutch his way into contention. Remember, Shark and Tini are in that threshold. So it all comes down to this for Shari. 20 HP, can only take 2 ticks of the Storm. Really not ideal at all. And Hari goes down. Mini Pollo is down there with Fufu as a duo. Liwa and Romero looking to get themselves back in contention as well. 251 points for them. It's a duo versus a solo. As we see Darman Demush there down on low ground. Mini Pollo trying to do anything and everything to make it happen. Now it's a 2v2.
Lua Romero.
Double controller duo. Love to see that.
Eliminations for Lua. Romero has one. Who will get the final one?
So many small region wins.
Locking things up and putting them away.
Oh, Romero, crazy.
Around, they spring and leapboard their way well into the top
Oh my god.
5. As do other teams. So many teams
See,
right now are
got you in a bit, Rylan.
250 to 280
Got you in a bit.
range. Roughly a game away from potential point formats, but all eyes are on Shark and Tini, who are officially now just moments away potentially. All
Goofy
they need
Z-Dog
is a
overheated,
victory,
bro.
and
They
they
made
can
finals.
end this tournament early.
What I will say, though, is a lot of those teams from sort of 5th to 10th, they've now put themselves in
favorite
contention
pro.
as well. Of course, they can't win the tournament from this next game, but maybe all they need is this next
Or
game
like,
to be good to them, put
not a
themselves
re.
in that 350-point mark. So if it's not Game 9, if Shark and Tini don't win
Recently
Game 9,
rooting
we
for
could be
Z-Dog
looking at
Goofy.
multiple teams going into Game 10 with over 350 points. Liwa Romero, 272 you saw there at the end,
Yeah.
so another 80 points or so away from that threshold. But like I mentioned earlier, even if it's not going to be for
got to them.
still a huge amount of points
Hey,
to gain
man.
in that last game. Just to
They're not
push them
even
up
playing
in
that
those
bad.
standings. You see Shark and
I'm
Tini
not gonna lie,
there
they're
as
not
well.
playing horrible. It's just like
Hands on
who
the
runs
head
alive
for
and reload
Shark.
in games.
Woo.
That would make sense, right? Let's say when we're refreshing the leaderboard. I feel like these points make sense. Okay, we have Shark Tini, the only team on 350 points right now. If they win the next game, the cup's over. Skyjo Mumsy, 2nd place. Biko Mali 3rd. Ari Kami 4th. Lua Romero 5th. Victor V and Kanata 6th. Pete Pollo 7th. Darn Damus 8th. Izzy Nosif 9th. And Swizzy Pixie 10th. Sky and Scroll struggling. And Acorn Balls, we don't even gotta talk about that, bro. NA's a fraud region.
And play for the win.
Just a bunch of
Right?
tier 5s.
It's like one of those things you can't really count it out. But at the same time, you don't want to.
Sky and Scroll is straight cook.
How do you approach it? I mean, it's new for these guys as well, right? We haven't had
Hey,
a match
Mobs, I
point
think they're trying to
like
earlier,
this
but
ever, and it's never been reached. We had it somewhat sort of a pseudo
it was
match
not
point,
going
never actually got
successfully.
reached.
Say
Too
that
high of a
much.
points threshold.
Well, even that game, they went 7 elims in the first couple zones.
Yeah.
They played all out, very, very aggressively, and then kind of played their end game. But
good
it's
job they
because they
did.
needed to get to the point threshold.
Yeah.
But they don't need that anymore. They don't have to play like that.
Great job they did. If they didn't do
It's good
that, they
techno.
would have needed another game
Yeah,
to
that's
go
my
ahead
point.
and do it, right? So, yeah, huge. Vico Malabuka, though,
One doesn't win. I
falling
think. I
early
don't think
in
it
that
matters,
game.
bro. They're too far behind.
We're going to be really sad about that. 320 points that they are sat on right there. Literally last place. 20th, 0 eliminations. Might as well have gone and made a cup of tea and had a bite to eat instead of playing that game,
make
because
a
you would have
cup
got
of
the same
tea.
amount
Make
of
a cup of
points.
tea.
So
Getting big man.
can they
Appreciate
step up
it,
to the
Techno.
plate? What will Shark and Tini do? Will they take out their immediate competition off Spawn? Will they start to
I know
mess around a little
Foxy.
bit? Because realistically, the most important thing
Yeah,
for them is that
Foxy's-
Skyjump and Momsy don't
I like Muzz too.
get over that threshold.
And Vico and Malabuka.
Also, I don't know if you're still here, but like,
don't get over that threshold. Doesn't matter about
10th
points
isn't even
anymore.
that bad. That's
Well, they're
literally
really close. I know
17
we
minutes
got
into
Zeke
the
standing
game.
by to give us some more insight, and that's what I want to hear about.
Thank you so much, Monster. You are right. We have Shark and Tini here. They just hit match point in
Over or
that
under
last
20
game.
words, chat.
Guys, here we are, finally on match point. You just need another win. Pretty easy. At this point, you guys have so many wins. Is it
The
easy?
max
Is it
amount of
gonna
games
be
is
easy to just
15
go in? Are you
Sean,
gonna
but this
win
morning could be
this
over next game.
right here, right now?
Under.
What do you think? Is it going to happen, Shark? Are you going to win right here, right now, or is it just a we'll see?
We'll see.
I love that. Farm the aura. Guys, obviously, you know, you've
should've
heard a
said
lot
10.
from
I
Boop.
should've
You
said
guys
10,
are pretty
honestly.
tight with him. Shark, I'd love you to just look into the camera and just say something very nice to Boop right here.
Bro, what? Techno, say on God.
I love that. Heartwarming. TD, to win right here, right now, would that just be like everything? What would you feel if you won it now?
I mean, it would be great, yeah. Amazing.
I love that, guys. And obviously,
What's
now
good,
that
Danny?
you have hit match point, pressure's going to be on. Do you think teams are going to maybe look to land on you? Are you guys going to maybe do something different to make sure that doesn't happen?
What was the question?
Are you going to do something different?
No.
Keep it all the same. I love that. They're locked in. They are
Okay.
focused on this
Peace out,
next
Taylor. Thank
win.
you for stopping by.
They are on match point. We'll have to see how it all goes.
I think that was genuinely, if we don't count him repeating no, it's kind of saying no is like one word, I think that was actually like 15. Those 5 no's. It's going good, Danny. It's going good. This has been, I think, without a doubt, the best ran Fortnite event.
Tyler won. You're done.
Exactly right now, this is finals. Bro, this is finals. Shark and Teeny are on match point. They need to win this game to win the event.
350 points was the mark, and that mark has been matched to the dot too by Shark and
JustJxlian on
Teeny.
Pollo.
And they're looking confident.
And
They,
does he even-
remember, they
does he
told
even
me
need to
9
land on
matches.
Sky and Scroll,
Right
though?
now, we are going to be going to that 9th match. It could end up happening here, Vivid.
7, oh my gosh, that game was like a nail biter for so many different reasons. Obviously, the most pertinent one was whether or not Shark and Teeny were actually going to go ahead and cross the threshold that they need to kind of activate that match point. Me and Levin, we were getting mad. We're like, no way he doesn't get the 3 more points they need. But yes, they ended up hitting it perfectly. And it's crazy because if they're just 1 point off of that, you just subtract 1 point, it changes this next game. It changes the whole competition.
On Shark, I can see
And we
it.
know, we already saw some people
But beating Pollo,
changing their drop spots.
they
So we
need-
can expect that again
they need a
for
couple
this
good
game
games.
as well.
They need a
But
couple
you're
good
totally
games.
right. For Teeny to clutch out those extra 3 points in the final moment as a solo in the water, it was absolutely crazy. Cammy and Carrie also were really close to being able to get to that 350 point threshold, but just barely missing out. But 7, we have so many teams that are going to be looking to possibly put a stop to the run of Shark and Teeny. But is the blood still in the water? Are they going to still keep going? I don't
You
know
might
if
see a
there's really
lot of
anyone
teams
that
that
can
they
stop
drop
this
from.
run.
There's already 3
I
teams
don't
there.
know. I'm there with you because of the performance that we have seen from this duo, not just today, but going back to their actual groups. They were able to get so many victory royales. Today they have shown that they can still do it as well.
Yeah, I
And
just
the
don't
one thing that we
understand how
kinda been
Gex is trying to
keeping
say
track
Curve is
of
better than
today
Teeny.
is that high
Either
ground.
way.
This is a team that usually excels that. We
That
really
shit was
haven't
crazy
seen
to
that
me.
much contest. The high ground being contested as much. If we see them in the high ground, it could end up finishing.
Yeah, it could of course get crazy. I won't lie though, guys. I feel like Shark and Teeny have what I like to call a little bit of a freebie in this next game,
still
right?
feel-
They are the only team that can
Feel
kind
like
of
Pete
win the game.
wins.
And what I mean by a freebie,
I love the
mean,
Coke.
it's not going to be
I
a lot
love
of
the Coke.
pressure on them, right? They can just kind of go out. They don't have to worry about any other team winning the game to kind of end the competition early. That being said, when we do take a look at the leaderboard, there are plenty of teams that are very, very close to 350 points now. So let's just say the Shark and Teeny
Goes
don't
crazy.
win this next game. You got to imagine other teams are going to cross 350 points. And then the next
Yeah, I
game
mean, like,
after
a
this
lot of my
next
chats,
one, then it's
Heat
going to be
fans,
pressure
man.
on.
I mean, during that
He's
interview,
on
I'm sorry.
TikTok.
I was gonna say it is a bit
They
of
wanna
a
see the favorite
freebie,
player
but
win.
also it kind of leaves a big question mark, right? If they don't end up winning it in this next one, as we can see there on the overall with what you were alluding to,
Yeah.
we do have Skyjob Mumsy
Awesome.
very close by. We have Vico and Malibuka as well, very close by as well.
Man, when I was speaking of Carrie and Cammy, I actually meant Skyjump and Momsy that were so close, 336 points right there. Although it was Carrie and Cammy that were on high ground doing a pretty good job right there. So to see them
what, like
jump up
fourth
into 4th
to
place,
first could
I
still
think that they're
win?
well within contention of breaking into that 1st place spot. But Skyjump, Momsy, Vico,
Honestly,
Malabuka, so many of these teams are so close and just need
Like, the 20's
not
not
even
over
a
yet.
good game, honestly, just a handful of eliminations to break into that point threshold.
Vivid, I'm going to be looking at number 7 there, Falcons, because not just what we have seen today, the bounce back out of this out of this duel. But also with everything that's going on with the club championship, we've seen them today get close to 100 points in just
as more
one
games
match.
go on, more
And
teams
we
can
see
win,
Peter
so
Bod and Pollo being
it's gonna
able
make
to
this
clutch in big
interesting.
moments.
Exactly what I wanted to talk about, right? It feels obvious that if you take a look at fourth place, right, 303 points, third place, 320 points, second place, 336 points. Yeah, they can get to 350 pretty easily.
I was say
But it
Shark
is
Continue go down
possible
early
to
this
go all
game.
the way down. I mean, heck, Swizzy and
Then it goes
Pixie
down to
from
like
249.
5th and 6th could still win. You know what I mean? Like it's
such a
just
big game that they could get up to
more teams that get
350 as
added
well.
on.
So
And you go to grief.
teams that Sharkatini might be counting out could really enter match point in a blink of an eye.
And listen, NA West also representing there, Victor V and Kanata. If we want to talk about a comeback, they have been doing absolutely incredible since we've moved to Slurp Rush, winning
Shout out Vic and
winning 2
Kanata.
games in game number 6, and now also coming out on top to see them beating out the likes of Peterbot and
Looks
Pollo.
like
I
any
don't know if that was
fucking name for
necessarily
Hug
going to be on
Region.
anyone's bingo
Now we
card
all
right
look
now,
this, bro.
but just taking a look at the
What's
second page
Muzz?
right now, we
Like-
do still have some big names there. Of course, we're starting to, I mean, we've
Didn't see
definitely
it.
passed the halfway point now. I don't know necessarily if they're going to be able to do anything to climb up too
Yeah, I
much.
don't even know
leaderboard,
what
but
A-Core's about to
still,
do after this.
we do have a lot of these teams that are still just trying to gain any amount of points for their club.
Yeah, and for Sharkatini, you can see it right there. The threshold was 350 points, which has been met
I don't know
by
what
that.
A-Core's gonna have to
by
say
that
after this
duel.
one.
The next thing they need to do is just get a victory royale, and they'll be able to become champions. It could finish in this next one. Talking back about the club championship, AGL, just Sky and Scroll have not been able to perform. Something that we're also talking about is sometimes when you get to the later stages of the finals here, you tend to see teams that got absolutely nothing to lose do a little bit of BM to those teams that have everything to gain.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, AGL, that's going to be kind of where my eyes are being peeled towards. And it's kind of crazy because Shark and Teeny, by what feels like not winning this next game, kind of keeps Sky and Scroll in it for their club in general, right? Because obviously Sky and Scroll are a little
That's
bit further
another
down
thing
the
to talk
leaderboard than
about,
Falcons
the
are
club
right now.
rankings.
So Sky and Scroll need as many opportunities
The
as
longer
they
it takes for a team to
possibly
win,
can to rise up that leaderboard, because the
more
stakes,
that
what it means
Sky
for
and
everything
Scroll have
even
a
outside of
chance of
Fortnite
coming back
specifically, it's so much.
and getting over Pete and
It's
Pollo.
possible. There's possibilities. We've seen
But it's
teams
still not
that
too
were all
likely.
the way in the bottom half, if not the bottom quarter, being able to get out a win. I mean, it was, you know, Kanata and Victor V were not having a great performance, and then they were able to get like a 100-point game. This is definitely possible. Now, is it probable? That I'm not too certain about. We have just seen such domination from Shark and TD, and after that interview, it doesn't even look like they're nervous they're on match point. It looks like this is just a normal day of Fortnite, and we're all just playing their game.
It looks just like that, too. You were talking about teams that were able to bounce back, too. One team that comes to mind is T1. T1 has been performing quite well. Dharma and Demas, that's one team that we were keeping a close eye on when they were in the second page because of what we saw out of them on Survival, and right now we're starting to see exactly what we expected out of them here in Match Point Finals.
Yeah, the bounce back has been multiple times now where they didn't have the best group
This
stages
break's a
and then
lot longer.
absolutely
I wonder if something
dominated
went
the
wrong.
survival stages, and I was kind of interested in how that would translate finally into the finals. And it seems to be a bit of a mixed bag, starting off strong, then having a few weak games, but definitely seems to be kind of finding their footing a little bit more.
Yeah, again, I mean, Dharma and Demas have without a doubt showed us their ceiling, how well they can actually play, but the consistency has been a problem for them. That being said, I know they're kind of in range of that 350-point mark if they do have one of those really good games that we have seen from them throughout the week. So fingers crossed for T1.
Yeah, for T1, I mean, they just want to make sure they stay within the top 8 as well. Because, yeah, we're talking about who can actually win that club championship. But there's just so much money at stake as well for Aurora. For Aurora right now, I believe they're sitting in 10th place on the club championship. If they actually end up getting this win right here, they would jump up by 1,000 points. And that could mean a difference from, I think, $600,000 all the way up to $3 million.
Oh, wow.
No pressure, man.
That's a big
I
jump.
mean, that is absolutely crazy. You know, I was saying that they weren't feeling nervous. Hopefully they weren't listening to you just say that, because that would add some nerves to me. But you know what? I think for Shark and Teeny, this isn't necessarily about playing for the club. I don't think this is necessarily even about playing for them. I think that they're just playing Fortnite, and this to them is just what they want to do.
Listen, 7. I want to see them, honestly. There's reasons that I would like to see every single team win. I feel like for Shark and Teeny, the reason why I would like to see them win, I want to see just a little bit of a smile on one of their faces. That's what I'm kind of hoping for.
I think we have gotten a glimpse of it, right? We have gotten more emotion out of them in these last matches than we have seen in group stages. That's for sure, because remember what was happening within Shark and Teeny whenever Teeny was going out very early on. At least we were getting some kind of emotion there out of Shark, whether it was activated or not. And in this one, I'm hoping that if they do end up finishing here in the next match, those tears of joy might come out.
Obviously, the emotions aren't the only thing that Shark and Teeny are going to have to continue to control. Whether or not teams are actually going to switch up their game plans. Obviously, Zeke had the opportunity to ask Shark and Teeny, hey, are you guys going to do anything to kind of combat anything that the other teams might be doing? They said no, they're going to stick to exactly what they have been doing. So technically speaking, there are possibilities for teams to kind of lean into what they already know about Shark and Teeny and just play against that. But if there was one team that was playing here today, if there's one team in the world in general that was probably the hardest to go ahead and try to counter-strat, it's probably Shark and Teeny.
Listen, you're talking about you want to see a Shark and Teeny smile. Have you seen a Shark smile? That is absolutely terrifying, and they're already petrifying on the floor right now. I don't think we need to see any smiling giant rows of teeth from Shark right there. I think he's exactly where he wants to be. He is, you know, he's laying under the radar. He wants to be slow. He doesn't want anyone to give any attention to him, and I think for Shark and Teeny, this might be their game.
If you see a smile from Shark, that will mean it might just be game over. As we're looking at some of the other duels, right, where we're talking about contestant at the beginning, and we saw a lot of that in this last one, right? Which is one duo that comes to mind that might actually end up contesting Shark and Teeny, knowing that they're now at match point.
Yeah, listen, obviously we saw a bunch of all-spawn fights kind of going on that game. Usually it depends on the bus path. For one of the teams that did end up going down early, we didn't get to specifically see it, Vico and Malabuka. They could have been on match point equally with Shark Teeny this game, but because they went down early, 0-point game there for them, unfortunately. They are still on 320. So again, one of those teams that can cross the threshold now, but still a lot of work to do in denying Shark and Teeny that win.
It could end here, or we could end up going one more match. Stay tuned, because it's about to get even spicier here at Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. Barney, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Gadia City Grid has been home to some of the most iconic moments at the 2026 Esports World Cup.
I mean, it's been 7 weeks, so many games, so many stuff happened on this stage, and a lot of story to just remember. So many clutch, so many good memories here. It's going to be weird to not be here tomorrow, you know?
It is, isn't it? So let us take this moment to first of all say thank you to all of the incredible people who have put their blood, their sweat and tears into creating this, into turning this vision into a possibility. So first of all, thank you so much to all the people that built this incredible stage, to the production for putting on this amazing show, to the broadcast talent for telling the stories, and to the players for competing so fiercely week in, week out. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, est-ce qu'on peut applaudir toutes les personnes qui ont rendu ce spectacle possible depuis le début de ces 7 semaines, s'il vous plaît? La production, dont il vient de citer. But Barney, there is one other thing. Not really things, but one more thing we have to say thank you. We have to say thank you to you, to everyone who's watching esports, to everyone reaching us here in the Gadia City Grids. I mean, the fans was insane, and we are all doing it for you because you are watching it. So please. Make some noise for you, mesdames et messieurs. Faites du bruit pour vous. Merci beaucoup à tous les fans qui rendent cet événement possible. We are doing all of this for you as well.
And so, as we approach the final moments here of the Fortnite Reload Championship, remember what you were part of here in Paris, and let's go out with a bang.
Maybe it's the last game, so people, are you ready?
I am here with two legends of the French scene. We got Leo the Crack, one of my favorite streamers. We got professional player Akira. Rosie and Skyjump are the team right behind Teeny and Shark. They're the team that could catch them. Your former teammates, you've played with them. What do you have to say to them to motivate them?
Ces gars-là, c'est des bosseurs. Ils ont travaillé très dur. Donc les gars, faut les encourager à max. Allez, allez, allez.
You said they're grinders, they work hard, we have to get behind them. Leo, you know I like to hype a crowd up every once in a while, but these are your people. Every time Skyjump and Mumsy have done well, it's because this crowd has gotten behind them, so I want you to get this crowd ready for this next game.
Ok. Déjà, merci à tous d'être venus, de soutenir la maison ou de soutenir d'ici. On a la chance d'avoir 4 joueurs exceptionnels. On a Mumsy et Skyjump qui sont à la 2e place. Ils sont à rien de pouvoir gagner. Je veux vraiment que vous donnez tout pour eux. Jusqu'au bout. Jusqu'au bout, les mecs. Allez!
It's time to see whether match point will be hit or whether Teeny and Shark will run away with it.
They're the only team at match point right now, so they might get heavily targeted.
The stage is set after 8 incredible matches of Fortnite here at the Esports World Cup 2026. We are on match number 9 with Shark and Teeny from Aurora Gaming being the first and only team here on match point.
If we don't see
100%.
half the lobby dropping wherever Shark and Teeny are headed, there is going to be some devious gameplay afoot here, Jacob, because even if they make it out of the off-spawn position, the likelihood that they don't just get
yes, if any team
cut off by
gets to 350 points this game, even if they, like, okay, let's rephrase the scenario. Shark and Teeny go down, right? If any other team gets 350 points this game, even if they win the game, they still need to play another game out.
For his first year, and they're still waiting. They want more. Muzz and Sphinx, finally getting not a big deal with Shark Teeny, but there's Chino right after the fact.
Shark and Teeny are like dirty dogs.
Saw both of them. Oh, I may have made a mistake.
Well, they are actually. I'm stupid.
One too many feet forward on that one. Muzz and Sphinx going to do a good job of taking him down. You see Teeny towards the background, unbothered so far. So I don't think there's too much attention being drawn their way. And that's the decision, honestly, a lot of the teams in today's competition will have to make. If Shark and Teeny are in a position to win the game, everybody else has to decide, is it worth throwing my game away to take them down just in the hopes of us going to a match 10?
One thing's evident, Hari and Cammy know that they are on the cusp of achieving that match point status. They are banking on being able to attain it in this lobby because you don't have many other options when you already have a duo that's on that match point period. So for Hari, Cammy, every single elimination, every single 3 points that they can build further and further up, it just makes it all the easier to try and prevent Shark and Teeny for as long as they can from bringing home that championship trophy.
And you see Shark already going for an early game fight onto Z-Dog. A huge advantage already swinging his way. You see the slap splashes trying to come out for Z-Dog. Shockwave as well, but he's going to get caught out either way. But it's Sky Jump and Monty who steal that elimination away. And even though they still have to wait for this game to finish, they are 11 points away from now being on match point. Taco, that's less than 4 eliminations.
And Sky Jump and Mumsy, big part of the reason why they're here so early. They know this is Shark and Teeny, but with that shield crack, they're going to immediately look for the follow-up here. If they can secure the eliminations onto Sky Jump, it's going to force Mumsy to play further back.
Stuff in a rock in a hard place. Oh my gosh.
Mumsy will be able to escape for right now, but he still has to try and avoid going out anytime soon. Sky Jump should realistically be able to bring himself back into this one, but it is a tough blow to make that kind of aggressive run. Respect the vision, but they might need to go back to the drawing board. This could be the final match.
Yeah, and at least it was Momsy who was not only able to stay alive, but you see him finding some med kits, knowing that's probably going to overstay there well deep into the zone. But if you kind of get a picture of the mini-map, there's not too many teams on the outskirts just yet. There might be solos floating around, but for Sky Jump and Momsy, for now, it should be relatively safe as we continue to look around the lobby. 2 eliminations to start this game for Vico and Malibuca. They too need a resurgence here inside the leaderboard, but they are only around 24 points away as it stands. So they still need a couple more eliminations, or honestly, just to make it inside the top 10.
Game started 4 hours ago.
Right now, though, for Z-Dog and Goofy, ever since those initial eliminations that Z-Dog has suffered, Mumsy Sky Jump definitely taking advantage of it. Creeping closer and closer towards that match point threshold. But even if they achieve it, they still have to play at least one more lobby. So it's about making it there and then preventing Shark and Teeny from having any level of success. And the problem is, Jacob, is that from 2nd all the way down to 8th place, where Demish and Darm entered this match 9
he is in 6th place right now to show the leaderboard. But
speaking, there is a chance for all of these teams to potentially catapult themselves into that match point threshold. I'm not ignoring the fact that we have seen Demish and Darm throw up 18 match eliminations with a victory royale.
Sky and Skull are out already completely.
Yeah, it's just the further down that leaderboard you go, it's almost a win-needed scenario. If you wanted to be on match point after this one, join the likes of Shark and Teeny, the only team to be on pace. Peterbot Poyo, they needed roughly 87 points throughout the course of this game from here on out. Go ahead and land on match point. It could be through eliminations. It could be through winning the game. Definitely have given themselves options, but they've kind of fell below the curve, or at least where you would think a team like this caliber
very good
would
for Falcons.
stand, especially since they're playing for the Falcons and the club championship as well. You can kind of see a little bit of a different approach to this game. Not as many kind of fights going down, 50-50s, solos just kind of get points. It just kind of seems like it's a little bit more calculated this time.
I agree with Jacob here. It's not as crazy this game.
Very confident that that last lobby was going to be the immediate match point threshold secured. And after they got eliminated so early on, Malabuka probably told them snap back to reality and lock in, because everyone else is catching up at a rapid rate here.
Yeah, they do want to play for the points.
Pixie looking to try and bring down Falcons Peter.
Teams that are closer trying to get to 350.
They will fall that momentarily. They had them a little bit on the run there, though, but they're just seemingly more preoccupied with not getting caught out in any other third-party intervention.
Glad you could just open the reloading chest.
To create a little bit of space here. But for Pete and Pollo, kind of readdressing
you can reload to a whole other
championship series, that elimination feed already lit up with Sky and Scroll's names. As long as Peterbot and Pollo can maintain staying inside of the top 8 here, they will be able to contribute towards those club championship points and just help Falcons stay nestled inside that first place position for the weekend overall.
Yeah, just kind of looking at the leaderboard, it does look like Sky and Scroll have been eliminated out of this game as well. HEAL just having a rough day, but we've seen Sky and Scroll have big comes back before, and I would think today could possibly be no different, but you still got a big team standing in your path. Shark and Teeny, who have let the dust settle. They're not in any desperate situations like you see some others already at this stage of the game. Acorn and Bolts lurking around top side of Steamy. They're already inside of the zone. They're just waiting for somebody to make a mistake.
Problem right now, though,
Shark
for
and
a duo
Teeny,
like Faded and Khan is they're having to depend pretty heavily on securing some big elimination points.
Scuffed.
3 duos having already been eliminated from this match 9
yeah, I don't know what
just
happened.
Means that end game might not be so topsy-turvy after all. We might see it thinning out at a much faster rate here in comparison to a lot of these past matchups, but more specifically, Peterbot and Pollo and everyone else inside this top 8 period of the leaderboard, they're just going to be looking to shut down. The moment that Shark or Teeny light up that elimination feed, it's just going to be the green light for everyone else to try and follow up and collapse.
And I think Shark and Teeny as of now still way over in Dirty Docks. We might not see them for a little bit. Fifth zone, so we typically see teams start to play a little bit safer. They don't want to get knocked. They don't want to get eliminated. Kind of get put in a blender, being forced to figure out how I'm going to make it to the next stage of the game. But for Skyjump and Momsy, rotating through Slurpee Swamp, you know they don't need to go ahead and use too many of their own resources. A lot of barrels that they can go and replenish the HP, the shield, anything that they need. They just need to be very, very aware, careful of how many other players are rotating in and around their current position.
At a bare minimum, 3 eliminations would guarantee that match point. So even if they should stumble here in game 9 and find themselves wiped out of the lobby entirely,
Shark and Teeny, not a lot of Elims this game.
350
playing rather
points,
safe.
Everything else is kosher, but then they are also depending on somebody else in the lobby to stop Shark and Teeny in their tracks and not allow that victory royale to break
needs the points though first.
Now we finally get to see where everybody is at. A decent spread for the most part, but the zone forcing players all the way toward the west, just below Steamy stacks. So a lot of times to still get in position.
From my chat right now.
Like Hari and Cammy, you see they're not too far away, but they are
the
close by.
Network movie.
Basically rotating parallel to Vico and Malabuka.
These are so bad, by the way.
Where another team is at, but I'm not sure Vico and Malabuka felt the same. But with the elevation of that bridge, they might be able to get a bird's eye view onto them slowly rotating into the zone.
Destroyer with the tier 1 sub. W Foxy,
Malabuka,
bro.
Vico, too many whites to play
Appreciate
with.
that.
They'll be able to full heal before they opt to utilize that launch pad.
Oh, we got Shark Teeny in first.
Make their way
Skyjump
closer
Mumsy
towards
second.
that edge of
Vico
zone.
Mally
Teeny,
third.
Shark, recognizing the fact that they were going to need to go cross country for this one.
Shout out
Based
Destroyer,
on how
bro.
this
We're at
zone is
25 out of 25
pulling
subs.
over across that western side of the map. Now it's just about
haven't had this many subs in a
making
while.
sure that they don't get snuck up on by another team already kind of lying in the wings here. Salva,
it was a perfect time, honestly. Didn't miss any action.
Potentially. Shot's not going to connect
for
there
volley.
onto
Thank you, Mark.
Teeny just yet, but pressure's on. Everyone else
Shout out Foxy.
looking up onto these rooftops, but Shark and Teeny, they'll be able to hold their own for right now.
Chat, it's gonna be the final
Nobody
game.
knows it's them just yet, but that would have been a good shot and a good moment to capitalize. Kind of take the only match point team out of the game, guaranteeing we at least go to a match 10.
a little bit
But
more
they're
than
going to
that
stay
slide.
alive, so the threat is looming around every one of these corners still. Peterbot and Poyo slowly but surely making it in. Right in the center of the zone so far. Relatively even ground. Outside of the south side of the map where Logjam Lodging is actually at, and that's where Teeny and Shark have already positioned at.
Malabuka, Vico, also somewhat local to where Shark and Teeny are located currently, but Pete and Poyo, they
early for you?
need
Yeah,
a
Callie,
big moment here
I
in
mean, it's
game
10:30
9.
now, but I've been up since 5:30.
Victor
I've been up since
Royale would
5
certainly
actually.
be the cherry on top, of course, but
I've been streaming since 5:30.
NA's last hope currently, Jacob. Things
So,
are looking a
very,
bit
very
dire
early.
right now because Cammy, Hari, Vico,
PK when I'm taking
Malabuka,
it, I mean,
Skyjump, Momsy, every single one of them
he
at least
could,
getting across that
But if he
300
did,
points
that would be a crazy
spot
comeback.
to begin with. They're just going to have that much more feasible of a time of actually securing match point in advance.
Momsy down. He's gonna
Tough
reboot, but
spot to be
it's
in
a bad
if you're
time.
Sky Jump. It's not over just yet. Momsy will at least have a chance to try to get back in the game, but he is definitely being put on the clock.
they need to at least get the
Sky Jump's
350 in
coming
case
with a
Sky,
bit of
not
resources.
Sky, in case
He's had a decent
Shark
amount of
and Teeny choke
distance
this
between
game.
him and the next closest team, but that position's going to be
City,
given
are you
away.
in?
Momsy rebooting right
Oh,
back on
City,
in.
but
You got a couple teams trying to go ahead and fire off in the
They are in
distance. We're
VA.
not taking the green light just yet, but it does look like Vico and Malabuka.
So V's
they
came
might
back.
be trying to take the bait.
They
They
pretty
know
much zero
somebody
ping.
in there has absolutely nothing to their name.
Look at Hype Train.
Sharkatini seeing it all play down as well. They're putting
Hype Train
pressure
come
down
from?
from above, and this is right after getting these eliminations,
Because
getting that knock
Coda.
on Momsy, just making it tougher and
Also,
tougher
with
for
the
closest
Prime for the
competition
first
because
time. I love that
Vico
alert.
and Malabuka have just fallen
Never get to
as
see the
well.
Goku just like thumbs
Vico,
up.
Malabuka,
Love
they
you, Coda. I appreciate you,
this
bro.
lobby. They know
Now we're at
that
26
now their
out of 25
fate is
subs.
going to rest in the
Oh, this is Nate.
control
It's
of
good,
what
Nate.
Shark and Teeny are able to accomplish.
I appreciate that, bro.
The frustration is obvious.
Coming over the
but for
purple app, even though
Shark
you
and
literally don't
Teeny,
use it.
you can't just go on autopilot. You can't just think that it's a guarantee, it's a lock, because they still
Pete
need
and
to
Poyo?
get the win. And who
Right
loves
above
to
Shark
play
and Teeny.
spoiler
Oh
to
my
that
god.
more than
Cinema chat.
Peterbot and Poyo?
I'm not sure if they got the clue. If they got a memo, that's them underneath. That is the biggest threat to everybody in this lobby. Peterbot and Poyo. Team Falcons have positioned themselves accordingly, even getting a bit of information on Sky Jump Momsy, Kanata, and Victor B. The only other NA team inside of the top 10.
what
Thanks
are
to that
people
victory
doing? They still gotta
royale,
get in. I
but
just
they
realized, like,
lack
why are
a
they
little
only
bit of
back here?
attention there. Shots coming in from the side. Peterbot's shield gets dropped just like that.
That last mammoth shot had connected though onto either Shark or Teeny. Maybe would have seen the tide start to shift, a little rocking of the boat here. Cold Rapid under a lot
Yikes,
of
Pete
pressure
getting cracked.
currently though, but Pete, he's still not super
Poyo
healthy.
going
Poyo's
down.
actually going to end up finding the bulk of the lobby focus.
The Cold, it really
and
is just always
Rapid,
NA on
just
NA violence.
alongside them, cannot avoid all of this
The Cold going
aggressive
down
fire.
too.
Cold will be claimed for it, and the lobby just continues to victimize some of these teams.
That combat SMG is just so daunting when it's spraying into your box.
Yo,
The
was he
Alonso
also just
tries to go
run
for a
into
quick
Pete's
play, but he
box?
has to
Like, what was
abandon
going
ship.
on?
Peterbot doing a good job of just kind of closing the covers, trying to be as rare as possible. Placement points have not even started to set in, and he's one of two solos.
Mumsy and Skyjump.
Shark and Teeny.
and Teeny.
4 elims this game.
Mumsy and Skyjump, one of the few teams still remaining in this lobby that could potentially be neck and neck with Shark, but do they realize just how close
Chat,
their
if Shark and
number
Teeny
one
win this game, the
opposition
tourney is over.
actually is? They're not ready to commit just yet to any sort of fight. Peterbot, on the other hand,
Goofy
he's
looking.
just
I don't even know
looking
what Goofy's
for any
doing.
kind of refresh that he can muster
Now it goes
up.
down
Goofy
to
not gonna be
Pixie.
the first one to go down though. Pete still trying to chase him out. He knows this is solo v solo right now. My best chance at coming up big time, and yet they'll be forced to
kinda going
depart
down.
and just sit and wait for the backside of the zone.
Yeah, it just gets tougher.
Dog down.
He has to build there
Probably
to
not too
protect
far.
himself, leaving with only
Away.
one piece left. Peterbot right now hoping for
Gonna need a
some
big clutch
sort
here.
of blessing as he's lurking right behind. That's Khan, that's faded. There's a whole other team towards left. He definitely trying
Goofy
to give
looking
himself
goofy.
options. Momsy,
It's a good way to
Skyjump,
put it,
finding
man.
some extra loot down
Good way to
below.
put it.
3 different med kits. That's not only going to allow for Momsy to heal up here, but possibly
How does
stagger
Skyjump Momsy
himself
get back
back
into this?
later in this same game.
Mumsy needs every little bit of HP that he can get though, because single shot. That's
5
all it
points
takes
and they're
for
on match point.
disaster to strike.
Okay, Sharkatini
Only
don't win.
5 points away from hitting that match point threshold, but Peterbot has fallen. That's going to be Falcons duo no longer
Sharkatini
in
sticking
the
together
mix-up
beautifully.
here, as now Shark and Teeny have been isolated, looking down, trying to see if they can get some pressure onto Pixie, but adamant as ever to watch.
This is actually so
overhead,
intense.
trying to make sure that nobody else is going to overcross them and overtake. They want the high ground more than
They're going for
anything else.
height?
Yeah, but Skyjump Momsy only 2 points away from
Oh
being
my
on
God.
match point in the next game, but they also have
Wait, they're
to
going for
bring it
height?
to a next game. Shark and Teeny are now on high ground. The only match point team are now positioning themselves to end it here in 9 games.
We've
Hold the
seen
racket
this
out.
so many times already this weekend for Shark and Teeny, Momsy and Skyjump.
It's
If
getting
you're gonna
close,
get
chat.
activated, it has to be right now. Shark and Teeny cannot afford to be left to their own devices here
Wait, they
on
might just-
height, because we already know just how
I'm not saying
commanding
anything. I'm
they
not saying
are
anything.
when it's in their control. Fukun and Minifio starting to be forced even further down into the dirt. All the while, Shark and Teeny, the world is their oyster. Finally, they'll get chopped, but they already
They're
managed
panic throwing the crash pad even though they're
any
fizzed.
sort of fall damage off the Flowberry Fizz.
Shark Teeny, they were able to catch himself. That's
Goofy
huge.
actually lives
Fizz,
surprisingly
Shockwave,
long
they
as a solo.
regained their composure up above, even with Goofy going down. Placement points setting in. There's more teams looking to join them on match point, but they have to figure out
It's
a
not
way
over yet,
to
Sleeps.
force another
They already got chopped
game,
once.
because Shark and Teeny looking up and contested up until now.
Another team's gonna come up.
Goes up. Shark dropped to 37 HP.
Teeny goes down.
Teeny's going to fall. Shark needs to be the savior
To
here
Swizzy.
for his team. He has to stay alive. It's Swizzy. It's Pixie. They're the ones that are looking to bring us to another game.
I thought high ground was interesting to play.
Pixie might have just saved his entire tournament here, because Shark, even though he's still alive,
I think going for high ground that early was an interesting decision from them. I can't lie.
it's remaining in this Flowberry Fizz. He has to siphon anything that he can get, but Pixie and Swizzy, another one onto Romero. Salvo will also fall. They are racking up the points.
Shark goes down. We're going to another game, chat.
Skyjump and
We're at least going to game 10. And Skyjump and Mumsy are also on match point now.
Wow, wow, wow. Hopefully you guys at home didn't have anything to do today, because we have a long road ahead. Hari's here trying to play for that match point as well.
Pixie and Swizzy on the high ground.
39 points. He wants to be one of 3 teams to
I mean,
try
if
to
they,
make it there in
I think
this
a lot
next
of
game.
games from this.
Swizzy and
They're
Pixie
probably not
as
going
well.
to.
Ton of
Mumsy goes
points
down.
left, but Hari's dream of being on match point is cut short by Josh and Iamzo.
These guys have been playing spoiler for the past few matches, it seems like, and they're not intending on slowing down. Yasin
Josh
also
Yam's
gonna
running up
be
the low ground
claimed,
here.
as now frontside control is purely at their favor. But Swizzy, Pixie, they're ready to drop. They've already gotten the connection. Darm's gonna
Darm and
be
Davis get
beast of
deleted.
both. The moment he tries to go forward, but Swizzy lost so much HP along the way. Yamzo and Josh, they're trying to send it.
They absolutely shred the HP and shields of Team Havoc. And it's
Also,
Elite
Josh
down
showing some
below.
life here.
2v2 situation. Resources for both teams are dwindling.
What a shot from
Big
Swizzy.
Swizzy on the side. That's
Oh my God,
gonna
wait, they
take
might
down
get-
Josh. Yamzo with a 1v2. There goes the first knock, and it's him versus the world. Swizzy versus Yamzo. 15 HP, and it's not going to be
Swizzy,
enough. Yamzo
Pixie, second
closes it
place.
out.
Josh, Yamzo win.
Happened in the past, because the future is now. Josh and Yamzo desperately
Wait, next game's gonna be
needed
even
this.
better
It's
now.
not
What?
going to put them into that match point threshold, but they might just
2
get
teams
a
on match
chance.
point threshold.
We saw everything crumble for Shark and Teeny, and I would anticipate
one of them might not even win.
a very similar fashion, Jacob, for everyone else that is currently
Yowza
sitting
Canna
on match
true.
point, aka
It's a Canna
Skyjump
representation
and
for
Momsy.
JP.
2 different duos, public enemy number 1.
We haven't seen too many teams go up and actually contest the high ground. We haven't seen too many fights in the last 4 days.
What a
when it
tournament,
comes to
chat. What a
Fortnite
tournament.
on the high ground. But Shark and
We
Teeny
could be here
on
until
match
2
point.
p.m.
The lobby felt
Or the next game could be
pressure
it.
that they were in, and they executed to take them out. And now we have 2 teams on match point.
But man, kudos to Pixie and Swizzy. They made it close. For a moment, it looked like that could have gone a different way entirely, but just getting a chance to even break through what Yamzo and Josh are going on.
Then you're back, I'm going up. No, I died. 200? He has siphon, I think. Nice!
Calm.
You need 400 win. You need 350,
collected,
LA.
Good information.
But you need to win the
saying, hey, he
game
might have
after.
Siphon,
You need
might
to
have
win the
more
next
HP than
game
you would think in that
after you get 350 points. That was a sentence. That made sense enough, I think. All right, we got Sharktini still in first. Skyjump Mumsy in second. Hari Kami third. Vico Mally fourth. Lou Romero fifth. Darm Damus sixth. I mean, goddamn, there's a lot of teams that could actually, if these two teams die, we could get a Brazil win. Okay. Focus. Kanatovic 7th. Yasin Salva 8th. Pipoyo 9th. And Khan Faded 10th. Are the points updated? No way. Well, I think Josh Yamzo's points are missing. Okay, wait. It's slightly off now because Tini, Skyjump, Ari, Vico, Mally, Lua, Darm. Swizzy's points didn't update yet. So then Vic, Yas, and P. Okay. Bro, Swizzy up. This isn't over by any means.
For teams that have been left behind
Holy shit.
to get an advantage so late into the game because they don't have anything
Question this
to
format,
lose
but
and
she makes the games way more exciting. It really
we'll have
does.
to see what happens here
All right, chat. I'm
after
getting water.
everything
I'll be
that
right
we've
back.
already witnessed. So make sure you guys go grab a quick refreshment, and we'll be right back.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion.
All right.
183 points.
My bad, started
on
buffering.
match point with Sky Jump and Momsy not too far away. 378
Bradley,
points.
thanks for the
Those
fall.
are our top two teams that could win it all here.
Look, from a spectator POV, Jacob, I would love to see all 15. But with what's been unfolding before our very eyes,
You see a new name now, Nate.
Game 9, the way that Yamzo and Josh were even able to like kick it in to
Wow,
another
we're going into
level.
the final.
Everyone is
Well,
doing
maybe not
their
the final.
best
Maybe the
to
final game.
try
Maybe not
and
the final
catch
game. Who
right
knows?
back up to that match point threshold. And while the odds might be against many of our competitors, especially those who aren't within that match point security
Sky
spot,
versus Teeny off
you
spawn.
still need the victory royale. You still need
Think
one
Sky versus-
more good
Sky
game
Jump
in
versus
order
Teeny,
to
maybe?
really seal the deal. And there are just so many competitors outside.
Both teams
of
may
that
get
match
griefed off
point
spawn,
range
who
that
knows?
could hit it in this game 10.
We're gonna have to figure it out.
Now it's just going to be about who finds Skyjump and Momsy, Shark, and Teeny first.
Yep, and I really thought throughout the course, at least the early game, the mid game, there'd be a few teams trying to go on the hunt to take down Shark and Teeny. That way they have a chance to go another game. But Shark and Teeny land all the way in the back towards Dirty Docks. The zone max pulled far away. That allowed for Shark and Teeny to stay there for so long and trying to dodge dangerous moment after
Okay, both have the
dangerous
option too.
moment. So they didn't have to deal with a lot of these teams.
And we're watching the Yamzo.
Yamzo and Josh.
We could just took down Peterbot, by the way.
Not to worry about it too much, but first elimination highlight.
He took down
Nico.
Fukun. I mean,
Tough break, but hey, everyone is trying to make their presence known. I believe it might have even been Vico securing that first elimination, finally moving the needle from 326 total points
Vico took down Pete again,
329.
by the way.
So a few more of those eliminations.
And we're still watching this.
And Vico and Malabuka, they're not looking to wait it out any longer. They want to be inside of that match point threshold. All they need is 18 more points. That's just 6 eliminations.
6 eliminations. If they make it far enough, placement points as well. But Momsy finds himself getting taken
Sky
out
takes
by
down
Sky
Momsy,
and
okay.
Scroll. We're hoping,
Wish you could have been
hoping to
watching
have a
him,
miracle
or,
run to end
you
the
know.
tournament. Keep themselves in contention of that club
Sharks see what
championship.
happened.
But our team in first place, the first one to meet match point over at Dirty Docks. They find their first
Teeny
elimination
are both
on
way too good with that
Muzz.
minute.
And this is almost a repeat of what went down in that last game. It was Muzz and Sphinx kind of stuck in the blender, unable to really catch themselves a moment to get out of it.
Feels like I'm in the Twilight Zone, though, watching Muzz just be eliminated in such stylish fashion by Shark there. Mammoth Thistle shots are just so clean.
Jesus
and certainly Muzz
Christ.
that we're used to seeing have that kind of aim, but Shark and Teeny are really giving this entire lobby a
I mean,
run
wow,
for their
chat.
money. Skyjump and Mumsy, we know that they suffered
I mean, wow.
early elimination themselves, but Sky and Scroll, how long can they really keep Skyjump and Mumsy at bay before somebody else decides to intervene?
Muzz just having that hard time we were talking about, goes down yet again. They spotted Sphinx out in the sky as well.
Oh, Skyjump
Trying
takes
to get
down
a rough start.
Sky,
Skyjump
getting
and
revenge for Momsy.
They get their get back, taking down Sky, making sure they get all the loot that was once theirs. And you can kind of see them already making their way on over towards the eastern side of the map. They are hunting to try to figure out where Sky is at, how they're going to get the elimination onto Reboot, but they're also inching themselves closer and closer to the area of Shark and Teeny.
Look, they're already on the perimeter of this eastern side of the zone, and sure, while picking up this elimination onto Scroll would be a nice little addition, ultimately, they're just looking to be the cutoff point. They don't want Shark and Teeny to get by. They are hoping to shut them down and be the only match point team within capabilities of securing
Scroll takes down
victory
Momsy.
royale. But Scroll, the moment that he goes for the finish, Skyjump
Sky
there
doesn't need to take down
immediately
Scroll, though.
ready to pick his teammate back up, protect the loot, and hold
Should
things
Momsy have
strong.
respawned there, but maybe he
another
just got
player
finished.
coming into the mix at a
Oh,
rapid
no.
rate. Skyjump, he's in
It's
heavy
Shark.
pressure by Shark.
These are both our match point teams. They're going head to head right now. Shark and Teeny, they probably saw everything going down in the feed. They want to be the only ones with a chance to win
think
it
it's been
here.
long enough,
And
though.
Sky jump on the back foot, no shield, less HP.
definitely
because
stalled long
another
enough.
shot
Momsy has
is
to be
going
back.
to land. Momsy for certain has made it back into this game, but Sky jump has now been put on
Okay,
respawn.
Momsy lands safely is a
And
question.
This is where it starts to get really dicey now. While I respect the gall from Skyjump and Mumsy to try and shut down Shark and Teeny, Instead, they find themselves on the receiving end of a lot of
3
aggression
humans
here.
already, man.
Sharktini, they're already scanning the skies. They're ready to follow exactly where they know. Skyjump and Momsy's honing beacon is taking them to off that fresh reboot.
They know where Skyjump is, but they don't know where
Well, if you
Momsy
didn't
is.
see that, it makes a loud noise, and they immediately are following it. They now know it's him, confirmed with that first elimination, but they hear more
Never
than
mind, they
just
lost
one
him.
player over there. A bit of noise. They don't want to continue
Skyjump
rotating
goes
on
down.
over. Either way, Skyjump is going to go down again. The reason why Sharktini didn't rotate is exactly because of that. The
I mean,
squad
we
from
don't know
Elite
yet, Aid.
Esports
We don't
is the one
know.
holding that mountain.
Very smart pullback there from Shark and Teeny. Just no reason to overextend. They're
No
gonna
guarantees
leave it
yet.
up to the rest of the lobby to continue just applying this steady pressure, and they'll loosely try to follow. Skyjump gonna be forced to head a separate directions, and booming base was clearly not an option, but with Shark and Teeny still able to split Momsy and Skyjump cleanly down the middle, and now also recognizing Faded Khan.
If they're gonna go
next to
for a
that
key there,
supply
but
drop, also gonna be the
Khan and
ones
Faded came in and
just
ruined things.
continuing to prevent Momsy from reuniting with Skyjump.
Luckily for him, though, Khan and
Let's go
Faded
see.
don't actually push on over.
So much
So they
better.
work
I
as
don't
a
know why
deterrent
it looks so.
to stop Shark and Teeny from pushing
so
on over.
weird.
They don't do it themselves.
I do
Which
like
is kind of
the
giving
normal
Skyjump and
layout.
Momsy a breath of fresh air here. And I say that kind of loosely because they are nowhere near each other at
That's
all.
true,
Skyjump,
Jakey.
Momsy
We
have
have Shark and
to work
Teeny
as
in.
solos. Meanwhile, Muggs comes back in.
More
trying to get a
farming onto
cheeky
Muggs'
advantage onto
face.
Shark and
Oh
Teeny,
my
but he gets
gosh.
caught out once more. Sent right back on over to the reboot.
Jacob, I don't know if you just watched what's been taking
Oh my god, I
place
should know
here,
who this is because you said it before.
Shark is just not human right now. This kid's aim is just on another level. Every single shot just connecting effortlessly. He is playing so smooth right now, and I think it's all because you've got to wipe
Shit,
that
Lua
last
Romero
game
could like
fumble
get the match
out
with
of
this
your
game
mind.
too,
You
man.
have
It's
to
just
forget, you have to act like none of those problems are going to
Pete
reoccur,
is alive. No
and
teams have died yet.
At this rate, if they're able to maintain such a strong
Win
footing
Pred.
in this lobby,
The
and
team that I had
carry this
winning
momentum
was
into
Vico
the
Mali.
endgame, we're gonna have to
And
look
that
at
Pred's not
Swizzy
looking
and
the
Pixie
best right now, but it's not
even
looking the
more
worst.
still to see whether or not they're going to be the main ones to challenge for the high ground later on.
Swizzy and Pixie getting in on
Second
Salvatore.
inside of that building, this finds Salvatore and immediately
There's
taking down
Kylo.
Skyjump. Gets found
There
out
we go.
again. Lewa and Romero get that elimination. They spent so long on two different sides of the map.
I mean, the
as
prize was just split
solos,
between the
just trying to go ahead and get as
all 20
much
teams.
loot
First
as
gets
possible,
130k
and now one of them
each
gets
though,
put
so
right back to
quite
where
a
he
bit.
started before.
Pete and Foyo
Quite a bit of money.
playing it safe with the bush. Ready to make their next move.
Let's get some more.
Skyjump and Momsy. That early game decision to aggress against Scroll.
Poyo and
They had to have that time to
maybe
elimination
both
be
of them?
at
He
much
just aggressive on the
faster
Skyjump.
than what it resulted in. Because now they're just going through it time and time again.
Momsy's still a solo
And
again.
it's not Sharkantini, it's somebody else. There are just so many choke points, and they can't find any sort of break. No one is allowing them to touch back down safely. Lewa and Romero also utilizing that
EU.
opportunity to just get one bit closer
I mean, I had,
towards that
what?
match point threshold. Cammy and Hadi
Vico
only
Mali.
need 2 more eliminations.
I think I had
Think about that Team
Sharktini.
Falcons roster, Peterbot and Puyo.
Wait
They
now.
will do
Please
what
bring it up right now,
it
actually.
takes to succeed, what it takes to give them a chance to
Vico
win.
Mali,
If it
Pete Puyo,
means
Sharktini,
chasing
Swizzy,
down
Pixie, Pablo
both of the
Chino. And that's
teams
the
on
only
match
Pablo
point,
Chino, the
something
only one that's
I
like
feel like they do have it in them to do. It's
That
just
was
all
way
about
too bad.
figuring out when and where those
That was way
players
too
are
bad.
going to be found out. Momsy on the other side of the map, still trying to survive with the hopes of him and Skyjump being able to pull themselves back into this game. And so far, he's been doing
Wait,
a good
T's looking
job
kinda
of
weak,
making
though,
that
fighting
space
Lou
with
Romero
Shark
and
Teeny.
Storm.
They run into trouble. Leviathan's duo of Lewa and Ramiro. We saw them already take down Skyjump, and now they're putting pain on the Teeny.
Teeny will get an opportunity to at least pick
I mean,
up
the
a little bit
longer
of
this
what
goes
they've
on,
been.
chat, the
Lewa and
more teams I
Romero,
could
they
win.
don't want to keep that action rolling. Shark Teeny
But they could also
will
get to a
be
point
able
where,
to create
like,
some space.
one team gets so far ahead, or like two teams get so far ahead that no one else can win. You go all the way to game 15, you know?
Not to give chase here, not to go any further.
And at that point, it's just based off points.
They're just playing with a lot of discipline here.
Yeah, and they kind of came from around this spot on the map. This is kind of where they've been kind of floating around since they left that dirty
Sky and Skull are
box.
pissed in the bed,
Most
bro.
of this
They are just.
location is uninhabited for the most part, so they're going to go back, double check.
I don't
make
know.
sure they have enough heals because they are waiting for the zone to open. Another team kind of
See, Goofy has taken down Sky,
trying
so
to get on match point, 323 points.
not a great
Storm
day for
and
them.
Demas just 27 points away, 9 eliminations, placement points as well. They have a combination of both. We could see a third team join them on match point.
I hate that closing line, bro. I swear I get stuck there too.
Get bullied at this rate.
Argentina are
Really
insanely
been
consistent.
going through it,
Very
but
dominant too.
Sometimes that's just the nature of reload.
Yeah, Bradley, but they also did bad in
Poyo, though,
LCG
kind
too,
of
so it's kind
shifting
of
this
like,
direction.
is it just reload or are they just like struggling right now?
Still very much at stake here. While we know this is $1 million prize pool for the direct Fortnite competition, there is $7 million for a first place position on this club
Come on,
championship
man.
leaderboard for EWC finals. And since it's week 7, this is a crucial series right now for Falcons team overall, because if Pete and Poyo can put themselves back into that top 8 position, forget about the match.
No, I
point
didn't
threshold
actually,
for a second and
Kyla.
everything else. Just think about securing the ultimate W for your org on the
Break
weekend.
on it. Oh, I mean,
Win for yourself, win for the org. Everyone gets to celebrate, but you still have to go up against this.
most of the teams
team
here haven't
here,
really
Shark
like practiced a
and
drop
team.
yet. If they
They're
also
on
qualify for
match
globals,
point.
right? They're just
They're
like
one of the most dangerous teams that we do have.
pre-fire
in this
claiming
lobby.
drops
They know
before
how to
even
fight
playing
their way out of
scrims.
almost
Most
every
of them.
situation, but it's
All
them
of them,
here as
honestly.
well. Skyjump and Momsy, match point. Hometown favorites. Anytime you kind of see them do anything.
Slime, we literally have
worth
Skyjump
noting,
and
the
Mumsy
whole
still
crowd
up.
Let you know. And now they're looking back on the Z-Dog and Goofy, trying to pressure them further and further. They have an isolated fight if they do want to take it, but we are in this 6th zone. Going down here would be disastrous because in 40 or so seconds,
Oh, I did see that
the
actually,
reboots
Kyla.
will be
The
disabled.
Sharkantini were trying to take all the Green Hill
The
Zone, right?
starting half of this lobby has already been for Skyjump
You
and
want-
Momsy. They make the
you want
wise
anything else
decision
you're on
to
here?
just play it a little bit more
funny as
passive,
hell.
a little bit more safe. If they can get those shots in, then sure, they'll take them. But they don't need to risk anything else because
than 100
placement
points. I
is
mean, it is
the
Pete and
focal
Poyo,
point.
bro.
You
Can you really
can't
ever count them
tunnel vision
out?
on what might seem like an easy fight because that's how the third-party mix-up comes into the play. Peterbot and Poyo, though, one more time. Pete trying to get a shot in onto Vico Malabuca
Shark is
as they
young.
rotate on by. All these
Playing on the
teams,
best
though,
region, he
able
could.
to
He does have the
benefit
potential to be
from
one
some
of
goodies
the greatest of all
surrounding
time.
Slurpee Swamp.
And just
He's still a far
like
ways away from that, though.
Reboots have been disabled.
Having a very good start,
Max
though, I'll
pull
say that
for
much.
Vico and Malabuca, but they're going to go ahead and make sure they're full HP and shield. They're going to keep their toes in that slurp water. At
It's
least
not
for
last
now.
game, though, Slime. They
Sharkantini
still
see an
got-
opportunity for their drop down.
If
trying to get
Sharkantini
it
don't
for
win this
themselves,
game,
but a whole
there's
nother
still
team
5
sealed
more
it away.
games.
But no harm, no foul. They don't get caught out of position, and that's the interesting thing. Game after game, you see it Sharkantini. They're always
One duo does go down. Don't know who it is. It's not last game. No, it was 15 games today total. What the fuck? The combat strategy is just way too good. Oh my god.
And again, back-to-back games, they fail to make it to match point.
Those final few
Wow.
points just so elusive right now for Cammy and Hari, and knowing
Izzy, Nosif, and
that
Kami and Seti
every
just-
single chance that they've had, just
Wow.
constantly like grabbing at smoke, it just keeps slipping right through their fingers. They just have to hope that neither Skyjump and Momsy or Sharkantini are able to win this match 10. But for Teamish and Darm, they are also still looking to try and secure that match
Still
point
down, bro.
threshold. They've done an excellent job at getting a more
Like, that's all they
isolated
need.
position. They're sticking towards that front side of zone. They've got to be wary, though. Vico Malabuca steadily pushing their way up closer and closer to where they're at.
But Pete and Poyo
Sharkantini
can come back.
A bit elevated, not fully committing.
Sharkantini
just yet
keep trying to
towards
force
the
the high
They are in a
ground.
position where they will
I
have
low-key think
a
they should try and go for it
substantially
later. I don't
easier
know.
time rotating forward off one of these overdrive grenades, likely to use that Flowberry Fist combo with it. Cold getting taken out. Just too much of a
Cold out,
mess
but at least
right
in the
now
end game,
on
Goofy
the other
taking
half
out
of things
Cold.
from where Shark and Teeny are at, but hey, when you see a team so injured, why not close in further?
Pete taking out Chino.
Make it harder and harder for them to survive. Teeny actually
5th place Pred.
for that rapid elimination. Almost even looked like they're going to go over for the loot as well, but the zone pulling back up over towards the north, creeping closer and closer towards Slurpee Swamp, but not quite there just yet. So everybody's going to have to rotate in unison, especially those that do got that max pull from the back. Salvatore just barely hanging on, 50 shield, even less HP, just hoping a teammate builds him a path that he can feel confident following up on. Oh,
Vico going down.
Man, that is not good for Malabuka or Vico because they still
Oh my god, he just drops in the box.
18 points before they hit that match
Yeah, it's not super likely that Feed and Puyo can win, but
it's only Malabuka left.
hey, if Skydom Mumsy Shark Team don't win this game, anything's possible, chat.
Duos and just so many stacked teams
Could be
in this
here
endgame.
for a while.
This is a dangerous position to be in, but drawing things back in towards Shark and Teeny. Virtus Pro cannot be feeling great if they're
Puyo on the high ground, Pete trying to come up too.
They are currently the team in club championship standing in that 4th place position, and if
Shark
Teeny
are winning.
win this game, the 1,000 points that they would confirm for those standings would take them from 10th place overall into that 4th place position, stealing away millions of dollars.
That's not something I would ever want to be a part of. It's just too nerve-wracking to say the least. Just like Sky jumping Momsy
Sato not looking too stacked right now.
Side, trying to take a whole nother fight on the next, looking up, seeing what they can handle. Shark and
I think
Teeny
I'm goofy as soon as Z-Dog and
them
going crazy. Shark and Teeny low though, Shark.
Getting sent right back down below. Shark with a dream right now. He does get elimination. He does get a chance for the med kit to get the med kit back on up. Splash is going through as well. They have survived, but at what cost?
Sky jump alongside Mumsy. Just trying to bide their time. They don't want to get overzealous just yet.
Z-Dog
it's
out.
difficult though when you are just functioning with so few builds, playing through that backside of zone.
Pete and Puyo up on the high ground. They don't have much.
Whether or not a duo is going to open up,
arm goes down.
Open up any kind of singular shots for fire. Skyjump Mumsy doing everything in their power to try and play
Skyjump looking for anything on low ground here.
Will it actually be enough?
Shark and Teeny go up. They take out Pete and Puyo.
Teeny overhead, taking down Falcons, Peter, Bot, and Puyo.
And they have turned the tables heavily in their favor. They're on high ground, and they have to be a team to contest them. Otherwise, they could.
This is how they should have did it last game, chat. Oh my god, what the hell? There's 2 teams above them.
Another match team has been ripped apart, and it's all up to Momsy if they hope to wake it here. But he goes down as well. Taco,
it's just Shark and Teeny now, chat.
On match point.
But Swizzy and Pixie, they were already in the sky. They opted to drop all the way down. But if there was ever a team that was able to shut down Shark and Teeny, they already
Malabuka griefing with the shockwave pistol.
Agent of Chaos hoping to try and cause some problems. But even then, Malabuka with no
just shocking them off.
Shark and Teeny flying, but has the damage truly been enough with this RPG overhead? Teeny's just making it look too easy.
Using every single rocket. The exotic shockwave pistol couldn't even stop him. Shark finds his
They're back up. What the hell is going on?
Teeny with a sliver of HP. Shark being dropped down to the low ground. Both of them looking for survival here. They're one of 5 teams left in this game, and they're officially out of mats all together.
No mats. I don't think they're winning.
Shark is left by himself. No extra
Shark left by himself. He can't win this game from this situation.
I'm not sure it's going to be enough because he has to find a way to shockwave back in the zone, but nobody sees him back there. Mini Pio, Scroll, both fighting for the high ground. Shark has figured out a way to
oh my god, wait.
to the zone. Scroll takes a lot of damage. Shark is doing everything here and trying to
no,
survive
okay.
until he goes down.
We're going to a game 11, chat. We're going to game 11.
They're just trying to see whatever points they can manage to secure here because Scroll, even as a solo,
Malabuka is pistoling the high ground. And now we have Swizzy and Pixie also on match point.
And Pixie, who ultimately stole away the high ground. They forced Shark and Teeny into such awkward
Fuku Mini Pio on the low ground. Double controller Asia duo. Swizzy gets shockwaved out. Scroll has what the hell?
This is big. This is big, not just for Scroll, but for AGAL as well.
He takes out Swizzy too?
Swizzy is down. Swizzy is down. It turns into a 1v1 situation here. Scroll versus Pixie. This
20
is
kills.
Everything right now to rise up the leaderboard. This is his chance. This is 13 more points. Pixie with 1 rocket left, waiting for the perfect moment to use it.
When did this happen?
Where he's going to peek from. Crashes it down. No builds left to save himself. He's going to take the fight to Scroll. He wants to fight on his own terms, but Scroll squeaks past. Pixie lands the shot.
Scroll kind of sold, but
with Havoc on top.
A 20 kill. What the hell?
Before this game started, we are looking at our EWC champions. But fortunately for Skyjump and Mumsy, Shark and Teeny, that simply wasn't the case. Sky and
Did he just have 22 kills?
definitely got to be feeling pretty happy with themselves because technically speaking, everyone's tourney lives are still on the line. That top 8 positioning.
Yes, Kyle, that's it. Yes. Wait.
It's not over just yet.
Yes, exactly, Kyle.
Still having a sweat watching what's taking place in this competition.
And it was Falcons themselves.
Wait, Pete might actually need to get aggressive onto Sky and Scroll now for Falcons.
They were on high ground, but Shark and Teeny take them down. It eventually leads to their demise. We had Skyjump and Monty
22 kill second. What?
Out of the game, and then look at Scroll right now. Did you wait? Was that 21 eliminations? Was that over 20 eliminations for Sky and Scroll?
Hey, better late than never. If that were to
Why?
be the case,
Because
better late than never.
mobs, it not only is like are the players trying to win, obviously, but if you're in a club that's doing well, like, okay, hold on, let me just.
But even then, even if they did manifest every single one of those eliminations on top
of
a very strong placement in the end game, Swizzy and Pixie have got to be the top.
A lot easier to explain once I
because Shark and Teeny, for what it's worth, they've won more than every single.
Okay, one though, one. We're gonna check the leaderboard. So we have Sharktini in first, Skyjump Mumsy second, Swizzy Pixie third, Vico Mally fourth, Lil Romero fifth, and they're all on match point. 5 different teams. We have Hari Kami right outside, Darm Damus, Victor V and Kanata playing rather well. That's from Vic and Kanata. Yasin Salva 9th, Confei 10th. Okay, now the reason why it's important for Pete and Poyo to do better than Sky and Scroll, they are club points, and Falcons is in first on 4,600 right now. And I think Fortnite might be the last event of today. Not entirely sure. And AGAL, which is Sky and Scroll's team, is in second place. So, if Sky and Scroll do better than Pete and Poyo in this reload event, they will overtake Falcons, and that's a $2 million difference for the club. For Antrack Mania, okay. And whoever gets their club, you know, their org, more money could probably
inspired by it.
Negotiate a much bigger contract.
They have defeated their demons.
Choose one for every event. I mean, this could go on for a while though. This could take so long.
C26, an insane game we just had, and also with everything going on here at EWC,
if they did this for every region, like imagine.
Club championship.
I gotta catch my breath. I was just running around the venue, trying to stay up to date on everything that's happening because I popped over onto Trackmania to see how things are going. Obviously, one went out for AGAL, but Gwen lives and moves on to top 8, so AGAL are now guaranteed points. That means they closed the gap between them and Falcons at the top of the leaderboard. It's only a 100-point difference right now. They got to do something in Trackmania, or if it stays as is right now with our standings, because Falcons are outside of the top 8, Falcons get 0 points in Fortnite as well. It would be a massive opportunity.
Oh wow.
Oh my.
AGAL guaranteed top 8, Falcons not guaranteed top 8 in Trackmania.
Looking at everything going on with the club championship, glitter explosions.
And if Pete and Poyo,
everything. But yeah, I mean, we got to talk about
I mean, I don't even know how else to say it. Just choke
won
this.
this match because now we have 5 teams, Levin. 5 teams.
What the hell? I have never played Trackmania.
350 points.
I know I said I was excited for match point. I don't know if my heart can take it. I might not get through these games. I mean,
is this last game, Foxy? I don't know.
Look at it.
We're gonna go on another break though. We gotta wait so long. I think we're going on another break.
Be the team in the next game that lifts that trophy.
And Levin, we're looking at 5-2, a team that you've been following.
We could have a Brazil win, chat.
We've been talking about Brazil.
There is a real chance that Brazil could win a LAN. the first small region to ever win a major land.
Last time we saw an Argentinian really shake up the world standings in Fortnite was back in 2019 in the World Cup with King.
We have 5 teams on match point.
Sometimes since then, Kelly, but if anyone's gonna do it, you gotta think it's these two.
And look, they already have a victory royale. So does Swizzy Pixie. So does Shark and Teeny. I mean, Skyjump and Momsy, Vigo, Malabuka, they're playing incredibly well. But if they're not able to get that victory royale, then Vivid, it does not matter.
1/4 of the lobby is ready to win this competition right now. It is getting quite scary. We have entered territory where obviously, yeah, these top 5 teams, they want to win a game.
He's not even top 10. Yeah, he's not even top 10.
All of the other 15 teams, they've got to
if it
win
goes
a
to game 15 chat, that's just the team with the most points wins.
The leaderboard in any which way that they can. And you want to talk about rising up the leaderboard, the stakes feel the heaviest for Peterbot and Pollo.
JK, I've literally never heard of Trackmania until this
I am a little bit worried as well, and we saw a bit of a bounce back there too from AGAL. They're in competition. They're wanting to get into that top A spot. 22 eliminations, Kelly, in that last match.
Maybe Shark and Teeny need to stay off high ground, man. I don't know.
Insane. Levin, I thought for finally we were going to see the Sky
it's a
and
race
Scroll.
game. That's probably why I haven't played.
The Sky and Scroll, we all know.
Probably
The
haven't played
Sky and
before.
Scroll that won back-to-back majors in EU.
So we're a huge
it
racing.
might be too late, but I'm glad that they showed us that this is
Yeah,
the Sky and Scroll that we know.
Of course,
and
you know.
love.
Gotta dabble in Mario Kart.
I mean, if you had the ability to come through and do this, it might be a bit too late, right, as far as pushing things up, but that is just...
I don't think Shark and Teeny are underrated, bro. I think they were literally the favorites.
As well, but that many limbs, my goodness.
Your dominant faces so much. I mean, that makes...
At the same time, especially
it's not too surprising.
Yeah, they picked up that 22 elimination game. Where do you think they
So EU's probably dominating most esports.
They're in 16th right
Actually,
now.
Norway,
Even
Sweden,
after
Finland.
that game
Interesting.
counting, right? That is how
With a face
far
cam. Oh.
down the leaderboard. They are currently before
I clicked
that
the wrong
game,
scene.
so
My
still
bad.
a lot of work for them to be done, even after that incredible performance.
The problem is, right, and Skynscore showcases now perfectly. If you're
My
any
bad, I
one of
clicked
those
the wrong
teams in
scene.
the match point range, if you're anyone that's even near getting towards match
I'm
point,
just Skyscroll
there are
plays
so
Pete.
many good
Skyscroll
players
outplays
lower
Pete.
down
That
in
is
the
$2
standings
million
in that
extra
bottom
dollars for
half. If any one
AGAL.
of them just has a pop-off game,
And
like
those Falcons will
Skynscore just
not be
showed
happy.
that
We
they
have
can do
matched
now,
11
it
in
can have
5 minutes.
massive
Okay.
effects on who actually has a chance to win one of these games.
Okay.
We've seen Sava, Tori, and Yasin being able to get a victory royale earlier on as well. And it was a bit poetic too. At one
Should I
point we
Shadow
saw
Cup
Peter
Kylo?
and Pollo there with the high ground.
Yesterday,
And all
I
of a
slept for
sudden,
4
out of
hours.
nowhere, just a
I woke up
shark
at
that's
4
been
a.m. that
stalking
day.
them, Kelly.
I swear.
Aurora just flies through and says,
And
it's
I
our
stayed
high
up until
ground
like
In the distance,
9:30,
I
and I
heard the
slept and woke up for this, which started at 5:30 in the morning. So
and sure enough, Shark just flies
I
through
made the right
air and,
decision.
it was absolutely incredible. A shame that it was onto Peterbot and Pollo, who I do seem a little bit, hoping that they kind of step up, bring themselves into the top 5, into the contest, the conversation. But Vivid, there's 5 teams up there to go in and to possibly qualify. Is this it?
Yeah,
Is
he'd
it
be
gonna
the
go
youngest
to
player to
game
win a
11
LAN.
and be done?
Listen, my initial prediction was game 10, so we're kind of already past
Also,
that
the
point.
Sonic
I have
skins
no
are kinda
idea. We
shit,
are in
except for Eggman.
uncharted territories, even with this format alone. But yeah, going past game number 10 here, I feel like we have to talk about it. Shark and Teeny, the team that obviously
they remind me of like
hit that 350
the Sonic Boom designs.
threshold. Honestly, we
Now's
were
a
all kind
terrible
of
time for the
watching
fan
this
base.
game backstage, and we were like, oh yeah, it's done. Like Shark and Teeny, they just won the game. They looked like they were in such a good position.
Everybody says he's 14. I swear he's 15 now. I
I
swear he's actually 15.
Just in a blink of an eye, though, it just something happens to them. An unsuspecting play. I mean, this time around it was
Mobsy
Swizzy and
easily
Pixie.
could. It could
What's
easily go to
happening
15
Shark and
games.
Teeny?
This is now where we get into very scary territory for them. Because even in that last game, we all felt good about them. We're like, okay, this is it. It's got to be the game now. I think you can feel it here in the building. When these guys are on height, there's a bit of an edge, a bit of a nervousness of like, okay, like this could be it. Yeah. But at any given moment, like you say, Vivid, someone might just go up and it just feels like
Didn't
it's
someone
just
do like the
slowly
A stats?
slipping through their fingers as factors that are just quickly becoming out of their control.
It's funny. We often talk about like that home crowd advantage, and right now,
Either way, he still would be the youngest person, whether he's 14 or 15 to win LAN. So it doesn't matter that much.
Anything negative happen to Sky and Scroll, or not Sky and Scroll, Shark and Team, they of course don't want them to win. So it's like they cheer.
Apparently everyone wanted the Shadow skin. It looks so
that's
bad
gotta start
though.
affecting them at some point. I'm with you. I'm actually thinking about that too, because every single time they get eliminated, this crowd goes absolutely nuts. I know they want to see more Fortnite, as I do as well, But
They were playing zero build over builds last night.
Listen, I mean, you're talking about what's going on with the end of Shark and Teeny, and I don't think it's necessarily what they're doing wrong. I think everyone else is just kind of stepping up their game. That desperation's loading in. No one's trying to play this passively. Everyone is just going absolutely wild in these end games. And regardless of if you're regarded as the best fragger in the world, that doesn't really matter when you have 10, 12, 14, a bunch
If I wasn't a
of people
co-streamer for this, like if I didn't get the
targeting you, all
missions
going
too, then I
crazy.
would have like
But
I probably would have
Shark
played the
and
skins
Teeny,
cup
they've
and then
kept their cool.
just
They've already gotten multiple
watch
wins,
this
and I
off
think they can
stream.
do it again.
And I think we're
It's
going
more
to
I
talk
thought they missed the
about what you were
first
just
2 or 3 games.
asked, which is it going to finish here? We've been doing a lot
Actually,
of pick'ems.
realistically,
we've been doing all the predictions, and if you haven't yet, make sure you go ahead and do
if I didn't have to like if I wasn't streaming this, I still probably could have seen every game. I probably would have woke up as soon as like end game for game 1 was starting.
It's time for us to do a little bit of pick'ems, a little bit of predictions. Is
It's
it
crazy
gonna
to say.
end in this next match, Levin?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I'm gonna say it is. I think this is our last match.
We actually made some predictions earlier, and we did think it was going to be this match. So yeah, that's my prediction as well.
Wait, haven't Swizzy and Pixie
way
won
too
2
big of an
games?
NA connoisseur to ever agree with these two in that regard.
Yes, they
because
have.
I
This
need an
actually
NA
could be the
team
last
to at
match.
least kind of like enter the top 10 here. I mean, what are we doing, boys? I need Peterbot and Polio to kind
Wow.
of pick it up. They were the ones that were supposed to be going
5 of the wins
head-to-head with
are
Shark
in the
and
top
TD.
5 right now,
They can do
all
it.
in match point.
If they win the next like 2-3 games, they could win the competition. They can prevent them from winning. I'm calling on the boys.
We have 2 more duos that could actually end up within range, too. Easier range, some people would say.
Don't
5
care what
points
you want. They're
and 9
definitely
points,
not.
especially for T1.
They definitely want to
A
win.
duo that's currently in
Whereas all places
contention as
NA.
well for that club championship. There is a
Dude,
lot of
Central's
money
a
at stake,
fraud
not
ass
just
region,
here
bro.
for Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. It is $1 million prize pool, but with everything going on there for the club championship,
I'm gonna
it's
say
something
I'm gonna
that
make
we're
a
gonna be keeping a
bold
close eye on,
prediction.
because for T1, for Diamond Demons, I mean, they were doing absolutely.
If Lua Romero make it to the end game, they win the cup. They win the event.
Turnaround.
I mean, so back and
They're
forth
the
throughout
only
entire
team
tournament,
not going
just
for high
today,
ground.
But it's Darman Demish. I think they're easily going to get points, even through.
Biko and Mally are
going
gonna go for high, could go for high ground and die. Shark and Teeny are gonna go for high ground, probably die. Swizzy Pixie
winner in this next game.
Yeah, there was a bit of a
are
break
gonna go for
there,
high
and
ground
they were one of the teams that sort of left
and
the
take out one of the
stage,
other
came back.
teams.
As they were coming back onto the stage, I actually saw their coach Sven, and he was giving a lot
If
of
you know Paulie would have won
instructions
by
to
now.
Diamond Demons. He clearly
No
had a
guarantee
lot
on
to
that.
say, a lot of input to give. Again, they're going to be one of those teams that pushes in. But look, Seven, we're at
Especially
the point
because
now
if
where
you don't
there's
fall
so
any
many
of the
teams
times-
on match point, there's going to be so many different teams we're having to track in this final end game. You might be a Diamond Demons thinking, okay, let's do
But
enough
actually-
in this game to really solidify ourselves and get into match point and get into the fight.
I don't remember who
And
he
the
played with
competition's
in the
passed you
first
by,
qualifier.
and it's already done.
And there we have it right there. I mean, the top 5 teams that are currently in
The
that
second
match
qualifier he
point,
played with Ree.
Vico and Malibuca. We've been seeing Vico being so happy,
So,
and I think he's going to be happy.
I don't
now
think
that he's
him
at
and
match
Reed would've-
point as well. But for any
Like, I love
of
Reed,
the
but I don't
other
think
duos, baby, that
unless
are
Reed was
currently
locked
not
in,
match
they don't have
point,
the,
which
like,
one are you going to be
chance to
picking?
win.
Or are you going to be keeping a close eye on that they could end
Third
up
time he
just
played
causing a
EU
bit
and
of
didn't even
heartbreak
make it to the
here
finals
and
with
sending us
this curve.
to another game.
Actually, they even make it out of
Obviously,
opens.
I kind of already
I
talked
made it
about
out
I
of
wanted to
opens.
see Peter
But they didn't make it out of
well,
like
right?
semis.
Con and Victor V representing NA West.
I guess quarters.
122 points. It was a 5th place, 3 eliminations for them coming out of that game. So, hey, listen.
And then the
8th
last time he
place
played
right
with
now, maybe
Clicks.
they can kind of cross that
So the
threshold
only
where
teammate he really had a chance of winning with was Curve, and he
You just
played
gotta hope
EU.
for
So
somebody in it. We gotta hope to see if Peterbot and Polio are gonna be showing up, or any of those top 5 duos are gonna be ending it here. It could all end here, or it could end up going one more match as we're gonna be sending it over to Mini and Monster.
5
give Shark the win. I don't
teams
think he wants.
in the running. Is this
It's like he really wants Shark to win. Does he want his competition to have a boost in ego momentum?
We've got 5 teams here. There's only 20 in the lobby. You gotta think that one of these teams is gonna take it.
I'm gonna say a team outside the top 10 are gonna win this game. Oh, versus Jakey, okay. I'm gonna be back-to-back win from Crocs.
I was a betting man. I would go with those odds. You know,
Crocs cheering for Pete.
Assume that Peterbot
Never expected
and
that.
Polio, not being again one of the teams in match point, can still do some miraculous things.
I didn't pay attention to the leaderboard chat. How close is Pete to
As can some of
Sky
the
and
other
Scroll?
teams. Sky and Scroll,
That's a
Golden Rapid,
distance,
Acorn
but
Bulls. Listen, I'm not counting out the boys.
so
from
griefing could
NA.
go on.
I'm here to be a little biased, as I'm the final hope for us to at least get to Game 12 for some new teams in the contestation.
Reckon
But
ends here with
realistically, if that
Mumsy
did
win.
happen,
Ooh.
Game 12,
See,
we
Mumsy
have
and Sky Jump
close
like.
to 9 or more
I feel like they're the most
teams
nervous team
that
here.
at that point
Maybe Lil Romero, actually.
A betting man's game.
You can see what it means. The players are locked in. There's 5 teams: Shark, Teeny, Skyjump, Momsy, Swizzy, Pixie, Vico, Malabuka, Liwa, Romero. Will it be any of them? If so, which team? Which team will be lifting that trophy at the end of the day? Which team will be crushing everyone else's key?
Dang.
And for which teams will be looking to break into that top 5? And that 350 point threshold, remember. One of those is, of course, Hari and Kami. Not the greatest start for them, though.
I feel like reality has set
Maybe you has to live here for Fukun.
No more of that hot drop stuff we saw before from the teams inside the top 5. They've done what they needed to. Instead, it's Kami and Hari here. You see them trying to go ahead and send Shari to go ahead and find some eliminations as Con and Fader are going to get the first little sample of that here onto
Almost
Mini
was just long enough.
Already adjustments being made, even in that last game, was just Pixie and Swizzy. Had they been 8 points more going into that round, they would have ended the tournament there with a surprise retake on the high ground, all thanks to Malabuka's setup. But now that gives Vico and Malabuka the opportunity here in this game. So it really is exciting to see how this one's going to play out. We have never had a format like this, and surely it's been entertaining.
Anyone can take it.
Only Shark
can
here.
Take it. You have to say, from the perspective of Shark and Teeny, 2 massively wasted opportunities
Maybe?
in those
Where's
last 2
Teeny
games
at?
because they had it right
Can't
there for the
Fukuun
taking.
out.
They were over
Both
350 points. Both times they tried to play high. Malabuka played spoiler
fix
in
on
that
Hari.
last game. And Shark and Teeny let that opportunity slide, not once, but
Sky
twice.
Mumsy pressing Sky Jump.
Will they do it again?
Sky Jump and
Or
Mumsy.
will they live to rue the mistakes
Pressing Sky and Scroll.
of those last 2 games? We're about to find out.
Let's be honest, Skyjump and Mumsy had it in the bag as well. They were right there. Skyjump falls early. It was all up to Mumsy, and I mean, what more can you do, right? Falling early in an end game when you are a match point is unacceptable. You cannot afford to be playing mid to low ground and then get caught off guard like that.
They haven't won today, Skyjump and Momsy.
I've been saying they're due, because they really are.
Yep. They've been putting themselves in positions to.
Yes.
You know, they've been fragging out in endgame, a couple of solo clutches here and there. The crowd are absolutely loving every single moment.
Mass looking good, I guess. I mean, I'm shocking an upgrade.
What a moment this would be. Remember, this is a team that don't play together typically here on EU. They're not, they sort of stayed together for this event, of course, because they qualified through, but what a story this would be.
I mean, Skyjump and Mumsy literally only split like
in front of the home fans that have been cheering you on this whole time. And for me,
a week or 2 ago.
They've had a very up and down day.
Maybe a month at this point.
Look at this though, Izzy putting the team on his back yet
Izzy
again.
Nosif impressed.
Wait,
they might go down here. One more bullet.
Players involved, but Scrolls looking to try and close on the fight. Izzy on high.
Izzy and Nosif out completely.
Down and out. That duo, the other French duo, are
Sky and
eliminated.
Scroll.
Could that be the last we see of our fan favorites, Izzy and Nosif? They've captured the hearts of Paris here this week. It would be a real shame. So for them, they'll be cheering on any of those teams outside of that top 5 to go out and win this game.
They slipped down so far below as well. They were off to such a hot start.
Yeah, Julian and Gex
How much
at
of
first,
an upset
imagine.
would it be if somehow AGAL overtakes Falcons, by the way, for the club championship points? For some reason, somehow, there's a narrative brewing there outside of the championship. Of course, performance for the top 5. So
Must take down
millions
Goofy
of
OC
dollars
on
are
the
gonna be
OC violence.
swinging in one way or the other.
Yeah.
The pendulum
What the hell?
has a lot at stake. Muzz and Sphinx already off to quite the start. They're finding themselves a nice little elim. Remember, this is
I think it goes to,
okay, wait. Tend to land also at the Dirty Docks right
I don't know,
now.
whatever.
They're in the
I
vicinity.
definitely clicked the right thing this time, but
From a Muzz and Sphinx earlier on, they played spoiler for Vico
I think I know what happened.
taking them out. No strangers to an
Good comms,
upsetting
though.
situation for their opponents, so they'll be hoping that they can do the same for Shark and Teeny. They want to take them out.
This is so interesting that Shark and Teeny, because they don't need points, they're not farming Muzz the way they did games and games before, right? All of a sudden, they're playing this like some kind of grand finals, like some kind of normal lobby. Muzz and Sphinx must be kind of thinking to themselves, hey, it's
not Kyle. I mean, I swear the format doesn't matter.
But they're okay with it. If I'm them, I'm
It's just
probably
like
pushing.
because
Yeah, especially where Muzz and Sphinx are on the
the
lead.
peaks are way higher yesterday, but
It's worth a
Do
go.
it for NA.
I just got restricted a lot later this time.
Malabuka and Vico. Just spoke to Vico's mum.
Because I just learned yesterday
Always very jolly, always very joyful, but
that apparently viewing parties
nervousness.
aren't
She seemed
allowed
pretty
on
serious.
TikTok,
She seemed very, very serious.
which is weird
She knows how much it means. I think
So I'm sure people do it all the time.
Staring over towards his mum as well, who is in the
I don't
crowd, sort
know.
of directly opposite where he's sat.
Yeah.
Just channeling that.
My visibility has been getting
relationship that
restricted
they
the
have,
entire
just being
week, so
able
this
to
might be the
use
last
everything
viewing
and
party I try on
anything
TikTok,
in his
but
power. And hopefully
it's true.
allow
This is
some
a big
of
enough
that
event. People are gonna watch this.
energy to transmit by the radio waves of the air here in the arena.
And I restricted like
Just to use
2 hours ago,
anything to get over
probably.
the line here, because
Maybe
for them
3.
to go back-to-back LAN winners here in Fortnite would mean so
I was
much.
just kind of waiting for
Such
like
an energetic character in VK.
the
We've
chat on
seen him
TikTok to
dance
kind of
in
die
front
before I restarted to like
The loadout
get more people in here again, but
10 shockwaves.
Wow.
I was like, fuck it,
This
bro.
is just, we're not playing the med kit. We're not playing the storm.
Kylo
we're
with
not
the
playing
Force
fight.
Elf, the cheer mic.
Shockwaves.
Yo, I've never seen that shit
They're
before.
playing spoiler. They want to try and cause
Do I
absolute
not follow
havoc in
you?
this endgame.
Swear I do.
Romero right there, though, going down
Okay.
early on.
So I thought,
A
why
little
is
bit of
it
action
your
here
recommendations
at
for
Still
Romero
South.
down? Is it?
Deemish and Dom.
Wait, is it Romero and Lua down?
Scroll decides to retreat as well. Not without a little pop shot there from Deemish, not connecting, unfortunately. Big game for these guys as well. They need to break into that 350-point mark. Only 4 or 6 points away from it right now. Huge shot, though.
What a
from
shot on the
Romero
Z-Dog, though.
onto Z-Dog. Hoyo was
He
in
went
the
down right
vicinity
after that,
too.
yeah.
Lua,
Okay, well,
of
they're
course, had
still
the
up,
solo
but
clutch after Romero went down. What a story this would be as well for the
That's a
Argentinians.
McChicken.
Surprising so many on land.
Listen, if you don't have 10
I love the Asia
shockwaves
players,
in your
man.
inventory right
That is
now, I
awesome.
don't want to hear it. Lua and Romero are not prepared. Sky and Skro are here to fight. Let's see how they can do. Sky's in the box.
Oh.
Ooh, wait a second. Might be eating my words here. Okay,
It's a
little
bit of groceries for the
exchange
week, you know what I'm
going
saying?
back and forth. No Romero
I appreciate that, Kyle. Thank you, bro, for real.
Sky and Skro are fired up. 4 eliminations now. They're trying to fight their way back into the tournament. Stepping one step closer now to
Is that Lua down again, by the way? The Sky and Scroll? Romero running for his life now? Yeah, it is.
Points. Teams that can obviously still win games.
And you can see that.
TikTok should allow viewing parties, though. I always
Playing
find that kind of
completely differently to what
weird.
we saw from teams like Shark and Teeny, because they need those points, they need those eliminations. If they want any sort of chance at winning this tournament, they need a huge amount of eliminations right here. I think you can see that in the way they're playing. They're not expecting this.
Literally my best
to go the
viewership.
entire distance here. They're expecting, if we're lucky for them, this game not to go to one of our top 5 teams. They're expecting it to go to one of the teams in the next game. So they need to get the pedal to the metal right now, and that's exactly
It just
why
depends
they're
on
getting
what people
very
gift
aggressive.
on TikTok and
Complete other end of the
how
stick
many
there. Shark and Teeny.
things they gift,
They have been very good.
right? Like,
Hiding behind the wall in dirty docks. They really are
I would
not
say,
taking any
well,
risk right
today I've made more on TikTok.
This is
but like
this is such a telling
yesterday, because Crocs gifted like,
format to see how teams are all
wait,
of a
Crocs
sudden
gifted 5 subs
shifting
yesterday,
strategy,
so I made more on
changing gears,
purple.
attempting different things as we get closer and closer towards the end game. And they don't have to worry about storm search. It's
I was like the
just a
same
much
then,
different
I
dynamic.
think, Kylo.
Sky
I think I make the same amount of money.
Down though here finds Lua fresh off the reboot. This is what they should be doing.
Dude, Lua and Romero are getting farmed right now
This
by
is what
Sky and
happens.
Scroll.
You start easing up. Sky and Scroll all of a sudden start
Wait,
turning
this is actually-
online. Going into
This is bad
endgame,
for Lua Romero, but this is actually bad for Pete and Koyo too.
Max material. You're just giving them
They are catching up in points
all the
by
reason
a
in the world
lot.
to go say, why not win a game? We have everything we need.
Like, this is 15
So
extra
it's
points
like
this
a
game
double-edged
already.
sword. Well, this is the danger, right? Shark and Teeny, they're playing anti-Shark and Teeny right now. Remember all the success that they found both this week and in the qualifiers was when they were on the front foot. Was
Pete and
when
Koyo
they're
playing
scaring
so
the lobby, was
passive.
when they're getting huge elimination games.
What the fuck
They
happened to
decided
Pete,
uh,
throw that
chat?
out the window, at least for the early to mid game here.
They all are.
Big treat, thank you for the follow, appreciate you.
Elims hiding out right now, waiting for endgame. What does that mean? They're not putting pressure on other teams because they don't want to take the risk. So when your 5 best teams on the day at the moment with the highest point average,
just sitting in the
not
base and
putting
reload?
pressure on the rest of the lobby, when already you're just allowing them to come in with max material, it's like queuing up for a zone war at that point.
Yeah.
It can go any which way. Yeah, we're going to another game. Strap in. We're going to another game.
Sky and Scroll win this one, you reckon?
Are we dead serious right now?
Absolutely popping off there. Early game.
He has a couple kills,
Yeah.
I think. Okay, okay.
Dom and Deemish as well.
I've been looking at my
chats
chats a lot, so.
350-point mark. 3-3-4-7 right now. So, what's that? One more elim?
Oh,
We'll get there. They're chilling.
Yeah. There's no problems there.
And you can see the leaderboard. You can see them in 6th right there.
I'm anticipating.
Sky and Scroll find Lua again.
Demis, Darm, Kami, Hari, Victor V, Kanata, all inside the point threshold.
Lua can't catch
and
a
then the
break.
tournament ends. It has to at this point. You're letting Sky and Scroll fire up right now.
Wow.
And play
This is
endgame,
6 elims this
basically
game.
maxed out. I don't know. It ain't looking too good.
Sky and Scroll have remembered who they are here. They've remembered. They've been able to pick up high elimination
Romero's
games
out
previously.
in the water.
That last one was an absolute bomb. And they need to continue that in this game. They're looking for it. They're looking for all those points. Here we go, though. Shark and Teeny, we've seen
20.
them tumble at this stage where they're trying to play inside of the storm, trying to glide into the dead side. Nice opportunity there to get into that storm.
Yeah, this is a smart idea for Shark to go back in the storm for a second.
Well.
Around the edge.
Just next door, hopefully for
They're trying to land in the safe circle. There's just too many teams below them.
Karen Hari need another 5 points, so they are not home and dry yet in terms of that 350-point mark. But even if one of the teams do end up taking it here in this game, the rest of the leaderboard still freezes, right? So you still want to try and, even if you're not winning, get as many
should have been holding
points as possible.
While they would pop the mech in, and they should have swapped.
Second, third, or higher up the leaderboard as possible.
Very intentional
no, they
positioning now for Kami and Hari to have that high ground here in the half in, half out. Shark and Teeny put themselves on the bridge so that they can have a metal structure and also that
now there's 5 teams on match point.
Again, the little pieces are starting to come together as teams are positioning up here. Meanwhile, Lua
Sky fighting Lua again.
Sky and Scroll as they continue to pressure here.
He was ending
a lot of pressure. Lua is going to be down
14 seconds.
Again. Still has just enough time, though, to reboot in. This time he should be able to get alongside his teammate Romero. It's going to be close, though, as Romero's still in the storm trying to hustle his way. He's pretty much out of time at this point.
We're getting tagged up. We're at his own pole.
Go towards him. All right.
Ooh.
They have a shot.
Shark and Teeny got to make a big rotate here as well. You can see them making it. Very, very careful about how they approach it.
Sky goes down.
Scroll left as a solo. They've tried to go for the risky plays. They've tried to go for loads and loads of frags as early as they possibly can. And that's the risk that you take. One of you going down, Romero and Liwa. These guys need to try and turn this game around. It's been an absolute disaster.
Somehow Romero and Lewis still up, bro.
Coming up against and butting heads with at the
yeah, Sharkatini's still first.
Scroll. They have a point to prove. They have points to try and get. Liwa Romero just need to get the win. So it's an absolute disaster for them.
Love to see a little min-max right there. Not taking any storm damage. Farming as much as possible here.
Yeah.
Just that extra 10, 20 mats. Malabuka.
Thing is left out. If no one wins this game, there are 4 games left.
So they can turn it into a mile. Shark team.
Yes, somehow, Jakey. I don't know how that's even possible.
Once again here, the rotates around the
oh no.
Little bit of a bag split here is going to cost them the extra one. Boyo's right underneath.
Boyo goes down.
Peterbot is hurt. Forced to medkit in the storm. This might be it for
He also pissed in the bed, bro. What happened?
Scroll is still alive as well. He can overtake them on the overall positioning there. We'll see what that can do to the club championship points. Either way, though, this is not looking good for our story of the tournament going any further.
Scroll takes out Chino there as well. He's
on
a
dead. Pete in a good spot, though.
As Peterbot versus Scroll. It's Falcons versus AGA.
When they could win this game.
The entire team. They've got the entire
I think all 5 of the match point teams are still up.
Player on his back right now, looking to try and cover as many angles as possible. He's only got 11 builds, made that 9. So much chaos.
Going
so
down to Goofy.
But Peterbot goes down. 284 points is the total to beat here for Scroll, who's still a solo, still alive, and going well.
Looks like NA's hope is
now
hey,
down Goofy Z-Dog, they people thought they couldn't do make finals.
Who's at 322.
No one even had them in here.
To jump up and rep for the region,
bro, just
Shark and Teeny have to be stopped first. Romero and Lua have to be
The allegations
stopped.
are looking might be looking a little accurate after this cup.
For them right now. Pressure coming in.
Lou Romero.
Storm. It's Bolts and Acorn who are there to play spoiler. One goes down. And that
Bolt looks like my card was bad.
Out of the equation. Falling to the hands of Acorn and Bolts there. Romero.
My card was not good.
We'll have to watch from the sideline.
What's Shark and Teeny gonna do?
Hurricane's about to make match point as well.
A lower ground layer. Hari and Kami down below as well.
Arm Davis made match point.
For them, they are inside of that 350 point threshold. If it even matters.
If they win this game, it doesn't matter, but surely they wouldn't even win as a solo. It doesn't even
it's Momsy and Sky up there looking for it.
seem to matter.
Just pause for a moment. They understand that it is not worth the
Sky
risk
jump.
right now. Momsy and Sky jump back off as well, popping the med kit. They need to make it towards the front side.
Sharkatini are looking up for the high ground. Thinking about taking it.
French duo right now, but Josh and Kenny Omzo are knocking on the door. They've got to be super careful there as Pixie and Swizzy.
Pixie is perfect layer on the low ground. Pixie's played.
Anyone can still do it. We still have 4 teams in the race right now. Vico, Malabuka, Swizzy, Pixie, Skyjump, Mumsy.
That clutch was crazy.
Sharkantini are all in the game. Sharkantini actually have a bit of the high ground, but
this is the last game. Maybe Twin.
Skyjump and Mumsy.
Maybe not.
Super pad to try to buy some time here. Meanwhile,
Sharkantini's so scarred from the other high ground games. They're not going for it yet.
Just got themselves positioned. Still looking up. It's Muzz and Sphinx who are trying to just keep the tournament going.
Yeah, they're more than happy to play second height right now. Pixie, Swizzy have elevated a few layers as well. They're trying to get up from that low ground chaos. Zone's pulling back over towards this POI, just below as well in that sort of river. Muzz and Sphinx up on height, looking down, taking down
Darwin Davis out.
As well.
They're our match point now, though.
Second elimination of the game. They're not going to get that refresh. Momsy and Skyjump so high in the sky. France erupts. They're looking to see if
Skyjump Momsy gliding in the air. Oh my god, this is super intense.
Massive so far today. They're playing through these mid-ground layers so well.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, Kyle.
So effective
literally
in
know
these positions, and Sharkantini, they do not want height here.
Momsy goes down to the Yasin.
They don't want to go too early. They're waiting to see if one of the other teams are going to go for it. Momsy is down. Skyjump's by himself here. Where's his duo, though? The body's still in the game, but no, he's going to abandon the strategy.
See, Rich, they had heights on the other games. Swizzy getting fried.
This is
Shark.
Sharkantini targeting Havoc Pixie right below.
Way more passive gameplay out here from Sharkantini.
It still doesn't feel
They're waiting for the last
It's
possible
still
moment.
too
They know what happened in the other games. Maybe they're going up now.
They make though, they're looking up. They got the context of height. They want to know exactly what's going on up there. They're going to take it at a moment's notice.
Skyjump and Momsy out. Shark
gets taken down. That's huge from Mars.
going down.
Now has to solo clutch. So much has been
Wait, he can res.
about Shark.
Wait, he can res.
Now, Teeny, it is your time to shine.
No. Wait, he can still res.
Fix know what's going on too. The shots come in. He's going to be able to get the pickup.
Pixie, Swizzy go up.
Go for it. But Muzz and Sphinx are too dominant. They are holding
Pixie
it
dead.
down. The defense unformidable.
Swizzy dies to fall.
Swizzy is down and out, and that is it.
Teeny gets Shark up.
Picks up Shark. They have another chance. Vico and Malabuka are
It's all
still in this
duos.
game.
They're back to being a duo. The dynamic duo are back, but the builds are dwindling. Playing these low ground layers so sneaky. Looking for the drop down. Cammy's above. Nice spray.
They need a refresh bad.
Shark goes ahead. Teeny looking to try and follow as well.
Vico Mali's still in the end game too. They also need a refresh.
Vico down on low. Not too many builds. Has to scurry away. Gets all the way to low ground while Malabuka picks up Josh.
Malabuka goes down.
Gets shut down.
It's Yasin, it's Salvatore. They played such an exceptional tournament.
Ari and Kami are still up too. Wait, they can win the game. Vico takes down Shark. Kami takes down Vico. No way, not another res.
Teeny trying to play for the save, but that's not going to be enough. It's all up to him now.
No, he could have gotten the res.
Bit of life here. He gets one, he gets two. He's still in the game.
Shark goes down. It's Hari Kami on the low ground.
To another round. Kami, Hari are in match point threshold.
Kami no 1v.
Will be the reason
Wait.
the evening. What a tournament so far it has been.
We're going to game 12. We're going to game 12.
Muzz and Sphinx are like, let's get a game 12 going.
We're going to game 12, chat.
We go again. Kami is proving that he's not done with LAN performances yet. He's put himself in the mix. Throw his name in the hat.
Hey,
well.
Muzz and Sphinx getting a win.
I don't know how many teams are in the hat right now. The hat must be unbelievably huge.
It's filling up.
It's filling
Wow.
up.
Darm and Demis are surely going to be in that conversation.
What is Sphinx doing, bro?
Hari and Kami
And they play in spoiler.
are in that conversation. I believe maybe even Yasin. Like they came up out of nowhere, and Salvatore at the end there for picking up so
It is a
many
very
points.
enjoyable format. I am on the edge of my seat every game.
One more game. One more game. It looks like Sphinx.
And now Sphinx is just content farming.
To the camera.
Yeah, TDB on controller is crazy.
25% chance, huh?
Best controller play in the
One more
world.
game in the last game. To be fair, you called it. You said we go to another. Surely this next one is the last one, but
Fantastic movement from Muzz to land on the
we've
wall.
got so much drama here. Muzz and Sphinx, they
We have even more teams
I think the fact that
on
Shark
match
and
point
Teeny
now.
just let them be off spawn was definitely helpful in their push.
Wow. Shark Teeny first, Skyjump Mumsy second, Swizzy Pixie third, Hari Kami fourth, Vico Mali fifth, Lou Romero sixth, Darm Damus seventh. All on match point. All 7 teams. Wow, wow, wow. And if we go to another game, Kanata and Victor V could be on match point 2. And they did win a game today. Yo. Same for Yasin, Salva. Holy shit, chat. It's getting wicked.
Again, coming up out of nowhere, Muzz and Sphinx. Clearly capable.
Sky scroll past Pete. Wait, say, oh god.
Don't let Z-Dog
they did.
If he gets in game. You know they're extending the tournament. You know OC is gonna be like, yep, one more.
Wow.
They'll just keep pushing the finish line. That's what makes this really fun. For those of you guys at
Falcons
home, let us
not
know
gonna
your
win.
thoughts. This is definitely heating up here. The first ever match point format for a Fortnite tournament has our players
Shark team winning last game.
Malibu. Head in hands.
Like Dex is missing this,
dude. You know what? With that being said,
oh my god, they hosted this at like.
Let's get back to some scoring after this.
So Dex just had to go on vacation, bro.
More Fortnite.
Play is in our DNA.
So you're missing the co-caster.
Whenever we let it out.
Gex be tweaking right now because Swizzy and Pixie could have won that game. He's be like, Pixie, what the fuck are you doing?
Now imagine an
oh my god, he would be so,
supercharge it.
He's so bad right now.
Kadir City, powered by Play.
Shark guarantees second. I mean, with how many, depending on how many games there are, nothing's guaranteed. Ism. Pete and Boy are shite now. This isn't the best showing, Callum. Say stomping. Never mind, I think it was Stompy. Yeah, Bradley, it's kind of weird. It's been like, Shark Team just been first for so long and they can't even like, they just can't get the win.
Breathless right now, speechless, some would say.
I cannot
for high skate strong, we mean for highs,
man. Everyone, Muzz and Sphinx from NA grab a victory royale finally. And listen, we saw the social
Shark
media.
Was what would he do with the money?
You were doubting yourself, and maybe you should have been doubting yourself all along.
I mean, if you're 14 or 15 victory, what would you do with the money? Like, that's a real question.
Everyone in this building wanted to see a conclusion, but none of us could
that's
ever
popcorn. That's what's a
anticipated
surprise.
that it would take this long to reach it. Shark and Teeny have been on match point for over 3 games now.
I gotta go to work at 12:30.
This is where that mental fortitude is really going to be the most
Jake, you've been here since like 7 a.m. too.
Like our mental fortitude's being tested right now as well. I mean, Shark and Teeny looked like Shark was going to go down a little early in that.
Thank God Uber Eats is fucking better at night than it is midday.
But then once again falling down, and we thought maybe it was going to be a Teeny solo clutch, but no, he goes down. But there's still.
But at the same time, this is gonna be a long day since I woke up at 5 a.m.
Possibly up for match point. Taco, anyone can win.
And what it really felt like in those final moments too, from Vika,
Sky better.
Hey,
watch failed.
It's not gonna be me. It won't be you either. It's just constant spoilers being
7 teams.
Across the board
wow,
from
7
all of
teams
these duos.
on match
and
point.
I don't even want to factor in how many teams that we're going to have on match point, knowing that there's 7 that are going to be sitting on that threshold. And it's just ridiculous to think about the fact that
they're gonna be sick to their stomachs, bro. I can see the tweets happening now.
On that championship club feature because T1
Especially be like, well, best team on the day to not win.
So many big names that are trying to prove themselves, trying to get those points for the CC. But of course, we're all looking to Falcons, we're all looking to AGAL, and I don't know necessarily how they're going to be performing compared to the likes of
Sky Scroll
Aurora Gaming, because they really are just a standout team right now. But like you said, 7 teams at match point.
We need Hero Kanata, we need...
It doesn't matter how many eliminations you've gone
I mean, Kanata and Vic aren't even doing that bad, low-key.
But even still, with 7 teams potentially able to take it home,
it definitely can, Bradley. That's the craziest part about it.
You've already been witnessing a lot of evil Fortnite ever since, and all those teams that were outside of that
definitely keep going.
Hey, they're ready for their dubs.
You know what? I'm ready for the dubs as well, and I think our audience members, you guys at home, are you ready?
We're going into game, what is this, 12? Chat, game 12 of EWC.
Here we go. Is this
my
the
voice
last
is
game?
fucking cooked.
We said it going into the last one. Game 11. Could this be it? Now, that scope, that range of teams that could take the win and take the entire LAN via this match point format.
How many games has this been for me? What, game 42?
7 teams now, Monster D face, that could take this tournament.
So CP go back-to-back and win? Yeah, if they stop choking, bro.
3 more. I mean, at this point, anything can happen. But ultimately, the odds now are looking staggering in favor of those at the point range, right?
What if I should have let my dogs
we saw
out?
From the last game, what a drastic shift in play style occurred.
Nah, we good.
The moment, right? The moment you have 5 teams in contention, everyone else started slowing down. And then
I mean,
runway for
he's still like, you know,
Scrolls, Yasin,
one of the Fortnite legends. Knows him do what he did.
having these massive games and all of a sudden putting himself in the conversation, and it played
Hopefully,
in the end.
I really hope this influences him to delete Valorant, though.
Is gearing up here. We're going in for match number 12 here shortly.
Oh, this is game 12,
I mean,
bro.
what are your predictions?
We could go to game
Are we
15.
going to have a close game? Will a new team arrive at the top, or will someone in point format range?
I mean, he got second at Globals, Miku. That was only a couple months ago.
My prediction is that Sharkantini will play a lot more aggressive going into this endgame. My prediction is they'll try and take height, in other words, right?
Double sevens in Grands, and then
but I think
second at Summit Finals.
That this truly has to be now or never for them. The longer we go on, there's still teams that are within.
Dude, Damus and Darm going through that poor crumpet.
So lots on the line.
I was just as curious.
Pretty familiar to what we have to go through.
Luka didn't go up sooner either, because you saw Pixie positioning with it with Swizzy. You saw Sharkantini positioning for high ground, but for some reason Vico and Malabuka were not positioning.
We just try to hit the twin tech on him.
So I am curious if things are going to change here into this last game. It's all about timing at the end of the day, but Slurp Rush, of course, is the map that players tend to love and favor. Mumsy, Sky Jump, just have
Try to get some extra elims, maybe Grief,
given
Darm, and
time.
Damus. I'm not entirely sure. Man, no matter what, it's fixing my voice.
Sharkantini still over at the Dirty
I think
Docks.
42 games is the limit.
New teams are here. New players kind of rumbling around the area. Looking at the map here. Actually, sure, we knew Muzz and Sphinx were
It's
here.
how many
Someone
games I can
else
watch
has
in a week of
decided they
Fortnite.
wanna be in this
My
area.
voice goes
Yeah,
goes
3
away.
teams in that vicinity. Nice from Swizzy. Getting
Dang,
one out
crazy
of the air.
shots
That
from
was cool.
Swizzy.
The player. And for Momsy and Sky Jump, not the greatest start right here. Momsy down early. Dimash and Dom are the team that are now in that top 7. They're in that threshold, 356 points. You can see on the screen they have
Darm,
right
Damus,
now.
Grief was not successful.
And Sven, their coach, he'll be licking his lips at this opportunity. I don't think he would have
His
thought
prime
going
skin
into
on, is he actually?
this second half of competition that they would be close to it, because they just didn't have the level of performance that we typically would see from them. But could this
The
be their time?
patience.
We've seen them have big wins in the
Shark
past.
goes down.
Teeny there as well.
Izzy Nosif getting in the
closing
mix.
on in. Teeny has to try and retreat. Shark's body down there, all the loot being captured by Izzy and Nosif together. Oh, they're closing in. They don't want to let this one slide. Teeny's inside of the porta potty.
Oh.
Are they going to spot him out?
This
They
is the
are.
one that
Teeny
teleports you.
escapes. Nosif in the box.
Shark's back,
Takes
though.
him down. Shark is still able to get rebooted, but that's going to set them back.
That was an insane
Well, he lands back in
play
dirty.
by Teeny, by the way. Such a huge risk for him to know he could get flushed out of there, but opt to hide there as opposed to playing defense. That could have gone south for them. Sky Jump
Mumsy running down Z-Dog Gucci right now.
Z-Dog's gonna get taken out there. Well played. Shark is now getting hunted
15
down.
for Miku, that's the max amount of
Hunted down.
games.
Looking at the bigger picture, the wider map that we have visuals on, there's a team circling Teeny's location currently. It remains to be determined if whether or not they know he's in there. It's actually Sky and Scroll. Nosif and Izzy have shown up. Muzz and Sphinx are now looking around
Oh
saying,
my
"Hold
god,
up.
I think that's
We see
Teeny
your
over there.
beam. They want to get in the action. They might be the reason this goes even further.
I was wrong. Very
Looks like
wrong.
Teeny, no shield, just back in the game.
Here's Teeny.
A very unwanted welcome from the perspective of Teeny.
What
He does
the
have
hell?
that purple pump. And Sky and Scroll, thankfully for him, do retreat. Shark is still alive and in this game as well.
Yeah, okay, he
But
just
they are
opens the
so
chest, gets a
shambles.
purple
This is really
spaz.
the worst possible situation they could have found themselves in. They've had a few games now to clutch up, get the win, seal the deal.
Yeah, and he finds a blue
Celebrate
Yeah,
at the end.
okay. Yeah. Yeah, alright.
In the moment where it matters, they have not been able to have a solid and clean off spawn. There's so many more teams in the mix right now. And Shark there takes down Sphinx at Dirty Docks. So that's going to be huge to get their loot back as well. Honestly, Momsy Skyjump looking really solid.
Hell, that was so long
Izzy
ago. That was
and
very
Nosif had
good.
almost
That was a
like
great brand.
overwhelmed their drop.
Yeah.
They've just kind of parked themselves inside of the Dirty Dogs. You still have Muzz and Sphinx there clearly, so they haven't really had the room to kind of
the IMAX, that was mini PO.
branch out. And then you have Darmin Demish.
He has the
Here on
IMAX,
the other
bro.
side, just pushing the pace here.
The Asia players come
They don't even
prepared.
need to be this active, but they're doing it for the love of the game. Why not at this point?
I know that team's not doing the craziest right now, but they have statistically been the best Asia team for the past 2 seasons. They have done better than Yuma Toyota, but for some reason in the grands when it matters, like Toyota and Yuma just win.
There goes a disengage. Smart move by Demish there.
You know, Pablo, fantastic fighters. We don't get to see it as often as we probably should. These guys are way down on the leaderboard right now. But they're fighting for placements. They're fighting for extra earnings. There goes Shark.
Hey, what's the Benji Fishy?
Flying away into the distance. Sphinx looking to try and give chase, actually just disengaging. That's no.
He goes down again.
We can't call them Shark and Teeny anymore. It's just Shark and then Teeny in another postcode. They're just not together. They're not on the same wavelength. They're not in each other's vicinity. This is horrible.
That probably is the best Fortnite coffee of all time. He takes out Z-Dog.
They need a comeback of all time in this particular game.
This player's on Val. He might.
Teeny down again.
Yeah, getting farmed out the sky.
Benji was playing Valorant a lot, apparently. I didn't know this at the time. But Benji was playing Valorant while he was still playing Fortnite, which is why he was doing so much worse in Fortnite.
Your game couldn't be as affected with another team.
Like, he was playing a lot in the early days, so it kind of makes sense why he's so good now.
But it definitely does make a difference.
Or why he got good, why he got up to like the pro level so fast.
Take a look. It was Cammy who takes down Teeny there.
Cammy takes down Teeny.
And they're going to be just looking now. I'm assuming they're going to be hunting for the solo.
Teeny down again to Hari.
Teeny down again.
Yeah.
He can stop right now. He can't catch a break. I think Shark's going to have to stay way far back in the storm. He's over there at Dirty Docks, having to solo clutch as much as he possibly can. Momsy and Skyjump, they've been in and around a few of these fights as well. They've been sniffing about, trying to look for some third parties in a much nicer position than the team directly above them in Shark and Teeny. They've been able to farm up. They haven't got into any difficult situations.
Shield Pablo with the paint.
Vico Malabuka, Khan and Fade.
I get shocked out.
Big shot from Malabuka.
Vico fighting over the supply crate.
Faded. Vico getting inside as well, but unfortunately not able
Very
to
important that they don't die here.
Exchange. Khan retreating, Faded back together. Malabuka saying, yeah, you know what? Let's disengage. We can't take the risk here.
Definitely a smart move here to kind of ease up. Again, as we do our updates with all of our teams kind of in the conversation right now, you're noticing the ones that are not kind of in the storm, not being held out, much better overall situation. Shark and Teeny by far, although they are
the match point team still have Sphinx taking out Sky.
Here, the best overall team on the day. That doesn't matter. This game can end with 7 different potential champions.
And that's the way this format goes. You have to win when it matters. You have to be able to stand up to the pressure.
I'm sorry I'm not talking much, chat. There's...
And honestly, for Shark and Teeny, they've been given opportunities.
All the teams are still up.
Opportunities to win the game.
I'm kind of just on the edge of my seat right now.
When all they needed to do was win
just
and they walk home with the title. And for Romero and Lua, they would have been so happy that
I hate in-ears.
To a team that weren't in that top 5 because they didn't have a great game at all. They were getting chased on throughout that entire
Like, I need my glasses adjusted so they don't hurt my head as much. But I like headphones a lot more, even though they mess with my hair. What a shot from Skyjump.
Flying over. Teeny finally takes down Sky, by the way, in the feed. Peter Boyo v Mumsy for the airdrop right now. This is a battle to try to upgrade.
I've been a huge fan of any type of in-ears.
And do keep in mind, they had the top of the Slurpy Swamp there. You see that mega base with all eyes. I'm thinking they're trying to position themselves as the gatekeepers
pulls down. If Slurpy does pull down again, do they win the game?
Yeah, for Peter Von Pollo, they need to make sure this game goes to a team that isn't in that top 7, preferably them, from their perspective. When we look at the zone as well here, very, very central.
Good style.
So no teams can be
not a fan of the dent in my hair from the
looking to make that
the headphones,
dead
but
side rotation all the way back in towards
that just feel better.
You see Shark and Teeny now officially back together at Dirty Docks. Game set back a little bit though, so hopefully they'll be able to recoup a lot of those materials, a lot of those heals, a lot of those guns and weapons that we've seen them have previously.
Peter Pollo just need 3 more eliminations and a win and they can take this to a game 13, so do keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Darmin
Damage straight on the salvo. Wow.
Down Salvatore here, a big elimination. That's the refresh that they've been looking for. They're already in contention now, as they came into this game, started this at the 350-point area.
Bad Miku. Seen a bit. Don't miss the end game, bro.
Be careful here, though. Darmin rotating towards
Don't miss the
Lockdown,
end
way
game.
away
It's
from
gonna.
the zone. Zone pulls back down towards
It's
the
gonna
south right
be
there as
exciting.
well. Right in towards Slurpy Swamp. You can see Sharkantini, those pink arrows just to the right in Dirty Docks, to the east of the map. They're back together. They're looking okay, at least from this
PS4
perspective.
sometimes. Hey.
Look at all those teams with that.
You got something,
bias.
bias.
There's so many that could end up taking.
Let me set up on the room though.
So much pressure on every aspect of this leaderboard, and it's so exciting because you just never know who's going to walk home with it at the end of the day.
A little fight at the logjam with Mini Pio and his duo there. Darmin almost getting themselves caught off with the ambush play there, but it all works out.
Pull Rapid out completely. Sky scroll out completely.
Cammy, Hari, they fight Sky and Scroll. That's a full elimination, mind you.
Pete and Poyo
Out of the
could clutch up for Falcons.
17, so they will not be touching that threshold, and that just might be the championship opportunity out of reach now, as again, statistically, it is becoming more and more difficult. We dare say impossible. It's going to be very, very unlikely.
Pio and Fuku get in here. Darm Damus.
Anyone outside the top 7 after this?
Yeah, no place and points gained. They're on match point as well. They could win this game. Could be all over. This could be the last game.
To their early game, but finally, after getting their bearings, after taking down Sky there in the storm, everything seemed to have turned around at that point. Found themselves some mats. They're now in the kind of safety of this zone here.
Very confident peaks from Sharkantini here, can't lie.
We have 30 seconds now to zone 7 pops. Peterbot and Boyo, this is their drop spot. You can see that massive, you know, set up base they have there.
Another victory, 10 points away.
Nice, Miku.
350-point threshold. They'll be thinking, why not us?
50 cents.
Why not us? We've had moments during this week. We've had upsets, we've had ups, we've had downs. Why not us? And as reboots are now disabled, we've got 18 of our teams still alive fully in this game. And the zone pulls back towards Slurpy Swamp as well. So Poyo and Peterbot are looking in the prime position. Salvatore and Yassine.
I respect it being, you know.
Get over the line in terms of 350 points. They end on 339. So they'll be
for small wins, not like the big wins at least, you know.
So keep climbing up the leaderboard. Swizzy and Pixie, though, all they need is a win.
Mumsy Sky Jump, 132 builds here from Mumsy.
Surely one of the top 7 in this game, chat, right? Surely.
Rotate. They're on the heels of Darmin Demis. You have Lua Romero, Sharkantini, all of these match point duos side by side right now. Lua Romero going to take a fight here with the team next door, as opposed to rotating early. It's Sharkantini who's kind of listening in here. He might actually
Sharkantini's trying to hit a lurk.
Push, but no, end up backing off.
Not gonna find anything.
Seen some cheeky plays from them in the past.
Mumsy kind of low.
Take some punishing shots here while they move across, but they do manage to get a
If they
little
could
bit
pull something
closer.
off, yeah, they could. This is literally in Slurpy.
Go now. No shockwaves though, just on foot, so not looking too good right now for Mumsy and Sky Jump. Meanwhile, Darmin Demis are the first to take a little bit of hype. Peterbot Boyo still have
like Vic and Kanata played good.
Right now.
Oh, Shark dead. Wait, Teeny.
Shark are getting pushed now by Cammy and Hari, and after seeing that elimination feed, you know they're going to be more and more aggressive right now. Teeny has to.
Teeny is sprayed out. Oh my god.
For the rest of the competition, he's getting chased shots from the
Teeny
side.
6 HP.
6 HP. What more?
He goes down.
And down and out they go. Boyo will land the finishing blow. And that's going to be
I know he's pissed.
I
know he's pissed. I know he's pissed.
Boyo, one of our 7 teams is now down and out.
Over to you, Mumsy, Sky Jump, Cammy, Hari, Swizzy, Pixie, etc. This is your time.
Hey, Kyle, it's still early, bro.
Take it upon yourselves to win this entire LAN at the very last minute. And we can see just how that went down. Shark got taken out really early on. Teeny had to drop on down, had no bills in order to protect himself.
First place team out. 6 teams left that could win the entire event.
Today. We've not seen the best from Pizza Bottom Pollo this week, but what a comeback, what a story it would be for them to push themselves into that 350-point threshold and then take us to game 13. Who would have thought?
That's the crazy part.
That's sad, but the match point format goes. Yo, Darm goes down. Damus is solo.
Demis tries to save his duo, puts him on his back, throws him across the box, but he does not have enough strength to keep him
25
in the
bills.
game.
Another match point team could go down here. Mali down. Vico solo.
We have 2 teams now effectively shattered.
So the Pixie game jumped it on.
Dismantled, if you will. Swizzy and Pixie could be the next, but they're fighting for their lives.
Oh my god. Swizzy's down now.
Focused, and now it's all up to Pixie. That is 3 teams now out of potential contestation. Mumsy and Skyjump are having the runway open up.
Much needed refresh there from Mumsy and Skyjump. This is huge for them.
They ran into another game. Watch. Yo. If Pete and Pollo somehow win,
Nobody's going to try and look at them from other angles. They need to do it for themselves here. They need to do it for France.
there's just no possible way, right? Like, surely
Looking for an opportunity
it's not
to maybe
possible.
find another refresh. The mats are going to dwindle as this game keeps on going through, holding off all of those walls, all of that pressure from the NA team.
Romero up in this endgame together.
Liwa and Romero still in
Good
this
match,
game
actually.
as well. They have a part to play too.
Out of the 7 teams that started, only 3 full duos remain. This
Oh my god, we were just barely getting through.
13 as Peter Von Pollo have the high ground. Remember, all they needed was 3 elims and a win, and they will be in contention for a tournament.
They can do it. That's a good point, Miku. That's a very good point.
At the very end, but Kami, Hari are still alive. Skyjump, Mumsy are still here. Romero's still in the game. Then you have your solos kind of lurking about. Skyjump taking some damage here. You have Faden and Khan upstairs. Kami, Hari kind of playing this mid to low ground area.
Kami and Hari still up as a duo.
They have the formula.
They almost won last game.
Using every ounce of experience right now just to stay calm. Darmandima's fully eliminated.
Darmandima's completely out.
We've seen you do it on this sort of stage before, Kami. Can you do it again? Cement your spot.
Skyjump down. Mumsy solo.
Skyjump is down. Mumsy needs to solo clutch here as well. Not too many points gained from those guys, but all they'll be thinking about is that win. Vico down there as well. So many of our top 7
Pixie might be going down here. Zero Ping saving him.
One of the only teams that are still alive as a duo.
Nobody else is Zero Ping on the lobby too, but
Romero as well. You cannot forget about them. They have won multiple games
still stands.
here all week long. Kami, Hari having the crowd.
Hari going down.
Hari goes
Getting
down.
caught
The crowd erupts
by Mini Pio. He didn't look to his right.
You can really see the sentiment starting to play in, but now
Is it just Lou Romero up?
backs of Lou Romero.
Oh my god, what a shot on the Chino.
Down goes Chino. A monster shot there, but not quite securing. Of course, the loot there. Meanwhile, a battle for high
Victor V
ground.
takes out Fukun.
Victor V takes one. Iamso goes up for height. They're contesting Peter Von
This is on Mini Pio. Wait, Kanata could jump into the match point range. Kami still has a solo.
Of course, taking out Chino right there as well. Josh gets Pablo Wingu, so that's duo completely down and out. Liwa still playing these layers, looking to try and get some control on Josh and Iomzo. Plowing
Romero, not a lot of mats left. They need to find something, anything.
Using the shockwave, the overdrive grenade to try and make their way towards the front side. The issue now is they don't have builds. Liwa gets
stuck on a very awkward layer.
He doesn't know where to go. He just has to shoot his gun and hope for the best. There's still so much pressure.
Take down Kami.
Gets taken out
Get the
by
siphon
Liwa.
mats.
Can they do it?
They had a little bit of mats, but not enough to go the distance.
Spraying Pete and Pollo now, who are off the high ground.
Victor V still alive, but there's
No
a
mats.
different team on high ground. Lua, Romero scrambling right now. Muzz and Sphinx.
What a shot on the Muzz, but Romero goes down.
Spoiler, once again, Muzz and Sphinx.
Pollo goes down. Oh my god.
But Lua is still in the game. Takes another
He has
one.
mats.
Can he clutch up? He is the only remaining player that can actually end the tournament right now. But Muzz and Sphinx stand between him, as does Fade.
Gets the siphon mats.
Fade put some pressure here onto Lua. Mini, it's all up to Fade.
It's Fade on the high ground, who's also now in the match point range. Low goes down.
We are going to match 13 because Muzz and Sphinx have said so.
Muzz and Sphinx back-to-back wins?
Potentially another land win on the cards. They might not win the tournament here with this win, of course, but they do win the game. And Muzz and Sphinx have done it.
What is going on?
Game comes out of Sphinx once again. How badly do you want it? They're keeping it exciting for us.
Muzz and Sphinx back-to-back wins.
Muzz and Sphinx out of nowhere. The the bottom half of the leaderboard.
He's loving it.
Their way up as well.
What?
Sphinx is just saying one more game.
He's loving it.
The crowd are loving it as well. Cheers that erupted as soon as we saw all
Bro, what did
the
Romero do?
teams get down and out.
Jake, you might be missing. You might be missing the whoever wins, bro.
Because there may be even more teams now.
Now, maybe, definitely.
Right.
Faded is up there.
Yeah.
We have 10 teams, I think,
Victor V.
in match
Canada.
point.
They have just allowed so many more teams.
This is
to
insane.
Have an opportunity to be your EWC 26 champions here on the Fortnite stage. I mean, we're gonna jump on. Jacob and Tago are definitely closing the show at this point. Like,
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What is going?
They have
Yo,
to.
what
That's
is going
we
on?
sat down here.
You know, if it goes to 15, it's you and I.
I mean,
somehow
Victor,
at
we
the
got
very
3
end.
more games left, so
1% chance that
the end is
happens.
soon.
You know that coming into
Whether it's a
this?
win or it's a
It was a 1%
the team with the most points.
that we would get to game 15.
He's taking a cent at a time. This is crazy.
3%
Expected
chance
that.
we're even this far. Who knows?
Just the resilience from some of our
No,
teams
Jordan,
that are
no.
going down the leaderboard.
Game
We saw
15
it
is the
in
final
survival
game.
Stage yesterday, a lot of the lower teams going down. They needed a big game to actually qualify and through or give themselves a chance. But that's not happening right now. All of those lower teams on the leaderboard have really come out to play.
$1.10.
And for the top teams, shambles, shambles, shambles every single time we switch to one of their POVs. They're a solo, they got no bills, they're in another box, they don't have mats. It's like, what's going on?
Man, I feel like I need to call up Zeke and just get an interview.
Call and Zeke an interview. Okay. Do we have an update on the leaderboard? This seems right. Right, chat? Where was this Sphinx at? Yeah. Yeah, that seems right. So we have Shark Teeny first still, Skyjump Mumsy second, Swizzy Pixie third, Ari Academy fourth, Lou Romero fifth, Malibuca Vico sixth, Victor V Canada seventh, Confaded eighth, and Darm and Damus in ninth. We have 9 teams who could win the game. Also, Pete and Pollo are above Sky score right now, which is very important for Falcons. And very not good for AGAL. This might be the best Fortnite event they've ever ran. If no one wins, Miku is most points. So right now, Shark and Teeny are on the most points. So if it goes to game 15 and no one wins, then they win the entire thing. Bro, game 15, the insanism. Another game after this one. Dude, you just don't know. You don't know. We don't know. Shark guarantees second. I mean, if the games keep going, he might get third. It's match point format, Khalil.
Yes, heal up. One build. I feel up too. Come in. That's his foot. No, please, bro. Please don't. Wait, it's Pixie. Come on, it's Pixie. If they win, they win the double.
Goofy needs a win now. Yeah, Goofy Z-Dog win.
One more game! Yeah. Do you hear me? One more game!
Must and
Alright, chat, I'm using the bathroom during the interview. Be right back.
One more game with the back-to-back, Levin.
Are you not entertained? I mean, we all knew it. This format was gonna provide cinema. It is delivering. One more game. Oh my goodness, it will end.
We now have 9 teams out of 20 that are at the match point threshold. This is absolutely insane. Muzz and Sphinx with back-to-back victory royales. And even with the back-to-back, they're still not at match point. You boys got to do it again, Vivid.
They're still on match point. They're in 15th place, Kelly. Listen, we keep seeing these performances from some of these teams where it's like, oh my gosh, they're doing so good, but just on the later half of the tournament here. I mean, but this is what is so fun about this tournament, because still you can't count a single team out. I mean, realistically, any one of these teams could still win the competition with 3 games left. Maybe go back to back to back, and you get enough eliminations, you really can't count out any of the team, no matter where they're at on the leaderboard.
And just to remind everybody at home, we are capped at 15 games. If we do, for some reason, end up going to 15 games, which I highly highly doubt it.
Speak too soon. Speak too soon, Seven.
Oh, I'm just saying. There's so many teams too that could end up just performing in this next one and jump up to that match point. Falcons is currently putting themselves in that contention too. But if we do, for some reason, go to those 15 games, it will be the team with the most points. And right now, that team with the most points is none other than Shark and Teeny. And for them, they've been on match point since game 8, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm looking at the run here. We got multiple first places, a second place, a sixth place, tons of eliminations. They have everything that they need to be able to prove themselves at the best of the very best. But Vivid, what they don't have is that final win. And when you watch these end games, when you see the chaos going on, the high, low, mid ground, there's no more stability. There's no more holding high ground or people controlling the front. Everything is in chaos.
Of course, Kelly, they do not have that win. One conversation that me and Levin were having, something else they may not have anymore.
So over 350 doesn't win, they play again. Yes, Khalil.
They have seemingly gained the right to actually win. I mean, how many blows have
Peace and Player win this game? That would be crazy. Game 14 to win.
Actually win this whole tournament, and they have faltered. It's really hard to get a read on them.
Because of the whole event.
So straight face all the time. But me and you were like,
Victory stomachs in knots right now.
No, that was, I think, the most emotion we've seen out of them. When they went down, the cameras on
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm low-key kind of locked in too. My stomach
just screams, yeah, we've
sort of more than usual.
It almost felt like in that moment he thought it was done. And I mean,
Okay,
with this many teams, it
minimize
must be
this.
they
You guys can
just
see
have
everything.
to get the win now.
Last time we were all up here, we thought it was
9
gonna be
teams,
done.
chat.
Now it is pretty much going to come down to almost a 50-50 with 9 teams out of 20.
And 9 teams on match point.
How much EU
What
is
the
represented
fuck?
right now? We have what, 7 out of the 9 teams right now being represented
Yes.
by EU. Of course, we have the
You have to get
Brazilian
350
team
points,
that is
then win the
representing
next
Argentina
game.
over there. And then Victor V and Kanata.
So let's say
Again, we got
Josh Yams are
experts
right.
on the NA
If
West,
they
but
win this game,
love to see them
they
up
still
here
have to
in
play
the
game
top 9,
14
but
because they start on
Levin, what do you
344
got?
instead of
We
350.
have to talk about Lewa and Romero, right? Because at this stage in the competition, when you
Pete and Poyo still could win Phionic.
have another game that comes, there's always going to be that extra
45% of the lobby could win.
This
Dude,
close. This game,
what is going on?
I mean,
What is
of course,
Fortnite?
A 1v2 is not a favorable situation for
This
it,
is-
but the run that they went on in that endgame,
God,
they
I
kept
love this
running into
esports.
teams,
God
they kept
damn, I love this
overcoming it,
esport.
and you just thought, if this is going to be the moment of Magic to win it all, it's going to be these guys.
Kanata
who
can win
deserve it. It's
too.
been so impressive.
We could get the Kanata land win. They all called him a fraud. We could get the Kanata land win. And I'm so down for that.
Tonight. They're just going to be thinking about those moments over and over again.
If for some reason it does end up going to one more game, we just saw it there on the leaderboard. Hi, Glitter.
Oh, update.
Okay, I know I'm interrupting, and I know there's a lot of important stuff to talk about, but you guys just saw in the background there was a totem ceremony going on. That's because Crossfire just completed. By Sha Gaming, the team that knocked Falcons out of contention, the team that knocked AGAL out of contention, they have won. Okay?
Okay.
That means Liquid gets second place. However, it's big for Liquid because the points for Liquid took them from 15th place, which is a $350,000 prize pool, up to 6th place, which is a $1.4 million prize pool. That is the last opportunity they had to get points over there, but they also do have one person left in Trackmania who's already also gotten 100 points for the club, so we're going to be paying attention to what's going on over there as well, but I had to jump in and interrupt quickly for that. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
You're good, Glitter. Thank you.
Yo.
Keep on going around the venue here
Liquid,
at
Team Liquid was in
EWC
16th and they went to
updates, because there's
they
just
went
so
to
much
6th?
stuff going on here. And as we saw, those 9 teams currently in the match point threshold.
Now,
And
we're
for
Kanata
some
fans
reason,
here.
It
At least I
doesn't
am.
end up finishing here. For some reason, Mums and Spinks end up getting that back-to-back. I can't wait
Wait,
to
what
see
the
them just being able to get up and be
16th
like,
place to
"That's right.
6th?
One more
Dude,
game,
that's
baby."
I do want
insane.
to take the opportunity, though. Obviously, we have entered the point of competition where it's like all about the win, right? Who's going to actually win the tournament? But I kind of want to wrap back around to Lua and Romero because they're currently sitting in 5th place. Actually, if they were to gain 21 more points, they'd be in 2nd place right now. And so often at the time when we come to international events, we talk about the smaller region teams and where they place.
Hey, what did I tell you earlier? No more this small region talk. We gotta put some respect on them. They might be better than NA Central at this point, man. I don't see
They might be better than NA Central at this point. I mean, it's looking like it, bro. Central's looking like
But
it's
no,
full of
seriously, like,
frauds.
where they actually end up on the leaderboard, even if they don't win the competition, like they are still fighting for a top 5 international finish
Sleeps
right
has
now,
been
and
playing too much
potentially
Valor,
even
I don't
more.
know.
So just straight up, representing the Brazil
Gosh, like he's
region
just
there.
won 1 million for his org.
Yeah, they played that so well.
That's
Like you already
insane,
said, it
bro.
did come down to a 1v2.
Holy
There's only
shit.
so much that you can do, but 9 teams within contention, and who knows about the way that it's been going. We might have
The
another
lower
team
teams
that's
might
from
creep the
11th
top
or
teams for
10th all the way down to
if
20th
you want
that can get a
something,
victory royale, and we could have majority of the lobby that just needs a single
Yeah,
win.
NXT is
And it
looking
looks
like
right now, Hype
like a bunch
doesn't
of
consider
frauds right now. I can't
you
lie.
the 100% getting the win right now. It does not matter if you have all the matches.
Victor
It doesn't matter
Canada,
if you
Loki
have
aren't
all the
even
kills, all the
a central team, bro.
opportunities. All that matters
Like they
is
are,
if
but they
you're
aren't.
able
You know what I
to make it
mean? Like
happen.
they qualified from
That's
West,
right.
so
If
like
they're gonna be able to make
they're
it
a
happen, one team
West
that has
team.
slowed down a bit, that has been able to every now and then get that French buff is none other than Mumsy and Sky Jump. So far, especially those
Why is
last
Pop
couple
shaking more
matches,
hands than Kanata and
12,
Vic?
11, 10th, they need to find
What the hell?
something here if they want to win it at home.
Nice sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, this is an example of a team where we pan to them in endgame. Their setup looks alright, and you're like, okay.
Wait, chat, did they bring up a
this is a
timer for
spot
when
in
the
the
next
moment.
match is? Do we know when it starts?
Switch POVs, come back to nobody can seem to find them win condition, and for a team that's been so impressive within touching distance for so long, we're all
Christ,
talking
those
about
4
how
feet
long
tall.
you know Shark and Teeny have
It's
had
so
match
big.
point
We can't all be
availability.
gifted, man.
You know, it's only just an extra
The height.
game, right? Or one game less for Skyjump and Mumsy. You have to look at them and think, come on guys, you gotta get a job done eventually.
Well, I mean, we used to see all these teams, even in the earlier part of the day, where they would steal height. They would try to fight for height, but this
Obviously,
isn't
it could
stealing
be a
height.
game
This
14,
is
bro,
frantically,
like-
desperately trying to do anything you can to even just disrupt them.
Like
And
I said,
it
we
causes
could be
so
here
much
until 2
chaos,
p.m.
Not just for the other teams, but even the teams as well. When you are moving that quickly,
Yeah, if I-
it's so hard to stay box to box, hip
I mean,
to hip.
Kanata's
And
on
then
his
these
phone.
teams
Is he
get
locked
separated,
in?
And that's when they come to a solo, and then you just can't do much when you are solo in these end games.
Yeah, high ground that game as well. It looked like there was a giant fight over high ground, but it was all
Okay,
amongst
2
teams
minutes.
that actually
Minute
were
40.
not on match point. So you can kind of chalk that up to a little
Honestly,
bit of
I'm a man of the
desperation
people,
from those
bro.
teams that are obviously trying to pick up the points to reach that 350 threshold. But to me, the fact that we see no teams that need to win a game going for that high
Something
ground
hyper,
win
Kelly, please,
condition,
Pete.
maybe they're just a little bit too timid.
Oh, they could be. We've seen it from time to time, especially in Battle Royales. Teams, once they hit that threshold, they tend to slow down and start playing differently. Now, we've been talking about predictions. We've been talking about pick 'em.
It's so hard to
You guys
pick a
are doing
reload
pick 'ems,
winner,
or if
bro.
you
This
haven't
isn't
yet,
like
make
VR.
sure you do some of the EWC play app, put in your pick-ems. Earlier, I had you guys predict if we were going to be finishing this last match. This one, with 9 teams.
Now, if there's
Cole,
any P we need right now, it's
have you
Chapter
guys
5,
predict
Season
which
2 P.
team is going to be taking it all? 11, I'm going with you first.
Honestly, both, actually. You know what? Chapter 5, Season 4, not even a good, not even a bad pick.
If Cammy and Hari win the game and are the first team to ever win,
He did have
it,
straight wall hacks that season, though.
It would just be like,
Like, actual just straight wall hacks.
Something we've just never seen before, and I think I'd be interested to see.
Maybe they'll just embrace it, Kelly. Maybe they'll
love
just
it.
say everybody and be like, are you not entertained,
It'll be the
Kelly?
first time we see Cammy smile this weekend.
You know how fucked that season was?
Listen, I'm going to be biased, and they've been playing so well over these last
Like,
few
Grim Great
games.
P was also
Victor
Prime P, but,
V
like, you know
and
how
Kanata,
crazy
we already
that
got
season
Pops, we already
was,
got
bro?
them on the interview. You
He
know
got-
that when they are at Dow, when they
he got the
have
island.
no plan in mind, that's when they
He
play
had the
their
flag
best
on the
game.
island, which also marked people. He had the scan coin, which marked people. Every, like, 45 seconds to a minute between the two of them. Actually, it was 30 seconds between the two of them. And a minute for each individual player, something like that.
Vivid wants 15 games. I wouldn't
And
necessarily
then
be against
he got the
them, but
forecast
for the last
towers,
2 games
so he
already,
could see
I
the
said,
zones
oh,
ahead of
this is
time,
the last one.
while
We go another one.
also
Oh, this is the last one. And
getting the
that
best
has been
POI.
the trend so far.
Uncontested
Buzz
on
and
NA,
Spinks getting
and, you know, he
back-to-back
got the best
points.
part of the
Let's go
POI.
with more Fortnite.
Uncontested
Buzz and Spinks
at Globals.
really went from put me down in the streets.
That is so
Paris,
fucked.
to I might just take this whole thing home. You never know. The fact of the matter is,
Okay, wait. Who do
they
you think is the
have climbed a
most famous
tremendous
human of
amount
all time?
points in these past 2 victory royales, and just
Has to be
15
some
more
celebrity
points,
title. I
believe,
have no
would
clue.
Put them in contention. One more game.
That season was
is
rather
not
fun.
entirely out the window, but we are most definitely in uncharted territory right
That
now.
season was like
Jacob.
probably my
And if
peak
you look at the
competitive.
leaderboard, obviously
Honestly,
our match
so
point teams can win it here, but
we could
almost
go back to the, you know,
everyone inside of the top
back to those days.
17. So from 10 to 17 plays with a victory royale, maybe sprinkle 1 or 2 eliminations
Elon
here,
Musk
could not only
not
bring
even
us
like
to
a
another
terrible
game,
mess.
but bring us to them being on match point. We've obviously seen crazy
Not enough people in
things
here.
happen today alone, and already Sky
Let me rephrase rephrase that actually. Everybody watching has been watching since I went live the second time.
Because we were initially thinking, yeah, it's got to be over by the time 5 teams were able to factor in on that match point threshold. But
they just want to go
Sky
true.
and Scroll Peterbot and Pollo.
But you guys already know, so.
To think that they might genuinely be able to meet that 350.
Like if I restarted right now to like get rid of the restriction, then like we would see the worst place. But low key, we're all just chilling in chat right now. And I kind of like the vibe, so I'm not restarting. Fuck that, bro.
Everybody at home is as entertained as we are. And let me know what you guys think on social media. Is this one of the best Fortnite tournaments you guys have seen in quite a long time? Interested to hear everybody's thoughts, but 9 teams
Sky and Scroll or Pete and Pollo could win if none of the match play teams win this game.
No eliminations here. And Seven said something kind of
Goofy full dead. Goofy and Z-Dog out already. Are you dead serious?
Getting on that match point status, you're seeing those same teams kind of change up just a little bit how they've been playing.
Oh, it's been so apparent since the get-go. The moment that Sharkantini accomplished that 350 points threshold, everyone would have expected that this should have been done by 10.
Eclipse is not good enough to qualify.
That one victory royale, the only one that they would need on the weekend after they've already secured so many, just continues to evade them, and they're not the only ones.
I think there's only a couple teams here that qualified that were like,
because Monzi,
ow.
Hari, Cami,
you know what I mean?
all of these teams, Swizzy and Pixie too, Lewa Romero, they've all had
I'm not talking about finals, I'm talking about to the lane in general, and I think like Ayatsi and Jojo Fishy were the biggest surprise, as well as well, Seven and Azad were it wasn't 7 on the account, we'll say that much.
Out of 9 of our teams, 7 of them on match point are from EU. We got Kanata and Victor V.
9 out of 19.
NA West, NA Central, depending on where you categorize these guys, but they did qualify out of NA West. And then Lewa and Romero from the Brazilian region. And I honestly want to see another game, to be honest. Yamzo, Josh, Peterbot, Pollo, Sky, Scroll, they're still playing
another game, bro.
Championship. And they're not too far away from being on match point themselves, so they don't even need a fantastic
by the time the stream's end, it's going to be a 7-hour stream. Maybe an 8-hour.
You can't even blame the players for not being able to
little 8-hour shift.
With that last victory royale, despite being in contention for multiple
Where's Gex? He's on vacation in America, so he can't join the call.
It's one thing
that's why he's been solo the past 2 days.
Exclusively on achieving that match point threshold, but knowing that everything is just stuck in motion until
that's very true, Bradley, but like this is like Acorn and Bolts are doing like
it is
surprisingly bad. I feel like I don't know.
For panic to start to set in.
Yeah, throughout most of this tournament,
Alejandro, you need to get 350 points, and then after you get 350 points, you need to win the next game, not the current game.
Trying to have a strength in numbers throughout the course of
so if you start a game on 344, like Josh and Yamzo did this game, and you get the 350 points and you win, they still play another one.
Eliminations for everybody inside of the top 9 isn't a necessity at all. Simply put, as long as they win 0 eliminations or not, they will win the entire thing. As Momsy Skyjump find their 5th elimination of this game onto Izzy. And Izzy so far in this early game,
you got time check right now, right?
But the eliminations don't really amount to much of anything aside from maybe some additional space clearage, because for a team like Momsy and Skyjump, they've been sitting on that match point threshold for numerous lobbies already, Jacob.
And they're far behind too. Like Goofy and Z-Dog are 19th, right? But they're still 100 points ahead of like Acorn and Bolts.
Knowing that they're not the only ones, the levels of sabotage that we have been witnessing over and over again in these final endgame moments, I just can't even fathom what it would be like. It's got to just be sickening at this point for these pros to just have to wait and know.
Yeah, what like what even comes close? Mobs, it's like this, and then that Red Bull land that Vico won.
Vico Malabuca, one of those teams. Even though we know Sky
that Kanata interview was so funny during that land.
Back-to-back in terms of online FNC.
And hey, I don't know what we're doing. We gotta lock the fuck in. It's looking bad out here.
And the Reload Championship at the Esports World Cup. That would make back-to-back lands
Sky
for them
I do see that, JK.
I'm not sure how many times in the history of Fortnite a team can say they won 2 of the
biggest majors
in the history of the game back-to-back.
Well, they're dying to Skyjump and Mumsy.
There, though, for Bolts and Acorn, and kind of just to elaborate on your point, Jacob, it would be a tremendous effort out of Vico and Malabuca, especially when you factor in.
I was gonna say this duo even stick, but they pull globals together, so like, yes.
Summit land.
Yes, they do.
So for them to be able to potentially bounce back here with another land win on the year, I mean, full sail ahead onto globals after that, but it would definitely be an incredible feat.
Yeah, Vic and Kanata are technically, they qualified from West.
Games in these in-person events, but both
I don't classify them as West players though.
On the revive, kind of having to hunt his way back onto the map. Goofy, Z-Dog, our first team fully.
All the real West players fucking dudded.
Kind of see what
Sako and Act.
teams are doing. Darman, Demas, Fort Crumpet.
I mean, low-key Will Pump aren't exactly a West team too, even though they like made it, but they dudded, and then Retro Phoenix
with that launch pad. They want to dodge a good portion of this end game when it comes to
didn't do too well either.
Skyjump and Momsy, they're not trying to allow any other contenders to throw their names into the hat. 9 is already too much company on.
But you guys see minutes? Oh my god, that free fire in the Josh.
Are on their last legs here. Skyjump
Wait,
and Momsy
hold a second.
closing in. Yamza doing
Oh my god, Yamzo Josh out full piece. Holy fuck.
There won't be any 6 points for them. Match point
Oh my
is still
god.
going to be on the line.
Unfortunate for Josh and Yamzo. 2 eliminations away. Staying alive long enough to top 14. That's all it would have taken for them to be on match point. But coincidentally enough, that's now another
Is Will
team
love next
out
right now?
of this
Will.
lobby that cannot bring us to
So Will's made
another
every LAN.
game. So
He's won 7
again,
FNCSs.
Muzz Sphinx one more to back to back to back. If you guys want another game of Fortnite,
Pump's won
Miami
3
already
on West
also
though.
rotating in from the lockdown lighthouse. There's not too many teams in their path as of now.
Hey, knowing that this might be 11's ringers on the weekend,
Ooh.
it would certainly be an
He has a
interesting
fever right now. I know he's so
outcome, but
pissed.
It's not going to be one that'll find
He's got put on a billboard, bro.
Spaded Khan.
Missing player Yamzo. Like,
Just a couple of
yeah.
other members in this lobby who are also seeking out that victory royale. Every
Everyone
single
carries shotgun
duo
second
that's
slot
inside
because
that
they're
top
on.
9
Well,
right now, Jacob, all still running around the map.
in Spec Client, it doesn't show like their actual loadouts.
Skyjump and Momsy are doing so early
I'm pretty sure like the actual order for most of the time. But most of you guys are keyboards, so it doesn't matter.
Skyjump and Momsy have been sat
A lot of them
on this
changed
match point
their
for an almost
buttons
identical period to Sharkantini,
instead
and
of like
they're still
changing their
willing to be as aggressive as they have been
like the
in
way their
this
loadouts
lobby. It's almost
organized.
like they're playing with reckless abandonment, but
I
at
did
the
both for
same time,
keyboard
they're
since I play
still
controller
being
too.
calculated.
Yeah, it just goes to show that on some teams changing up their strategy, playing a little bit more passive. Skyjump Momsy not fixing what isn't
You
broken.
6-tat it. Why do you
At least not
6-tat
just
it, bro?
yet. Sharkantini a little early
the fuck are you
rotate
hitting
out of
6
Dirty Dogs,
comfortably?
or at least earlier than we've seen him in some of these games so far. In the 5th zone, trying to probably be proactive, position themselves accordingly.
They do not want to be on
They don't
camera.
want to go down here where it's just so hard to get back into the game, let alone back to your teammate.
And the club championship points, Jacob. This is the difference potentially.
How you act like the
for
channel skin
Aurora
from code
to
streaming? Like there's a
potentially be
channel
staring
skin?
down the barrel of not just several hundred thousands of
What do you mean,
dollars,
Zane?
but a couple million if they are able to win this tournament. Sharkantini would secure those
Yeah, so-
1,000 points and catapult them ahead of Virtus Pro on the EWC leaderboard.
That's huge implications all across, not just
That zone is
the
crazy. It's going all the way to
club
Stilltown.
championship leaderboard as well.
Surely it doesn't go into the water, right, chat?
Or I should say the 10th elimination. I was looking at Skyjump
Oh,
alone.
it's an
10
acorn. Out
eliminations
completely.
here while on match point, just going to show that they're really feeling themselves in this competition. Or
Wait,
at
this
least
zone
in
is-
the later
this
portions.
zone's crazy.
Game 13. They just need to pull off that victory royale, though, on the side. It does look like Sharkantini find another
Is he going
elimination
down?
onto Izzy, and that's something just very drastic for Izzy right now. No Sif really hasn't been able to play with his teammate. Izzy's just
Still a
been
minute and
on
20
respawn after
on the
respawn after
reboots.
respawn so far.
But we're just seeing so many uncharacteristic stumbles from so many top competitors. Even drawing back to Pixie and Swizzy in that last lobby. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Swizzy accidentally edited himself into fall damage. Could have been a chop out. Was a quick overview, but the fact of the matter is, you don't typically see pros at such a high status suffering those kinds of
Dude, I don't even.
detrimental issues. So
Like, do we even claim acorn balls at this point?
obvious that the level of pressure that is riding on the shoulders of so many of our competitors, it's hard to ignore.
And you can see down below, back-to-back game winners. Muzz and Sphinx being the nuisance here on both Shark and
Like,
Teeny. Third-party shot's going to come in.
Sphinx just
Shark just a little
letting it
bit
rip
more.
because he's a combat SMG. Why not?
Here, slap splashes. They want to save that that Fizz for as long as possible. It's been the huge catalyst, not only for them to kind of rotate from one point to the next, but steal away high ground and also maintain it.
And I know much of the spotlight has shifted away from that
at this point, yeah.
page of the leaderboard.
It's when we do not claim Acorn and Bolts. It's like, we can't claim that, bro. That's like, that's such bad looks for a day. And he's just stuck in the spin cycle now. I mean, Jakey, are you claiming Acorn at least? Like, he's Canadian. We can just not claim Bolts.
Back into the conversation for that club championship security. Well,
let's fuck her out.
Game 13 might just be it.
Yeah,
Izzy knows it out.
Mathematically, all they have to do is get into the top 10.
Wait, chat, we're getting to a point where it might be only be 9 match point teams left in the game.
So no placement points just yet. Just setting the goal on the path for them. Shark and Teeny, they go ahead and rotate to the front side of the zone, bypassing a lot of the teams that are not yet ready to make their move.
For half the teams gonna win. We're getting to the point. There's still 7 non-match point teams up, but
this is now where teams are getting smushed
anything could happen.
Closer together like a can of sardines.
Look, if everybody's got the same idea,
wait, no, 6.
Someone's gonna also have to be the first to get crushed in the middle of it. Shark,
right?
Teeny, trying to
no, whatever. It was 7.
They've been fighting a separate battle entirely for the rest of this lobby.
So used to being wrong with my math. Questioned it.
Even achieve that match point threshold.
That is crazy, Nate. That is crazy.
All the way down to game 13. 4 additional.
How many heals would you get? You might get 1. Kami's down.
Vico and Malabuka putting themselves one step closer to potentially.
Might be to get a lucky little Elim.
That match point finish.
If I somehow teleported in the finals.
Okay. Now that the dust has settled, they found
Muzz Sphinx down.
But Muzz and Sphinx get found out as well.
Hari Slip is a solo chat, so I mean. Now there's 6 non-match point teams up.
They had enough of the disruption. Now, Taco, there's about only 6
and 8.5 match point teams up.
Tournament. There's more teams on match point still in this game than there are hopefuls to bring us to match 14.
And no matter how stacked the odds might be against it, Jacob,
Which would you be in a 99-0? No, I don't think.
Is going to be sitting in the back of every single one of our
at least none of them here.
Teams, and it's just going to cause so many complications. If not now, then when?
Shark Teeny instantly on the high ground.
Sending it one more time. They're on the high
ground. Some lurking
kills,
kills, that's true. Or like, if I somehow have a better drop than them. That's like the only way I could kill them though. Like if I'm just spraying with the combat, because look at this shit. Look at this gun.
He'll be forced to try and sift to a lower layer. Frontside position going to be very difficult to
maintain. Teeny done playing pussy. Wait, I just realized Teeny has. Wait, does Teeny have the Morphite Scar, or does he have a mythic one?
Nobody has a chance to look up just yet, other than Darm and Demas, but they're more than just looking up. They're trying to smoothly fly from one zone
to win this game.
Wait to see where it goes before they drop down.
They went up for high ground really early. This could be bad, Kylo. I think this could be a bad omen for them.
Changes throughout this next zone.
Respect the hustle out of Hari, though. The fact that he's still up and running.
They're working on any of these teams. You'd be surprised, Twin.
Could this be the heist of the century if they'd be able to steal this one away from one of these
You'd be surprised.
National teams that have been leading for so long on the leaderboard, but Salva, Yasin, they managed to escape Shark and Teeny, but now Shark Teeny maybe a little bit pressed. They'll opt to heal. Flowberry Fizz.
Vico Mali.
For that moment to drop. Vico Malabuka, they're going to keep looking down.
Shark Teeny just flying up into the air.
As long as they're airborne, it's going to be very difficult for Yasin and Salvatore to actually escape, but Demas and Darm.
Try to stop Darm and Demas from taking the pad up.
Just staring down the competition in the sky.
That's something they planned up until here, carrying those extra launch pads in their inventory, mixing it with the Flowberry Fizz, just staying away from this part in the game. And
Shark
you can see exactly why. Even
back on the high ground. Hari's gonna go down.
They have been overthrown. Cammy and Hari have been
still 8 match point teams up.
After this game, they're hoping that somebody else win the game, and that somebody else could.
Oh my God, Pete and Poyo need to lock in.
Because it certainly doesn't look like Shark and
Vico, he takes down Victor V.
Taken out. Vico Malabuka starting to come online here.
Teeny went down.
Shark maybe still up in in the running, but with Kanata as a solo left to fend for himself, all of these teams,
Romero takes down Khan.
of them still trying to keep the hopes alive for that match point.
Relatively loosely, because couple of
Pico has the exotic collateral AR. This gun is disgusting. Pete and Poyo get chopped out.
Peterbot and Poyo have officially been chopped down. Darm and Demons are going to be positioned underneath, but they don't make
Pete and Poyo need to get more points. This guy and Scroll if they want to make more money for Falcons. Sharkatini out.
Malabuka, they're still holding down.
Split on teams getting a little bit more even.
Opted for the high ground just yet, but Shark is out of it. Shark and Teeny eliminated one more time. They'll be praying that this goes to a match 14.
Khan faded dead now too. Pete Poyo go back up. Skyjump Mumsy on the high ground. This is chaos.
Mumsy's all by himself though. Skyjump won't be able to participate. He can't breathe the revive either.
Pete goes down the rapid. Kanai goes down the sky.
Everyone's looking his way. He's running through materials so rapidly. He's going to be forced to drop here.
4 match point teams out of this.
Darm Davis still has a solo. They get the kill on the Poyo too. So many mats on Darm Davis. Wait, they could win. Swizzy and Pixie on the high ground. Not a lot of builds though.
At the perfect time, have taken the high ground. There's not too many teams that have a chance to look up, but Mumsy gets a crucial.
Mumsy with a big shot, trying to soul clutch, make something out of this game. Is anything even possible? Appreciate that, Rich. Go to get Sky. Goes down. They still have more points than Pete and Poyo though. Got Mumsy down. Darm Davis down. Lua. Solo is. It's either Swizzy Pixie or Mally Vico.
They're just looking down. They're raining fire from above.
Oh my god. This is the final game, chat.
They're still looking strong down below. There's only 2 players in this game that can force a match 14. That's Chino.
Yasin goes down to Storm. Malbuka takes down Chino. It's a 2v2. W Shockwave from Vico. Oh my god, he's so smart. Oh my god, they win. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo. I went with the underrated pick, and I came out correct. Oh my god.
Emotions have to be at an all-time high. We saw
Shark and Teeny are so pissed. Oh my god.
what they're made of again and coming.
Vico back-to-back land wins.
We're looking at Shark and Teeny, Peterbot and Poyo, but it was Vico and Malibu.
He locked in for 2 weeks, chat.
That big 3, and you guys can see why.
W faded, bro. Holy shit. You didn't want Shark to win, Twin. That's crazy. That is the greatest Fortnite tourney ever. My head hurts so bad. Oh my god.
2 times they stopped Shark and Teeny in their tracks from securing a victory royale earlier on in this tournament.
Back-to-back land wins. I know Swizzy and Pixie are sick to their stomachs.
They had over 50 eliminations throughout this 13-match final. And their only victory royale was the one that
anyone but Shark is crazy to it.
Malabuka, they go back to back. These guys,
why not the Shark win?
The team to beat. They have to be looked at as one of the best teams.
Scrolling up in the top 8. Great question. Let's look at the leaderboard. Let's see if it's actually updated correctly. Okay, yeah, it is. Chat. We have Vico Malabuka taking the win. Skyjump Mumsy second. They pass Shark and Teeny. Shark and Teeny are in third. Swizzy Pixie 4th, Lou Romero 5th. I mean, fantastic play from them today. They are definitely Brazil's best, at least in reload. This is crazy. Hari Kami 6th, Vic Kanata 7th. They played good today too. They played pretty good today. Darm Damus 8th, Confaded 9th, Yasin Salva 10th, and Sky and Scroll beat Pete and Pollo by 1 placement. It's 19 points. But that's a lot of money that Falcons can lose out on. 13th, Chino Pablo. 14th, Josh Yamzo. 15th, Mini Pio Fukun. 16th, Izzy Nosif. 17th, Muzz and Sphinx with 2 wins. This is insane. 18th, Cold Rapid. 19th, Z-Dog Goofy. And 20th, Acorn Bolts.
We're going to have to start having some very interesting conversations after this one, Jacob. The impact of a
nothing against them, though.
format is going to
I'm certain they would have been excited if they won Twin. He would have shown emotion then.
And not only that, but for Vico and Malabuka especially, the way that they were still able to keep their composure.
I mean, what an event.
Enough. It speaks dividends to the leadership behind Malabuka, because one thing that has always been sort of
Sleeps.
about Vico, he is a phenomenal fragger in his own
I don't think Sleep's supposed to be seen right now.
Individual player, but the best fraggers always
Yeah, Vico back-to-back land wins is insane.
Problems, and yet Malabuka still able to rein all
What
of that in and
an event. Oh my god.
It was tough scenes though, because we saw page 1 of that leaderboard as well. Sky Jump and Momsy have secured a
Vico might be getting up there, bro. He might have to, like Taco said, not unmuted. You might need to have some conversations.
After 4 days of Fortnite action, we have finally found our champion. A stressful day for a lot involved, I can imagine. But it is, of course, Vico and Malabuka from Big.
Peter's so cooked.
Congratulations, guys. Vico, let's start with you, man. Every game that, as people were getting on match point, as the further on that we got closing down into that 15-match cap, how was the stress? How was the pressure? What was the vibes like between you guys?
P kick from
Vibes
Falcon.
were great. Couldn't have been any better. There was no stress. There was
Dude,
no
I mean, it's not
pressure
just Pete's
I mean,
fault,
we
though.
already proved that we're a good LAN team. You know, we won last LAN, Summit LAN. Yeah.
So many other teams for Falcons. They had a team in like every esport.
Back to back, boys. Congratulations. Now, Malabuka, we got to talk. 'Cause the first time me and you met, I believe it was 2022. And am I your good luck charm? Because it seems like you seem to win on LAN whenever we're here together. Congratulations, man. Tell me what it's like, you know, having a duo like Vico, managing to compete with him and, you know, secure this victory here at the Esports World Cup.
It just feels amazing to have Vic on my team because
They started so hot.
But I genuinely think that,
And then they just couldn't get the win. They just couldn't get
many
another
other
win.
games, but especially this game that we won, that led us to win the tournament. If I had anyone else in the world besides Vico, we wouldn't have won it. Vico just killed, I'm not sure I'm gonna rewatch it, but he just killed like 10 people, got a scap match, did everything, 1v2 the last team. He just did everything. Like, he's just the greatest player of all time.
I love that. Big props from teammate to
W
teammate. I love
Vico,
that.
bro.
Right, guys, we've got some stuff to do, as you can imagine. So follow me. We're going to head over
W
to
Mally,
the
man.
Crusher. Ladies and gentlemen, Vico and Malabuka managing to secure that incredible final match.
Chat, we just hit a 7-hour
become
stream.
Champions of the Esports World Cup.
I've been live for 7 hours.
Fortnite Reload Championship has been
And
absolutely
it's 12:30
unreal.
p.m.
And the boys couldn't be happier. Back-to-back champions as well. What an incredible performance. And here we stand with 19 keys surrounding
What
the
a performance
Crusher.
from them this weekend.
And once we secure this up here, your key will be the only one that is left intact. That will sit inside the trophy. And that's all she wrote. Right. So let's get on with it. Vico, I'm going to get you to press that button, and that's going to open up the iris and reveal the Crusher. Go
Something
for it.
EWC holy, yeah, Sleeps.
Here we go. Revealing the teeth, the only Crusher in the building that can crush 19 keys at once. Malabuka, you've earned this, buddy.
This is big for Big Clan, though. No? Surely they just gained a lot of points from this. He is always the most underrated player.
Did that feel good?
It feels good. It feels amazing.
It does, doesn't it? It feels good. Right. Now, if we can get Jacob, who is our key master, to come out, present you guys with your key, the only key that is left intact from this competition. Congratulations, guys. Right. A little bit of housekeeping for you guys, okay? Boys, I'm going to need you to listen. Hold on, I need you to listen. I'm going to get you to walk down the Gadia City grid. When you get to the trophy, place your key into the trophy and seal it. And then I want you to lift the trophy for everyone to see and cement your legacy as champions. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Vico and Malabuka. They are big.
They are. Oh, man. I am so glad I went live to watch this. W cell from P. It's not even a cell, bro. They just played bad. They didn't have a, they never had a chance to win. Okay, watch P from now on.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Fortnite Reload champions at the 2026.
Oh yeah, he was always best region. Since like at least chapter 3 is like not even close. Wow. One event, chat. One event. GG's. No sleep. Sky outplays Pete. So it's even worse. Oh yeah, Rich, of course. They're definitely top 3 right now. Surely Falcons is in one more game, right? Trackmania, maybe? I know things are looking too hot for them there, but locking the hate watch.
Gentlemen, you haven't got rid of me yet. Right, obviously you have the team behind you, the organization, obviously you guys are with Big, all the guys here that are with you, and of course all of the fans supporting you both here and at home. Is there anything that you would like to say to the fans who have been supporting you on this journey?
I want to say thanks to all the fans for supporting us, for believing us, because we're kind of under the radar. Somehow we won't
appreciate it, Rich. No problem, man.
No one expects us to win this land, but I guess like keep noticing us.
No problem. Just want to make a place where everybody can watch some Fortnite, bro.
To my family,
yeah, Vico just won the whole thing, Clever.
So many great things. He's helping me so much throughout so many years, and thanks to everyone who just helped us.
Vico, I'm going to come over to you. Actually, before we talk,
appreciate that, mobs.
We have another surprise for you guys up here on the main stage.
Ooh, another surprise.
Man, of course, because not only have you guys secured the trophy, but we also have our Sony Tournament MVP Award.
Oh,
and
yeah.
MVP of the Fortnite Reload Championship here at the 2026 Esports World Cup is Vico. Congratulations, make some noise!
Wait, I forgot about that, chat. Vico just got the MVP award, which means an extra 25K, by the way.
Vico, my man. Now, how does it feel to not only obviously compete alongside Luca on this stage at the Esports World Cup and win, but also be the MVP of the tournament?
I just love it. I could do this all day, every day.
I could do this all.
It's the greatest feeling every time, you know. I just love
I don't know why that felt so obvious. He was they're my pick to win.
It's always fun seeing her reactions.
I know ball.
I know she's gonna be crying all night today. You know, I love my org as well.
I know my Fortnite.
If we didn't sign this guy, you know, I wouldn't be playing with him. I would be probably queuing with, I don't know.
Come on, playing the GOAT debate right now.
Yeah, no, it feels great. You know, MVP of the tournament.
We need to have some conversations. I wouldn't say it's 100%, but we need to have some conversations.
For one final time, I'm going to get you both to lift your trophies at the same time. so that we can solidify your legacy at the Esports World Cup. So come over here, stand over here, and we'll do this one more time. Ladies and gentlemen,
I want a second clever, don't
your
worry.
Fortnite Reload champions at the 2026 Esports World Cup.
Unless they show it again.
Vico and Malabuka, they are big.
Sleep's so pissed. He's so pissed. That is crazy, bro. Yeah, Rich, they won a lot of money. Malibuka's up 130k, Vico's up 155k. Wait, no.
Vico
yeah.
and Malabuka, the duo that was able to hit the match point threshold in
All right,
game
chat. We're gonna leave the volume on,
comes
but
out as champions, and Vico
quite clever.
gets that
Probably just got
MVP.
on. We'll leave more check for you.
Trophy case for both of these boys is going to be filling up this year. How symbolic of not only the
Bolton Acorn just
Reload
we don't gotta talk about them, bro.
win here, but also we asked them before we kicked off the competition, what are 3 teams keys you want to crush? They chose
Sharkantini played so good. Just unfortunate it's match point system, so.
Vico and Malabuka to have the keys crushed of the 3 favorites to win the tournament.
But now
This is Vico's third LAN win, by the way.
Cement their name in EWC history.
And yeah, they hate, bro. I was gonna say that, Twin. If Sharkantini don't win, the tweets out of them are gonna be ridiculous. Back third place. Wait, clever. The Falcons do well in Trackmania.
In Fortnite, please show some love to the fans on the way and head to the middle. Autographs to be signed. There'll be a few more of them. What an incredible.
Yeah, Shartini third, not second.
How many times did we go to match point?
Skyjump Mumsy got second.
Situations that these boys had to go through.
He's got
Congratulations.
no points for this. I thought Sky. Wait, what?
Performance.
We got 0 points for this.
Fans were extremely
Okay.
loud, but that was absolutely phenomenal. Guys, please take your frame.
All right, we're jumping the gun, Sleeves. We're jumping the gun
Your
here.
name in esports World Cup history.
I think at least. Oh, they need to. Did they need to get top 10 to get points? Their confidence gonna go down so much. Nah, he's gonna grind more now, though. He's gonna grind even more. So at least top 8. Okay, okay. Okay, I didn't know you needed to get a certain placement to get the points. He's definitely gonna be sad. I mean, we saw him. We saw him for a second after I showed the leaderboard first time. He did not look happy. Damn. Rich, thank you for the clap. Appreciate you, bro. I haven't said that they win. Okay. So, he didn't sell for Falcons then. I guess it wouldn't be entirely Pete's fault. Pete Boyo's fault. The Falcons just didn't do as well in their other esports as well.
Vico Malabuka stood tall.
That's a good thing.
Don't you ever forget, EU on
Falcons, they need the competition.
The Fortnite Reload
When you're used to being on top, chat, you get a little bit too comfortable.
proved to be a testament to what these players can do up there on the
But
stage.
yeah, Vico definitely has the best mindset of everybody.
Survive to the survival stage. Try out a new format, conquer a new format, match point featured for the first time. And even though many teams reached that threshold, There was only one at the end that stood atop
Holy.
and got the victory royale required to hoist that trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had 7 weeks of relentless action. Hundreds of elite players from around the world.
This
Tonight,
is without a doubt
here, right now, at the
the best
City
Fortnite
Great
land
Arena,
we've ever had.
We have crowned our final champions. To the icons who claim glory, cementing their names on
It's
the
not even
totem,
close.
and to the millions watching
It's really
worldwide.
not even close.
Thank you for joining us. The trophies are raised. Nothing was granted.
10 out of 10.
Everything was earned.
Straight cinema.
With that, the
I do not regret
2026
waking up
EWC
fucking
season
5 and 6
comes
every day
to
this
an
week to watch this. Oh, am I in BR? Dude, I don't even know. I think Reload's just also becoming one of the like, I know we play Reload and we get frustrated, but I've been saying for a while, like, it's getting better. The OG Reload Cups that we had, like, when they start doing them, the end of Chapter 5, those sucked. Those weren't good. And, like, the start of Chapter 6, when it was, like, the 3-round, like, Victory Cup format, that shit was bad. But it's just gotten better. Reload's also just a much more enjoyable game mode now. Pico's so funny, bro. Wow, 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 chat. It's been a wonderful weekend. Pico dancing. That'd be Shark and Vico. At this point, it might be, bro. Let's give him some more time. I mean, Shark's literally still just coming up, which is the craziest thing. And he's so young. He still has so much time. Wow, 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 chat. Alright, guys. I appreciate everybody for watching with me this week. It's been crazy. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for all the gifts, the subs. Alright, back clever. Nice. Appreciate everybody for watching. We are back to the gameplay streams tomorrow. We'll actually play the game. And, yeah, I'll still probably go live early again, because I plan on working at night, but